Chapter 1. Transmigration into a Novel. Xiaoxiao looked at the boys and girls in the classroom, lost in thought. After a while, she nudged her roommate beside her. The apocalypse is coming. Her roommate laughed. If you don't want to attend Professor Chen's class, just say so. Why bring up these things? Xiaoxiao said seriously. No, really we should escape. Seeing her like this, Chunming also stopped smiling and said earnestly, which game company developed a VR escape room? Recommend it to me. Xiaoxiao knew that saying something like the apocalypse in this peaceful era sounded ridiculous, but she couldn't help it. Who would have thought that staying up late at night would lead to her transmigrating into a novel? And not just any novel, but one about the apocalypse, where she was destined to die as a cannon fodder character right from the start. In half an hour, she would reach her point of infection. She looked around. According to the original owner's memories, this was a newly opened teaching building, and today only their class was having lessons here, currently on the 5th floor. In the early stages, zombies couldn't move flexibly. She had to take this opportunity to find weapons that could help her survive, and her gaze fixed on the boy sitting in the middle of the front and the girl next to him. The most eye-catching presence in a room. The male and female leads of the book, who always managed to turn danger into safety. She had to cling to them. Stop staring. No matter how much you like Lu Xiaoran, he won't notice you, Chunming said when she saw Xiaoxiao staring at them. Oh, it definitely end up with the school beauty. Xiaoxiao ignored her roommate's teasing, looked around, and walked straight to the back of the classroom, disregarding their gazes. The class representative was speaking at the podium. Xiaoxiao picked up a wooden stick, turned to face them, and said seriously, I don't care if you believe me or not. The apocalypse is coming. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire classroom erupted in laughter. Is this guy still half asleep? Lu Xiaoran's hand was nudged by a classmate beside him. Hey, that person is getting more ridiculous, trying to get your attention. Clearly, no one in the class believed her. Xiaoxiao didn't care about their reactions and walked to the corner farthest from the door, calling her roommate. Ming, come here. From what she had read in the novel, Chunming had wanted to save her after she got infected, but ended up being bitten by the infected Xiaoxiao, leading to her demise. Chunming hurriedly ran to her side. What are you doing? We point 3, 2, 1. Xiaoxiao softly counted down. Soon as she finished, a series of horror screams came from outside the window. Xiaoxiao's eyes were fixed on the movement of the back door. Suddenly, the back door was banged against, which had not been properly closed, and in a breath, it was pushed open. A bloodied face entered everyone's view. Wow, impressive. Who did your makeup? This could rival the looks in zombie movies. A curious person approached to touch it. Don't touch, Xiaoxiao shouted, but it was too late. That person lunged at the nearest classmate, burying his face in the shoulder of the newcomer. Dada, it hurts. What are you doing? Help me. He cried out in pain, signaling for help around him. The scene was like something out of a biological horror movie, with the surrounding people frighteningly running away. Xiaoxiao's hand gripping the stick trembled slightly. It was her first time seeing such a scene in reality. If it weren't for the transmigration, she would be comfortably lying in bed reading novels, not facing a life-and-death crisis. After finishing off the classmate, the zombie lost interest in him and gradually turned its gaze toward the other students. It roared and lunged forward. The students scattered like sheep in a wolf's den. Xiaoxiao. Chunming pressed closely against Xiaoxiao, seeking reassurance. The classmate who had been bitten began to convulse. Those who had seen the biological horror series knew he was already starting to be assimilated. Constantly giving herself mental encouragement, Xiaoxiao finally moved her legs. She ran behind the zombie and swung the stick with all her might at its skull. The zombie lunged forward but didn't lose its ability to move. It turned to bite the one who had attacked it. At such close range, she could see the blood on its teeth from the person it had just bitten, and she could smell the metallic scent of blood, making her feel nauseous. Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. If this zombie didn't die, she would. She didn't come here to seek death. She gathered her strength again, gripping the stick tightly, and faced the oncoming zombie, suppressing her fear, and charged forward. Bang! Everyone present saw the zombie's head explode, black and red blood splattering everywhere, and Xiaoxiao, closest to it, was covered in blood on her face and body. The stick fell to the ground, and Xiaoxiao looked at the fallen zombie, trembling all over, and knelt down, gasping for breath. Before Xiaoxiao could catch her breath, she heard Chunming's terrified voice calling, Xiaoxiao. He had completed his infection, but there was no time to dodge. Her earlier strikes had exhausted all her strength. Xiaoxiao stood frozen, slowly closing her eyes as if accepting reality, but her face showed an unwilling expression. Was all her counterattack in vain? Could she really not save herself? In a daze, she felt a sharp pain in her arm, followed by a strong pull that yanked her from her spot. What are you sitting there for? Don't you know to dodge? A cold voice rang in her ears, and if one listened closely, there was a hint of disdain. There was no time to think. Another sound of impact was heard, and when Xiaoxiao opened her eyes again, the zombie was already on the ground. Standing next to her was the male lead of this book, holding the stick that had just fallen to the ground. Xiaoxiao casually tossed aside the bloodied stick, wiped his hands, and left her side without a second glance. Wow, that's impressive. Is this really a zombie attack? Is this some new thing the school set up? It feels pretty realistic. The person speaking walked over to the fallen individual, crouched down to touch the blood on the ground, and raised his hand for the onlookers to see. Look, it still feels warm. Be careful, a cautious girl nearby reminded. Chunming carefully helped Xiaoxiao back to her seat, asking with concern, "Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere?" Since she was covered in the zombie's blood, Chunming took out some tissues from her backpack to help her wipe off. Xiaoxiao was about to wave her hand to refuse, but realized she couldn't lift her right arm at all, feeling her body gradually stiffening, as if something strange was writhing in. Her blood, despair flashed in her eyes. Could she really not save herself? Looking at the intact bodies of the students who were curious about the zombie, a dark thought crossed her mind. If she had stayed back and hidden behind the other students, would things have been different? Would she not have been the one infected? At that moment, Chunming also brushed against Xiaoxiao's arm, exclaiming in surprise, "Xiaoxiao, did the zombie grab you?" The students surrounding the zombie now looked up at them, their eyes filled with fear and caution. They knew that the previous classmate had only turned after being bitten, and now Xiaoxiao. The atmosphere in the room began to grow tense. Chunming felt Xiaoxiao's body tense up, adopting a defensive posture. It seemed she had said something wrong just now. She thought about how to remedy the situation, trying to calm her emotions, and said calmly, "Oh, I forgot. Wasn't that from when you accidentally scratched yourself getting out of bed yesterday morning? Look at my memory." Upon hearing it was yesterday's wound, and that the zombie hadn't seemed to touch Xiaoxiao just now, the crowd's gaze slowly shifted away, though some still watched her subtly. Xiaoxiao looked at Chunming in surprise. She hadn't expected Chunming to lie for her. "What do you think?" On the other side of the classroom, Lu Xiaoran's roommate asked him. Lu Xiaoran glanced at him lightly. "Are you particularly concerned about her today?" Gally felt embarrassed under the scrutiny and awkwardly laughed. Isn't she the first to rush up just now? She was saying something about the apocalypse. Lu Xiaoran turned his gaze towards Xiaoxiao, a hint of contemplation crossing his eyes. Coincidentally, Xiaoxiao also looked up in this direction, and their eyes met. In the next second, Lu Xiaoran saw Xiaoxiao calmly divert her gaze, sparking a bit of interest in him. Interesting, completely different from usual. "Xiaoran, are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Lu Xiaoran's movements had been so quick that Bai Qingqing only reacted when the zombie was already down. She hurried over to Lu Xiaoran's side, reaching out to check for any wounds on him. Lu Xiaoran shifted slightly to the side and glanced at her. No, Bai Qingqing's hand paused in midair. Then she awkwardly adjusted her clothes. Gally saw this scene and felt no emotional upheaval. He could only blame his brother's charm. "Qingqing, there's no need to worry. What could possibly happen to him?" Chapter 2. Life-saving potion. Xiaoxiao felt her body had already tensed up halfway. She pretended to be startled and leaned against Chunming, which prevented suspicion from the people around them. "Xiaoxiao, what should we do?" Chunming wrapped her arms around her, the two embracing each other as if to share warmth. As Xiaoxiao was unwilling, staring intently at the wound on her arm, which had been cut, blood seeping in, and then the mutation would follow. But somehow, she felt that she was already trapped here, tightly connected to this world. Even if she died, she could only remain here. But she really didn't want to die. A zombie outbreak occurred at the school where the male and female leads were, and because the teaching building was well positioned, it was easy to defend and hard to attack. A nearby supermarket had just opened, and nothing had happened in the week they stayed here. Then the military sent people too. Wait, she seemed to have found something that could save her life. The text mentioned that a few days after this incident, Lu Xiaoran's roommate was accidentally caught by a hidden zombie while collecting supplies, and to save their lives, they went to the experimental building. Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up. She could survive. Now, while the zombie's mobility was low and the number of infected was few, as long as she was careful, she should be able to get that life-saving potion. I need to go out for a bit, Xiaoxiao said softly. Although Qinming was good friends with Xiaoxiao, she had just witnessed an infection process and was now both scared and worried. You, where are you going? Xiaoxiao forced her body to move, slowly getting up from her embrace, her gaze firm as she looked at her. I want to survive. Neither of them spoke. After a while, Qinming took a deep breath and made a decision that I'll go with you. Those few short words left a significant mark in Xiaoxiao's heart. You could just stay here. She helped Xiaoxiao up, secretly letting most of her weight lean on herself. Shrugging with a smile, since it's already like this, it doesn't matter. A warm current flowed through Xiaoxiao's heart. Qinming was fully aware of her situation, but was still willing to accompany her. And knowing the situation outside, she was still heading into danger. Thank you. What's there to thank? We'll help each other out in the future. If there is a future, the last few words were very soft, and despite Xiaoxiao being right next to her, she almost didn't hear them. She assured her, I'll make sure you survive. The classroom could accommodate 3 classes at once, and at this moment, the students were clustered into several groups. It was still vaguely apparent that they were centered around Lu Xiuran and his group, spreading outward as Xiaoxiao and Qinming prepared to go out. They caught everyone's attention. You guys are going out? Bai Qingqing spoke up that as Xiaoxiao looked at the speaker, the female lead in the text, who was very beautiful, with a kind heart, and was a goddess in many people's eyes. All good things seemed to tilt towards her, making her enviable. We're going out to see how serious the situation is. Without waiting for their reaction, she opened the window and climbed out with Qinming. The door through which the zombie had entered had already been sealed by their classmates. Taking advantage of the fact that there were no obvious symptoms of infection yet, they needed to quickly get the life-saving potion. Sorry, Gao Li, I owe you a favor. Lu Xiuran, who had been sitting quietly, didn't miss the glance he shot at Gao Li after Xiaoxiao left, which had no intersection. The newly built teaching building was on a hill, and since it had just been completed, no classes had been arranged to come here, yet they had come early due to Professor Chen's reputation. It was eerily quiet nearby, although it was summer. Not a single sound of animals could be heard. Very strange, as Xiaoxiao walked ahead, observing her surroundings while shielding Qinming behind her. Do you still remember where the experimental building is? Xiaoxiao whispered to Qinming. Qinming thought for a moment. It's not far from here. There's a small path, and we can quickly enter the side door of the experimental building. Why are you going to the experimental building? There's something there that can save me. Hearing this, Qinming became serious. I'll lead the way. I've been there a few times. I'm more familiar with it than you. Xiaoxiao nodded, her sharp eyes spotting a flagpole. She climbed up to take down the flag and handed the wooden stick to Qinming. She picked up some stones and put them in her pocket. There weren't many wooden sticks or similar items in the school. Their striking power was insufficient. Both of them dared not make a sound, moving forward quietly. Suddenly, a piercing scream broke the silence. Upon hearing it, Qinming immediately reacted, quickly saying, "It's Bai Qingqing." Both of them wondered how she had come out. Hearing the sound, it was not far from here. She must have encountered a zombie. Qinming looked at Xiaoxiao. Should they go save her, or take this opportunity to grab the medicine from the experimental building? Xiaoxiao paused. She wanted to survive. The experimental building was not new. It had been around for a few years, and the school had previously arranged for students to conduct experiments there. 5th floor, the experimental building was spotless, with not a single self-defense tool in sight. Following the protagonist's path, she reached the 5th floor. Before stepping in, she took down the fire extinguisher hanging on the wall and held it in front of her chest. As Xiaoxiao carefully stepped into the corridor, it was immaculate, reflecting the cleanliness required for experiments. The text mentioned that they found the potion in the last room, and having identified her target, Xiaoxiao quickened her pace. Biology Lab 12, Physics Lab 12. Almost there, almost there. It was right in front of her. She could survive. Her heart couldn't help but stir with excitement, and her movements started to become less cautious. She pushed open the door and looked at the storage table in the center, where a transparent glass bottle sat, clearly containing blue liquid inside. The life-saving potion. Damn it. Now she couldn't care about anything else. She sprinted towards the glass bottle, reaching out to grab it. Xiaoxiao? Chunming, who had rushed over, tripped the zombie with a flagpole, trying to stop its advance. Just a little more, just a tiny bit more. As Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth and lunged forward with all her might. A burning pain shot through her back as the zombie grabbed her shoulder, sinking its claws into her flesh. Ah! Xiaoxiao cried out in pain, her eyes sharpening. At that moment, her small body burst forth with immense strength. She no longer hoped to grab the life-saving medicine. The pain made her mind clear. She had to kill this zombie that appeared out of nowhere before she could get the medicine. She quickly turned around, raised the fire extinguisher in her hand, and brought it down forcefully onto the zombie. This was her only weapon with this blow. It would either be it or her. Bang! Having read the original text, she knew that the head was the zombie's weak point, but it was truly difficult for her to strike under such pressure. Moreover, her strength was nearly gone, and her aim ended up hitting the zombie's shoulder instead. But fortunately, the zombie fell down. Ha! Finally, Xiaoxiao gasped for air, looking at the glass bottle on the shelf with a longing gaze. Once the crisis was averted and everything calmed down, Xiaoxiao found herself less urgent. She slowly stabilized her stance, leaning against the wall, and looked towards Chunming outside the door. What about Bai Qingqing? As the female protagonist, she should be fine. Even if she encountered trouble, she would surely turn around. When I ran over, I only saw Lu Xiran, and Bai Qingqing I didn't see anything else. Chunming shook her head, preparing to say something. Hearing Lu Xiran's name, Xiaoxiao relaxed. Regarding Bai Qingqing, with the male and female leads together, nothing major would happen. Earlier, Xiaoxiao had sent Chunming to check the situation, as she had a weapon, and she needed saving too. Besides, based on the lead's aura, Bai Qingqing would definitely be safe. After regaining a bit of strength, she wanted to go grab the life-saving medicine. But unexpectedly, a hand reached out. She was intercepted. Chapter 3. The arrival of the protagonist. Xiaoxiao instantly tensed up. Again, which deity is this? Just when she had caught her breath, another crisis emerged. Lu Xiran, gazing at the vial in his hand, exhibited a glimmer of intrigue. You have been captured, whether in the classroom or just now, Xiaoxiao. Your demise is inevitable this time. He shook the glass bottle. Can this potion truly save you? What do you intend to do? Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice. The male protagonist felt so different from the impression he left in the original text. Moreover, why was he here? They had not even left yet. Bai Qingqing had been apprehended. Lu Xiran elucidated. Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, but her mind swiftly regained its composure for analysis. Bai Qingqing had been captured, and daringly speculating, she inferred that shortly after their departure, Lu Xiran and his companions must have also emerged, albeit via a different route, leading them into peril. In contrast, Xiaoxiao had arrived at the laboratory building unscathed. Now that Bai Qingqing was apprehended, it was certain that as the heroine, she would not succumb to zombification. Thus, Lu Xiran would undoubtedly devise a plan to rescue her. Upon this realization, Xiaoxiao was instantly engulfed by a sense of impending crisis. Even during their time in the classroom, Lu Xiran had already been aware of her injury. Now, there was but a single vial of the life-saving potion, and it remained uncertain how much would be required for her healing. Given their past camaraderie, Lu Xiran would undoubtedly be unwilling to part with the precious elixir for her sake. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiaoxiao's forehead. It was clearly within reach. How could this be? Chunming had intended to offer a warning, but Lu Xiran's movements were too swift, and the item was snatched away in an instant. She dashed inside to stand beside Xiaoxiao, forming a tense standoff among the three. Xiran, have you found it? Bai Qingqing's feeble voice echoed in the corridor, sounding to Xiaoxiao like the grim reaper demanding a toll. Xiaoxiao and Chunming attempted to obstruct Lu Xiran's advance, yet they found themselves powerless, merely watching him exit the room. Xiaoxiao and Chunming gazed at her with concern. Xiaoxiao hung her head, lost in thought. The fading footsteps of Lu Xiran echoed in her ears, akin to the diminishing hope of survival. She clenched her hands tightly. Outside the corridor, the male and female protagonists were, much like in the original narrative, advancing their emotional connection. She felt as though she were a person on the brink of escape, only to discover an impenetrable stone door ahead. Leaning against Chun Ming, she felt the dormant virus within her body begin to stir once more, igniting a resurgence of discomfort. Pains erupted in various parts of her body, her back, hands, and legs. She grasped Chun Ming's hand and whispered into her ear, "I seem to be reaching my limit. I will go help you retrieve it." With that, she resolved to dash outside. Xiaoxiao suddenly grasped her, declaring it impossible, a futile endeavor. They were the protagonists of the story, and their survival was essential for the existence of the narrative. Large, glistening tears cascaded down her fair cheeks. Xiaoxiao, possessing a countenance that was already above average, appeared even more heart-wrenching in her sorrow. Chun Ming, unable to restrain her own emotions, joined her in weeping. The two embraced, lost in their tears. How much longer would this torment continue? The returning Lu Xiaoran interrupted their lamentations, placing the glass vial on the previously occupied shelf. He intended to leave after setting it down, but upon meeting Xiaoxiao's gaze, he felt compelled to offer an explanation. Bai Qingqing's symptoms were not pronounced. She improved after consuming 2/3 of the potion. However, the remaining third is insufficient to treat Xiaoxiao, whose infection is evidently more severe. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. This was the only vial of the cure for zombie infection available at this stage. Apart from Gao Li and Lu Xiaoran, no one was aware that a remedy for zombie infection had ever existed. A sense of frustration welled within her. Did the life of the female protagonist hold more value than that of a mere supporting character? Chun Ming, without further thought, hurriedly took the vial and administered it to Xiaoxiao. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. As soon as the liquid entered her mouth, it vanished, as if absorbed into her very being. Xiaoxiao felt that much of the pain in her body had dissipated, and her strength had considerably returned. It was akin to a buff in a certain game, providing an enhancement after completion. "Thank you." Lu Xiaoran did not respond verbally. Instead, he scrutinized Xiaoxiao with his gaze, and after seemingly confirming something, he turned and departed from the scene. Xiaoxiao urged Chun Ming to accompany her as they moved forward. Upon exiting, they beheld Bai Qingqing curled up in chair, her eyes tightly shut, hands pressed firmly against her abdomen, and a look of anguish etched across her face. Lu Xiaoran's handsome visage also betrayed a hint of astonishment. Having just consumed the liquid, Bai Qingqing had ceased to react, yet now her condition appeared to have worsened. Chun Ming slightly parted her lips, casting a surprised glance at Bai Qingqing before shifting her gaze to Xiaoxiao. They had ingested the same potion. Why was her reaction so much more severe? Did a larger quantity correlate with greater pain? Sensing the approach of others, Bai Qingqing struggled to open her eyes, and upon recognizing Lu Xiaoran, her clenched jaw momentarily relaxed. "Xiaoran, it hurts." Like a child feigning strength who had finally found a trusted guardian, Bai Qingqing could not suppress her quiet sobs. She reached out with one hand, yearning to grasp Lu Xiaoran's, only to have him evade her touch. Observing this, Xiaoxiao and Chun Ming discreetly stepped aside, striving to diminish their presence as they nestled in a corner like mushrooms. This was not a suitable place to linger. After a brief pause, Lu Xiaoran turned his gaze directly to Chun Ming, instructing, "Support Bai Qingqing as she descends." Chun Ming was taken aback, instantly reacting, "Why me? I still need to." "Assist Xiaoxiao." Xiaoxiao dared not oppose the male protagonist. She gently patted Chun Ming on the back, indicating that she was fine. As for Xiaoran, Bai Qingqing was reluctant. Yet, reluctance bore no fruit. Who could alter the thoughts of that esteemed gentleman? In the original text, Lu Xiaoran's character was one that allowed no room for dissent. Xiaoxiao pouted her lips, letting out a soft hum of protest. However, once she developed feelings for Bai Qingqing, all her quirks vanished, transforming her into the quintessential devoted wife. Lu Xiaoran led the way, while Chun Ming supported Bai Qingqing in the center, with Xiaoxiao bringing up the rear. Having survived thus far, she recognized the necessity of persevering in this world and realized that, given the circumstances, she must closely follow the protagonists. When she initially read this book, she merely skimmed through it for her own enjoyment, engrossed in the romance between the lead characters. Now, having become one of the inconsequential female characters. Devoid of any significance and having met an early demise, she found herself in a rather dismal predicament. How vexing! Su Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously. The apocalypse, the apocalypse. Novels, the protagonists. A golden finger. It came to her. What apocalyptic tales lack the most are extraordinary abilities. Su Xiaoxiao was filled with excitement. The novel featured both zombies and individuals with supernatural abilities, and the protagonist's power was the rarest of all, healing. Could she also possess such abilities? Chapter 4, Awakening of Powers. This revelation invigorated Su Xiaoxiao, and she began to ponder what her own powers might be. Would they be fire-based or wood-based? Perhaps metal or earth? What if, by some stroke of luck, she were to possess dual abilities? That would surely elevate her beyond the status of a mere supporting character. She chuckled at the delightful possibilities. Upon exiting the laboratory, the air felt remarkably clearer, and Su Xiaoxiao faintly detected the metallic scent of blood in the atmosphere. They had arrived at the very spot whereby Qingqing had met with misfortune, the ground stained with a pool of dark crimson. Had the zombie escaped? Noticing the questioning look in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, Chunming quietly explained, there should have been a zombie lying here. This was troubling. They were uncertain if anyone else had emerged from the teaching building. Encountering that zombie would be perilous. They could only hope for the best. Upon reaching the base of the teaching building, they found the surroundings markedly altered from when they had first exited. Items were clearly displaced, and some seemed to have vanished entirely. Bai Qingqing, no longer requiring Chunming's assistance, followed closely behind Lu Xiaoran, now merely a figure trailing in his wake. Su Xiaoxiao and Chunming huddled together, vigilant of their surroundings. Lu Xiaoran led the three of them around the staircase at the entrance, ascending to their former classroom via the innermost steps. The quartet stifled their breaths, pressing against the wall as they quietly proceeded upward. An enveloping silence surrounded them once more. Their classroom was situated on the 5th floor, and soon enough, they had stealthily arrived at their destination unscathed. The door, initially breached by a zombie, had been barricaded by their classmates, and it now appeared even more dilapidated than before, indicating that they had certainly endured an assault from the undead. Lu Xiaoran gestured for them to remain in place while he approached the window, retrieving his phone to activate the camera. He cautiously extended it through the crevice, capturing an image within. Su Xiaoxiao immediately wished to retrieve the original owner's phone to check the situation online. However, after feeling around, she could not locate it and assumed the original owner must have forgotten it. She leaned over and quietly asked Chunming, "May I borrow your phone?" It was then that Su Xiaoxiao recalled that Professor Chun in the original text was quite strict. Phones were prohibited in class and even during breaks. His lectures frequently attracted spot checks from supervising teachers, compelling students to relinquish their phones altogether. After examining the photograph, Lu Xiaoran tapped on the glass window, prompting a rustling sound from within. A voice, barely louder than mosquitoes' buzz, inquired, "Luga?" The curtains were drawn halfway open, followed by the sound of several brooms and sticks being lowered, ultimately leading to the window being gently opened halfway. "Hurry and come inside," beckoned the voice from within. Lu Xiaoran nodded, gesturing for Su Xiaoxiao and the others, who had been hiding nearby, to enter first. Su Xiaoxiao and Chunming first assisted Bai Qingqing in entering, and then they themselves followed suit. Upon seeing that everyone had gone in, Lu Xiaoran glanced around, pushed himself up, and then tumbled in as well. The window was subsequently restored to its original state. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at the individual before her, adorned with black-rimmed glasses, his hair cascading softly, possessing a delicate and refined appearance. He was likely the only survivor among the group of roommates, aside from Gao Li, Meng Liang. He was exceptionally skilled in analysis, seemingly endowed with a psychic ability. "What is it?" Lu Xiaoran inquired, observing his anxious demeanor. Meng Liang hurriedly led him before Gao Li. "After you left, we intended to assess the situation outside, but we were scattered by a sudden onslaught of zombies." Lu Xiaoran knelt beside Gao Li, whose clothing was stained with blood, yet no visible wounds were apparent. His gaze shifted to Gao Li's thigh, where a conspicuous tear in the fabric revealed a gash approximately 6 centimeters long. the flesh threatening to spill forth. "He has been scratched," Lu Xiaoran remarked, his brow furrowing. Meng Liang, with a countenance marked by sorrow and distress, lamented. "He was injured while protecting us." He continued, "Yet there are no signs of zombification in Galilee." Could it be Lu Xiaoran comprehended his implication? Yet the information they possessed was scant. With classmates still present in the classroom, they could not afford to take such a risk. Silence enveloped the room. Xiaoxiao suddenly interjected. "What if he has awakened special powers?" This statement captured everyone's attention. "Why are you looking at me?" She shifted subtly behind Chen Meng, resembling a lab mouse unexpectedly exposed. In Meng Liang's eyes, her words ignited a spark of hope. Yes, with the apocalypse upon them, surely there must be some extraordinary abilities as well. Xiao ran. "Let me give it a try." By Qingqing, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "I think I might have awakened some powers." Bai Qingqing was not entirely certain, but she sensed a distinct change within her, akin to a unique force stirring inside. Perhaps this was what Xiaoxiao referred to as special abilities? Lu Xiaoran stepped aside, positioning himself nearby to intervene should Gao Li's condition worsen. The classroom was now encircled by their peers, totaling around 12 or 13 individuals. At this moment, beads of sweat dotted by Qingqing's forehead. She seemed to have undergone a considerable ordeal, gasping as she declared, "I did my best." "That was impressive, thank you," Meng Liang replied. Though Gao Li remained unconscious, the wounds on his legs had already begun to heal, the marks fading slowly. It was likely that within 3 days, they would vanish entirely. "Wow, is this the legendary healing technique?" Chen Meng exclaimed. "Based on my experience from reading novels, it must be incredibly valuable. Many powerful figures would surely covet this." "Thank you." Lu Xiaoran silently vowed to repay her kindness when the opportunity arose. Exhausted from the exertion, Bai Qingqing rested her head on her desk, awaiting recovery. The majority of the class members gathered around her, providing support, while Lu Xiaoran stood close by, ready to assist if necessary. "This is straight out of a female lead storyline," Chen Meng remarked enviously. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao cast a glance at her, her expression laden with complexity. It must be acknowledged that Chen Meng's intuition was remarkably accurate at times. If all goes well, you too shall possess it. With greater abilities come greater responsibilities. "I find it far more pragmatic to live as a sloth," Chen Meng replied nonchalantly. "When the time comes, we shall seek out my brother and his associates. With our connections, survival is assured." Chen Meng hailed from a military family, with relatives holding various positions within the ranks. However, upon reaching this juncture, her family, concerned that she might struggle, allowed her the freedom to indulge while ensuring she had their support. Tragically, the original Chen Meng fell victim to a bite from a transformed Xiaoxiao, deprived of the chance to bid farewell to her family. "Well then, I shall cling tightly to your leg." Xiaoxiao gested. "Here, take this." Lu Xiaoran, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, opened them briefly to observe the two before shutting them once more. The other students in the classroom were equally fatigued. Their attention drifted to the conversation, yet their minds were preoccupied with thoughts of survival. Should they await rescue or venture out on their own? Moreover, the scarcity of food loomed as a significant concern, as the supermarket supplies were far from ample. Xiaoxiao and Chen Meng also settled nearby. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao was seized by a sharp pain in her abdomen. She struggled to lean slowly against the table, feigning a moment of rest. Even Chen Meng remained oblivious. Her brow furrowed tightly, teeth clenched. She stifled the cry that nearly escaped her lips. The pain rapidly spread from her abdomen to her entire body, particularly intensifying in her head, as if someone were pricking her with countless needles. Goodness, here it comes again. Xiaoxiao tightly clenched had feasts. Ultimately, she could no longer endure the torment and fainted. After an indeterminate period, upon regaining consciousness, she discovered that those in the classroom were engaged in hushed discussions, and it seemed that Gao Li had also awakened. "You're awake." Chen Meng was the first to notice her revival. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body?" Chen Meng assisted Xiaoxiao in sitting up, and it was then she realized her position had changed. She was now seated against the wall on a desk. You terrified me yesterday, Chen Ming exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety. You just collapsed without a word. Yesterday? Xiaoxiao echoed, perplexed. Indeed. You have been unconscious for an entire day. Chen Ming shot her a reproachful glance. You should have told me if you were feeling unwell. You have no idea how startled I was when I saw you fall. Xiaoxiao stuck out her tongue and quickly ingratiated herself, saying, I won't do it again next time. A chorus of astonished voices erupted from the direction of Gaoli, and as Xiaoxiao turned to look, she discovered a ball of fire emerging from his hand. Her eyes widened in disbelief. He had awakened his fire-based supernatural ability. Lu Xiaoran approached them, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaoxiao. I seem to have none. Upon awakening, Xiaoxiao sensed an unstable force residing within her body, yet she was unable to harness it. Consequently, she deceived Lu Xiaoran. Is that so? Lu Xiaoran replied with a smirk, suggesting that being captured by a zombie does not necessarily confer supernatural abilities. It seemed rather trivial to inquire further, as Lu Xiaoran turned to engage in a discussion with Meng Liang. Occasionally, Xiaoxiao felt his gaze drifting towards her, causing an involuntary shiver to run down her spine. Why did the sense of dimensionality vanish, making the male lead seem so intimidating? Chapter 5. The Supermarket Brother Lu. It is not feasible for us to remain here indefinitely. Our classmates have gone an entire day without food, Meng Liang remarked, adjusting his glasses. As Gaoli ignited a fire, he declared, Then let us charge out and leave none of them standing. Lu Xiaoran sat at a table by the window, peering down with a small mouthful of food. It felt as though they were isolated from the world, having encountered only a few zombies at the onset, and now not even a shadow was in sight. Let's take a break and head to the newly opened supermarket, Lu Xiaoran suggested, casting a glance at Bai Qingqing before shifting his focus to Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, stay close to me. I shall protect you, Chen Ming stated earnestly. Xiaoxiao smiled and said, All right, then Meng must take good care of me. Having arrived at this juncture, she chose to embrace her circumstances. The point of mortality had already passed, and although she still felt some peculiarities within her body, her intuition suggested that it would not bring her harm. Moreover, she now found herself among the main characters, and she contemplated the opportunity to forge closer bonds with them. In the event of future troubles, surely they would not abandon her in her time of need. Xiaoxiao ought to have considered this. Having lived in the peaceful era of the 21st century, she had yet to experience the oppressive atmosphere of the fictional world. The earlier scene of independently confronting zombies flitted through her mind like a fleeting dream. Soon, Gaoli addressed his classmates in the classroom. We are now going to the newly opened supermarket to see if there is any food left. Is there anyone who is unwilling to go? The students exchanged glances, fully aware that if they did not search for sustenance, their inevitable fate would be to starve in the classroom. Despite the multitude of dangers outside, a glimmer of hope remained. Thus, everyone resolved to venture out, unwilling to remain confined within the classroom. A group of about 10, neither too many nor too few, split into two teams. The newly opened supermarket lay in the opposite direction of the laboratory building. Chen Ming and Xiaoxiao stood close together, each vigilant, one scanning the left and the other the right. Not far from the new supermarket, they glimpsed through the glass doors the disarray of shelves, toppled and scattered, hinting at the chaos that had transpired within. The group gathered outside. In a moment, a few of you will accompany me inside to gather supplies, while the rest will remain outside, Lu Xiaoran stated calmly. I will definitely volunteer. It's evident that something has occurred inside, and I have awakened my special abilities. I will surely be of assistance. Gaoli exclaimed enthusiastically, conjuring a flame that danced in his palm. A friendly suggestion. Your abilities are limited. Save them for emergencies. Meng Liang remarked, observing the fire in his hand. Xiaoran, I'll go too, Bai Qingqing added. The other classmates remained silent, and Xiaoxiao chose to follow suit, opting not to speak. She had no desire to enter and risk her life. Having survived thus far, she believed that Lu Xiaoran and the others would undoubtedly succeed. I will go as well, Xiaoxiao declared, feeling as though a bolt of lightning had struck her. Shrinking behind her classmates, she pondered where she had exposed herself. She simply wished to wait outside for their return. She looked at Lu Xiaoran. Then I shall trouble you. A classmate turned to thank her. Combat experience? Damn it. Chimeng pulled Su Xiaoxiao. I'll join you. I have experience too. They treaded softly to the entrance, where one side of the glass door stood ajar. Lu Xiaoran stepped inside without any precaution. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but marvel. Is this the prowess of the male protagonist? Truly impressive. Yet, the reality was not as she envisioned. Lu Xiaoran gripped his baton firmly in one hand, while his other remained poised to swiftly retrieve an object from the side. He lowered his center of gravity, ready to alter his course at a moment's notice should any issues arise. His mind was intensely focused. The surroundings were eerily silent as Lu Xiaoran, standing at over 8 meters tall, surveyed the area but found nothing amiss. Casually, he picked up a bottle of chewing gum from the shelf and sent it rolling onto the floor. The sound of its roll echoed, but nothing else could be heard. Let's take something to eat first. If we can't manage, we'll head outside, he murmured. The 5 of them then dispersed. Su Xiaoxiao took several bags from the cash register and filled them with the food items she had seen, generously distributing a few to others as well. This supermarket is not particularly large, comprising only 2 floors. However, the second floor has remained closed, with the stairway passage securely locked. Su Xiaoxiao gradually made her way to the staircase, and as she approached, an unsettling sensation enveloped her, prompting an instinctual urge to flee. Heeding her intuition, she swiftly turned and ran. Alas, before she could discern the source of her discomfort, a hand swiftly covered her mouth, suppressing any sound she might have uttered, while another hand steadied her head. Be quiet, Lu Xiaoran's voice whispered near her ear, causing a slight tickle in her ear. Su Xiaoxiao nadid bigidisli. Gesturing toward her mouth, Lu Xiaoran slowly released his grip. The attention of the others was drawn to the 2 of them, and they began to draw closer. I believe we should vacate this place, Su Xiaoxiao murmured, tilting her head slightly. Unbeknownst to her, their current proximity was quite intimate. By Qing approaching, immediately noticed, recalling that Lu Xiaoran typically preferred to keep his distance from others, particularly females. Lu Xiaoran sidestepped her and directly entered the staircase. He slightly pulled open the door at the top of the stairs, revealing yet another door within. Gaoli approached Lu Xiaoran, gradually unleashing his abilities. They exchanged a glance. Lu Xiaoran placed his hand on the dark door's handle, while Gaoli bent forward, gathering strength. The others readied their weapons, awaiting Lu Xiaoran's cue to open the door. With a swift motion, he flung the door open, and a shadow dashed out rapidly. Lu Xiaoran instinctively leaped back, yielding space for Gaoli. A surge of fire charged toward the shadow with undeniable ferocity. Wait, we're one of you. The shadow suddenly knelt and exclaimed. It's a person, Gaoli remarked, unable to retract his abilities in time, directing the residual flames upward, which grazed the shadow. With a resounding thud, the figure revealed itself. Young hero, impressive skills. The person lifted their black hood, exposing a pair of small eyes. Clad entirely in black, they appeared to be swathed in darkness. What are you doing here? Lu Xiaoran inquired, furrowing his brow. I came here with my friends to grab some food, but as soon as we arrived, we were attacked by that horde of zombies. The figure in black suddenly burst into tears. Fortunately, I cleverly knew there was a small door here, so I hid, and that group of zombies couldn't find me. They clutched their chest, embodying the relief of having survived a dire situation. For where did you come? Lu Xiaoran pressed. The figure in black glanced at Gaoli, noting his lack of action, and continued, I came from the Student Activity Center. Nearly all the students and teachers are gathered there. Su Xiaoxiao nadith. The novel described this school as exceptionally prestigious and affluent. The Student Activity Center was notably spacious and diverse, equipped with numerous facilities. The narrative also mentioned their visit to the Student Activity Center. However, something feels amiss. Su Xiaoxiao slightly shook her head. Why did she have the impression that the content of the novel in her mind was becoming increasingly vague? Chapter 6. The Activity Center. 1. Let us proceed to the Activity Center, Gaoli suggested. Lu Xiaoran glanced at the student in black attire, and a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his otherwise serene expression. The student in black seemed to sense Lu Xiaoran's gaze. Rising to bend slightly and shift beside Gaoli, Lu Xiaoran paid no heed to his subtle movements and walked out with a plate brimming with food. Su Xiaoxiao felt that everything unfolded quite smoothly, with no crises arising, attributing this fortunate outcome to the strength of the protagonist group. This realization further solidified her determination to cling to their coattails. Bai Qingqing noticed that the classmate in black seemed to have sustained an injury on his arm. With a gentle demeanor, she said, "Please extend your hand. I shall assist you in your healing." Under the gaze of the confused classmate, she placed her hand over the wound, and a flash of white light enveloped it, causing the injury to visibly mend at an astonishing pace. As the treatment progressed, the classmate's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Upon completion, he exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you ever so much, fellow student. May I ask your name?" "Bai Qingqing. Are you truly the belle of the school?" The classmate in black continued. "Just as I have heard online, you are both beautiful and kind-hearted. Xiaoxiao silently kenkev." Since the very beginning, she had been deliberately trying to harness that unique power within her, and each time she felt on the verge of success, it eluded her grasp. She turned her gaze towards Chun Ming, suddenly realizing that her friend had been unusually quiet for quite some time. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that something was amiss. "Ming Ming, what troubles you?" Su Xiaoxiao inquired as she approached her side. Chen Ming appeared utterly fatigued, her voice lacking the usual vigor. "It's nothing. Just a sense of diminishing strength," she replied, forcing a smile to reassure Su Xiaoxiao not to worry. Su Xiaoxiao could only stay a little closer to her, ready to respond promptly in case of any unforeseen events. Outside, Lu Xiaoran had already finished conversing with his classmates. Upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao and her group emerge, they approached, eager to take the food from their hands, distributing it among themselves. Meng Liang began. "Xiao Qi, how did you distribute it?" Meng Liang's inquiry was succinct. Xiao Qi pulled out his phone from his clothing to draw lots, but it seemed that there was no signal at the moment, and he had not received any messages from them. He explained further that all communication devices had become unusable. Initially, there had been intermittent connectivity. The zombie outbreak had struck suddenly while they were in class, and afterward, someone had organized the school and teachers to gather at the Student Activity Center through the broadcast room. Unfortunately, due to their location on the mountain, the announcement had not reached them, causing them to waste an entire day in vain. "How many students came out in total?" 6. "So now only you remain?" Meng Liang sought confirmation once more. A pained expression crossed Xiao Qi's face as he reiterated the words he had just spoken. The others empathized with his plight, having experienced similar situations themselves and understanding the emotions tied to such moments. "We should leave," Lu Xiaoran interjected, cutting through their conversation. Meng Liang refrained from asking further questions, for he already comprehended the gravity of the situation. As they departed, just behind the door where Xiao Qi had hidden, a knife lay on the table. Beside an already lifeless corpse, a group of over a dozen individuals arrived at the activity center, which indeed was vast and comprised 3 floors. But the main entrance was now securely shut. Su Xiaoxiao hesitated at the door, contemplating whether to knock, when she noticed the imposing gate being opened just wide enough for a single person to pass through. A voice emanated from within, seemingly intent on preventing the throng from entering all at once. Thus, they formed a line, one by one. Lu Xiaoran stood at the end, surveying the surroundings with keen interest. Su Xiaoxiao pulled Chun Ming into the central position, uncertain of the circumstances within and wary of the potential dangers posed by the zombies lurking behind. The central spot was undoubtedly the safest. She was determined to survive until the grand finale, when humanity would triumph. Upon entering, her immediate impression was of the vastness of the venue and the multitude of people. Observing the teams, she surmised they were grouped according to their academic classes. He gestured towards the items in their hands or bags. The boys regarded them with an air of entitlement, demanding, "Why haven't you handed it over yet?" The individuals being scrutinized felt a surge of indignation. These were their possessions. Yet Xiao Qi audaciously claimed they were meant for him. It was utterly absurd. If he desired them, he should retrieve them himself. They glared at Xiao Qi with fury. Unperturbed, he pointed at Bai Qingqing, asserting, "She possesses healing abilities. She has just treated my wounds." He extended his recently healed hand, revealing a scarred injury. "Behold, This is the wound she just mended. Bai Qingqing was taken aback. The very person who had fervently expressed gratitude moments ago had now thrown her under the bus. At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted and a ripple of agitation swept through the crowd, including the boy who had just spoken. Bai Qingqing quickly sought refuge behind Lu Xiaoran, effectively shielding herself from the majority of gazes. Of course, she refrained from getting too close, knowing that if she did, Lu Xiaoran would likely distance himself. The boy, as if just realizing Lu Xiaoran's presence, remarked, "Who is this?" "Oh, it's Brother Lu." Gao Li, upon entering, recognized him as someone they had previously clashed with. Noticing Lu Xiaoran's silence, he remained quiet. Upon hearing the boy's taunting tone, Xiaoxiao recognized him as Lu Jia, the second canon fodder following her in the original text. She was privy to more information than Gao Li. Lu Jia was actually a distant cousin of Lu Xiaoran. Qingqing, a girl rushed over. Bai Qingqing recognized her dear friend. Xin, as Xiaoxiao approached, Bai Qingqing felt a sense of safety and stepped out from behind Lu Xiaoran. They engaged in a hushed conversation, but suddenly, Xiaoxiao's gaze fell upon a particular spot, her expression darkening. "Why is she with you?" "How fortunate she wasn't devoured by zombies," she remarked, her tone dripping with disdain and unfiltered dislike. Xiaoxiao offered an awkward smile, well aware of this individual who, in the original narrative, served as a source of solace for the female protagonist and was regarded as her confidant. This role of providing comfort entailed driving away the suitors surrounding Lu Xiaoran. In the original text, the protagonist was likened to an unyielding and persistent presence, akin to an adhesive plaster, incessantly lingering by Lu Xiaoran's side. She had long held a distaste for this, feeling a sense of aversion whenever they crossed paths. However, the Xiaoxiao who had traversed into this story was indifferent to the sentiments directed towards her. Her primary concern was survival, rendering the feelings of others utterly inconsequential. Upon noticing Chunmeng's pallor, Xiaoxiao couldn't help but inquire once more. She proceeded to extract the food. Lu Jia's gaze fixated on Bai Qingqing, his interest evidently piqued. Having just witnessed her cowering behind Lu Xiaoran, he mistakenly assumed she was his woman. His penchant for seizing whatever belonged to Lu Xiaoran was well known. He desired everything, regardless of its nature. Moreover, the allure of her healing abilities coupled with her striking beauty rendered her an irresistible prize. She ought to align herself with him, Lu Jia. "Hey, little girl, come here and follow me, and I promise you'll savor the finest delights," he beckoned. After all, he was the sole possessor of extraordinary powers in this vicinity. Who else would she accompany? Extending his hand, a flame materialized within it, much like Gao Li's. "What do you think? Our Lu Gu possesses abilities, indeed." He erupted into laughter. With such prowess, he must have them. Yet, Lu Xiaoran remained impervious, not even casting a glance in his direction, rendering Lu Jia akin to a mere jester. In this apocalyptic era, who could rein him in? He was determined to teach Lu Xiaoran a lesson. A burst of fire hurtled toward Lu Xiaoran's face. Bai Qingqing and Xiaoxiao screamed in unison. This was dire. The male protagonist was yet devoid of any abilities. If he were to be scorched, it would surely spell disaster. Gao Li's powers clashed with the elemental forces. What could possibly be done? Xiaoxiao began to feel anxious, seeking a way to rescue Lu Xiaoran. He certainly would not remain foolishly stagnant. His physical prowess was commendable. As he neared the scene, he had already begun to retreat to the side. Yet, swifter than him, a torrent of water surged past, colliding with the flames. The two elements seemed to engage in a fierce contest, ultimately resulting in the water successfully repelling the fire. Another superhuman had emerged. Xiaoxiao gasped heavily, glancing at her own hands, the very place where her water ability had just manifested. Her fair, slender fingers were undeniably captivating, making it difficult for anyone with a penchant for hands to resist their allure. "You have awakened your abilities," Gao Li exclaimed with joy. "Wonderful. Our team has gained another ability user." Indeed, he had already begun to regard Xiaoxiao as a comrade, a companion for future battles against zombies. However, Xiaoxiao harbored no such thoughts. She merely wished to lead a leisurely existence. Lu Xiaoran also gazed at her in surprise. taken aback by how swiftly she had awakened her powers. Yet, she had not been bitten by a zombie, unless Lu Xiaoran's expression darkened. It seemed she had retained her original demeanor, now having even learned the art of deception. Xiaoxiao had not anticipated that she would truly unleash it. She had already used everything she had, and yet, it seemed that the power within her was not this. However, there was no time to examine it thoroughly as she cast a wary glance at Lu Jia. Chapter 7, Activity Center 2. The crowd looked up and noticed a few individuals standing on the second floor. Lu Jia glared fiercely at Lu Xiaoran, feeling frustrated that he had failed to achieve his objective. It was all this woman's fault. As he departed, Lu Jia shot a hostile glance at Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao felt an exceptionally intense gaze upon her. Unable to resist, she turned to see Qi Exent, who appeared to be quite furious. It seemed as if she were saying, "How could a worthless person like you possibly possess extraordinary abilities?" Xiaoxiao truly did not anticipate that the original owner could be so detestable, merely a lovesick supporting character, yet in some sense. Dying amidst the chaos could be considered a stroke of fortune, for otherwise she would be perpetually subjected to scornful gazes. However, her extraordinary power has finally manifested. With exhilaration, she exclaimed to Chen Meng, "Did you see that? I have awakened my abilities. From now on, I can protect you." Chen Meng shared in her joy, observing Xiaoxiao's radiant expression, and she too yearned for extraordinary powers. "Xiao Lu, come and speak up," called a man from above, summoning Lu Xiaoran. Those accompanying Lu Xiaoran swiftly approached familiar faces, leaving only Xiaoxiao and Chen Meng in their vicinity. Bai Qingqing had initially intended to remain by Lu Xiaoran's side, but Qi Xian pulled her over to join them. Gao Li, Meng Liang, and others had been engrossed in their time with Lu Xiaoran, but finding it tedious. They opted to stay put, awaiting Lu Xiaoran's descent. "Hey, let me see that water again," Gao Li said with keen interest, while Meng Liang stood beside him, inexplicably equipped with pen and paper. A stream of water flowed from Xiaoxiao's right index finger, which she skillfully manipulated into various shapes, such as flowers, bowls, and cups. "Wow, this is impressive. Didn't you just awaken your powers? How can you control it so adeptly? Gauli marbalat. Haven't you reached your limit yet?" Just as Gao Li's words left his lips, Xiaoxiao lost control, and the water splashed onto the ground, sending droplets flying. "I suppose I should wash my mouth out," Gao Li thought to himself. Meanwhile, Meng Liang busily scribbled down notes beside him. Standing idly was not a viable option. So Xiaoxiao and her companions sought a vacant space, leaning against the wall to rest. Indeed, she had reached her limit, and the moment she had repelled Lu Jia was only due to his unpreparedness. Had it been a direct confrontation, she surely would not have emerged victorious. Noticing Chen Meng's flushed complexion, she gently touched her forehead. "Wow, you're burning up. What should we do?" Xiaoxiao in Kuwait. "Do you have any fever-reducing medicine?" "No," replied Chen Meng. "What do you need fever medicine for?" Gao Li remarked, observing that she did not appear to be feverish. Xiaoxiao explained, "It seems that Chen Meng has a fever. Her forehead is quite warm." Gao Li, unable to devise a solution, paced anxiously in place. I have some antipyretics here," a nearby female student offered, handing over a dose of fever-reducing medication. Xiaoxiao hurriedly took the cup, expressed her gratitude, and turned to offer it to Chen Meng. Suddenly, she remembered they lacked both cups and hot water. Just as if summoned by fate, a steaming cup of hot water appeared beside her, brought by the same female student. "You were too quick earlier. I hadn't finished speaking. Here is the hot water. Please help her drink it," the student remarked. "Thank you," Xiaoxiao replied. Meng Liang approached her and gently inquired, "How long have you been here? Is there any food available? Is that person in black clothing with you as well?" Upon mentioning Xiao Qi, a look of disdain surfaced in the female student's eyes, and her tone soured. "That person? He always cowers in the shadows." Yet when the zombies appeared, he brazenly joined others in search of food. His behavior is quite concerning. He seems psychologically disturbed. Moreover, he just betrayed you. You should be cautious of him in the future, she kindly advised. Understood. However, the antipyretic medicine Chen Meng had taken did not yield the desired effect. Instead, She felt increasingly unwell, as if a raging fire ignited within her core. She let out a faint groan. Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss, suddenly reminded of Bai Qingqing. I will fetch Bai Qingqing. Please assist me in taking care of her. Upon her arrival, Bai Qingqing, accompanied by Qi Xin, was met with a warm welcome from the class. Despite not being a member of their cohort, her extraordinary abilities rendered her highly sought after. Bai Qingqing, accustomed to admiration, remained unfazed, treating them with her usual cordiality. Qi Xin guided her to the back of the classroom and inquired, "Has something happened in your class? There are so few of you left." Bai Qingqing recounted the events they had encountered. Upon hearing the name Lu Xiaoran, Qi Xin's eyes briefly flickered with infatuation before she concealed it, musing on the woman's fortuitous circumstances. Do not speak so. She has now awakened her powers. Given Gao Li and the others' attitudes towards her, it is certain they will not allow her to depart. Your Lu Xiaoran will have to endure the constant attention of someone he does not favor. Bai Qingqing felt a twinge of discomfort at the remark, but reassured Qi Xin that everything would be fine. However, envious and jealous, Qi Xin did not heed her words. After encountering Xiaoxiao, a sense of urgency surged within her, and she wished to avoid Xiaoxiao entirely. Determined, she resolved to drive away all females surrounding Lu Xiaoran. Just then, she spotted Xiaoxiao rushing towards them. Bai Qingqing quickly. Chunmeng is unwell. She grasped Bai Qingqing's hand, intent on leaving. Hey. Qingqing hasn't spoken yet. What gives you the right to call her? Qi Xin seized Bai Qingqing's other hand, preventing her from going. I advise you to release her at once. Xiaoxiao stated firmly, her gaze unwavering. Startled by her intensity, Qi Xin relinquished her grip. You should check on Meng Meng. She is currently running a high fever. Observing Xiaoxiao's urgency, Bai Qingqing concealed her discomfort and employed her abilities to heal Chunmeng. Following Qi Xin's earlier betrayal, after Xiaoxiao summoned Bai Qingqing, they surrounded her, shielding her from prying eyes. My powers are nearly depleted, yet she seems unresponsive, Bai Qingqing remarked, wiping the sweat from her brow, feeling somewhat guilty as she addressed Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao acknowledged Bai Qingqing's efforts, understanding that she had exerted herself to the utmost. It's all right, thank you. Xiaoxiao gently touched Chunmeng's forehead, which felt quite warm. She was uncertain about what she could do. The group remained frozen in place. When Qi Xin approached, she noticed their silence and glanced at Chunmeng, who was almost slumped against the wall, on the verge of unconsciousness. Oh dear, isn't this Chunmeng? The one who is always so attached to you. How has she fallen now? Xiaoxiao was already overwhelmed with anxiety. Having spared Qi Xin for the time being, but now faced with provocation, she felt an urge to unleash her powers in retaliation. However, upon seeing Bai Qingqing, she swallowed her anger. Chapter 8. Information. After a while, Lu Xiaoran descended from the upper floors, his expression far from pleasant. He approached Bai Qingqing and whispered something to her, while Meng Liang listened attentively. Seizing the moment, Lu Jia approached Gao Li, extending an olive branch. I heard you awakened fire abilities. Join us, he declared with determination. Once you are on board, I shall overlook past grievances. Concealing the malice lurking in his eyes, Lu Jia plotted to torment Gao Li once he joined their ranks, seeking to vent his frustrations. Although he believed he was discreet, Xiaoxiao and her companions caught sight of his true intentions. Gao Li dismissed him with contempt. Wherever Brother Lu goes, I shall follow. His lack of appreciation for Lu Jia's overtures was palpable. At that moment, Lu Jia chose not to engage in conflict, recognizing the need to maintain decorum, having been provoked only moments earlier. Brother Lu, what is the current situation? Gao Lin Kidat. Lu Xiaoran relayed the conversation from above, revealing information that had become common knowledge. Modern communication devices had largely failed, with the only means of receiving external news relying on an old security guard's radio. The world was now engulfed in a zombie virus outbreak, with most cities having succumbed. Ironically, the less populated areas managed to endure longer. The Huazone region had established 8 major bases. As the zombie outbreak unfolded, so too did the emergence of individuals with abilities. The most common powers corresponded to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, alongside various other unique abilities. Currently, a healing-type ability user was safeguarded within the central base, as their powers could purify the zombie virus to a degree and mitigate its effects. The inhabitants of this location planned to relocate to the nearby Tianguang base. Additionally, there was a peculiar phenomenon where certain plants exhibited accelerated growth and size, far beyond their natural capacities. Should they become aggressive, ordinary individuals would stand little chance of defense. What shall we do now? Lu Xiaoran expressed his reluctance to accompany them to the Tianguang base, instead preferring to head to the opposite direction, the Dawn base. Regardless of the course of action, I will follow you, Gao Li stated nonchalantly. While he harbored concerns for his family, he trusted that his resourceful brother would safeguard them, perhaps having awakened his own abilities by now. Coincidentally, the base Lu Xiaoran mentioned was located in N City, prompting the decision to embark together. The families of Lu Xiaoran and Bai Qingqing were long-standing acquaintances, ensuring they need not worry excessively about their loved ones. Xiaoxiao resolved to accompany the protagonist group with the unconscious Chunming. Having traversed into this realm, she did not inherit the memories of her original self. Yet she gleaned from the narrative that her former identity was merely an infatuated and expendable character enamored with the male lead. Her parents appeared to be martyrs, and she had been raised by societal support. Lu Xiaoran guided them to the equipment room on the 3rd floor, allowing them to select whatever they found convenient. Would that group truly permit them choose? This required a nod of gratitude towards Bai Qingqing, as Meng Liang elucidated. The provision of weapons would undoubtedly come with stipulations. Just moments ago, when Xiaoqi mentioned that Bai Qingqing possessed healing abilities, the individuals on the 2nd floor were all privy to this revelation. The arrangement entailed Bai Qingqing assisting them in healing one individual in exchange for current intelligence. Naturally, they would also ensure discretion, keeping Bai Qingqing's identity as a healer confidential. Upon discovering that there were knee pads in the equipment room, Xiaoxiao promptly slipped them onto her legs. However, feeling a slight discomfort, she rolled up her pant legs, revealing her fair skin. She donned 2 layers of protection, adorned her wrists, and even fitted the half-asleep Chunming with them. Once she finished, a sense of tranquility enveloped the room, and as she looked up, she noticed her companions gazing at her with a mixture of disbelief. Xin, with a tone of disdain, remarked, "Are you truly so fearful of danger?" Xiao smiled cheerfully, regardless of the provocation, and said, "Indeed. I simply wish to live a little longer. Why should it concern you?" Xin, taken aback by the retort, found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lux Siren observed Xiao, whose spirited response had left Xin flustered, and a subtle smile crept across his lips. Xiaoxiao paid little heed to their opinions, as they had only encountered rudimentary zombies and remained oblivious to the might of evolved ones. She wished to convey this to them, yet each time she attempted to speak, an inexplicable force stifled her words. She even discreetly tried to write it down, but the moment she touched upon spoilers, the ink would vanish. On one occasion, when she strained against this constraint, a sharp pain coursed through her body. Consequently, she learned her lesson. This world forbade her from revealing any forewarnings. All she could do was suggest, when the moment permitted, "I believe you should take precautions. Although the zombies move slowly now, their future behavior remains uncertain." Lu Xiaoran contemplated this matter as well. The world existed in a state of equilibrium, with zombie outbreaks giving rise to superhumans. If the latter were to evolve, the zombies certainly would not lag behind. Thus, Lu Xiaoran remained vigilant. At this juncture, he began to regard this woman with newfound respect, realizing she was not as inept as he had previously imagined. Bai Qingqing observed Lu Xiaoran smile and suddenly felt that his interest in Xiaoxiao was growing. Previously, his gaze towards her had been filled with disdain, yet now he could smile at her. A pang of anxiety struck her heart as she feared Lu Xiaoran might be captivated by Xiaoxiao. The thought startled her, and as she looked at Xiaoxiao, she perceived her as increasingly beautiful. Previously, Xiaoxiao's looks were merely average. However, her infatuation with Lu Xiaoran had led her to behave in ways that were off-putting, tarnishing her image. Yet now, the untroublesome Su Xiaoxiao appeared significantly more attractive than before. A sense of crisis welled up within her. Xin watched the two retreating figures, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Consequently, she directed her fury towards Su Xiaoxiao, feeling indignant at her audacity to linger near Lu Xiuran and the others. Su Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss for words in response to the woman before her. Even without having read the original text, she could discern the woman's thoughts and retorted, "At least I have awakened my abilities. What about you? You possess nothing and are even less capable than I am." Xin, incensed by her words, raised her hand as if to strike. Gao Li swiftly moved to stand beside Su Xiaoxiao, interposing himself and declaring, "I must inform you, I do not strike women. However, should you choose to make the first move, I shall not hesitate to retaliate." Standing at an imposing height of 6 feet, Gao Li loomed over the 5'3" Xin, instilling within her a palpable sense of intimidation, further exacerbated by his robust physique. Awakened abilities, Xin bit her lip, casting a fierce glare at Su Xiaoxiao. Meng Liang maintained a stoic facade, yet internally noted the wisdom of never provoking a woman. Observing the beads of sweat on by Qingqing's forehead, it was evident that her powers had been depleted, leaving her physically drained, even struggling to walk. Yet, Lu Xiuran seemed oblivious to her plight. Su Xiaoxiao lit a candle for Bai Qingqing, secretly vowing to torment him whenever he pursued her in the future, ensuring that he would initially disregard her. She would be there to cheer her on. After collecting their belongings, they prepared to leave. The classmates who had entered with them observed their actions, feeling a desire to join, but ultimately believing that the crowd diminished their chances of survival. By the time they located acquaintances, the food had already been distributed. Lu Xiuran obtained 7 seats from them, sufficient for everyone, and Xin joined them, expressing her intention to accompany Bai Qingqing. This deeply moved Bai Qingqing, and the two embraced. Meanwhile, Gao Li, lacking in subtlety, interrupted them, saying, "Enough of the affection. It's already afternoon." They needed to hurry to reach City Inn. During the ride, some disagreements arose. Gao Li drove, while Meng Liang occupied the passenger seat. Su Xiaoxiao directly assisted Chun Meng to the last row, and after they settled in, Lu Xiuran followed suit, filling the back row completely. Bai Qingqing and Xin were left to sit in the second row. The moment Lu Xiuran entered, Su Xiaoxiao stiffened. How could the male lead occupy the last row? Wasn't he supposed to sit in the passenger seat? Su Xiaoxiao felt as if a gopher were screaming within her. She merely wished to survive among the protagonists without drawing too near to them, especially to that Xin, who must be cursing her fervently in her heart at this very moment. Su Xiaoxiao wore a look of complexity upon her face. Fortunately, as soon as Lu Xiuran entered, he leaned against the wall and rested his eyes. Su Xiaoxiao let out a soft sigh, unaware that Lu Xiuran, with his eyes closed, had briefly opened them to glance at her before closing them once more. Chapter 9. The villa of their school was located in City X, a 6-hour drive from City N. They took the highway, during which Meng Liang and Gao Li exchanged positions. Gao Li took the passenger seat to engage in gaming, while Meng Liang took the wheel. Occasionally, Gao Li's exclamations of frustration could be heard. "Meng Liang, could you drive a little more steadily? You're almost throwing me out of my seat." Su Xiaoxiao silently cursed Meng Liang and Gao Li for their decision to switch seats. She could tolerate Gao Li driving with one hand, for the vehicle swayed back and forth, causing Lu Xiuran to lean against her. The crux of the matter was that Lu Xiuran did not swiftly distance himself from her. Bai Qingqing, who had been observing the back seat, felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing this scene. With a resentful gaze directed at Su Xiaoxiao, she thought, "Sister, I call you sister. I could easily switch places with you." At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao found herself wedged between two bodies, unable to move. Through the fabric of their clothing, she sensed the warmth radiating from both sides, akin to being nestled against two heated hand warmers, both burning with fever. Lu Xiuran remained silent, offering no words to allow her the opportunity to relinquish her seat to Bai Qingqing, which might have deepened their bond and united them in their quest for victory alongside humanity. She longed to be a carefree bystander. Strangely enough, throughout their journey, They had encountered relatively few zombies, and those that appeared were swiftly repelled by Gowley. Due to their rapid pace, they arrived in city ahead of schedule. Just as twilight was approaching, "Let us find a hotel to rest for the night. We shall venture out again in the morning." While in the vehicle, she had not paid attention to the scenery outside, but upon disembarking, she was met with a chaotic sight, debris strewn about, and in some areas, bloodstains had dried under the sun. "I suspect that zombies may fear sunlight," Meng Liang speculated. Hours passed, and Lu Xiaoran had awakened, though his lips bore a pallid hue. He concurred with Meng Liang's assessment. The seven of them then drove the vehicle to the outskirts of City, where the population was sparse. Lu Xiaoran and Chun Meng had already roused before disembarking, their faces reflecting a hint of unease. Xiaoxiao took out food for the two of them. "We have now arrived in City Inn." Chun Meng had been in a coma, and she briefly introduced the situation. "Xiaoxiao, I believe I have awakened my special ability." Chun Meng's voice, though faint, was imbued with excitement and joy. "What? That's wonderful." Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled that in this narrative, the awakening of supernatural abilities could occur under two circumstances. The first being the self-activation of powers due to viral transmission, and the second being the rare fortunate individuals who, after being bitten by a zombie, awaken their abilities following a high fever. This indicated that the male protagonist had also acquired his powers. They discovered a villa that appeared untouched by conflict and parked their vehicle within its confines, deciding to rest there for the night. The villa bore the fresh scent of new renovations, reminiscent of the aroma Xiaoxiao had encountered during her own home refurbishment. Lu Xiaoran and the others conducted a thorough examination of the villa, finding no cause for concern. Given the insecurity of sleeping apart that night, they opted to remain together. Settling down on the living room sofa, Lu Xiaoran gestured toward the seating area, instructing, "You ladies can rest over there." He, along with Gao Li and the others, retrieved several blankets from the rooms, laying them directly on the floor. Fortunately, as it was June, the weather had warmed considerably, rendering thick blankets unnecessary for their slumber. Xiaoxiao expressed no objections and directly led Chun Meng to sleep on the side of the sofa, where the spaciousness was just right for the two of them. "Xiaoran, do you require my assistance?" Bai Qingqing offered to help, eager to contribute to Lu Xiaoran. "No need," came the anticipated rejection. Yet, Bai Qingqing felt a lingering sadness. Ever since the outbreak of the zombie virus, she sensed an increasing incomprehensibility in Lu Xiaoran, and the chasm between them seemed to widen. "Qingqing, come over and rest," Qi Xian beckoned from the sofa. "Qingqing, go ahead. We can manage the bedding ourselves without needing assistance," Gaoli added, making Bai Qingqing feel somewhat embarrassed to insist on helping any further. They decided that the boys would take turns keeping watch at night, with Lu Xiaoran taking the first shift. Suddenly, Gaoli exclaimed, "I just remembered something. I realized we haven't dealt with that guy named Xiao Qi." Meng Liang chuckled coldly. "Did you think we would let him off the hook?" Soon, apart from those on watch, the others gradually drifted into slumber. In her dreams, Xiaoxiao found herself in an empty room, standing inside and feeling an insistent stir within her body. She closed her eyes to sense the transformation. It was the power she had felt before, but was it not a water-based ability? Could it be that her awakening of this water ability was mistaken? She sensed that energy coiling within her lower abdomen, and it seemed to convey a feeling of frustration. Did the power possess feelings as well? Xiaoxiao was taken aback by her own thoughts. That mass of energy seemed to sense her gaze. It suddenly stirred, as if greeting her, exuding a sense of joy. Xiaoxiao was somewhat astonished. She could now discern the form of that power, which appeared gray, tinged with a hint of darkness, and at times, leaning towards a shade of white. Xiaoxiao wished to inquire, yet she was enveloped by a profound sense of reluctance, emanating from that surge of energy. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself emerging from the vacant room, awakening to reality. Xiaoxiao lay next to Chen Meng, gently nudging her, only to find that she remained unresponsive. Fear gripped her heart, rendering her hesitant to move, lest she attract attention. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her, compelling her to seek concealment. Had the night watchman not noticed her? Suppressing her fears, she cautiously glanced towards the boy's side, only to meet a pair of eyes fixed upon her. Startled, she recoiled and pressed herself tightly against Chunming, the warmth of her skin seeping through the thin fabric of her clothing. It was Lu Xiaoran. The sound of footsteps echoed persistently as she observed Lu Xiaoran cast a glance in her direction before shifting his gaze towards the door, gripping a baseball bat in his hand. The noise emanated from the entrance, yet wasn't there someone stationed there? Had he not heard it? A flurry of questions surged within her mind. Xiaoxiao cast her gaze once more towards Lu Xiaoran, only to discover that beside him stood Gao Li. This indicated that the night watchman at present was Meng Liang. While she could comprehend Gao Li's negligence, how could Meng Liang, known for his cautious and meticulous nature, have failed to notice anything amiss? She gently turned her head, following Lu Xiaoran's line of sight, and was struck by the sight of the door that should have been securely shut, now standing wide open. Nearby lay Meng Liang, unconscious. What was happening? Had Meng Liang been attacked? With a sense of urgency, she cast a pleading look towards Lu Xiaoran, silently imploring him for assistance. Save me. Lu Xiaoran regarded her with an icy detachment, disdain flickering in his eyes reminiscent of their previous encounters. Save me. Yet he remained motionless, his breathing the only sign of life. Are you not the protagonist? Do you not possess extraordinary abilities? Why can you not save me? Xiaoxiao yearned to seize his collar and demand an explanation for his actions. Yet, at that moment, she found herself utterly immobilized, a palpable sense of crisis enveloping her. If she failed to act soon, her life would be forfeit. Chapter 10. Illusion with gritted teeth. She struggled to move her hand, attempting to unleash her water-based powers. However, her efforts proved futile. She remained completely motionless. Tulp, tulp, tulp. She closed her eyes, striving to discern the source of the sound. To the left? No. Perhaps the right? No. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, her gaze resolutely fixed on the ceiling above. What met her sight was a grotesquely enlarged spider. Its inky black legs splayed ominously, and an abdomen so large it was terrifying. Even more horrifying was the upper half of a woman, bloodied and suspended above the spider's cephalothorax. The woman hung upside down, her body connected to the spider, releasing silk from her rear, allowing her to descend slowly towards Xiaoxiao. A monster. It had realized that Xiaoxiao was awake, and the woman's expression transformed into one of eager malevolence, as if she could hardly wait to extinguish Xiaoxiao's life. With a gleaming kitchen knife raised high, she awaited the elongation of the silk to deliver a fatal blow. Help, help! Who will come to my rescue? Don't I possess powers? Xiaoxiao felt utterly powerless, her longing for extraordinary abilities reaching unprecedented heights. She could not place her hope for survival in the hands of others, for they would not come to her aid. What is going on? Are you going to let anyone sleep? Xiaoxian's voice erupted in her ears. The monstrous figure before her vanished in an instant, and she regained control of her body as Gao Li ignited a flame that illuminated the room, casting a warm glow in the living area. What are you shouting about? It's the middle of the night, disturbing others. Xiaoxiao glanced towards the front door, which remained firmly shut. Beside her, Chunming inquired with concern, Xiaoxiao, did you have a nightmare? It turned out that everyone had been asleep, abruptly awakened by Xiaoxiao's sleep-talking, her disturbances growing louder and rousing them all. Iamsadi, Su Ioyo apologost. Wrapping her arms around Chunming and burying her face in her shoulder as tears streamed down. Lu Xiaoran pondered thoughtfully. What did you dream about? A monster, Xiaoxiao replied, still trembling with fear. It was a gigantic spider, its upper body a blood-soaked woman, and she was right there in the living room. Xiaoxiao's words frightened them, especially Xiaoxian. Please, can you refrain from speaking carelessly? I was reclining on the sofa when I heard a series of thuds. Upon awakening, I discovered the front door ajar, with Meng Liang in a state of unconsciousness. Then, Xiaoxiao glanced at Lu Xiaoran. You are awake. I sought your help. But you. Xiaoxiao had not finished speaking, yet everyone comprehended her meaning. Lu Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that he held such an image in her mind. Is it that did it a sound? Gao Li prompted everyone to listen. Yes, that has precisely the sound. Su Xiaoxiao quivered, recalling the vision from her dream where it appeared on the ceiling. The group directed their gazes upward, and there it was, seemingly materializing out of thin air on the ceiling, just as Su Xiaoxiao had described. Gowli unleashed flames, intending to incinerate it. However, upon contact, the silk at its rear snapped instantly, allowing it to dart from one side to the other. Moreover, its abdomen continued to swell ominously. This is bad. It's about to spit silk. Spread out, Lu Xiaoran commanded, urging everyone to find cover. Su Xiaoxiao was startled, her legs unsteady, while Chunmeng lacked significant strength. As they passed, Lu Xiaoran swiftly grasped Su Xiaoxiao's hand, leading her away. Without needing to consider Su Xiaoxiao, Chunmeng quickened her pace, soon escaping the spider's attack range. Now's the time to strike. Su Xiaoxiao recalled hearing somewhere that spiders are vulnerable when they spin their webs. With a desperate hope, Gowli dashed to a safe distance and hurled a fireball. A woman's agonized scream erupted from the spider, piercing their ears. Don't let her make a sound. Although they were currently in a villa with few zombies in sight, there could be others lurking during the day. Lu Xiaoran's gaze sharpened, and a bolt of lightning materialized, aiming directly at the head of the female spider. The sound was akin to a broken stringed instrument, and the spider was charred, the air filled with the scent of cooked flesh. Surprisingly fragrant, Gowli quipped. We need to relocate quickly. I see zombies approaching from a distance, drawn by the noise. Meng Liang stood by the window, drawing back the curtains. Outside, he discerned some zombies moving toward them, their speed noticeably faster than during the day. They hastily gathered their belongings and ran to the neighboring villa. As awakened superhumans, their physical capabilities seemed vastly improved. It's all Su Xiaoxiao's fault. If she hadn't woken up in the middle of the night, we wouldn't have to change locations, Xiaoxiao complained, wishing for a restful sleep to improve her complexion the following day. Don't say that, Qingqing interjected. You're just too kind. Anyone can be around you. Were it not for by Qingqing and Lu Xiaoran, she wouldn't be here at all. In her fading memories, she found no trace of Xiaoxiao, causing her to fear her even less. Gowli, witnessing their impending argument, felt overwhelmed. Why do women love to bicker so much? Silence, Lu Xiaoran commanded with a glance, and they instantly quieted down. Lugu is impressive, Gowli thought to himself, wishing he could kneel before Lu Xiaoran out of admiration. Indeed, he was remarkable. Xiaoxian's resentment toward Su Xiaoxiao intensified. She was determined to make Su Xiaoxiao's life difficult. Su Ioyo sends Qi Ines hostility. Her philosophy was simple. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, should they provoke me, I shall eradicate them completely. Yet, she pondered the emergence of such individuals and their monstrous, spider-like mutations. Meng Liang found it difficult to fathom the implications of a world where these aberrations could intermingle. It was not only the zombies that posed a threat, but also these transformed creatures. Clearly, reaching the dawn base swiftly was imperative, Meng Liang concluded. Throughout the latter part of the night, none of them enjoyed a restful slumber, awakening with dark circles beneath their eyes. Are you feeling better now? Su Xiaoxiao inquired of Chunmeng. Much improved. I believe I can now harness my abilities, Chunmeng replied, gesturing towards a nearly withered potted plant in the villa. The withered leaves gradually regained their verdant hue, and the bent branches began to elongate. You possess wood-based powers. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Indeed, with wood-based abilities, one can manipulate all forms of plant life, as long as they have not completely withered away. Exactly, Chunmeng responded with enthusiasm. Once I hone my skills further, I shall be able to control many more at once. Su Xiaoxiao recalled that the male protagonist possessed the formidable lightning-based ability, reputed to be the most potent in combat within the narrative. Lu Xiaoran remarked nonchalantly, Isn't that just splendid? I thought my fire ability was impressive. Observing the others gradually awakening their powers, Meng Liang appeared somewhat unsettled. Do not overthink it, Lu Xiaoran advised, casting a glance at Meng Liang. He nodded and then averted his gaze, no longer regarding Lu Xiaoran. Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anxiety. She and Meng Liang were the only ones yet to awaken their abilities. Meng Liang, being Lu Xiaoran's close ally, would undoubtedly not abandon him. But what of her? She understood that Bai Qingqing held significant importance in Lu Xiaoran's heart, and her presence in the team did not equate to entitlement. She needed to devise a plan. After gathering their belongings, they sought to minimize noise to avoid attracting zombies, driving their vehicle close to the urban area and finding a concealed spot to halt. "Brother Lu, where do we head next?" they inquired, unaware of the precise location of the Dawn base. "We shall proceed north." Occasionally, they glimpsed a few wandering zombies on the street, ranging from the young to the elderly and even children. What triggered this sudden zombie outbreak? Xiaoxiao murmured. "Weren't you the one who first mentioned the impending outbreak? Why are you surprised now?" Lu Xiaoran's unperturbed gaze met Xiaoxiao's. Oh no, she had completely forgotten that detail. Fortunately, they were ahead, and no one heard Lu Xiaoran's question. Stammering awkwardly, she struggled to find a suitable excuse and resolved to let the matter slide. Chapter 11. The base in the expansive city. Not a soul could be heard. It resembled a desolate ghost town. And every city they would encounter in the future would likely mirror this bleak reality. This was the state of human civilization post-zombie virus outbreak. Bodies lay scattered, lifeless, and mangled. At every few steps, as they traversed the streets, they observed their surroundings, entering supermarkets to scavenge what they could. Yet, most had been ransacked, leaving little in the way of sustenance. It seemed others had rapidly adapted to this new world marked by the zombie apocalypse. "We should grab a few pieces of clothing for when we need to change," Xiaoxiao suggested as they searched for food. She pulled Chunming toward the clothing section, selecting several short-sleeved shirts and long trousers, stowing them in a travel backpack she had casually acquired nearby. "Do we still need to pay?" Chunming suddenly asked. I don't think so, right?" Xiaoxiao hesitative. However, the zombies' brains had not yet evolved to develop cores. These were merely low-level zombies. Xiaoxiao saith. For there were secrets she could not unveil. They could only await Lu Xiaoran and the others to uncover the truth themselves. After traversing several supermarkets, each individual bore a backpack. The journey unfolded without peril, save for the occasional dispatching of a few obstructive zombies. Before long, they beheld the Dawn base. Unmistakable, as the four prominent characters spelling Dawn base adorned the towering wall. Their arrival had revealed an absence of zombies in the vicinity. Thus Lu Xiaoran led them step by step towards the base. "Stand still," a voice echoed from atop the wall, prompting Lu Xiaoran and his companions to halt. "Do any of you bear wounds?" Lu Xiaoran exchanged a glance with Gao Li, who then unleashed his fire-based abilities. They are abilities users. "Quickly open the gate." The grand entrance was drawn open from within, and a figure accompanied by a throng approached them. "Welcome, welcome. It appears you are abilities users. I apologize for the lack of hospitality earlier. Please forgive me. My name is Gao Qi," the leader said, offering a contrite smile as he stepped forward to extend his hand to Gao Li. "It is rather inconvenient to converse outside. Shall we proceed inside?" Gao Qi gestured with an inviting hand, and those behind him gazed at them with eager anticipation. Xiaoxiao followed them inside. The scene beyond the grand entrance surpassed her expectations, as what met her gaze were primarily women and the elderly. Gao Qi, noticing their stillness, elucidated that they possessed no extraordinary abilities and could not fight, thus were relegated to handling menial tasks. He then guided them further ahead, where the heart of their headquarters awaited. Xiaoxiao spotted a little girl, seemingly 4 or 5 years old, clad in a somewhat soiled dress, hiding behind a pillar and watching them. Her eyes were filled with trepidation. Upon noticing Xiaoxiao's gaze, she recoiled further behind the pillar, fearful of being discovered. Xiaoxiao. Chunming, while walking, realized that Xiaoxiao had fallen behind. "I'm coming," she said, quickening her pace to catch up. The base was not particularly large, yet it was situated in an advantageous position, making it difficult for zombies to breach. The closer they approached the center of the base, the higher the terrain became, and they walked for a while. Xiaoxiao observed Gao Qi engaging in lively conversation with Gao Li, while Bai Qingqing and Qi Xian exchanged occasional words. Lu Xiaoran and Meng Liang had not spoken a single word. The heart of the base was marked by an office building, where 2 pairs of armed guards stood on either side of the entrance. Gao Qi nodded at them, leading Gao Li and the others to the elevator. where he produced a card and swiped it. You all can wait in the lobby. I will take him upstairs to meet the boss, he instructed. Gao Li immediately opposed, furrowing his brows. I came with them. How can we be separated? They lack abilities and must remain below, Gao Qi clarified. Are you implying that only those with abilities are allowed upstairs? Gao Li raturta. Not exactly, but it is the rule, and we cannot contravene it. We are also in a difficult position, Gao Qi replied, somewhat defensively. That's all right. We will wait below, Lu Xiaoran interjected, urging Gao Li to accompany them upstairs while advising him to ensure his own safety. They settled on the lobby sofa, awaiting Gao Li's return. What do you think? Lu Xiaoran inquired of Meng Liang. The rules here seem quite peculiar, Meng Liang remarked. Xiaoxiao sensed an overwhelming aura of disquiet in her surroundings. The impression left by the little girl lingered ominously, compounded by the sight of frail and ailing women at the periphery. This base, she feared, might not be a sanctuary at all. Conversely, Xiaoxiao perceived the place in a more favorable light, appreciating the shelter and the walls that provided a barrier against the zombies. Was this not rather commendable? Why had they not mentioned their abilities as supernatural beings earlier? Yet, her words fell on deaf ears. Even Bai Qingqing remained silent. It was as if they all looked down upon her. Xiaoxiao believed that she and the original owner were akin, both destined to belong to the collective of cannon fodder. Observing her constant quest for recognition, she surmised that had it not been for her association with Bai Qingqing, she would likely meet a dismal fate. Concealing her abilities and maintaining a low profile were essential strategies for survival. 10 minutes later, Gao Qi descended with Gao Li, his demeanor radiating warmth, which even reflected in his attitude towards them. Allow me to escort you to your accommodations, he offered. He led them to a residential building not far from the base's center, conversing as they walked. This is specifically designated for the supernatural and their families. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he gestured towards the 2 adjacent apartments. This floor is where you will reside. With a friendly glance at Gao Li, he concluded, we shall see each other tomorrow. After Gao Qi departed, they began to allocate the rooms. Since there were only 2 apartments, they straightforwardly divided them by gender. The 3 males, including Lu Xiaoran, occupied the left apartment, while Xiaoxiao and her 3 female companions took the right. Before entering their respective rooms, Lu Xiaoran called out to them, once you have settled in, please join us. With that, he stepped inside. The layout of the apartments consisted of 2 bedrooms and a living room, with Xiaoxiao and Chunming sharing one room, while Bai Qingqing and Xiaoxiao shared the other. After Xiaoxiao and Chunming tidied up, they intended to wait for Bai Qingqing and her companions to head towards Lu Xiaoran's place. However, while waiting in the living room, they discovered that only Bai Qingqing had emerged. Is it just you? Chunming inquired, tilting her head, noticing that no one else followed behind. Xiaoxiao could not compel her to join, so she decided not to wait for Xiaoxiao. The 3 of them proceeded to Lu Xiaoran's residence. As for Xiaoxiao, Gao Li noticed that only 3 had entered, with 1 still missing. She is resting for the time being, Bai Qingqing softly remarked. Let us not concern ourselves with her. We shall begin. Gao Li, disinterested in accommodating others' whims, commenced recounting his conversation with the leader at the base. The number of awakened individuals at their base was rather limited. Thus, they were treated exceptionally well, enjoying various privileges, such as the company of women. However, in return, they were also required to venture out in search of supplies, including food and weapons. The leader had assured Gao Li that should he choose to join the base, they would treat him with utmost respect. I may not possess the sharp intellect of Lu Gu or Meng Liang, but I plan to agree for now and discuss the details with you later, Gao Li said, scratching the back of his head. In truth, you are not foolish. At least you did not outright refuse, Chunming remarked, believing that he had not yet reached the level of emotional ineptitude. Really? Gao Li exclaimed, his face brightening as he turned to Chunming. Of course. Chunming thought Gao Li's gaze resembled that of an eager puppy. Having had little interaction with boys, she felt a hint of shyness under his direct stare. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao noticed that Chunming's ears had turned shade of crimson. In her eyes, Gao Li was gazing at Chunming with an affectionate intensity, while Chunming shyly lowered her head. Could it be? Could it truly be? It's so easy for her to blush, They must have a spark between them. Su Xiaoxiao erected a mental barrier. No. How could her sister endure the anguish of love? She resolutely refused to acquiesce. With a sudden movement, she positioned herself between the two, akin to a hen shielding her chicks, effectively obstructing Gao Li's gaze. Let's observe the situation for a few days, Lu Xiaoran declared. Although Su Xiaoxiao sensed something amiss with the base, she concurred with Lu Xiaoran's decision. Firstly, they had no definite destination to head to after departing from here, at least in her opinion. Secondly, by leaving the base, they would lack a source of information. Remaining here would still allow them to gather intel through Gao Li, an ability user. For now, she suggested, they should heed the arrangements made by others. Gao Li nodded in agreement, accustomed as he was to following Lu Xiaoran. Chapter 12. The little girl no, this is bad. Xin. Xin is missing. Could she have gone out on her own? Xiaoxiao speculative. If someone were to attempt an abduction, Xin would surely struggle. Given that the two houses were closely situated, any disturbance would likely be heard, especially since they had awakened their abilities, enhancing their senses beyond those of ordinary individuals. She must have ventured out on her own, Gao Li concluded decisively. Bai Qingqing remained somewhat anxious, prompting Su Xiaoxiao to reassure her. When we entered through the main gate, that person named Gao Qi treated us with respect. Anyone with discernment would not harm Xin. She clasped Bai Qingqing's hand and suggested, shall we go out and search for her? Thus, the group paused their discussions and set out to find Xin, splitting into two teams. Lu Xiaoran furrowed his brow, indicating that Su Xiaoxiao, Meng Liang, and I would form one team, while Chen Meng, Gao Li, and Bai Qingqing would comprise the other. What? Surely I must have misheard. Su Xiaoxiao's face was a picture of turmoil. Is there truly no issue with this male lead? Why isn't it Bai Qingqing? Royan, I wish to. Bai Qingqing hesitated, her expression filled with grievance. Thus it was settled. A cold and unfeeling demeanor. A scoundrel. A love pursuit turned to ashes. Su Xiaoxiao clearly remembers that the male protagonist in the novel treated the female protagonist quite well. Yet, why does it now seem so out of place? It feels as though something has shifted imperceptibly in the ether. Could it possibly be the butterfly effect? Within Su Xiaoxiao's heart, a tumult of emotions surged. Yet her exterior remained placid and unperturbed. However, she dared not confront the male protagonist, casting an apologetic glance towards Bai Qingqing. They commenced their search from opposite sides, as the central hub of the base was deemed off limits. Due to Xin being an ordinary individual, they would not permit her entry. Su Xiao, with an air of nonchalance, entrusted the tasks to them. As she strolled along, she seemed to catch sight of the little girl in the soiled dress once more. Glancing back at Lu Xiaoran and Meng Liang, she noticed they remained oblivious to her presence. She hastened to the girl's side and crouched before her. Hello there. Little sister, Su Xiao greeted gently, her tone warm, and a radiant smile gracing her flawless visage. She appeared to be a beautiful and tender older sister, and her water-based abilities emanated an aura of harmlessness. The little girl tugged at her dress, her voice barely audible. Hello. Where's your mother? She is not here. The girl's response was so faint that Su Xiao had to lean in slightly to catch her words. Then, she heard a soft gurgling sound. Her gaze shifted to the girl's abdomen. The little girl placed her small hands in front of her, shielding her stomach from Su Xiao's view. Su Xiaoxiao chuckled as she retrieved a piece of chocolate from her pocket and extended it towards the little girl. Would you like to have some chocolate? The girl's dark, glistening eyes reflected a mix of surprise, longing, and trepidation. Really? Is it for me? The soft, childlike voice stirred a wave of maternal affection within Su Xiaoxiao. Yes, it's for you. If that's not enough, I have more. The little girl, reassured that it was indeed hers, beamed like a small angel, despite her soiled dress. She tore open the wrapper and, barely tasting it, eagerly swallowed the chocolate whole. Then, with a look of eager anticipation, she gazed up at Su Xiaoxiao and shyly uttered, I want more. Under such a pleading gaze, Su Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming desire to share all her food with her. Fortunately, a shred of rationality remained within her. Have you been hungry for a long time? It seemed that the little girl had already begun to view Su Xiaoxiao as a trustworthy figure because of that piece of chocolate. For a very long time, the girl replied, patting her stomach. Meow Meow here, it's growling. So your name is Meow Meow. Where are your parents? How could they let you wander out here all alone, especially at such a small height? They're not here anymore. As she spoke of her parents, Meow Meow's eyes brimmed with tears. What should we do? With no sign of her parents, and uncertainty about whether she had been bitten by a zombie, Xiaoxiao gently suggested, why don't you come with me? I will help you find your mother. She extended her hand into the air. Meow hesitantly placed her own hand upon it, their fingers intertwining. What are you doing? Lu Xiaoran observed Xiaoxiao's actions, his voice laced with skepticism. Are you abducting someone else's child? It was unavoidable. He could think of no other explanation as he scrutinized her expression. Abducting a child? She came to me willingly. Xiaoxiao retorted, her irritation flaring at Lu Xiaoran's accusation. Realizing the potential ambiguity in her words, she quickly clarified. Meow said her parents are gone. I felt sorry for her and intended to care for her for a while. Meng Liang found her reaction amusing. Have you found Xiaoxiao? No. I've been busy entertaining this little one. Meow interjected. I can help you find her too. I can be of assistance since I ate the beautiful big sister's food. Have you seen a big sister wearing a dress like yours? The one with short hair? Xiaoxiao asked with a smile. Did she come with you? Yes. Did you see her? Meow tilted her head, adopting a thoughtful expression. It seems that Meow, Xiaoxiao, and the others listened attentively. Yet they did not see. As Xiaoxiao felt dizzy, she took Meow with her in search of people. Since Meow was still quite small, Xiaoxiao carried her. But as they walked, her arms grew weary. She contemplated setting Meow down, yet the sight of her joyful expression made her hesitate. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out beside her, and she caught a whiff of an aromatic scent. Let me, Lu Xiaoran said, gently lifting Meow with one hand on either side. In the blink of an eye, Meow felt as though she had been transported to a different place, one that made her feel slightly uncomfortable, prompting her to struggle. Xiaoxiao, disregarding Lu's temperament, directly stepped in to assist him with the correction. You cannot hold the child like that. It will be uncomfortable for her. It should be done this way, like this. As Xiaoxiao guided him, she could sense Lu Xiaoran's body stiffening. With a determined demeanor, she hastened to complete her instructions. Under such guidance, Lu Xiaoran successfully adopted the correct way of holding the baby. Although the child was not found, their actions attracted considerable attention, particularly from some men who leered at Xiaoxiao with ill intentions, surveying her from head to toe. Were it not for the presence of Lu Xiaoran and Meng Liang by her side, it is likely that these men would have approached her. Along the way, Xiaoxiao inquired, how about you let me hold the baby for a while? To which Lu Xiaoran replied, there's no need. I'm not that weak. Xiaoxiao clenched her teeth. Was this a subtle insinuation that she was inept? Xiaoxiao wore a playful smile as she approached the door, only to be greeted by a cacophony of voices from within. Why should I care what you think? Came Xiaoxiao's voice, laced with irritation. As Meng Liang opened the door, he found Xiaoxiao seated angrily on the sofa, beside by Qingqing, while Chunming and Gao Li occupied the opposite seats. Lu Yi, what has transpired here? Xiaoxiao inquired softly of Chunming. They had not anticipated that Xiaoxiao, upon arriving at the base, would undergo such a swift transformation, as if she had become an entirely different person. This scene was one she had never dared to imagine. Meanwhile, Meow, noticing the crowd, began to squirm in distress, calling out for her sister. After being set down by Lu Xiaoran, she rushed towards Xiaoxiao, who then scooped her up, indulging her in affectionate playfulness. Sister. Chunming hesitated, her thoughts unspoken. What is it? Xiaoxiao promptive. I just had this sudden feeling that you all resemble a family, she whispered, her curiosity piqued. Have you perhaps captured Lu Xiaoran's heart? Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Please do not speak recklessly. I have no relationship with him. Don't make such unfounded claims. Her startled reaction to Chunming's audacious conjecture caused her to lose control of her volume. Lu Xiaoran cast a peculiar glance at Xiaoxiao before addressing Xiaoxiao, stating, we shall not interfere with you, but we hope you can manage your own words. Xiaoxiao, intimidated by Lu Xiaoran's icy gaze, shivered and conceded. I am well aware of that. Chapter 13. Subsequently, Xiaoxiao ceased to accompany them on their daily excursions, choosing instead to venture out early and return late. At times, Bai Qingqing would awaken to find the sheets beside her cold. Gally accompanied the external supply team each day, scouring for resources and gathering intelligence. The base did not impose restrictions on their movements, as Lu Xiaoran led Meng Liang and Bai Qingqing in search of news regarding Meng Liang's relatives. Meanwhile, Chun Meng and Su Xiaoxiao remained in the residential building, tending to the children, and after their meals would stroll about to glean information about the base. Occasionally, they would encounter Xiaoxiao in the company of various men, yet a tacit understanding prevailed among them, and they refrained from greeting each other. As they passed by, Su Xiaoxiao would receive Xiaoxiao's disdainful, provocative glances. As long as her life was not threatened, Su Xiaoxiao could easily disregard these inconsequential and trivial attacks. Her bond with Meow grew ever stronger, assisting her in inquiring about her parents' whereabouts. But inquiries yielded no leads, as many claimed they had never seen them. One day, a new group of survivors arrived at the base, among whom was a relative of Meow. "Thank you for taking care of Meow," a middle-aged man expressed his gratitude, accompanied by a woman who appeared rather difficult to engage with. "It's no trouble at all. Since she is your niece, I shall entrust her to you," Su Xiaoxiao replied. The joy on Meow's face upon seeing her kin reassured Su Xiaoxiao and Chen Meng that this man was indeed her relative, allowing them to feel at ease in handing Meow over to them. "Sister, will you still come to play with Meow?" Meow gazed longingly at Su Xiaoxiao, reluctant to part from her. "Of course. If you wish to play with your sisters, do come find us." Su Xiaoxiao gently patted Meow's head. "All right, let us seal this with a promise. If one changes, they shall be deemed a little dog for a century." The innocent laughter of the child resonated in the air, adding a touch of brightness to the hardships of life. Indeed, there was a tinge of reluctance to part with Meow. Although they had only been together for a few days, Su Xiaoxiao had already come to regard her as a sister. "She will surely be delighted to find her family," Chen Meng remarked. Indeed, Su Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a smile. Uncertain of the current circumstances, she felt as though an eternity had passed in this place. The management here was relatively commendable, as she had not witnessed any instances of violence or humiliation. This dawn base was quite satisfactory, though it seemed to diverge from what she had encountered in the novel. "Meng, have there been any significant changes in your abilities?" Chen contemplated for a moment before responding. "I feel that I have been utilizing my powers with increasing proficiency lately, and they appear to have grown stronger." Indeed, it seemed that their abilities were beginning to evolve, which implied that the zombies were also undergoing transformation. Basic zombies, ranked 1 to 3, could merely shuffle about, while those of level 3 and above would develop a crystal core in their brains. Intermediate zombies, ranked 4 to 6, possessed the subconscious ability to assess advantages and disadvantages, awakening a sense of territory and gaining control over basic zombies. The advanced zombies, ranked 7 to 9, could command all lesser zombies and might even exhibit mutations, acquiring abilities akin to those of humans. At the pinnacle of the zombie hierarchy stood the Zombie King, to whom all zombies must obey. Su Xiaoxiao speculated that in due time, or perhaps soon, humanity would gain a deeper understanding of zombies. She sensed that her powers might allow her to heal minor wounds. According to the novel, healing abilities could delay zombification and completely mend physical and psychological injuries. Such healing powers were exceedingly rare, rendering their wielders highly sought after, as they were welcomed in any base they visited. Due to their scarcity, water-based abilities were continuously evolving, gradually assuming a healing role. However, compared to healing powers, they could not offer complete cures and were ineffective in preventing infection. Nonetheless, the role of a healer was perpetually in demand, regardless of time or place. "Are you similar to Bai Qingqing? It seems she cannot manipulate water?" Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and earnestly stated, "I cannot compare to her. She embodies a healing essence, whereas I am akin to the water element." "It seemed as though you were quite knowledgeable about these matters. By the way, it was you who suggested the idea on the day of the zombie outbreak, wasn't it?" Chen Meng asked curiously, sensing that she possessed a sort of foresight. "Not quite. I sometimes read novels on my phone and gleaned some insights from them." Su Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around as she sought an excuse, dreading to return to that topic. Chunming squinted her eyes and leaned closer to Su Xiaoxiao, exclaiming loudly, "Were you perhaps still half asleep that day?" After saying this, she burst into laughter and walked away. Although Chunming had provided her with a seemingly perfect explanation, there remained an unsettling feeling lingering in the air. An idea sparked within her. Su Xiaoxiao gathered a few droplets of water upon her hand, skillfully directing them towards Chunming's chin and neck. As June unfolds, the weather in City has begun to warm, compounded by the outbreak of the zombie virus, which has caused global temperatures to rise by several tenths of a degree Celsius. The droplets, when sprinkled upon her skin, do not evoke a chilling sensation. Instead, they impart a refreshing coolness to Chunming. "How much longer must we remain here?" Chunming inquired, her gaze drifting to the dwindling supplies within her backpack. Crack! Su Xiaoxiao bit into a cookie, uncertain of what to make of their thoughts. Chunming squeezed onto the sofa where she was seated, her smile bearing an unsettling quality. "What is the nature of your relationship with Lu Xiaoran? It seems your attention towards him has intensified." Several times, she had caught Su Xiaoxiao gazing at Lu Xiaoran. Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly waved her hand, shaking her head. "What do you mean by what's going on? Nothing is happening." She merely sought to attach herself to someone influential, and the heroine was still nearby. "Oh, could you perhaps make a greater effort? Capture his heart." Chunming sighed, feeling the weight of her sister's romantic struggles. "Look at Bai Qingqing. She s with Lu Xiaoran every day. And then look at you, just eating. Chunming snatched the cookies from Su Xiaoxiao's hand and began to indulge herself. "You simply want to eat cookies." That was the last pack of strawberry biscuits. Su Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anger that she could not express. She realized that her feelings for Lu Xiaoran had faded. Her previous infatuation was merely a result of her own blindness. The crux of the matter was that she could not act upon her emotions. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open broke the silence. Chunming and Su Xiaoxiao simultaneously looked up to see Bai Qingqing entering with Lu Xiaoran and his companions. Panic began to rise within her. Lu Xiaoran cast a cold, piercing glance in her direction. "Why haven't you seen Meow?" Bai Qingqing remarked, oblivious to the absence of the small figure. Su Xiaoxiao wished for nothing more than to find a crack in the floor to disappear into. Her head hung low, unwilling to lift it. "Today, I procured some vegetables from outside. Let me prepare dinner for everyone tonight," Bai Qingqing announced as she entered the kitchen with a bag in hand, leaving a few individuals in the living room, where the atmosphere became stagnant. I will go assist her," Chunming said, abandoning Su Xiaoxiao to remain alone in this place. She could no longer bear it. The living room was left with only Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Xiaoran. Chapter 14. Survivors, why are you so tense? Lu Xiaoran observed Su Xiaoxiao with a calm demeanor. Su Xiaoxiao was restless, yet not anxious. "Su Xiaoxiao, why are you so timid?" Stealing a glance and immediately averting her gaze elsewhere. Lu Xiaoran could undoubtedly be described as the most handsome character in the narrative, standing an impressive height of 6 feet 3 inches. With a physique that is nothing short of perfection, he possesses eyebrows as sharp as a sword, a chiseled visage, and a prominent nose. Most striking of all are his eyes, reminiscent of a turbulent sea under the night sky, compelling one to delve deeper. Sitting on the sofa opposite Su Xiaoxiao, clad in a windbreaker paired with cargo pants, he exudes an undeniable charm of mature masculinity. Su Xiaoxiao had a deep affection for this character while watching. However, now that the real person sits before her, an overwhelming sense of pressure envelopes her. After Su Xiaoxiao uttered these words, Lu Xiaoran fell silent, directing his gaze towards the potted plant outside the window. Although Su Xiaoxiao lacked culinary skills, she was willing to learn on the spot, even if it meant standing. Just as she contemplated entering the kitchen to stand, Chunming emerged first, carrying a plate of bok choy. "Here's the first dish. You all can tidy up the dining table," she remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Su Xiaoxiao before hastily returning indoors without a moment's pause. Su Xiaoxiao tugged at the corner of her mouth, resignedly tidying up the table. Truly, not a sliver of opportunity for escape was afforded to her. Lu Xiaoran also intended to rise and assist, But Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly interjected, "You needn't trouble yourself. I can manage here." Observing her demeanor, which suggested she was bracing for a formidable challenge, Lu Xiaoran raised an eyebrow. Was this her version of being unperturbed? Consequently, he settled back into his seat, watching as Su Xiaoxiao continued her efforts. Throughout that time, Su Xiaoxiao felt a piercing gaze upon her. Though devoid of malice, it was unmistakably potent, making it exceedingly difficult to ignore. Fortunately, Meng Liang entered with Gao Li in tow. Su Xiaoxiao let out a deep sigh. Lu Xiaoran quietly observed her and rose to fetch a glass of water. "I am utterly exhausted. After these past few days, I can finally enjoy a proper rest." Gao Li collapsed onto the sofa as soon as he entered, stretching widely. "It seems that the zombies have become more formidable lately, but I feel my abilities are becoming increasingly adept." Gao Li also got up to drink a glass of water. "I overheard the people at the base mention that the electricity and water are no longer functioning. However, it appears they have found some solutions." Gao Li felt as though he had forgotten something, yet he could not recall it at that moment. Once the meal was prepared, he suddenly remembered, "It seems a significant figure from another base is expected to arrive at ours in the next couple of days." "What kind of figure?" Meng Liang inquired. "I have no idea, but judging by Gao Qi's demeanor, it must be someone of considerable importance," Gao Li pondered. "Have you found your family?" Meng Liang's expression soured as he replied, "No, I haven't tea. After arriving at the base, I went to the living quarters to search, but I found no trace of them. These past few days, I have searched the vicinity with Lu Xiaoran and Bai Qingqing, yet to no avail." Gao Li patted Meng Liang's back, offering consolation. "It's all right. Perhaps they arrived at the base with others." "Let's hope so," Meng Liang could only think. "Bai Qingqing's cooking is truly delightful," Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, savoring the long-awaited taste of cooked food after subsisting on rations for the past few days, which had rendered her palate nearly desensitized. Gao Li equate has sentiments. After the meal, Su Xiaoxiao eagerly volunteered to wash the dishes, successfully secluding herself in the kitchen to wash them leisurely. Upon returning to her room, she saw Chen Meng sitting on the windowsill, cradling a potted plant. Upon noticing her entrance, Chen Meng turned and smiled at her. "Xiaoxiao, how much longer do you think we will endure this?" Chen Meng gazed out into the pitch-black night, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Su Xiaoxiao approached her, softly whispering, "Everything will be all right." Though she had not finished reading the novel, she firmly believed that humanity would ultimately prevail in this battle. She embraced Chen Meng, gently patting her back, understanding that Chen Meng longed for home. "I have an ominous feeling," Chen Meng murmured in her arms. Under Su Xiaoxiao's comforting presence, Chen Meng gradually fell asleep. After a while, a sigh echoed in the darkness of the room. The following morning, Chen Meng, brimming with excitement, awakened Su Xiaoxiao. "Let's explore the base today. I have been so preoccupied with helping Meow find someone that I haven't taken the time to truly appreciate this place." Su Xiaoxiao forcefully opened her hazy eyes, feeling like a wooden puppet being manipulated by Chen Meng. Just as they were about to step outside, they encountered Bai Qingqing, who had just emerged from her room. Eager to curry favor with the protagonist and strengthen their bond, Su Xiaoxiao invited her to join them. The three vibrant and youthful university students strolled down the street, capturing the attention of passers-by, particularly with their striking beauty and slender figures. As the original female lead, Bai Qingqing's appearance was undoubtedly captivating. Yet what made her even more alluring was her delicate and gentle demeanor, effortlessly garnering the attention and affection of the opposite sex. Chen Meng, a charming and vivacious girl, also possessed an appealing countenance that drew the eye. Although Su Xiaoxiao was a mere supporting character in the original narrative, the author would not portray an unattractive woman pursuing the male lead, ensuring that Su Xiaoxiao's beauty was commendable. After her transmigration, she no longer exuded the aura of a background character. As they passed a street corner, a man who resembled a thug whistled at the three of them, leering with a crude gaze. Such men were truly detestable. Chen Meng expressed her disdain, wishing that such impolite individuals would simply vanish. Bai Qingqing, who was quite popular at school, had encountered such situations before, though rarely so brazenly. Her beautiful brows knitted slightly in displeasure. "It's all right. Men like that won't last long," Su Xiaoxiao remarked with a light scoff. Accompanied by her expression, The comment elicited laughter from both by Qingqing and Chunming. Indeed, Chunming exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Chapter 15. Qi Xian. Thanks to this little interlude, the rapport among the three deepened as they continued their leisurely conversation. "Why have you been looking so glum these past few days?" Chunming inquired with curiosity. Whenever Bai Qingqing had encountered her recently, she had seemed troubled, her brow furrowed. "I haven't spoken to Qi Xian in several days," she confessed, lamenting the fact that she hadn't even laid eyes on Qi Xian. "Perhaps she has been busy," Su Xiaoxiao speculated, though she decided against voicing her thoughts upon noticing Bai Qingqing's expression. Yet, fate would have it that they would encounter Qi Xian just around the next corner. Qi Xian was pressed against a burly man, nuzzling against his neck, her clothing becoming increasingly revealing. They could see the man's hands slipping beneath Qi Xian's garment, his expression one of smug flirtation. Indeed, it felt as if she had matured and grown more alluring during their time apart. "Xin Xin," Bai Qingqing called out, stepping forward. Qi Xian slowly turned her head, her red lipstick enhancing her vivacious appearance. The man noticed Bai Qingqing, his eyes lighting up. "Do you know her?" he asked, intrigued. "She's a college friend," Qi Xian replied, though she did not seem pleased by their presence. "Shall I introduce you?" The man expressed interest in Bai Qingqing, having not encountered anyone quite as beautiful as her in quite some time. Even a simple t-shirt paired with ordinary jeans made her stand out remarkably. "The two individuals beside me are quite impressive, particularly the one in the middle, who exudes a distinctive personality. The one on the far right is also quite attractive, albeit with a lesser presence. He seems to prefer the company of those in the middle and on the left." "Huigo, are you jesting?" said Qi Xian, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated unwillingness. "Am I not formidable enough?" Huigo scoffed, for he was among the elite of the base. Even the leader showed him a modicum of respect. Were it not for Qi Xian's decent looks, he would hardly have engaged in conversation with her. Qi Xian felt humiliated, her expression darkening, especially in front of the person she loathed most, the weight of old grievances mingling with new resentments, stirring a tempest of bitterness within her. In the past, the sound of his voice would have set Hui Ji's heart aflutter, but now, encountering such exquisite individuals, he found her bothersome. "Since you want to introduce me, I shall take the initiative to acquaint myself with these lovely ladies," he declared, approaching them with ill intent. As Huigo advanced, they retreated, and the crowd gathered around them, none stepping forward to assist. Observing Bai Qingqing and Chunming's startled expressions, Su Xiaoxiao coldly admonished, "Advance another step, and watch your feet." Huigo chuckled dismissively, his arrogance blinding him to her warning. "Ha ha ha. Do you think I was frightened to know who I am? I merely wish to make friends, yet your attitude deeply wounds me." Qi Xian remained silent, neither speaking up nor intervening. Su Xiaoxiao's gaze flickered as she positioned herself in front of Chunming and Bai Qingqing. With her right hand poised, she hurled a water balloon, measuring 30 centimeters in diameter, forcefully towards Brother Hui. "Is that all? So you are also an ability user?" Brother Hui swiftly sidestepped, avoiding even the slightest contact with the water balloon. Su Xiaoxiao continued to hurl dozens of small water balloons, which appeared to Brother Hui as mere playthings, devoid of any threat. Bai Qingqing watched anxiously as Su Xiaoxiao engaged him, feeling utterly helpless and consumed by her own impatience. Brother Hui, having assessed Su Xiaoxiao's offensive capabilities, regarded them with disdain, casually employing his metal-based abilities to conjure barriers. Noticing Broder Hui's dismissive attitude, Chunming retrieved several packets of seeds from her pocket and scattered them at his feet. As the seeds made contact with the ground, she swiftly accelerated their germination, ensnaring Brother Hui's legs and momentarily hindering his mobility. At the opportune moment, Su Xiaoxiao gathered her strength and hurled a water balloon at him, soaking his clothes thoroughly. "Damn it," Huij cursed, infuriated by the two women, as he used his powers to detach the vines from his feet, glaring venomously at them. How dare they humiliate him in front of everyone? That detestable woman. He was determined to torment them mercilessly. Qi Xian, upon witnessing the fury in Huij's eyes, felt a surge of delight. She relished the thought of seeing them in such a disgraceful state. How could they possibly remain unscathed beside Lu Xiaoran? Her manicured fingers left marks on her palm as she summoned 10 blades from her golden energy, their polished surfaces gleaming in the sunlight. I will ensure your demise is swift. With that, the blades shot towards Xiaoxiao, who was not far away, even catching a glimpse of herself reflected on the blades. Too fast. Suddenly, the severed seedling branches quickly formed a wall of grass before Xiaoxiao, intercepting the incoming blades. Though the wall was somewhat small, a few blades still grazed her body, causing minimal harm. She cast a grateful glance at Chunming. Truly relentless. Huai spat on the ground and prepared to attack once more. Who allows you to fight in the base? A group of patrollers rushed over, dispersing the onlookers. Hi, so it's you, one of the reprimanding figures said, his tone shifting to one of obsequiousness upon recognizing him. Huai sneered, what? Is that a problem? Not all. The patroller forced a smile. The boss was just looking for you, saying it was urgent. Huai had no interest in the so-called boss. His sole desire was to overpower the 2 women before him. Noticing that Huai was ignoring him, the patroller hesitated to offend him and reiterated the urgency of the situation. Huai, the boss is really in a hurry. Let's just let it go this time. I'll take care of them for you. Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but if we cross paths again. He cast a wicked glance at them before turning to leave. Huai, wait for me. Xiaoxiao glanced back at them momentarily before twisting her body to follow after him. If he hadn't left so swiftly, we could have certainly taken him on. Chunming scoffed after he departed, her eyes warily observing the patrollers. We still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. Chunming looked in astonishment at their retreating figures. Weren't they just saying they would deal with that Huai? Because he dares not offend Huai, nor us. He's an ordinary person. If he had powers, he certainly wouldn't fear them. I'm sorry I couldn't be of assistance, but Ching said, filled with remorse. It's all right. This isn't your fault, nor ours, Xiaoxiao reassured her. Indeed, it is clearly that scoundrel named Huai's fault. Chunming concurred with Xiaoxiao's sentiments, yet she found herself somewhat perplexed. Why would Xiaoxiao be in his company? I am unsure. Ever since the apocalypse, she felt increasingly bewildered by Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Allow me to assist you with your treatment. By Ching promptly offered. Chapter 16, Meow returned home, discovering that the door next door was ajar, easily revealing the positions of those inside, who had also noticed her presence. What troubles you? Gaulin Kidat Pujlat. Why do both of you appear so distressed, and your clothes are torn? We encountered a madman on the road. Chunming reflected on the incident with lingering anger, realizing her own frailty had led to Xiaoxiao's injury. He introduced himself as Deng Hui. He seems to have a decent rapport with the base's leader. Are you acquainted with him? Xiaoxiao would certainly not forgive him for inflicting harm upon herself. That's him, Chunming exclaimed. Did he trouble you? What a repugnant man. From Chunming's words, Gaoli inferred the events that had transpired, glancing at the injured Xiaoxiao and the guilt ridden by Ching. This could pose a problem. He was a favored figure in the eyes of the base's leader. He later learned that the leader's abilities were not particularly formidable, hence his reliance on those endowed with greater powers. Gaoli invited them inside to sit and rest. Upon entering, she felt as if she had been adrift, lacking a sense of belonging. After comforting Chunming the previous night, she pondered her own situation. She had ventured into this world alone, devoid of any familiar faces, and was compelled to confront life and death. Today's battle illuminated the fact that death in this world was a rather uncomplicated affair. As long as one possessed strength, respect would invariably follow. Thus, Xiaoxiao secretly resolved to strengthen her relationship with the protagonists. While she believed that saving the world was beyond her capabilities, she pledged to provide unwavering emotional support and meticulous care for them in their endeavors. Xiaoxiao's eyes darted around, deciding to let that last remark go. She would offer her support to them in spirit. However, she sensed that there was a distinct lack of chemistry between Lu Xiaoran and Bai Qingqing, an unremarkable dullness. Never mind. As the saying goes, the boat will naturally straighten itself when it reaches the bridge. Their matters were best left for them to manage. Upon entering, Gaoli was amusing them with laughter, while Lu Xiaoran and Meng Liang occupied the nearby sofa. She chose not to join them, instead retreating to the balcony, leaning against the railing. Perhaps due to her water-related abilities, her tolerance for heat had significantly increased. She felt the gentle caress of the wind upon her cheeks, brushing through her long hair. The atmosphere inside was reminiscent of previous gatherings with friends, lively and exuberant. The next day, as Xiaoxiao descended to dispose of the garbage, she overheard two women discussing. "Hey, have you heard? It seems the base has sent people to see something. Did someone's child go missing? Impossible. They say that regardless of gender, any child is being taken. I recall you have a child too. What about yours? I haven't dared to let him outside these past few days, not even into the living room. I bring his meals to his room." At this point, Xiaoxiao felt a surge of worry for Meow. What if her relatives failed to keep her safe? Xiaoxiao wished to visit Meow, yet apprehensive about potential complications. She contemplated her own capabilities and decided to summon Gao Li to accompany her. After swiftly disposing of the trash, she hurried to their residence, knocking on the door and ringing the bell. Half a minute passed without a response, leading Xiaoxiao to suspect they might have ventured out. Just as she resolved to knock again, the door swung open. A waft of steam enveloped the air, which she keenly perceived. "What are you doing?" she stammered, taken aback. Lu Xiaoran appeared, clad only in a towel around his lower half, one hand on the door and the other drying his hair with a towel. He had evidently just emerged from the bathroom, droplets of water still clinging to his skin, cascading down his neck and along his abdominal muscles before disappearing beneath the towel. "There's a male siren here. I'm looking for Gaoli." "Yes, Gaoli." Xiaoxiao almost forgot her purpose, mesmerized. Lu Xiaoran stepped aside to let her in, mentioning that Gao Li had just stepped out. "Is there something urgent?" he inquired. "Not exactly urgent. I just wanted him to accompany me to see Meow. Please wait a couple of minutes," she replied. After Lu Xiaoran spoke, he turned and retreated into his room. Is he leaving just like that? Surprisingly, it had not yet been 2 minutes when Lu Xiaoran re-emerged, now dressed in a different outfit. Although he looked quite dashing in this new attire, it still. Xiaoxiao gazed at the heavily cloaked Lu Xiaoran and let out a soft click of her tongue, feeling a twinge of regret. "Shall we go? Are you coming with me?" Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it essential to have Gao Li?" He lowered his gaze at her. "Not necessarily. The male protagonist should be more formidable than Gao Li, although she had yet to witness him in battle." As the two walked along the bustling street, the chatter of passers-by filled the air. "Are we simply strolling like this?" Xiaoxiao felt somewhat embarrassed. She had not inquired about their current residence when parting ways with Meow that day. Lu Xiaoran was taken aback by her ignorance of the destination. Observing her dejected demeanor, he opened his mouth to speak, but then fell silent, distracted by the absence of Meow. Xiaoxiao was lost in thought when suddenly she heard a few familiar voices. "Did you give it?" "Yes, we did, and they praised our Meow for her beauty. Fortunate to have inherited the virtues of my brother." It was Meow's relatives. Looking up, she discovered the couple, each burdened with numerous bags. She hurried forward, asking, "Where's Meow? Why haven't I seen her?" The couple, equally surprised to encounter her there, wore expressions of confusion and discomfort. Seeing her alone seemed to ease their anxiety. "How should I know? She loves to play so much. She never listens when I tell her. Who knows where she has gone?" Xiaoxiao never anticipated that his demeanor would suddenly shift to such a hostile tone, starkly contrasting with his previous attitude. She restrained herself and inquired, "Where do you think she might have gone?" "I will search for her. The streets have been rather unsafe lately." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. Chapter 17. Saving Meow. 1. Xiaoxiao's temper flared, after being treated in such a manner despite her polite demeanor. She decided not to waste her breath any longer and intended to let them go. Seizing the moment when she was distracted, the man lunged at her forcefully, causing her to fall to the ground. Upon witnessing her tumble, he immediately took his wife and fled, only to have his arm seized, resulting in excruciating pain. Lu Xiaoran exerted his strength, yanking him back while deftly sidestepping to assist Xiaoxiao to her feet. "What the hell are you doing?" she exclaimed, having twisted her ankle upon the fall, feeling a piercing pain. Lu Xiaoran unleashed a bolt of his electrical ability aimed dangerously close to the man's groin. The man, terrified, met his icy gaze, unable to utter a word for fear of further retaliation. "Where's Meow Meow?" Lu Xiaoran demanded, his fierce presence overwhelming, surprising the man with the intensity of his youthful authority. Trembling, he finally confessed, I sent her to the base." He justified himself, claiming the people at the base assured him she would be well cared for, insisting he had no other choice. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoxiao glared at him with fury and exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Are you truly oblivious to the intentions of those individuals?" The man, taken aback by Xiaoxiao's confrontation, fell silent, his gaze wandering. Although he was unaware of the impending events, he certainly understood that those people harbored no good intentions for Meow Meow. "Scoundrel!" Xiaoxiao cursed once more before turning on her heel and sprinting towards the base, hoping to arrive swiftly. Lu Xiaoran cast a cold glance in his direction, sneering, and then pursued Xiaoxiao. The man, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, breathed a sigh of relief as they departed. Soon, an unrelenting surge of electricity coursed through his body, starting from his feet, then his hands, and ultimately reaching his brain. Unable to endure the torment any longer, he collapsed, frothing at the mouth, while his wife stood by, too frightened to approach. "Xiaoxiao, you must remain calm," Lu Xiaoran urged as he caught up to her, placing a hand on her shoulder to halt her advance. "How can I possibly remain calm when Meow Meow is so small?" Xiaoxiao shrugged off Lu Xiaoran's hand and pressed onward. "Are you truly intending to rush in there alone?" Lu Xiaoran grasped her, locking his eyes onto hers with intensity. At present, Xiaoxiao's mood completely precluded her from noticing the intimate gestures and proximity between the two. It was only when they reached downstairs and she beheld Chunming's astonished gaze that she recognized the closeness of their actions. She feigned nonchalance as she extricated herself from Lu Xiaoran's grasp, oblivious to the shadow that fell over his eyes in the wake of her withdrawal. Xiaoxiao hurried over to Chunming and recounted the events that had just transpired, along with the news she had overheard that morning. Upon hearing her, Chunming, equally incensed, nearly let slip a curse. "These scoundrels!" It was indeed a relief to see everyone gathered. Chunming succinctly relayed Xiaoxiao's account to the group, and they collectively found the behavior disgraceful, appalled that someone would sell their dignity for personal gain. "What should we do now?" Gaolinkirat. Meng Liang paused momentarily. "At present, our strength is insufficient to confront them." As Xiaoxiao regained her composure, she acknowledged that their strength was undoubtedly insufficient, even though the male protagonist was formidable. They too possessed abilities. However, they remained unaware of the number of ability users within the base, and their own powers were too feeble to be of assistance. They might end up needing to be rescued by Chunming, just as during that incident with Brother Hui. "Who says we must confront them head-on?" Lu Xiaoran remarked, lifting his cup to take a sip. "Are you suggesting we could sneak in and rescue her?" Xiaoxiao retorted, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she gazed at him. "Indeed," Lu Xiaoran replied lightly. "Right? How could I not think of that? We can quietly infiltrate and liberate Meow Meow." Chunming exclaimed, striking her head lightly. "That should be termed as a rescue, not as theft," Gali corrected her. "But we have never been to the base," Qingqing pointed out. Lu Xiaoran had secretly explored the base over the past few days, and once Gao Li completed his reconnaissance, they would merge their findings to formulate a foolproof plan. "Wonderful. Thank you all so much." Meow Meow was brought in without proper authorization, and now you are risking so much for her. "I am truly moved," she expressed gratefully. "It's nothing. Though we have only spent a few days together, we regard Meow Meow as our own sister, and we all bear the responsibility to rescue her if trouble arises," Chunming said, patting her shoulder to reassure her. Thus, the plan was set in motion. The following day, Gao Li ventured out to scout the base, while the others dispersed to observe the surroundings. Gao Li documented everything he encountered on paper and labeled each room. Gathered around a table, they scrutinized his notes. "Are you certain you've covered everything?" Chunming inquired skeptically. After reviewing the floor plans and rooms depicted on the paper, they struggled to conceive where Meow Meow could be hidden. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoran pointed to the ground and stated, "If we can't find her above, then we shall look below." This revelation sparked a shift in their thinking. No wonder this base seems so compact. It's built underground. That explains why we couldn't find anything. Galley remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Who would have thought to build underground, defying conventions? The ground is the perfect hiding spot, and the security is likely much stricter there, making it difficult for us to find an opportunity to enter, Meng Liang mused, furrowing his brow. If we cannot enter, let's compel them to open the doors, Lu Xiaoran suggested. I just remembered, didn't I mention a notable figure? It seems the base's leader is planning to hold a welcoming ceremony soon and is inviting everyone for a tour, Gao Li proposed, considering it a viable strategy. We can take advantage of the chaos to slip in. This is a splendid idea, Meng Liang concurred. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, hoping that Meow had not suffered any harm and that she would await their rescue. Soon, the base indeed announced a welcome ceremony, inviting everyone to participate. We shall disguise ourselves as 3 couples and enter separately to avoid arousing suspicion, Gao Li proposed. Which of us will pair up? Shen Meng inquired. Gao Li was uncertain. He was aware that Bai Qingqing harbored feelings for Lu Gu, yet it seemed Lu Gu did not reciprocate those sentiments. Hesitant to involve himself in their affairs, he took several slips of white paper, inscribed the numbers 1, 2, and 3 on them, folded them into small balls, and held them in his palm. After shaking them briefly, he scattered them on the table. Those who drew matching numbers would be considered a couple. Chapter 18. Welcome Gao Li was the first to draw, followed by Bai Qingqing, Meng Liang, Chen Meng, and Su Xiaoxiao. After they had all drawn, Lu Xiaoran leisurely extended his hand to pick. I have drawn a 2, Gao Li announced as he unfolded his slip. 1, Meng Liang declared. I am number 2, Chen Meng stated. Bai Qingqing glanced at the number on her paper and then turned to look at Lu Xiaoran. 3, Lu Xiaoran said in a deep voice. Su Xiaoxiao observed that they had all finished speaking, mistakenly believing that she would enter alongside Meng Liang. She effortlessly unfolded the note, her grip on the paper tightening slightly in a moment of anxiety. Su Xiaoxiao questioned whether her eyes were deceiving her, and with a vigorous blink, she confirmed that it was indeed Gao Li's third piece. Bai Qingqing resolved to take the initiative. All right, then I shall team up with Meng Liang. Su Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding, but before she could finish her words, Lu Xiaoran interrupted her. What is assigned is what one receives. Everyone present comprehended the implication of this statement. Lu Xiaoran harbored an aversion towards her. Bai Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a tinge of grievance evident upon her features. Oh dear, it is merely a grouping. It could represent a romantic pairing or a sibling bond, could it not? Gao Li cast a knowing glance towards Chen Meng. Receiving the cue, Chen Meng, not wishing to witness Bai Qingqing's distress any longer, quickly concurred with Gao Li. Indeed. Taking a deep breath, Bai Qingqing made a valiant effort to muster a smile. I apologize. It is my fault. Su Xiaoxiao felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Yet she dared not retort in front of Lu Xiaoran. Noticing that Bai Qingqing had fallen silent, she too refrained from saying anything further. Lu Xiaoran gazed intently outside, contemplating the plan that had just been settled. The 6 of them would split up upon their arrival at the base the following morning, focusing primarily on the leader of the base while ensuring their own safety. However, Meng Liang lacked any supernatural abilities, and Bai Qingqing's powers were not suited for combat. It suddenly dawned on Su Xiaoxiao that they had overlooked the aspect of fighting, having solely considered their numbers. Indeed, to put it succinctly, neither of them possessed any combat skills, Chen Meng remarked bluntly. Meng Liang adjusted his glasses, hesitating to speak further. Su Xiaoxiao displayed an awkward yet polite smile. The boisterous Chen Meng remained oblivious to their actions. Once inside, they moved in unison. Lu Xiaoran turned to observe them. The following morning, Chen Meng yawned and stretched, remarking, Xiaoxiao, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? You don't seem very well rested. I'm a bit worried about Meow, so I didn't sleep well. She replied. Chen Meng reassured her, it's all right. We will definitely rescue Meow. They parted ways for 10 minutes, with Lu Xiaoran and Su Xiaoxiao being the last pair. In Lu Xiaoran's presence, Su Xiaoxiao hesitated to speak loudly, her steps cautious and small. Although Lu Xiaoran initially paid her no mind, he noticed the distance between them and the expression on her face. Are we not familiar with each other? He mused. considering the space where 2 or 3 more people could comfortably stand. Not all. We are teammates, right? She thought, harboring a flicker of hope that if he acknowledged her words, he would be inclined to assist her in any future difficulties. Lu Xiaoran glanced at her, the thoughts swirling in his mind evident on his face. How wonderful. Xiaoxiao felt a rush of relief as the crowd gradually thickened. With many heading to the welcome event, she had no choice but to draw closer to Lu Xiaoran, lest she fall far behind. Noticing this, Lu Xiaoran's lips curled into a slight smile. Soon, they arrived at the front of the base, where, in a gesture of respect for the newcomers, they allowed those without supernatural abilities to enter the base and join in the festivities, demonstrating that the base warmly welcomed everyone, regardless of their powers. Xiaoxiao and her companion successfully entered the venue, only to discover that it was markedly different from their last visit. A small platform had been set up in a cleared area, surrounded by wine glasses, reminiscent of a quaint soiree. Albeit the attire of the attendees was not of silk or satin, nor were they adorned in extravagant gowns. As they peered further inside, they noticed that the earlier arrivals had congregated in a singular spot, exchanging fleeting glances with one another. Thus, they discreetly made their way to the same location. How are things on your end? Xiaoxiao invited softly. Kaoshis serving her surroundings. Gao Li and I examined the left side, while Meng Liang and his group scrutinized the right. We found nothing of note, Gao Li replied. The group remained pensive, as Lu Xiaoran surveyed the area with a discerning eye. Suddenly, an individual, elegantly shaking his glass, made his way towards the corner and the center of the room. His tall stature and captivating features drew the attention of passers-by, who were eager to greet him. However, he moved with such swiftness that by the time they mustered the courage to approach, he had already vanished into another part of the venue. Xiaoxiao inexplicably felt akin to a butterfly flitting from flower to flower, alighting briefly before darting away. Indeed, Lu Gu is truly impressive. Gao Li raised his thumb in admiration. Once their positions were determined, the 6 individuals divided into 3 groups and dispersed. However, with Xiaoxiao by Lu Xiaoran's side, his pace noticeably slowed, encircled by others. Xiaoxiao was jostled back and forth by the crowd, her head spinning to the point of dizziness. She felt that before she could even make her way out, she might collapse right there. Suddenly, a force tugged at her, causing her to lose her balance and topple over. Thud! It seemed she had fallen against someone whose solid and powerful muscles enveloped her. The enticing scent wafted around her as a large hand suddenly encircled her waist. Logically, there shouldn't be anyone she recognized in this place, yet the figure closest to her, with that build, could only be Lu Xiaoran. Within Xiaoxiao's heart, it felt as though a groundhog were screaming in turmoil. "Excuse me, please make way." The crowd that had gathered around her, witnessing her being embraced by him, gasped in surprise, realizing that she was not alone. Some lost interest and drifted away. Yet, there remained others who, feeling superior to Xiaoxiao, cast ambiguous glances at Lu Xiaoran. Beside them, Meng Liang calmly suggested, "Perhaps you should choose someone else. Brother Lu is unlikely to be fond of you." Bai Qingqing shook her head, resolute in her intentions. She had persistently followed in Lu Xiaoran's footsteps, yearning to be the one standing beside him. Having accompanied him for so long, she had witnessed many who, due to their appearance and lineage, had drawn close to him, only to ultimately fade away. Yet she had persevered, convinced of her own potential. However, as she observed the flustered Xiaoxiao, something within her began to waver, only to be promptly suppressed. Xiaoxiao was thus embraced by Lu Xiaoran as they exited, not by her own volition, but rather because any attempt to struggle felt akin to being bound by iron chains, rendering her powerless to escape. After several futile attempts, she resigned herself to her fate. Chapter 19. The small door once they had navigated through the crowd, Lu Xiaoran finally released her. "Shall we proceed with our plan now?" Xiaoxiao discreetly touched her waist while he was preoccupied with surveying their surroundings. "Ouch, it hurts. It must be bruised." Xiaoxiao murmured softly, "Just wait a little longer." Lu Xiaoran gazed out at the bustling passersby outside the window. Xiaoxiao discreetly lifted her gaze to observe Lu Xiaoran's expression. Although she did not fully comprehend what Lu Xiaoran meant by "wait a moment," she trusted that he had his reasons for saying so. Nonetheless, a sense of urgency lingered in her eyes, as she feared for Meow's safety. The two of them were positioned at the far side of a small platform in the bustling hall, approximately 50 meters away. The atmosphere was lively, yet the center stage remained unoccupied. Surely, Lu Xiaoran had brought her here for a specific purpose, she thought. As if on cue, a group emerged from the opposite side of the platform, flanked by security personnel on either side, while a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance stood at the center, exuding an aura of inscrutability, clearly the leader of this base. To his right stood a bespectacled young man clad in a white lab coat, presumably one of the representatives sent from another base, as Hailey had mentioned. Upon catching sight of the man beside him, Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated in shock. It was none other than Deng Hui, the very individual who had clashed with him previously. Overwhelmed by fear, she immediately averted her gaze and subtly shifted behind Lu Xiaoran. Sensing her movement, Lu Xiaoran glanced at her, then directed his gaze toward the source of her distress. His expression hardened, and with a cold smirk he inquired, "Are you prepared?" Xiaoxiao did not notice the disdain etched upon Lu Xiaoran's face. However, she seemed to perceive the excitement woven within his words. Uncertain of what Lu Xiaoran had uttered, she was about to speak when a tumultuous uproar erupted from the hall. Peering inside, she beheld a throng of ragged individuals, both men and women alike. They relentlessly extracted decayed vegetable leaves and small stones from their bags and tattered garments, hurling them frantically at the figures who stood upon the platform. Their expressions were filled with resentment, tears glistening in their eyes as they cried out, "Return my son, my child. It is you wretches who have caused his demise. Compensate me for my child." The individuals on the platform were caught off guard by the onslaught. Deng Hui swiftly reacted, conjuring a rectangular metallic object from his side, transforming it into a shield to protect the three before him. Other security personnel began to converge, forming a barricade to prevent the projectiles from breaching their defenses. Turning back, Deng Hui endeavored to appease the young man in the white coat. "My apologies, Xiaochun, for this spectacle. Shall we retreat upstairs for a moment?" Observing the base leader's groveling demeanor, Deng Hui's eyes flickered with derision. He smirked silently, and once they departed, he spat dismissively. The ragged crowd was utterly frenzied, indiscriminately attacking anyone who ventured too close. The attending ability users seemed to have forgotten their own powers. Even those who recalled their abilities chose to wield them solely to hasten their escape from this chaotic scene. The atmosphere was rife with disorder. Xiaoxiao and her companions swiftly made their way from behind the small platform to the little door. Xiaoxiao discovered traces indicating the door had been opened, yet she was uncertain whether it was Gao Li and his companions who had descended first. The staircase, designed for a single individual, led downward, with the breathing lights beneath their feet flickering in tandem with their movements. Both individuals moderated their breaths, and as they neared the staircase's edge, Lu Xiaoran grasped Xiaoxiao's arm, tossing a golden button in her direction amidst her puzzled expression. Just as the button touched the ground, a deliberately subdued voice resonated. "Lugo, is that you?" Indeed, it was confirmed that Gao Li and his group had come down first, and Xiaoxiao exhaled softly in relief. Lu Xiaoran acknowledged with a sound, and then released Xiaoxiao, permitting her to descend ahead of him. As Xiaoxiao descended, her vision expanded, revealing a room of approximately 50 square meters. The decor was exceedingly simple, featuring a large bed in the center, accompanied by a writing desk, a wall-mounted cabinet brimming with bottles, and a round table flanked by 2 upholstered chairs. It appeared to be an utterly ordinary small room. Standing nearby were Gao Li and his companions. "Lu Gu, we have conducted our inspection, and there is nothing particularly noteworthy," Gao Li remarked. Initially intending to approach the small door, they keenly heard footsteps from within and promptly concealed themselves to the side. Once the individuals inside had exited, they cautiously ventured in. After searching for a while, they found nothing significant. Lu Xiaoran and Xiaoxiao circled the small house, observing that it was indeed quite akin to an ordinary room. Xiaoxiao felt somewhat disheartened, yet the thought of Meow awaiting her spurred her on to continue the search. Suddenly, she noticed something amiss. A delicate, pastel-hued Barbie doll was perched atop the bed's headboard. However, aside from the leader of the base, it seemed unlikely that anyone else would have ventured into this room. In any case, its presence here felt distinctly out of place, or so Xiaoxiao thought. She approached, attempting to pick it up for a closer inspection, but was unable to do so. Unexpectedly, her hand turned the Barbie doll to the right. Everyone heard a faint click, and the rectangular wine cabinet began to shift aside, revealing a narrow passageway. No wonder it feels like a place riddled with secrets, one door after another, Gowley commented, to which the others nodded in agreement. They ventured further down the path, and the sound of child's cries grew increasingly audible. The group quickened their pace. This passage was not as lengthy as the previous staircase, and they soon reached its exit, where an iron door stood, secured by an enormous lock. Without waiting for anyone to devise a plan, Lu Xiaoran extended his hand towards the lock, using his lightning abilities to blast it open. A sizzling sound emanated from within, accompanied by an indescribable odor. The cries of children filled the air, numerous and haunting. In the current circumstances, their cries were not particularly loud, especially filled with fear, resembling the mewling of frightened kittens. Yet to the ability users and Xiaoxiao, they were deafening. The room was dimly lit, cluttered with numerous small iron cages. Through the bars, one could see children huddled in fear, trembling at the sound, retreating into the shadows, terrified of being seen. Their faces bore the remnants of tears, some still streaming down. Their bodies and hands were marked with wounds. Nearby, empty iron cages lay abandoned. Aside from the cages and the children, a collection of knives with faint traces of blood was positioned directly across from the door. This scene was precisely what they had anticipated. Bastards! Gao Li's volatile temper could no longer be contained, and he erupted in rage. Su Xiao and her companions could not bear to witness such scenes and hurried to the front of the cage, eager to assist in its opening. As soon as her fingers brushed against the bars, a faint, tearful voice emerged from within. I was wrong. Please don't hit me. The child pleaded for mercy, though he was oblivious to the nature of his transgression. She carefully retrieved a small knife from the side and, while gently prying open the cage, offered words of comfort to the frightened child inside. Once the cage was ajar, she did not immediately pull the child out. Instead, she extended her hand in a gesture of embrace. After a brief moment, a pair of grimy little hands emerged from the darkness, hesitantly reaching out. As soon as those small hands rested upon hers, she wrapped him in her arms, holding him tightly. It's all right now. You're safe, she whispered, as the sound of the child's sobs filled the air. As Xiaoxiao embraced him, she diligently pried open the next cage. Before long, all the children trapped within the iron confines were rescued, totaling over a dozen. Among them was Meow, who immediately flung herself into Xiaoxiao's arms, unwilling to let go. After soothing the little ones, as they were about to exit through the small door, a ferocious roar pierced the air. What are you doing? Chapter 20. The rescue and enraged voice resonated from the entrance, prompting them to swiftly shield the children behind them, adopting a defensive stance. The newcomer was a young man who had recently been seen accompanying the leader of the base. Upon noticing the frightened children cowering behind them, his fury intensified, as if he wished to annihilate them with a mere glance. What do you intend to do? He struggled to contain his wrath, striving to maintain an air of composure. What do we intend to do? Look at what you've done. Gowley spat, kicking over a nearby stool, unable to suppress his anger any longer. The young man, met with their resentful gazes, seemed to realize that his actions had been exposed, and he erupted into unabashed laughter. It appears you are all aware, so I need not feign innocence any longer. Dare to oppose me, and this shall be your fate. His eyes glinted with malice, a triumphant smirk adorning his face, as if he had already envisioned their grim demise. Xiaoxiao never anticipated that he would hurl a hand grenade into the room. The space was so confined that there was scarcely anywhere to take refuge. As he began to speak, Xiaoxiao and her companions had already sprung into action, hastily retracing their steps. Chun Ming frantically urged the seeds to mature, while everyone else pushed the children toward the rear. There was no time to contemplate the potential harm to them. Survival was the paramount concern. In mere seconds, the seeds, akin to sponges absorbing water, rapidly took root and sprouted into vines, enveloping the iron door in layer upon layer, effectively sealing the passage. Just as the final layer was completed, an explosion resonated from outside, shaking the surroundings. It was likely that the external area had been decimated. The children, terrified, huddled together. Fearful of crying out and drawing attention to themselves, tightly sealed their lips and shut their eyes in fright. Xiaoxiao felt the trembling of Meow in her arms and embraced her tightly, soothingly whispering, "It's all right, it's all right." Fortunately, the blast of the grenade was not overly powerful. After a brief wait, they realized that the outside had fallen silent. Cautiously, they began to check if any children had been harmed. Thankfully, there were no serious injuries, only minor abrasions, which by ching-ching tended to one by one. The rapid germination of the seeds had exhausted Chunmeng's abilities, so Xiaoxiao supported her against the wall for a moment's respite. Uncertain of the situation outside, they took the opportunity to regroup after all the children had been treated. "All done," Bai Qingqing announced as she lowered her hands, and the white light gradually faded. Chunmeng's complexion returned to a healthy flush. Xiaoxiao observed as Lu Xiaoran retrieved a sharp knife from a distance and approached the vines, prodding them several times without yielding a rupture. At his silent behest, Chunmeng made a small incision, allowing a glimpse of the outside world. "Do you miss your sister?" Xiaoxiao pondered. She felt somewhat helpless, believing they would undoubtedly find a resolution. Thus, she embraced Meow and joined the cluster of children, softly conversing with them to soothe their spirits. That individual likely presumed we were all perished, with the outside reduced to chaos by the grenades. Lu Xiaoran recounted the scene he had witnessed. "When we venture out, each person must carry a few children. Take care not to get scratched." After he spoke, Chunmeng removed all the vines, revealing the exterior. They beheld the devastation. Furniture splintered, walls cracked, and the ground strewn with debris and dust. Xiaoxiao sheltered the children surrounding her, gently guiding them out one by one. Lu Xiaoran spoke up, "I will go ahead and take a look." With that, he took a few steps forward and swiftly disappeared from sight, leaving Xiaoxiao and the others waiting. Before long, footsteps could be heard from above. The others followed suit, and soon they were all departing from the chaotic scene. The turmoil above mirrored that below, with the ground littered with discarded eggs and vegetable leaves, food and decorative items meant for welcoming that had been smashed to the ground, accompanied by a dozen children. It was inconvenient for them to navigate the main street. Thus, Lu Xiaoran chose to traverse the narrow alleys, where few souls were encountered on such an eventful day. They quickly arrived at a house encircled by a wall. Upon opening the door, they found to the left an assortment of dilapidated bicycles and towering piles of cardboard, while to the right stood a kitchen with a makeshift awning and an adjacent rudimentary restroom. In the center lay a modest flat of approximately 60 to 70 square meters. This appeared to be an ordinary recycling station from the days before the apocalypse. Meng Liang emerged from within, taking a child from Lu Xiaoran's arms. "I only discovered this place. It is quite concealed, and typically few venture this way." They said nothing further, simply ushering the children inside. The interior revealed a stark contrast to the dilapidation outside. Upon entry, one could observe 6 neatly arranged single beds on the left, separated by cloth, while the right side housed various daily necessities and 2 tables. I had tidied up a bit beforehand. I did not expect it would come in handy so soon. Meng Liang paused. "I just cleaned up again. These children can stay here." Xiaoxiao and her companions decided to cluster the 6 single beds into one large bed. They placed the children atop it, allowing them to rest and enjoy a peaceful slumber. However, when Xiaoxiao laid Meow down, the child tugged at her sleeve, refusing to let her depart. Noticing that Lu Xiaoran and the others were already waiting by the adjacent table, Xiaoxiao felt a blush creep upon her cheeks. She picked Meow up once more, lowered the curtain, and approached them. The group, witnessing this, chose to remain silent, though their conversation softened. Meow nestled quietly in Xiaoxiao's embrace, emitting not a single sound. Chunmeng brought her a stool. "What shall we do now?" "Gauli inquired anxiously. "That individual surely won't let us off easily. Didn't brother Lu mention that he thought we were dead?" Meng vaguely recalled him saying such a thing. What should we do now? Xiaoxiao asked, concerned. This cannot continue. Given the commotion, someone is bound to come searching. Meng Liang, you must bring those people here tomorrow. Lu Xiran stated calmly, emphasizing the need for discretion and suggesting a staggered approach. Gao Li, feeling perplexed by their conversation, interjected, Wait, what are you talking about? We are in grave danger, and you want that little one to go out and fetch people? His words inadvertently targeted Meng Liang. Observing Meng Liang's serene smile directed at him without a word, Gao Li suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, as if he had forgotten something crucial. Isn't it true? Meng Liang has no special abilities. He reasoned, attempting to justify his concern for Meng Liang. Meng kicked him lightly, exclaiming, Use your brain. We must prioritize the children's safety. At this juncture, Gao Li's lack of understanding would indeed be a matter of intellect. Enlightenment dawned upon him as he exclaimed, But given the current situation, it is undeniably perilous for Meng Liang to venture alone. Do you not trust me? Meng Liang smiled once more, prompting Gao Li to recall his unfortunate encounters with Meng Liang at school. He quickly shook his head, feeling as though he might lose it in the process, and nervously chuckled. No, how could I dare? Seeing Meng Liang's composed demeanor, Gao Li felt he had narrowly escaped a predicament. The priority now was to ensure the children were settled, as it would greatly facilitate their subsequent actions. However, Xiaoxiao's expression was far from pleasant. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke, But what about Meow? Her relatives, upon reflecting on the actions of those two individuals, Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming urge to confront them physically. I had presumed it was a grave issue. We could simply take her with us. Gaulia Sarta, thumping his chest with confidence. Are you truly worried that we cannot ensure her safety? Such words may sound commendable, yet given the current circumstances, particularly since Meow lacks any supernatural abilities and is merely a child, she is far more vulnerable than an ordinary person. Xiaoxiao glanced over at Lu Xiran quietly, lost in her thoughts. Then let us take it with us, Lu Xiran spoke. Xiaoxiao's pupils dilated in surprise. She had not anticipated that he would truly acquiesce. As long as Lu Xiran consented, it signified that Meow could remain. Thus, the decision was made. Once this matter was resolved, we would journey towards the southeast. Meng Liang produced a map from seemingly nowhere and laid it on the table for them to examine. We are currently here, he indicated, but from my observations, we cannot linger in this location. Should a horde of zombies launch a coordinated attack, this base would be unable to withstand it. Meng Liang moved his finger across the map, illustrating their predicament. At that point, escape would be impossible. Gao Li sighed, expressing his disillusionment. I never expected the Dawn base to possess such a commendable name, yet its true nature is so grim. Aside from their mission to rescue Meow, he had previously witnessed the true character of their leader during supply expeditions and genuinely felt that these individuals were unworthy of the Dawn base's esteemed title. This was not what the Dawn base stood for. The group was taken aback by Lu Xiran's revelation, with Gao Li inhaling sharply. Are you implying that the true Dawn base is not this one? It turned out that this Dawn base was merely a counterfeit. The authentic Dawn base was located in the southeast direction they had just mentioned, in M City. During the broadcast of information, certain accents led some individuals to mistakenly identify M City as N City, resulting in a portion of them arriving at N City. Seizing the opportunity, the leaders of N City began to gather talent and establish a Dawn base of their own. Xiaoxiao finally realized that something was amiss. This scene did not exist in her memory, and she had mistakenly thought it insignificant. It turned out to be entirely fictional. It seemed she needed to cling even more tightly to the protagonist group. After their conversation, the children gradually awoke. Meng Liang produced some snacks and child-friendly food to feed them, soothing their fears before laying out several blankets on the ground. The children settled down to sleep on the makeshift bedding. Fortunately, they were not picky. I'll keep watch tonight, Gao Li suggested. There's no need. Everyone should rest tonight, Lu Xiran replied. Although the location was somewhat secluded, there was no immediate danger. Moreover, he rose and positioned a stool near the door, settling down against the wall to rest. Seeing this, Gao Li and the others refrained from further discussion, quickly washing up before preparing to lie down. That night passed without incident. As dawn broke the following day, Meng Liang ventured out alone. Gao Li and the others remained in the house with the children, hoping to alleviate their fears. After much effort to elicit laughter, one child dashed out to the courtyard, calling out in a sweet voice, "Uncle Gao Li, come play." In his excitement, he forgot to caution the others. As he ran outside and picked up a smaller child, a commotion erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw all the children had rushed outside, pairing off and exploring the courtyard, examining things like the old bicycle. It took considerable effort to coax one child back inside, and just as he succeeded, another would slip out, resulting in a cacophony of children's laughter filling the courtyard. Observing the lively scene, Lu Xiaoran remarked, "Let them play. There's no need to intervene." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoran's words, they ceased their attempts to usher the children back inside, simply ensuring there were no hazards in the courtyard. Watching the spirited children, Xiaoxiao suddenly squatted down and asked Meow, "Why aren't you playing with them?" Meow hugged Xiaoxiao and nuzzled her face, saying, "I want to stay with my sister. I feel so comfortable when I'm with you." Meow rested her head on Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Before long, Meng Liang returned with a group of people. Peng, a woman caught sight of the children and immediately recognized her son, exclaiming with excitement. The child, who had been playing with friends, turned at the sound of his name and called back, "Mom." He rushed toward her, and they embraced tightly, reluctant to part. Others soon followed suit, reuniting with their own children. Thank you. Chapter 22. Encounters some individuals attempted to hand over money to Xiaoxiao and her companions, but she quickly waved her hands in refusal. No, it's just a small effort. There's no need for such courtesy. After bidding farewell to them, Meng Liang continued his search for the next group of children as parents. The remaining children gazed at their departing companion, their expressions blank, and their lips quivering as if on the verge of tears. Gao Li and the others hurried to console them, saying, "Why are you crying? Your parents will come to find you shortly." After a while, they finally managed to soothe the children. Gao Li felt utterly exhausted, remarking, "Children are truly daunting. This moment has drained me more than battling zombies for half a day." As Xiaoxiao and her companions overheard this remark, they erupted into laughter. Luga sat there, exuding an aura of comfort, while Gao Li gazed at Lu Xiaoran with envy. Lu Xiaoran, however, turned his back to Gao Li. Before long, the remaining children were taken away by their biological parents. Now, only Meow remained, obediently trailing behind Xiaoxiao. At last it was done. Chun Ming stretched languidly, while Meng Liang wore a worried expression. When I stepped out, I noticed an ability team conducting checks on the streets. Gao Li lamented, "What should we do? Does this mean we're in danger?" Lu Xiaoran furrowed his brow, though his expression was not overly grave. "We shall act tonight and see if there is anything we can collect and take with us." He assessed the distance and realized that they needed to prepare additional supplies and ensure resupply along the way to reach the True Dawn base. "I can venture out to procure some items. It might be inconvenient for you all, especially if they are indeed searching for you," Meng Liang suggested, having not participated in the previous operation nor encountered those in leadership. "I can go as well." Xiaoxiao hopes to offer some assistance, yearning to demonstrate her own worth, especially since they have graciously taken in Meow. In previous endeavors, she had remained in the shadows, likely unnoticed by those around her. "Xiaoxiao, Chun Ming's expression bore a hint of concern. Having heard them speak of the dangers outside, she felt it would be wiser to stay within the confines of the courtyard. Xiaoxiao smiled at Chun Ming, reassuring her not to worry. "It's all right, I will be cautious." She was determined to safeguard herself, and should any danger arise, she would certainly not remain idle. Bai Qingqing initially intended to accompany them, but upon noticing Lu Xiaoran's presence, she refrained from speaking up. Her desire was to remain with Lu Xiaoran. Since Gao Li and Lu Xiaoran had crossed paths previously, Bai Qingqing longed to be with Lu Xiaoran, prompting Xiaoxiao, Meng Liang, and Chun Ming to venture out together. "Why did you come along?" Chun Ming playfully nudged Xiaoxiao's head with her hand, exclaiming with mild exasperation, "Isn't it out of concern for you?" Xiaoxiao joyfully squeezed over to her side, only to suddenly feel something tugging at the hem of her garment. Looking down, she discovered it was Meow, who was also making her way over. Xiaoxiao found herself in a dilemma. Yet the tearful expression on Meow Meow's face was unbearable for her. Thus, she decided to bring Meow Meow along. As they followed Meng Liang out of the narrow alley, they discovered that the streets outside were in disarray, with debris scattered all around, as if they had been ransacked. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiaoxiao and Chun Mingyi positioned themselves before and behind Meow Meow, ensuring her safety. It was as if the surroundings had fallen into silence, devoid of any presence. The quartet treaded cautiously, searching and observing their environment. It appeared that there was nothing left nearby. Evidently, everything had already been taken. Chun Mingyi, discarding an empty bag, expressed her disheartenment. As Xiaoxiao followed closely behind Meow Meow, observing her intently, she reassured her, "It's fine. We can simply change locations later." Meng Liang had just informed them of his intention to explore elsewhere, suggesting that splitting up might yield better results in their search. Inside the room, while they were meticulously scouring their surroundings, a sudden rustling noise caught their attention. They swiftly encircled Meow Meow, retreating to a nearby corner, their gaze fixed upon the source of the sound emanating from the wardrobe. At last, the wardrobe was gently pushed open, hesitating momentarily before swinging wide to reveal two figures emerging, one male and one female, both clad in tattered clothing, the woman's hair a chaotic mess. Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoxiao and her companions remained concealed in the shadows. After confirming the coast was clear, the pair awkwardly crawled out from the wardrobe, their movements clumsy. As they conversed, the woman began to weep once more. The man, displaying visible disdain, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Crying again? All you do is cry." Suddenly, his expression shifted to one of terror, fear flickering in his eyes. In that moment, Xiaoxiao recognized the couple. They were indeed Meow Meow's relatives. The man, realizing they were not part of the previous group, spotted Meow Meow hiding behind them. He took a step forward, but was blocked by Xiaoxiao and Chun Ming. "What are you doing? Is it wrong for me to hold my niece? Step aside." He forcefully shoved Chun Ming aside, while the woman advanced to restrain Xiaoxiao. Chun Ming was thrust against the wall, prompting Xiaoxiao to rush over to check if she was injured. Meanwhile, the man scooped Meow Meow into his arms. His voice filled with urgency as he repeatedly exclaimed, "Meow Meow, we've been searching for you everywhere. Where have you been?" Upon hearing those words, Xiaoxiao could not help but lift her gaze towards him, questioning, "Didn't you sell her?" Suddenly, a woman cried out, "Oh, my Meow Meow, how we have missed you," as she embraced Meow Meow tightly, expressing the difficulty of their search. Chun Ming and Xiaoxiao glared at them, their eyes ablaze with indignation. It was they who had sold Meow Meow, yet they now adopted such a tone, which was utterly incomprehensible. Meow Meow looked at her relatives before glancing back at Xiaoxiao and the others, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Sister, I have someone pick me up too." Observing the sweet expression on Meow Meow's face, Xiaoxiao felt a pang of compassion in her heart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. However, Xiaoxiao bit her lips softly, yet Meow Meow remained oblivious to the fact that she had been sold to the base by them. Chapter 23. The Couple. "What should we do?" Xiaoxiao tilted her head to look at Chun Ming, who was equally at a loss. "Meow Meow, we must leave. There are bad people here. Let's find a safe place." The men fixated on them, fearful that they might rush forward to snatch Meow Meow away. "Sisters, goodbye." Meow Meow sweetly bid farewell to them. Chun Ming yearned to charge forward, but was halted by Xiaoxiao. She could not comprehend. Had Xiaoxiao not always shown affection for Meow Meow? Why was she now unwilling to obstruct their advance? The man ordered the women to carry Meow Meow out first while he brought up the rear, casting a smug glance back at them as he departed. "That blonde girl." Chun Ming clicked her tongue, turning to Xiaoxiao. "Did you not adore Meow Meow? Are you not aware of their true nature? Why do you stand by and watch as they take her away?" In Xiaoxiao's eyes was a profound struggle. "We possess supernatural abilities. We are not incapable of defeating them. What are you afraid of?" Chun Ming could not comprehend Xiaoxiao's thoughts. Xiaoxiao watched as they exited the room, comprehending Chun Ming's intentions and understanding her thoughts. Perhaps a lingering sense of hope for them still resided within her heart. Observing her silence, Chun Ming refrained from further comment and said, Let us continue our search for supplies. After a moment of contemplation, an idea suddenly struck Xiaoxiao, and she excitedly grasped Chun Meng's arm. I have devised a plan. We shall follow them. If they treat Meow poorly again, we will rescue her. Eager to put the plan into action, they hurriedly pursued them. Fortunately, they did not immediately follow. The man had been somewhat vigilant as they departed, but after a while, realizing they were no longer being trailed, he dismissed the concern. After a brief chase, they finally spotted Meow and her companions, concealing their presence and treading lightly behind them. The surrounding streets appeared as if they had been ransacked, but they skillfully utilized the cover to remain undetected. The man covered the woman's mouth with one hand and gestured quietly with the other, urging her to keep her voice down. We are going to see him now. Once we hand Meow over, we will leave this wretched place. Although his voice was low, Xiaoxiao and Chun Meng, having become extraordinary beings, possessed heightened senses and clenched their fists upon hearing his words. Indeed, these two were incorrigible. Xiaoxiao. A throng encircled the two individuals, and due to their distance, they were oblivious to her presence. Chun Meng and Xiaoxiao decided to observe the unfolding events quietly. Through the crowd, Xiaoxiao spotted a somewhat familiar face, though she could not immediately recall who it was. Suddenly, Chun Meng gasped softly and whispered, "Isn't that the young man in the white coat from before?" At that moment, a man and a woman knelt on the ground, pleading, "Mr. Chun, we truly had no idea." Two women approached us, claiming they would return Meow to us. Chun Rui let out a cold laugh, his gaze unwavering. "Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived?" Yes, the woman quickly affirmed. Chun Rui paid no heed to her words, seizing Meow from his subordinate. "Among all these children, you are my favorite, yet you chose to run away." His hand brushed against Meow's face, and now you find yourself in my grasp once more. Chun Rui emitted a piercing laugh, causing Meow to tremble with fear on the verge of tears. "Let us go." With that, he turned to leave, cradling Meow in his arms. As the man witnessed their departure, his anticipated smile of escape was abruptly extinguished as he was struck down to the ground by a powerful blow. Others swiftly joined in to assault him, and even the woman nearby was not spared. Once again, they would find themselves in a predicament if they chose not to intervene. Xiaoxiao lowered her head, realizing that venturing alone would only lead to her demise. However, she could not bear to witness Meow suffer. Chun Meng gently patted Xiaoxiao's shoulder, offering her solace. "It's all right. We succeeded last time. I'm certain we shall prevail again." Xiaoxiao managed to force a smile, and the two quickened their pace. The courtyard had already accumulated some supplies, and Xiaoxiao and Chun Meng gathered the provisions they had found, sharing the events they encountered along the way. How heartless these two are, daring to lay hands on a relative's child. Albby slammed his fist against the wall with a loud bang, expressing his indignation. Mendacious and ungrateful, Meng Liang astutely assessed this couple. "Brother Liu, we must head to Meow at once." Albby was already prepared for the rescue. However, Xiaoxiao couldn't suppress her anxiety. They had previously encountered trouble, and this time, that white-coated figure would undoubtedly be more cautious. If they were delayed, it could spell disaster. Lu Shiran sighed. "Now is the time. We must act while they are still unprepared." Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness, while Bai Qingqing felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. They concealed the supplies among the scrap materials in the yard, covering them with a few tattered cloths, rendering them inconspicuous from the outside. Xiaoxiao and Chun Meng led them back to the site of the recent incident. The assailants, along with the women, had vanished, leaving only a man lying motionless in a pool of blood. Meng Liang approached and squatted beside him, pressing his hand against the exposed skin before lifting the eyelid. He had been dead for approximately 5 or 6 minutes. This indicated that the assailants had departed at least 5 or 6 minutes prior, prompting them to continue in the direction the white-coated figure had taken. No one noticed the corner of a garment peeking out from the shadows. After nearly half a minute, they halted at a fork in the path. "What shall we do? Should we split into 2 teams? Albby felt a headache at the thought of such a choice, as dividing into 2 teams eliminated the need for deliberation. 2 teams may not be safe. It's better if we stick together, By Ching suggested softly. Upon her statement, they all awaited Lu Xiaoran's decision. Lu Xiaoran examined both paths before calmly announcing, left. The group accepted his judgment without question and moved in unison towards the left. As they ventured farther, the familiar silhouette of the base building gradually came into view. Could Meow have been captured inside again? Xiaoxiao uttered involuntarily. However, when they had left previously, the structure had been on the verge of collapse. Had it not been for Chunmeng's vines stabilizing the nearly toppled walls, their escape would have been significantly delayed. They must have relocated. What if they're not in the base building? Chunmeng remarked, just as they spotted the white-coated figure leading several individuals towards a narrow alley beside the base. Fortuitously, they feigned the demeanor of passers-by. What should we do now? Xiaoxiao whispered to Lu Xiaoran, anxious about being discovered. Indeed, Lu Xiaoran responded, asserting confidence that they would manage to rescue them. He instructed Gao Li to take the rear, with Bai Ching in the middle, and positioned Chunmeng and Xiaoxiao on either side, while he led the way at the forefront. You stay here and wait for our return, Lu Xiaoran directed Meng Liang. A flicker of reluctance crossed Meng Liang's eyes. Yet he ultimately nodded in agreement, aware that his presence inside might hinder their efforts. Nevertheless, the thought of remaining outside while they risked their lives was unbearable for him. Don't overthink it, Lu Xiaoran remarked as he led them forward into the alley. Once again, they found themselves in a narrow alley, winding and cluttered with discarded furniture and rubbish. The doors and windows were tightly shut, leaving them uncertain of the presence of inhabitants within. Just as they pondered their next move, a sound of a child's sobbing echoed from a short distance ahead. Exchanging glances, they swiftly made their way toward the sound. Following it led them to a building that appeared unremarkable compared to its neighbors, but upon closer inspection, the door was not securely closed. Uncertain of the number of individuals within and hesitant to intrude recklessly, Lu Xiaoran approached the door of a neighboring building. Placing his hand upon the keyhole, a faint click echoed, and with a decisive pull, the door swung open. Impressive, Gao Li remarked, extending his thumb in approval, while the others nodded in agreement. Henceforth, matters of lockpicking could be entrusted to Brother Lu, eliminating the need for makeshift tools, a process rendered simple, swift, and efficient. Listening to the cries emanating from within, they surmised the source was likely on the second or third floor. Upon entering the room and securing the door, they ascended the staircase. By the time they reached the second floor, they had pinpointed the location of the distressing sounds. Are we truly safe from apprehension for trespassing? Xiaoxiao whispered cautiously to Chunmeng, trailing behind them. This area has been deserted. It was chaotic before, and now everyone has relocated to the other side. Meng Liang, familiar with the locality since childhood, had revisited the area during a prior search. To her embarrassment, Xiaoxiao realized her hushed conversation had been overheard, and she shyly brushed her hair back. Chunmeng stifled a laugh nearby. Prepare yourselves and remain silent, came the directive. The two buildings stood side by side, devoid of windows in between, prompting their decision to traverse from the rooftop to the adjacent structure. Quickly, they ascended the stairs to the rooftop. Previously, access to this area was forbidden, secured by a heavy lock. However, their confidence lay in Brother Lu's capabilities. As Lu Xiaoran prepared to employ his abilities to forcibly unlock the door, he sensed several curious gazes directed at him from behind. Turning in confusion, he found the group regarding him with wide-eyed admiration, nearly causing him to falter. Seeing their expressions, he hesitated momentarily before sighing, "Be cautious and tread lightly." Acknowledging the imminent confrontation, they understood that this time they could not rely on an opportune moment as they had previously. On the third floor, two pairs of individuals stood opposed. "Indeed, it is you." Chunrui lounged in a chair, casting a disdainful glance in their direction while controlling Meow. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked with a push of his eye socket, "You assert your claim? I have compensated for her." His gaze indiscriminately scrutinized Xiaoxiao, exuding malice. "If you are willing, I might reluctantly permit you to exchange yourself for her." "You." Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth, stepping forward in anger. Lu Xiaoran raised a hand to restrain her, stating, "There is no need for further discourse between us." Suddenly, Chunrui erupted in laughter, finding the situation ludicrous. "You are merely 5 individuals and dare to oppose me?" With a wave of his hand, a group of imposing men emerged from behind him. Neither side wished to prolong the exchange, as the adversaries aimed to encircle them, constricting their space for maneuvering. Gowley raised his hand, conjuring a burst of flame that compelled the men before them to retreat in fear, unwilling to advance. An ability user. A voice quivered amidst the dread. Fear etched upon the faces of the others. They too hesitated, refraining from advancing. Defeat them, and I can assure you that you will never have to worry about your livelihood again. Others began to waver, having followed Chunrui closely. They were acutely aware of the allure that such a statement held. Their gazes gradually solidified. They were numerous, while their adversaries consisted of only 5 individuals. Such arrogance! Lu Xiaoran scoffed derisively. Chen Ming extracted a handful of seeds from his pocket, casting them outward as he catalyzed their growth. The seeds visibly took root, sprouting leaves with remarkable speed, and he deftly manipulated them to ensnare the legs of those surrounding him, causing several to stumble. Gowley continued to employ his fire abilities to intimidate them into retreat, while Lu Xiaoran shielded Xiaoxiao as she approached Chenrui. Shenghui, recognizing their strategy and sensing that his own people would not last much longer, resolved to withdraw with Meow. Simultaneously, Xiaoxiao had reached Chenrui's side and seized Meow. Chenrui glared at her menacingly, lifting his right leg to deliver a forceful kick. Suddenly, a hand gripped him, and in the next moment, a surge of excruciating pain coursed through his body, causing his muscles to tremble uncontrollably, his fingers curling involuntarily, allowing Meow to break free from his grasp. "Damn it!" Chunrui gritted his teeth against the pain, eager to discern who possessed the audacity to challenge him so boldly. Lu Xiaoran remained unfazed. Despite the murderous intent radiating from Chenrui, he intensified his powers, and with a resounding thud, Chenrui collapsed to the ground. Observing Chenrui's fall, the others halted in their tracks. Xiaoxiao took this moment to embrace Meow, soothingly whispering, do not cry, it is all right. It is time to end this." Lu Xiaoran turned to announce the outcome of the battle. Bai Qingqing was healing their wounds when she suddenly looked up and exclaimed, "Be careful." Chapter 25. Farewell. The crowd had no time to react. Lu Xiaoran immediately sensed the danger, yet it was too late. Without hesitation, Meow positioned herself in front of Xiaoxiao to shield her from the incoming blade. The razor-sharp knife mercilessly sliced through the child's delicate skin, blood cascading down from a gash. Although the objective was not achieved, it mattered little, for he had still dragged someone down into the abyss with him. The excruciating pain erupted within him, rendering even a groan a luxury he could scarcely afford, but he remained indifferent. Lu Xiaoran cast a glance at Chenrui, whom he had severely wounded. His demise was hardly worthy of lament. Bai Qingqing, quickly, come and say Meow. Xiaoxiao, her expression fraught with anxiety, rushed to Bai Qingqing's side, holding Meow tightly. Bai Qingqing promptly placed her hand over Meow's injury, and a radiant light enveloped them. Meow, on the brink of unconsciousness from excessive blood loss, summoned her strength, laboriously opening her eyes, her lips moving as if she were attempting to utter something. Xiaoxiao immediately lowered her head and leaned closer. "Sister, please don't cry, Meow. Meow prefers to smile." Xiaoxiao's vision was somewhat blurred. She had unknowingly shed tears that adorned her face. Hastily, she raised her hand to wipe away the tears, forcing a smile onto her lips. Her sister was laughing, not crying. A deception. If Meow gave it to her sister, then there would be no tears. Xiaoxiao beheld Meow as she presented a smooth, white piece of Hetian jade. "This was given to you by Mother." As those words escaped her lips, Bai Qingqing's complexion grew pale, her lips losing their hue. After speaking, Meow gazed intently at Xiaoxiao's face, as if trying to etch her image into her memory, before gently closing her eyes. Meow. Xiaoxiao shouted loudly. It failed to rouse Meow from her slumber. Chenrui, unable to rise from the ground, forced a few chuckles from his lips. "Ha ha! She cannot be saved." his gaze, filled with malice, fixated on Xiaoxiao as he proclaimed, "You cannot save her. Let us descend into hell together." Xiaoxiao trembled all over, her gaze fixed upon Meow, nestled in her arms, the pure white Hutian jade resting in her hands. Bai Qingqing, filled with remorse, murmured, "I am sorry, Meow Shi." Xiaoxiao remained silent, holding Meow close. Gaoli rushed forward and kicked Chen Rue fiercely, exclaiming, "You truly are a scoundrel." Chen Rue let out a cry of anguish, yet no one felt any sympathy for him. His lackeys had long since fled while he was being subdued, leaving him all alone. Lu Xiran approached Xiaoxiao, raising his hand with the intention of taking Meow from her embrace. Xiaoxiao abruptly lifted hergaze, fiercely locking eyes with him. Upon realizing it was Lu Xiran, she tempered her expression but remained unwilling to relinquish Meow. "Do you intend to linger here indefinitely?" Lu Xiran inquired. "Do you truly believe Meow would find solace in this place?" The room was in disarray. Benches and tables were overturned, and the walls bore the scars of Gao Li's fire. After a moment, Xiaoxiao began to move slowly, avoiding their gaze as she descended the stairs. With her departure, the others followed suit. In the final seconds of his descent, Lu Xiran cast a glance at Chen Rue, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Noticing his gaze, Chen Rue's body involuntarily trembled, feeling a chaotic current surging within him, wreaking havoc on his insides. "You, cough." As they entered the courtyard, it was evident that it had been ransacked. The tattered cloth they had used to cover their belongings lay discarded, and the supplies inside had been depleted. "What?" Chen Meng exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the scene. Gao Li, in disbelief, approached and began to search their hiding spots one by one. "Everything is gone." It appeared that someone had stealthily taken their possessions. Meng Liang's previously calm demeanor shattered. Before they could recover from their sorrow, this new calamity ignited their fury. "Ha! Did you really think you could keep your belongings? We've taken everything." A familiar voice rang out from the entrance, prompting Xiaoxiao to turn towards it. A group stood at the door, led by Deng Hui, who had previously confronted her, and Chen Meng, alongside Qi Xian, adorned in a striking red dress. "How did you find our location?" Gaoli asked impatiently. Deng Hui rested one hand on Qi Xian's waist, the other caressing her gently as he leaned in for a kiss. "Ha! It's all thanks to my beautiful companion here," he replied, his gaze playfully scrutinizing them. "How audacious of you to have the gall to kill our esteemed guest. Surely, the previous chaos was instigated by you as well. Mind your own business." Chen Meng retorted, irked by his presence. Deng Hui leered at her. "I hadn't had the chance to seek you out, yet here you are." His eyes darted around, as if searching for something, and suddenly brightened as he spotted a figure. "You, come here at once, and I may spare the others." He was referring to Xiaoxiao, who had once accompanied Chen Meng. Upon hearing this, Qi Xian's expression twisted in dismay, her finger resting on her nose. "What are you saying? Am I not your favorite?" She feigned shyness, her other hand tracing circles on his chest. "How tiresome. Men are so fickle." Deng Hui grasped her hand, bringing it to his lips for a kiss. How could that be? The two engaged in flirtatious banter, oblivious to the world around them. Su ioyo is these gregualitaitant. The body in her arms growing colder by the moment. She can no longer afford to wait. "I advise you to surrender," Deng Hui declared, revealing the multitude behind him. "Even if you possess extraordinary abilities, there is no escape for you." "What should we do, Brother Lu?" "I can't muster any of my powers," Gaoli lamented. He had just engaged in a fierce battle with Chen Rue and his group, and the rapid depletion of his abilities left him still recovering. The others were in a similar predicament, certain to suffer against the opposing force before them. Although Xiaoxiao did not utilize her supernatural abilities, her water-based powers served merely as auxiliary, lacking sufficient offensive strength. The current situation was somewhat precarious. "Biking wit a sodofun episode, questinki sin. Why have you chosen to act in this manner?" Dressed in a pristine white dress, she remained immaculate despite the earlier scuffle, exuding an aura of purity. Qi Xian, loathing her demeanor, retorted sharply, "What are you pretending for? You were only close to me because of your background. Now that calamity has struck, why do you continue to feign innocence? Chapter 26. Rest in Peace by Qingqing, taken aback by Xiaoxiao's outburst, could hardly believe her ears. Why, what did you say? Xiaoxiao seemed intent on releasing all her pent-up frustration. It has always been this way at school. I've never been able to tolerate you. Your every action irks me. If it weren't for your lineage, if it weren't for Lu Xiaoran, do you truly think I would cherish our friendship? What? Bai Qingqing was incredulous, unable to fathom such animosity. Lu Xiaoran, upon hearing this revelation, frowned, casting a disdainful glance at Xiaoxiao. Provoked, Xiaoxiao continued, I deliberately made you detest Su Xiaoxiao. I cannot stand her either. You all deserve to perish. She appeared almost deranged, prompting Deng Hui to release her and swiftly deliver a slap, exclaiming, You vile woman. How dare you even think of other men? She clung to Deng Hui's leg, her movements suggestive, desperate not to lose his protection, fearing she would be devoured without it. In response, Deng Hui forcefully kicked her away. Since you have already made your decision, do not waste any more time. He called upon the brothers behind him, activating his own powers. Meanwhile, during the earlier exchange, Gao Li and the others had regained some of their abilities and braced themselves for confrontation. After the ensuing battle, they found it surprising that they had dispatched few zombies, yet several of their own had already fallen. As Su Xiaoxiao clutched Meow Meow in her arms, she endeavored to draw closer to Lu Xiaoran, awaiting his command to follow. She was on the brink of exhaustion, her strength waning as she bore the weight of another. Seizing the opportune moment, Lu Xiaoran unleashed a bolt of lightning in a swift motion, too rapid for the targeted individual to evade, resulting in a pained cry as they collapsed to the ground. The others, summoning their remaining strength, rushed in that direction, observing Su Xiaoxiao panting heavily and struggling. Lu Xiaoran resolutely took Meow Meow from her grasp, securing her position before extending a hand to pull Su Xiaoxiao along, propelling them forward to overtake the others. Chase after them. Don't let them escape. Deng Hui's frantic voice could be faintly heard. Lu Xiaoran led them in a series of evasive maneuvers, ultimately shaking off their pursuers. They found themselves in the outskirts of N City, where the population was sparse. Be cautious, he instructed, guiding them toward a concealed corner. Once the chaos subsided, Su Xiaoxiao realized that Lu Xiaoran had not only taken Meow Meow, but had also pulled her along with him. Her realization struck, prompting her to break free from his grasp, a look of discomfort crossing her face. Lu Xiaoran's lips twitched momentarily before settling into silence as he handed Meow Meow back to Su Xiaoxiao, quickening his pace inward. Fatigued, they found it impossible to keep up with him. Gao Li, unable to endure any longer, collapsed against the wall by the roadside, exclaiming, What is up with Lu Ge? Doesn't he wait for us? After his words hung in the air unanswered, confusion washed over him. Had everyone grown too weary to utter a single word? He looked up to find Bai Qingqing gazing at Su Xiaoxiao with a forlorn expression, while Su Xiaoxiao's attention was fixed on Meow Meow in her embrace. Chen Meng lay sprawled nearby, equally breathless. Meanwhile, Meng Liang stood motionless, staring at Lu Ge's retreating figure, sensing that something was amiss. Yet, given his limited intellect, he deemed it unwise to ponder further, simply closing his eyes to rest. Since Lu Ge had not voiced any concerns, it was evident to him that the area was secure. He placed his utmost trust in Lu Ge. Lu Xiaoran's brow remained furrowed as he continued onward until he appeared before them driving a vehicle. Whether standing or sprawled out, all eyes were drawn to him. Lu Ye, when did you procure a vehicle? Impressive, Gao Li exclaimed, eagerly taking the passenger seat. And it's a 7-seater. Look at all the supplies in the back. His weary gaze brightened upon noticing the cargo filled with provisions. Truly remarkable. Get in. Meng Liang urged the girls to board first. Su Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing opened the doors on either side, with Bai Qingqing settling beside the window, while Su Xiaoxiao took a seat in the rear row, followed closely by Chen Meng. Meng Liang boarded last, choosing a seat on the opposite side by the window. Once everyone was aboard, Lu Xiaoran started the engine, relieved that the satellite map remained operational, locking in their destination as M City. Silence enveloped the vehicle as the afternoon waned, the sun gradually descending beyond the horizon. We resolved to find a place to rest for the night, as our strength was nearly depleted. Lu Xiaoran took charge, inquiring of Su Xiaoxiao about her plans. Su Xiaoxiao, nestled in the back, understood Lu Xiaoran's intention. He was asking how she intended to manage Meow Meow. Although Meow Meow had not yet been healed, there was no outward indication of her condition, resembling a child lost in slumber, aside from her frigid body. Bai Qingqing timidly spoke, "Aren't you afraid?" Holding onto a corpse. Su Xiaoxiao was equally astonished. Despite her own cowardice, she found herself daring to clutch a corpse tightly. Since her arrival in this world, she had lived in constant trepidation. Although she accompanied them in their endeavors, a lingering fear gnawed at her heart, the fear of being abandoned. For she was merely a female cannon fodder, surviving against the odds of the original narrative. Upon reaching the base, a sense of relief washed over her as she became acquainted with Meow Meow, and the days spent in her company were filled with joy, reminiscent of the bond she shared with her sister. Who could have foreseen such a calamity would occur? She gritted her teeth against the pain, assuring herself that she would handle things once they disembarked. A proper burial was in order. They discovered a village, desolate and devoid of human presence, with scant buildings that facilitated their observation. Upon inspection, they found it to be a village ravaged by zombies, with no living souls remaining and only a few undead lingering. After dispatching the remaining zombies, they resolved to sleep in the same quarters as before. As darkness enveloped the land, the distant howls of zombies echoed ominously. Su Xiaoxiao and her companion stood before a freshly erected tomb, upon which were inscribed but two characters, Meow Meow. Su Xiaoxiao held the Hetian jade gifted by Meow Meow, initially intending to bury it alongside her. However, after contemplating the permanence of such a decision and realizing it would leave her devoid of any tangible connection to Meow Meow, she ultimately chose to keep it. In a moment of haste, she reached out to steady herself against the wall, only to be pierced by a sharp object protruding from it. The blood that flowed forth was immediately absorbed by the jade in her grasp. A sharp gasp escaped her lips, the pain eliciting an involuntary cry. Meng rushed to support her, inquiring what happened. "It's nothing, I just stumbled a bit," Su Xiaoxiao replied, shaking her head. This room was arguably the most well-appointed and strategically located in the village, adorned with flowers and greenery. Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, the village had endured an onslaught, leaving the flowers neglected. Some had withered, while others grew wildly, resulting in a disheveled appearance. The walls bore the remnants of dried blood, and the furniture was in disarray, as if a violent struggle had taken place. The scene a testament to the sorrow that had unfolded. They searched the area, uncovering neatly folded cotton quilts from a cabinet, which they used to clear a space. Laying them down gently, with a spark of curiosity, Meng asked, "Xiaoxiao, can we drink the water produced by your abilities?" This question had been on her mind for quite some time, and today she finally found the opportunity to voice it. Su Xiaoxiao was momentarily at a loss, uncertain whether she could drink, as the original text did not elaborate on the matter. "I do not know. I have never tried," she replied with a hint of uncertainty. "Ah, well," Meng expressed with a touch of regret. That evening, they resolved to take turns keeping watch. Bai Qingqing and Meng Liang would guard the first watch. Lu Xiaoran and Gao Li would take the second, while Meng and Su Xiaoxiao would oversee the final watch. "You may rest for now. I shall awaken you when the time comes." As darkness enveloped the earth, it engulfed the small village entirely. The world had undergone a seismic transformation. Bai Qingqing and Meng Liang approached the entrance, where they had previously cleared a patch of ground in front of the house, encircling it with tree roots before wrapping it with strips of cloth taken from within. The occupants of the house lay upon cotton-filled bedding, with Su Xiaoxiao choosing a spot by the window. She opened it a crack, allowing the gentle breeze to waft in, bringing a refreshing chill. With a sigh, she reclined, preparing to rest. Silence descended upon the room, and while rummaging through belongings, they discovered numerous candles, indicating that the village occasionally experienced power outages. Gao Li intended to ignite a candle using his abilities, but was thwarted by Lu Xiaoran and the others. "We should refrain from lighting candles for fear of attracting zombies," Bai Qingqing cautioned. Fortunately, The moonlight shone brightly that night, streaming through the window into the room. "Sister, do not forget me," Su Xiaoxiao murmured in her dreams. Watching as the distant figure gradually faded away, she ran forward, desperate to hold on, yet her efforts were in vain. A tear escaped from her closed eyes, tracing down her cheek. Her slumber was restless. Before long, she sensed something in her hand growing warm. She attempted to shake it off, but no matter how hard she tried, it remained. Bai Qingqing and Meng Liang were preoccupied with observing the outside, thus failing to notice the Hetian jade in Su Xiaoxiao's hand glowing faintly under the moonlight before vanishing in an instant. Su Xiaoxiao vaguely sensed something striking her face, incessantly calling out, Hey, don't sleep. I'm going to be drained to death. It's so noisy." Su Xiaoxiao furuit herbruth, feeling as though a small bird were incessantly chirping around her. She reached out, intending to shoo away the bothersome creature. Is there no justice in the world? That earth-shattering cry finally roused Su Xiaoxiao from her slumber. As she opened her eyes, she discovered that she seemed to be in an entirely different place, surrounded by an expanse of white. Before her lay a luminous entity, and she rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that she had traversed dimensions once more? Tentacles? Mine? What is this? Su Xiaoxiao suddenly opened her eyes, and this time she could see clearly. The luminous entity before her, or rather, the creature soaring through the air, bore a striking resemblance to a human, yet it possessed a pair of wings and pointed ears, resembling a sprite. It glared at her with an expression of fury. The angry tone gradually shifted to a tone of sorrow as Su Xiaoxiao noticed tears welling in the corners of its eyes. Me, she thought, attempting to reach out and remove the tendrils, only to find herself passing through them. You must appease the entity within you. The little sprite vehemently wiped away its tears. The entity within her? Could it be that grayish-white mass she had encountered earlier at the villa? She forced herself to calm down and attune to the changes within her body. Indeed, she felt its presence in her lower abdomen, and a vision of it appeared before her. The tendrils emerging from Su Xiaoxiao were connected to the mass inside her, and it seemed to sense her presence, with two of its tendrils swaying as if to greet her. Such a good creature. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao's praise, the grayish-white mass leapt joyfully. "Umph, lucky you know your place," came the sprite's crisp voice in her ear. She opened her eyes to find it hovering before her. "If I cease to exist, so will you," it threatened. Then, in a moment of panic, it observed several tendrils attempting to extricate themselves from Su Xiaoxiao's body and quickly added, "Then I will be very sad." The little sprite seemed genuinely frightened of the entity within. "Who are you?" Su Xiaoxiao asked earnestly. The sprite, unable to discern its expression due to its bullying of the entity, made a face at Su Xiaoxiao. "Ahem, I'm the spirit of this realm." "This realm? Spirit? Are you implying that I have merely entered your domain? How do I exit?" "Of course. Do you think you can leave just because you wish to? You must plead with me." Su Xiaoxiao found herself momentarily speechless. It seemed that the entity within her was about to emerge once more. The little spirit immediately adjusted its expression. "This is your realm. You may leave whenever you wish." It added, "Your physical body has not entered. Only your consciousness has." Consciousness? Is it what she was contemplating? Observing the look of confusion on Su Xiaoxiao's face, the little spirit rolled its eyes. Consciousness is simply consciousness. Just remember that your body has not entered. Chapter 28. Vigil, what a little spirit. I'm a celestial spirit. The space celestial spirit exclaimed in exasperation. Su Xiaoxiao, ever accommodating, addressed the esteemed celestial spirit. The spirit tilted its head and huffed. "Since you have put it that way, I shall generously enlighten you. The entity within you, which you refer to as an extraordinary ability, is fundamentally different from what you deem as such. Its function is to devour and disguise." At this juncture, the celestial spirit became agitated once more. "It is precisely because of this that I am rendered so feeble now. It is your fault, though not directly responsible." Su Xiaoxiao silently bore the burden of this accusation due to the entity residing within her. "Then why am I able to sense its emotions? If it truly is an extraordinary ability, neither Chun Meng nor the others exhibit any reaction. as if they are merely utilizing a common tool. Did I not specify that yours is unlike theirs? The celestial spirit observed her apparent disregard for its explanation. It was quite easy to provoke this celestial being, so Xiaoxiao mused inwardly. In any case, it is indeed different from the rest. In due time, you shall comprehend. Xiaoxiao, sensing the reluctance to pursue the topic further, redirected her inquiry towards the nature of the space. May I place items within this realm? The space, a pristine white, revealed no discernible features upon her gaze. Certainly, came a reply. After a prolonged observation, she felt a slight discomfort in her eyes and yearned for a change in the hue of the space. In the next moment, it transformed entirely into a vibrant green. Not this. The ethereal being immediately sensed the shift in the ambience, clearly disapproving of the alteration that did not align with its aesthetic sensibilities. Xiaoxiao was astonished to discover that she could indeed alter this space, her eyes widening slightly. Which one do you desire? She inquired. Simply envision it in your mind. Upon heeding its counsel, Xiaoxiao opened her eyes the next moment. What greeted her was not merely a shade of green, but a vibrant tableau of flowers, grasses, and trees, a true manifestation of nature's verdancy. To one side stood several quaint farmhouses, accompanied by patches of cultivated land, while adjacent to them lay a gently rising circular spring, its waters crystal clear and pristine. It appeared that the realm previously inhabited by the celestial spirit was indeed a pastoral paradise, perfectly suited for those who cherish horticulture. Have you resided here all along, before my arrival? She inquired. As the spirit of this space, I have naturally dwelled within it, came the retort. If I have always been here, how could I possibly know about constructing houses and cultivating fields? I shan't divulge that to you. The celestial spirit replied with a fierce demeanor. Xiaoxiao gently touched her nose, realizing that she had inadvertently spoken her thoughts aloud. Why was the distance shrouded in white mist? It was none other than because of you. I no longer possess sufficient spiritual energy to sustain this space, and those areas have been temporarily sealed by me. Xiaoxiao gazed at this newfound space, momentarily rendered speechless. She had not anticipated acquiring such a realm herself. Her chances of survival in the apocalypse had significantly increased. Suddenly, she recalled the Hetian jade in her hand. Is this your true form? The celestial spirit cast a glance, responding ambiguously, yes and no. I once resided within this object, but after absorbing your blood, I now exist within you. This item holds no further value for me. So it was thus. Xiaoxiao gazed at the piece of Hetian jade, her eyes tinged with sadness. She then inquired whether the celestial spirit possessed any tools to bore a hole in the jade, as she wished to wear it. You can do it yourself. It is that entity within you, the celestial spirit replied. As soon as it spoke, the grayish-white mass within her seemed to respond to the call, and a tendril emerged from her body, swiftly piercing the jade in her hand. Before Xiaoxiao could react, the jade already bore a hole. It is a gift for you. Simply wear it, the celestial spirit conveyed, reluctantly acting as a messenger upon hearing the voice from its consciousness. At the moment the tendril severed, it transformed into a black cord. Xiaoxiao looped the cord around her neck, finding it to be of perfect length. Thank you. Xiaoxiao mused inwardly as a wave of warmth surged through her being, her smile blossoming even further. Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao awakened. The voices of Chunming and Gao Li reached her ears, signaling that it was their turn to keep watch. I shall return next time. With that utterance, Xiaoxiao's figure vanished from space. I am awake. She was taken aback by how swiftly time had passed. It felt as though she had only lingered there for a brief moment, yet outside, it was already nearing the latter half of the night. Upon noticing Xiaoxiao had awakened, Gao Li decided it was time for him to rest, utterly fatigued. Then we shall take our leave to rest. Xiaoxiao responded with a soft hum, glancing at Lu Xiaoran, who appeared utterly unfazed by fatigue. Chunming and Xiaoxiao tiptoed to the front of the house. A chill breeze swept through, causing them both to shiver in unison. Chunming, shall I go inside to fetch a couple of garments? All right. Xiaoxiao sat on the stone bench outside, leaning against the wall and gazing up at the heavens. The stars and moon adorned the night sky. She had found 2 thick garments, nearly rousing them from their slumber. Chunming handed one to Su Xiaoxiao, donning the other herself, and settled onto the same stone bench beside her. While the others remained oblivious, it was certain that Lu Xiaoran was awake. So Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. The protagonist in the original text was exceedingly vigilant. Even in the face of danger, his alertness never waned. Who would have anticipated that, despite still being a university student, he would now find himself fleeing for his life? Chunming jested. No one could foresee the sudden outbreak of zombies. Much like I cannot fathom why I've been transported here, destined to be a wretched pawn. Let us cherish the present. To live another day is a blessing. Chunming turned and smiled at Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao remained silent, aware that Chunming was attempting to console her. Indeed, each day of life is a gift. I yearn to endure until the grand finale, to witness the day when humanity triumphs. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao's words, Chunming recognized her newfound clarity and smiled brightly as she leaned closer to Su Xiaoxiao. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. After their exchange, they refrained from speaking further and instead steeled themselves to survey their environment, ever vigilant against potential threats. Devour disguise. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the water flowing from her hands. Could it be that I am not solely a water elementalist? Or do I possess dual elemental abilities? I shall find an opportunity to inquire about this with that celestial spirit. I still do not know its name. Perhaps I shall ask it together next time I enter. It is likely to become quite agitated once again. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze to the Hatian jade necklace adorning her neck and offered a gentle smile. In the midst of her mundane boredom, Chunming caught a glimpse of Su Xiaoxiao's smile. Her long hair shimmered under the radiant moonlight, resembling strands of luminescence. Her skin fair and smooth, her lips naturally tinted crimson, and her brows gracefully arched. Chunming was entranced, feeling that Xiaoxiao's beauty was blossoming more with each passing moment. Chapter 29. The gas station. As dawn broke the next day, they loaded all the usable supplies from the village onto the vehicle, piling them high in the back. Suddenly, Albby posed a soul-stirring question. Brother Lu, can your electricity power appliances? He, fearing a misunderstanding, clarified, like the pots we use for cooking and such. At the moment he asked, the others nearby instinctively paused in their tasks, equally curious about whether the lightning abilities could be harnessed to power devices, such as charging a mobile phone. Lu Xiaoran regarded Albby with a calmness that bordered on eerie. Albby instinctively recoiled, intending to divert the conversation. Sure. After all, Brother Lu was rather intimidating. Perhaps it was best to change the subject. Oh, did Brother Lu just speak? Sure. Lu Xiaoran, feeling the weight of their collective gaze upon him, let out a resigned sigh. He had previously tested it on a phone. It worked initially, but ultimately malfunctioned. So, they began to gather small electrical appliances that required power, taking everything they could fit. Lu Xiaoran momentarily lost control of his expression. What you all doing? Just practicing, they replied in unison. Lu Xiaoran was once again rendered speechless. After their scavenging, they resumed their previous seating arrangement in the vehicle. This time, the atmosphere was far from the silence of their last journey. After a night's rest, everyone was in good spirits. Albby occasionally made a remark, eliciting jests from Meng Liang that sent them into fits of laughter. Su Xiaoxiao huddled at the back, feeling a twinge of fear as she overheard their discussions about school. As the saying goes, what one fears often comes to pass. Chunming suddenly recounted an incident involving the two of them. During my first year of university, I met Xiaoxiao in the dormitory. She was quite different back then, and I must say, I prefer her current self. After finishing her sentence, she tilted her head to glance at Su Xiaoxiao, winking playfully as she inquired, "What did you think of me back then? I had never seen you before." Inside Su Xiaoxiao's heart, a frantic scream echoed. She feigned nonchalance, saying, "I believe you are doing quite well at the moment." Running low on fuel, Lu Xiaoran consulted the map to locate the nearest gas station. Once we reach the gas station, everyone be cautious, he warned, his gaze fixed ahead. Not far in the distance, under the sun, sluggish zombies moved with a lethargic gait. Su Xiaoxiao pulled aside the blanket beside her. Indeed, they had brought 2 or 3 additional blankets into the vehicle. As she peeled back the blanket by the window, she discovered that the rear window could be open halfway. Leaning against the window, she gazed at the scenery outside, relishing the warmth of the breeze. This was the realm of the novel. After transforming into a being with extraordinary abilities, her bodily functions had enhanced somewhat. In the distance, she could discern the rotting wounds of the zombies, their appearances deviating from the norm, evident even on those whose faces remained unscathed. Their eyes resembled the lifeless grayish white of dead fish, and their mouths, fissured almost to the roots of their ears, bore the remnants of blood around their lips and teeth, a grim reminder of how they had once hunted humanity. The garments they wore were either torn during their human existence when they were feasted upon by zombies or in frantic attempts to escape. Or perhaps they had been ripped apart during fierce competition for sustenance after their transformation. The exposed skin differed in hue from that of humans, marked by dark stripes. Xiaoxiao vaguely recalled that this was the very zombie virus mentioned in the text, and it was likely that the base could now differentiate between zombies and humans. Xiaoxiao allowed her thoughts to drift freely. Soon, at Lu Xiaoran's prompting, they arrived at a gas station, where they observed their surroundings and noted the absence of zombies. Before exiting the vehicle, Lu Xiaoran spoke. Chunming and Meng Liang will remain in the car. The rest of us will go inside. Although entering together would provide strength in numbers, Meng Liang lacked any supernatural abilities, and leaving the car unattended outside posed a risk to their supplies. Should danger arise, Chunming's wood-based powers could sustain them until help arrived. All right, this was a typical gas station, and upon disembarking, they noticed that the area designated for refueling was also stained with blood. Xiaoxiao mused internally that this world seemed to bear traces of blood, no matter where one looked. Luga, I forgot that we don't have a gas card. Gaoli leaned in closer, realizing his oversight. Surely there must be gas cards inside the station. We can check, Qingqing suggested, also hoping to find some bottled supplies within. Lu Xiaoran gently pushed open the gas station door, revealing a somewhat disheveled interior, cluttered and chaotic. Be cautious, Lu Xiaoran whispered as he turned to them. They approached step by step, gently closing the door behind them, leaving a narrow gap for a swift retreat should any situation arise. Let us search separately. The gas station's interior was not large, roughly 60 square meters, and the four of them dispersed in different directions. Xiaoxiao approached her desk, sifting through the documents laid upon it, which comprised a few straightforward reports and a stack of newspapers. To her surprise, the dates reflected the news from just a few days before her arrival. She picked one up and began to read. On September 16th, it reported that recent rumors of an impending doomsday had been disseminated, leading to the arrest of an individual responsible for spreading harmful information online, which incited public panic. Although the police had apprehended him, the chatter surrounding the doomsday rumors had not abated. The official police account issued a statement warning that anyone perpetuating such rumors would face consequences akin to those of the previous individual, hoping to quell the unrest. On September 17th, a netizen reported hearing inexplicable howls near their home at night, instilling fear and cautioned others to ensure their safety when venturing out after dark. On September 18th, news emerged of a university being sealed off, though the specific reasons remained undisclosed as reporters sought the truth. By September 19th, alarming headlines declared that doomsday had indeed arrived. Citizens were urged not to panic, to remain indoors, and assured that the police would maintain order. Finally, on September 21st, the public was advised to stock up on provisions and food, and to refrain from going outside. On September 19th, when Xiaoxiao arrived, the school attended by the protagonist had been besieged. At that moment, it was presumed that all areas had succumbed to the siege, yet surprisingly, the newspapers were still in circulation. Speaking of which, the mobile phones were seldom used, as one particular teacher mandated that they be left behind during class. Among this small group, only Lu Xiaoran had the means to receive external news, but ultimately, his phone became inoperative. Xiaoxiao let out a soft sigh. However, the strength of humanity remained formidable, as evidenced by the existence of newspapers even amidst the zombie outbreak. Yet, the subsequent dates were missing, indicating that the situation was dire. What had been discovered? Chapter 30, The Team. During a search, Lu Xiaoran caught a glimpse of Xiaoxiao standing still, frozen in place. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, indicating that even the reports surrounding the apocalypse provided no significant information. A newspaper? I have one here as well. Is there any news about the apocalypse? She inquired. Gao Li lifted the newspaper he held, reading aloud, Apocalypse, Establishment of Bases, Unity. Much of the text was obscured by peculiar markings, and despite his attempts to wipe it away, he could only articulate the visible words. Furthermore, the newspaper bore a substantial tear, suggesting it had been ripped from its original form. Upon hearing Gao Li's recitation, Su Xiaoxiao deduced that the newspaper must date from after September 21st. Correlating this with the surrounding text, the overall implication was that following the apocalypse, bases had been established, although their specific locations remained unclear, likely referring to the major bases they had previously learned about in the gymnasium. On the other side, by Qingqing called out to Lu Xiran, there are several barrels of bulk gasoline in here. Since they could not uncover any further information in this area, Su Xiaoxiao and Gao Li followed her. Approaching a small room, they discovered it filled with bulk gasoline, evidently a designated storage area. Inside were 5 barrels of gasoline, and Gao Li lifted one, noting its weight. Come quickly. Brother Lu and I will each take 2 barrels. You 2 can carry 1 each. Su Xiaoxiao casta dice pruinglans. While Bai Qingqing shot a glare at Gao Li. Who do you underestimate? Su Xiaoxiao retorted without hesitation. Lu Xiran approached, lifting a barrel. Let us take 3 barrels. That should suffice for our journey to M City. As the apocalypse loomed, each individual began to flee for their lives. While resources were indeed scarce, it was imperative not to deplete everything, leaving some for those who would come after. Do we have any objections? They shook their heads, all in agreement with this notion. Just as the newspapers had stated, in the face of impending doom, humanity could only overcome this crisis by uniting. They stepped outside, gathering by the vehicle. Chen Meng and Meng Liang also exited the car, joining their ranks. Lu Xiran poured the contents of 1 barrel into the tank, casually placing the items he was holding onto the platform beside the fuel pump. Su Xiaoxiao cast a glance and spotted a fuel card. It turned out that he had indeed found the fuel card earlier. Shall we check out the nearby convenience store? Chen Meng suggested, recalling that she had noticed it previously, though they had initially set out to locate the fuel card. The group voiced no objections. Lu Xiran turned the car around while the others proceeded on foot toward the little convenience store. Before Lu Xiran could arrive, they entered the store. The transparent glass of the supermarket concealed any signs of danger, leading them to believe it was safe. Yet upon entering, they were unexpectedly ambushed from behind, with someone tightening their grip around their necks, preparing to strike a blow to the back of their heads. Wait, we are human. Gao Li struggled and shouted. Of course, I know you are human, came the response from within, as Gao Li and Meng Liang, who had led the way, found themselves captured. Su Xiaoxiao and Chun Meng resolved to unleash their abilities to rescue them. I advise you not to move. The individual within seemed agitated, tightening their grip on Gao Li once more. Cough, wait, cough, could you loosen your grip? Gao Li gasped, feeling the air slipping away. Su Xiaoxiao and Chun Meng were prepared to rescue the 2 at any moment. Suddenly, a thud echoed as someone fell to the ground. It was Gao Li. Meng Liang was in relatively good condition. After being captured, he neither struggled nor resisted, which spared him from any harsh treatment. We sincerely apologize. We thought you were here to hunt us down. A burly man with a thick beard emerged from the depths, accompanied by a young man who limped slightly. Including the one restraining Gao Li and Meng Liang, there were a total of 4 individuals. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that they all bore injuries. Is this how you treat others? Chen Meng exclaimed in anger. Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows and restrained Bai Qingqing, who was eager to attend to Gao Li. He is fine. Do not go. This extraordinary ability of Bai Qingqing must remain concealed until they possess the means to safeguard her. Madam, we have compelling reasons to proceed. The burly man with a scruffy beard insisted, his hands pressed down in urgency. The bearded man was taken aback upon realizing, are you a fire-type ability user? Are you frightened? Gao Li glared at him, aware that he had provoked someone not to be trifled with. The burly man hastily waved his hands, fearing a misunderstanding. I apologize for what transpired earlier. Moreover, I seek your assistance." He spoke with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Such audacity left even Xiaoxiao reluctant to engage with him. "As you can see, my brothers and I are injured. You're also ability users. I implore you to lend us a hand. Do you truly believe this is the appropriate manner to request our assistance?" Lu Xiaoran arrived just in time. "You come." Bai Qingqing exclaimed joyfully at his arrival. "Brother Lu." Gao Li dashed to his side immediately. Observing the scene, the burly man realized that Lu Xiaoran was the leader of this group, and he sighed deeply. "Alas, my brothers were harmed due to betrayal by a member of our team during a mission which forced us to flee here." With a face full of regret, he continued, "When I saw your team approaching, I feared that the traitor had summoned reinforcements to eliminate us. Thus I had no choice but to act defensively." "A mission?" The burly man noticed their puzzled expressions and inquired, somewhat perplexed, "Are you not part of the same team?" Lu Xiaoran led them inside, and the burly man's group did not impede their passage. Fortunately, there were several plastic benches within, and they each took a seat. "How many members of your team have awakened their abilities?" the burly man asked curiously. Xiaoxiao and the others unanimously regarded Lu Xiaoran as their leader, all awaiting his response. Before inquiring about others, should one not first introduce oneself? It was then that the bearded gentleman remembered he had yet to introduce himself. "I am Hu Hai, and these are my companions. This one beside me is Zhonghua, and the other two are his twin brothers. The one on the left is Zhang Fu, and the one on the right is Zhang Chong." A splendid name indeed. Clearly, their parents are patriots. "We have come from M City to undertake a mission. It is said that near the main urban area of M City, there lies a zoo in Huayuan district where the animals have mutated. The higher-ups fear they pose a threat to the safety of the base, and we are tasked with resolving this matter while we still can." Mutated animals? Upon hearing this term, Xiaoxiao recalled that this calamity did not merely afflict humanity, but rather threatened all species on this blue planet. The creatures that soar through the sky, those that scurry upon the ground, and the beings that swim within the waters all face the peril of infection. How do you know? Chapter 31, Water Elemental Abilities. Were you not outside all this while? Hu Hai's eyes widened. He had assumed they were a task force dispatched from certain base, only to discover they were, in fact, wild. He quickly clarified. Someone above had awakened a perceptive ability, sensing the imminent danger, and thus dispatched a team to address it. Perceptive abilities. Xiaoxiao was inwardly astonished. This base actually possessed sensory abilities. At the same time, she pondered that the capability to swiftly establish and expand such a base certainly indicated exceptional qualities. "What benefits do we gain from assisting you?" she suddenly inquired, breaking the silence and capturing the attention of everyone present. Xiaoxiao instinctively recoiled slightly, asserting that she had not erred in her words. Hu Haikai suddenly realized his oversight and chuckled heartily twice. "If you intend to visit the Dawn base, I can assist you in making arrangements and securing a favorable position." Lu Xiaoran inquired, "Are there any prerequisites for entry?" Upon meeting his gaze, Hu Hai felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. He cleared his throat twice and explained, "In light of the cataclysm, since the establishment of the base, it has been open to the masses. Over time, the population within the base has surged significantly. Consequently, issues have arisen in the allocation of resources, and to facilitate the base's development, priority is now given to those with abilities and their families. For ordinary individuals, only a limited number of spots are available each month." Xiaoxiao gazed at the strands of hair in her hand, pondering the fate of those who had not entered. Naturally, they could still accrue contribution points by undertaking tasks, which could then be exchanged for supplies. Xiaoxiao, "So, are you the ones who go out on missions?" Upon hearing this, Gao Li's memories of his past at that counterfeit base resurfaced. Hadn't he experienced just that? Stealing a glance at them, he noticed their silence. It seemed inappropriate to speak now, so he remarkably chose to remain quiet. Of course, for those devoid of abilities, such tasks were exceedingly arduous. They typically banded together to besiege isolated zombies. After speaking, he coughed a few times while covering his mouth, and Xiaoxiao noticed crimson liquid seeping through his fingers. "Boss." Zhonghua, who was nearby, rushed over to assess the situation. Zhang Fu and Zhang Chang appeared equally anxious. Golf, fine. Hu Hai gestured for them to remain calm. If only we had a water-type ability. Unfortunately, without them needing to inquire, Hu Hai began to elucidate. Water-type abilities can heal the injured, and there is usually one in every team. The one who betrayed us this time was that water-type ability user. With that, he uttered a curse. Observing their impeccably clean attire, he discerned a significant disparity between them and his own group, indicating that their abilities were certainly formidable. However, he remained uncertain if any possessed water-type abilities. Can my abilities truly save lives? Xiaoxiao did not perceive the situation. Her brow furrowed and her lips pressed together. The others were equally astonished to discover that Xiaoxiao's water-based abilities could indeed possess healing properties. I have water abilities, but is it true? Could you possibly assist me in my recovery? Hu Hai had not anticipated that there was someone with water abilities within their team. It might be possible, but Xiaoxiao was uncertain whether she could truly heal him, feeling a twinge of self-doubt. Chunming quietly offered her encouragement, and as she passed by Lu Xiaoran, she noticed his tranquil gaze, which steadied her nerves a bit. At that moment, Hu Hai finally removed his outer jacket, revealing a tattered short sleeve underneath. You are gravely injured. Damn it, I shouldn't have held back at that time. Zhangwa glanced at the wound on Hu Hai's abdomen, hastily wrapping a bandage around it, which was already stained with blood, indicating the severity of the injury within. Hu Hai shifted slightly, breathing heavily as he said, I appreciate your help. Here was a man in his 30s, relying on a young girl to save him. Xiaoxiao carefully placed the blood-stained bandage into a plastic bag she had picked up from the ground, securing it with a knot. Though the zombies lacked vision, their sense of smell and hearing had significantly intensified. After tidying up the bandage, she began to harness her water-based abilities to treat Hu Hai. Those present witnessed a stream of pure water manifesting in her hands, flowing towards Hu Hai's gaping wound. Hu Hai felt the water energy swirling around his injury, akin to a cleansing wash, with some even penetrating his body. Gradually, the wound began to heal. To her astonishment, she realized she could indeed heal others. Bai Qingqing was equally surprised to discover that Xiaoxiao's abilities could not only heal, but also serve as a means of assisting in combat against foes. As for herself, she felt rather useless aside from her healing capabilities, leading her to ponder the implications for Shirwan. Her spirits sank. So, what do you think of my proposal? Hu Hai's tone now differed dramatically from before. First, tell us what mission you intend to undertake, Lu Xiaoran stated, seated on a plastic stool, his demeanor radiating an undeniable charisma, truly the essence of a protagonist. In the zoo, we have already slain several mutated animals, but two formidable ones remain, a snow wolf and a black bear. However, it seems they harbor a grudge against each other, so you might seize the opportunity to strike while they are preoccupied with their own conflict. The names of the snow wolf and black bear sounded familiar. Only Chun Meng and Lu Xiaoran, engrossed in Hu Hai's words, took note of the unfolding situation. Xiaoxiao, upon noticing the snacks on the shelf, felt a compelling urge to test whether they could indeed be stored in her spatial realm. Seizing the opportunity while her companions were distracted, she discreetly placed her hand upon one of the snack packages, silently contemplating. In an instant, the snack vanished from sight. Overjoyed, she realized it was indeed possible. Meanwhile, the celestial spirit, swaying left and right within the space, was suddenly struck on the head by an object that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. Who dares to ambush me? It contorted its face in a fierce expression, eager to identify the culprit. Glancing around, it found nothing amiss, but upon lowering its gaze, it discovered an unfamiliar item on the ground. Recalling recent events, it surmised who was responsible. How infuriating! The celestial spirit muttered. The last time it encountered her, it nearly lost its life, and now it had yet to even see her again. Chapter 32. Territory. Curiously, it picked up the colorful object from the ground. What is this? It felt plump and smooth. Prodding at it, it surprisingly yielded under pressure. Noticing a gear-like feature on top, it tugged at it, inadvertently tearing the item open. The opening was rather large, and most of its contents spilled out. Oh no, what a blunder! It flitted about in a panic. However, It soon regained its composure. She had used something to strike it, and it had yet to seek retribution. It must not show fear. Puffing out its chest, the spirit detected a peculiar aroma wafting from the damaged item, an enticing scent that captivated its senses. Like a curious puppy, it sniffed the air, realizing the source was the very thing it held in its grasp. Stealthily, it plunged its hand inside and retrieved a golden, flaky piece. Perching on a tree, it gazed at the delectable morsel in its hand, extending its tongue to taste it, feeling an exhilarating thrill coursing through its being. Delicious. Outside, having achieved success, Xiaoxiao subtly reached out to touch the snacks, taking half of each variety. She then hurried to the living area to acquire some essentials, ultimately gathering 2 of each item in a delightful assortment. Just as the celestial spirit was savoring its delectable finds, an odd sensation washed over it, prompting it to return to the spot where the object had fallen. Could there be more of that delightful food? Its heart brimmed with anticipation. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over the ground. With a loud thud, the celestial spirit's voice echoed from within. "I despise you." Outside, Xiaoxiao, amidst the continuous influx of goods, suddenly let out a tremendous sneeze. Rubbing her nose, she wondered if someone was thinking of her. "Xiaoxiao, come here," Qinming softly called. It appeared they had already conspired. Soon, they would guide her to the zoo to eliminate the 2 mutated creatures before proceeding to the dawn base. Xiaoxiao nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Do they have a vehicle? It seemed this matter had not been discussed. Hu Hai approached and overheard her question. He fell silent. "Our car was taken by that fellow." Fortunately, Zhang Yi remembered there was a supermarket nearby, along with a gas station. "We thought he might come here to refuel, but unexpectedly, it was us who arrived." They silently absorbed the weight of his words. "It appears we need to reconsider our plans," Lu Xiaoran remarked. Hu Hai glanced at their vehicle. "Our car accommodates only 7. If we are to take someone, it can only be one of you." Meng Liang discerned his intent. Hu Hai appeared conflicted. "Boss, I will accompany them. You stay here, perhaps you might encounter that guy." Zhang would step forward. Ignoring the objections of the 3 brothers, he joined Xiaoxiao and the others in the car. Under Hu Hai's guidance, they arrived at the entrance of the zoo in Huayuan district, where they disembarked. Be cautious upon entering. It's not just the animals that have mutated, but some of the plants as well, Hu Hai cautioned, still haunted by memories of their last encounter with the mutated flora. He felt it necessary to warn them in advance. Xiaoxiao tied her hair into a bun, wary of her long locks inadvertently brushing against the surrounding flora. With preparations complete, they ventured into the zoo. Just before entering, Meng Liang called out to Lu Xiaoran, "I wish to join as well. I no longer wish to hide in the car." His gaze was resolute as it met Lu Xiaoran's. "All right," Lu Xiaoran replied without hesitation. Meng Liang was taken aback momentarily, but joy quickly followed. Hu Hai stood a short distance away, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their discussion, fully aware that this was a matter concerning their group. Once their plans were finalized, the 7 of them cautiously proceeded inside. The vegetation within was astonishingly larger than that of ordinary plants, some towering at least 3 times their usual size, with grass reaching heights akin to that of a person. A sea of green stretched before them, resembling a lush forest. After a few steps, they stumbled upon several animal carcasses on the ground, their flesh already beginning to decay. "I know where they are. Follow me," Hu Hai whispered, leading the way in a specific direction. Upon witnessing Lu Xiaoran's momentary hesitation, Xiaoxiao chose to follow closely behind. They traversed a passage, only to discover that the conditions within were significantly more favorable than those outside. Deeper within lay their territory. Hu Hai swallowed hard, a look of anxiety creeping onto his face. "We could find a spot nearby to wait, and once they finish fighting, we can proceed." Their current location was near the entrance of the passage, and according to Hu Hai, this served as an observation point from which they could monitor the 2 mutated creatures. Should they be detected and find themselves outmatched, they could swiftly retreat from this vantage, as there were no alternate routes within. This was the sole exit. Although Xiaoxiao had yet to lay eyes on any mutated creature, she gently inquired of Hu Hai, "Did you not mention there were mutated animals?" "Those 2 are the only ones," The other creatures either submit or meet their demise, he replied. Do those two creatures even have a hierarchy? Gauli Shukalat. Huhai shook his head. Who can say? I wonder if we will witness them clash today. If not, we shall return tomorrow. Su Xiaoxiao noticed that they were all resting, so she pulled Chunming aside to find a place to sit. Ming, I will take a short nap. Please wake me if anything arises. Chunming nodded in agreement. Su Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, and the sunlight cast a delicate shadow upon her, the jade pendant on her neck glimmering softly. In that moment, she resembled a fairy tale's sleeping beauty. With her eyes shut, she emanated an aura of tranquility. To others, she appeared to be peacefully asleep, yet within the realm of her mind, she found herself in contemplative silence. She gazed intently at the ethereal spirits amidst the pile of objects. Having just finished one packet, the spirit, now consuming another, sensed an unusual presence behind it. Slowly, it turned its body, eyes widening and mouth slightly agape. When did she arrive? How had it remained unaware? Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the celestial spirit before her, clutching a packet of unopened potato chips, with remnants of food lingering at the corners of her mouth. All evidence, both testimonial and material, was undeniably present. Observing the astonishment on the celestial spirit's face, she could not help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The celestial spirit retorted, a hint of guilt coloring her irritation. Su Xiaoxiao remained silent, circling around the objects twice before pausing to inquire of the celestial spirit. Can I simply envision them in my mind and have them move on their own? Of course, the celestial spirit replied proudly. This poses no challenge at all. Chapter 33, Abducted. Su Xiaoxiao categorized them and placed them in different locations, yet they were all heaped on the ground, resulting in an unsightly appearance and making them difficult to access. Su Xiaoxiao frowned, and then a moment of inspiration struck her. A shelf materialized out of thin air, upon which the items scattered on the ground were neatly organized. However, some farming tools caught her eye, prompting her to glance towards the nearby cottage. Su Xiaoxiao had no choice but to relinquish this notion. She placed the farming tools beside the field and casually retrieved a few packets of seeds from the shelf. Then she went to the spring to fetch a bucket of water for irrigation. The fairy looked on in astonishment, exclaiming, "You can simply toss them in, and they will grow on their own." Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "Is that so? Never mind. It is of little importance." The fairy, realizing that she did not blame it for stealing, continued to flutter towards the shelf to fetch its favorite snack. "Don't eat too much, or you'll get cavities," Su Xiaoxiao cautioned, wondering if the fairy would also suffer from tooth decay. Dental care is truly expensive. Having nearly completed her tasks, Su Xiaoxiao said to the fairy, "I shall take my leave for now. I will visit you again next time." With that, she vanished. The fairy paused in its actions, raising its gaze towards the spot where she had disappeared, its expression bewildered. "Who asked you to come see me?" "It's a black bear." They all stood on high alert, peering inside. The silhouette of the bear emerged, standing upright, and let out another roar in a specific direction before dashing off. As the bear ran, Su Xiaoxiao felt the ground tremble beneath her. "Quickly, follow it," Hu Hai commanded, directing them to pursue the bear's path. Su Xiaoxiao wore a distressed expression. She was reluctant to proceed. The bear loomed before her, towering at least 3 stories high. The thought of inadvertently being crushed beneath its weight sent shivers down her spine. Upon encountering the black bear, memories flooded her mind of when Lu Xiran and his companions had ventured to this very place, yet they had not crossed paths with Hu Hai and his group. They too had witnessed the fierce battle between the snow wolf and the black bear, ultimately resulting in the bear's victory, albeit at a grievous cost. After extracting the snow wolf's core, Lu Xiran had spotted the battered bear, seized the core, and subsequently suffered a similar fate. This core had been utilized by Lu Xiran and his team as a toll for entry into the base, while another was absorbed by Lu Xiran himself. Though the recounting may seem lighthearted, the truth remained that despite the bear's severe injuries, Lu Xiran and his companions had endured immense hardships to slay the creature. Now, she found herself in this treacherous situation alongside Chenming. Su Xiaoxiao covered her face. They halted at a distance that was neither too close nor too far, just sufficient to witness the fierce clash between the snow wolf and the black bear. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The two circled each other, and, ultimately, the bear lunged forward with a powerful stride, striking at the snow wolf with a massive paw. The snow wolf leapt aside with agility, narrowly evading the blow. But little did it anticipate the cunning nature of the black bear, which proved to be even more astute than before. Just as the snow wolf regained its balance, another paw from the bear came crashing down, forcing it to endure the hit before springing backward. Upon landing a successful strike, the black bear let out a series of triumphant roars, shaking its head in delight, clearly reveling in its victory. Xiaoxiao believed that, given the attributes of the snow wolf, it should have been able to evade the recent blow. She scrutinized the snow wolf, sensing something amiss. After sustaining a hit, the once evenly matched encounter had shifted to one of overwhelming disadvantage. After enduring several more strikes, the snow wolf coughed up blood, its body marked by the savage blows of the black bear, with some wounds bleeding profusely. The black bear was not faring any better, its body bearing the scars of the snow wolf's claws. From its furious roar, Xiaoxiao discerned its immense anger. Indeed, in the next moment, the black bear wrapped its massive claws around a nearby rock formation and hurled it with great force. The snow wolf swiftly leapt aside, engaging in a fierce battle with the pursuing black bear. Xiaoxiao observed as the snow wolf gradually lost its strength. How wonderful! They were finally nearing the end. It seemed that the snow wolf was on the brink of death, and they prepared themselves to slay the black bear once it succumbed. Just as Huhai was reveling in this prospect, a sudden howl pierced the silence as the snow wolf leaped from behind, sinking its teeth into the black bear's neck. Refusing to release its grip despite the bear's desperate thrashing, they watched in silence as the scene unfolded. The snow wolf emerged victorious. It spat out the flesh from its mouth, collapsing on the ground, barely clinging to life. "Let's go." As Xiaoxiao and her companions hurried over, they were petrified by a mere glance from the snow wolf. It slowly rose from the ground, fixing its gaze upon the humans before it. This was dire, utterly catastrophic. The snow wolf, which should have perished, had somehow survived, unraveling the narrative completely. The snow wolf looked down upon the anxious group. Suddenly, it lunged towards Xiaoxiao, its massive shadow engulfing her entirely. Before she could react, it clamped its jaws around her and tossed her upward, allowing her to land securely upon its back. The others could merely witness the snow wolf seize Xiaoxiao and propel her upward before it bolted away. "Chase it!" Lu Xiaoran bellowed in fury. Bai Qingqing and Huhai swiftly restrained him, exclaiming, "Don't pursue! We would meet our demise if we did. Xiaoran, this is far too perilous." Gao Li and Meng Liang also found themselves at a loss, having just witnessed the snow wolf's formidable power. "If you want to go, then I shall," Chen Meng declared through gritted teeth, angered yet aware of the grave danger. Her reluctance was also for her own safety. However, she could not stand idly by. She had to follow, for Xiaoxiao was her dearest friend, even if it meant death. Meanwhile, on the back of the snow wolf, Xiaoxiao clutched its fur tightly to avoid being thrown off. She was still trembling with fear. No wonder she was merely a supporting character. Wasn't the probability of such a fate a clear indication? Uncertain of where the snow wolf was headed, she could only hear the wind whistling past her ears. After a short while, the snow wolf came to a halt, circling around before entering a cave, where dry grass lay scattered on the ground, suggesting it had been there for several days. The snow wolf lowered its body, remaining still, and Xiaoxiao surmised it was signaling for her to dismount. Thus, she clutched its fur, wary not to cause it pain, recalling the bite it had given her earlier. Although it hadn't inflicted serious injury, it had broken the skin. Had she not possessed water-based abilities to heal herself, she would surely be covered in blood by now. Despite the wolf having crouched down, it still loomed large in comparison to her human form. Just as she prepared for one last attempt to dismount, the snow wolf, unable to wait any longer, shook her off and dragged its injured body to the area where the grass was most abundant, within the confines of the cave. Xiaoxiao dared not make a sound. The cavern was a mere 10 meters away, yet she could swear that had she taken her second step, the snow wolf would have surely killed her. She remained frozen in place, consumed by trepidation that the snow wolf might end her life with a single bite. while also deeply curious as to why it refrained from attacking. Was it her unwashed scent from days without bathing that deterred it? Chapter 34. The reward. The snow wolf paid no heed to her slight movements, lying amidst the grass, trembling incessantly and whimpering softly. Xiaoxiao observed quietly from her position, and then she sensed that something was amiss. It seemed as though she heard the chaotic sound of footsteps coming from outside the cave. Could it be that they had come to rescue her? Xiaoxiao was both astonished and elated. Yet, before she could revel in her joy for long, her smile faded. This was due to the sight of the snow wolf trembling as it stood up. However, unlike moments before, a portion of the grass it had been lying on was stained with blood, and even more astonishingly, there was a newly born cub atop it. This snow wolf was a female, and she had just given birth. Xiaoxiao stood in astonishment, realizing why she had found herself at a disadvantage while battling the black bear. In a moment when she should have perished, she had instead managed to survive against all odds, driven by the indomitable will of a mother snow wolf. Unwilling to let her offspring depart from this world without experiencing it, she was transfixed, observing the snow wolf's movements as it tenderly licked its newborn pup and nourished it with milk. From the creature's eyes, she could discern a profound love for its child. Xiaoxiao, come here. Suddenly, she heard Chunmeng's voice. Following the sound, she noticed her friend peering in from the cave entrance. Meng, she exclaimed softly, surprised despite having anticipated her arrival. A warm surge of emotion flooded her heart as she realized that Chunmeng had indeed come to rescue her. Shortly thereafter, she saw Lu Xiaoran appear behind Chunmeng, his face expressionless. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of urgency in his eyes. Noticing that Xiaoxiao bore no visible injuries, he subtly exhaled in relief. A cacophony began to emanate from his hands as he activated his supernatural abilities. Oh no! The snow wolf had indeed caught sight of the bipedal intruders outside, and having just given birth, its emotions were far from stable. Perceiving the invasion of its territory, it lowered its head and firmly gripped the ground with its limbs, emitting a menacing growl to intimidate the approaching adversaries. Wait! As a confrontation seemed imminent between the human and the beast, Xiaoxiao urgently called for a halt and employed her water-based abilities to intercede. It hasn't harmed me, she quickly clarified. Seizing the opportunity while Lu Xiaoran engaged the snow wolf, Chunmeng hastily approached and pulled her away. We must leave at once, or we may find ourselves unable to escape. Xiaoxiao broke free from her grasp, asserting, truly, she harbors no intent to harm me. Otherwise, you would have already lost sight of me. Observing that Chunmeng and Lu Xiaoran remained skeptical, she reiterated, I assure you, she has not caused me any harm. The snow wolf tacitly accepted her actions, casting a hostile gaze towards Lu Xiaoran and Chunmeng. Xiaoxiao, Chunmeng exclaimed, her irritation palpable, feeling that Xiaoxiao was disregarding the sanctity of her own life. Xiaoxiao, feeling a pang of guilt, dared not raise her gaze to meet Chunmeng and Lu Xiaoran. She was acutely aware that her recent actions would surely incite their ire. Moreover, she had a far more pressing matter at hand. The mutated snow wolf loomed before her, its size exceeding that of its original form by more than double, rendering it a formidable presence compared to the diminutive newborn snow wolf. She rubbed her eyes, ensuring she was not mistaken. Indeed, nestled within the haystack was but a single little snow wolf, its damp fur clinging to its body. This was rather unexpected, shattering her preconceived notions. Logically, one would assume a litter would consist of several. She had never before encountered a solitary pup. Lu Xiaoran and Chunmeng also bore witness to this peculiar scene. The snow wolf, sensing their stillness and realizing time was of the essence, cautiously approached the haystack, gently grasping the tiny snow wolf in its jaws, and took deliberate steps towards Xiaoxiao. Upon witnessing three towering snow wolves approach, Xiaoxiao trembled with trepidation, her heart racing as she swallowed repeatedly. Chunmeng, having hastened the maturation of the seeds, discreetly cast them to the ground, while Lu Xiaoran wielded the lightning in his grasp. Although they had been interrupted by Xiaoxiao moments earlier, both remained vigilant, ready to intervene should the wolves exhibit any intent to harm her. The snow wolf, cradling its cub, stood before her, motionless, and she dared not stir, with the other two remaining equally still. The atmosphere grew tense, enveloped in silence, as no one dared to speak. Fool! It seeks to entrust its cub to you, requesting your assistance in its care. The voice of the ethereal spirit suddenly resonated in her mind. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hurry, continue. It's about to perish. Upon hearing this, she quickly extended her hands, palms upwards, holding them out straight. Lu Xiaoran and Chen Meng exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend her peculiar gesture. The snow wolf gently placed its cub into her hands. The little snow wolf was about 2/3 the length of Xiaoxiao's arm. As it settled into her grasp, she instinctively adjusted to cradle it like a cat. The snow wolf lowered its head to nuzzle its cub for a moment before letting out a mournful howl that echoed through the air. The three of them felt as if their ears might burst, and Xiaoxiao was in a dire predicament, unable to cover her ears with both hands occupied. Once the snow wolf finished its call, she felt dizzy and her head throbbed. What happened next was utterly unexpected. The snow wolf forcefully inserted one of its front paws into its own body, blood oozing from the wound. It was evident that the snow wolf was enduring excruciating pain as it searched within itself. Finally, it withdrew its paw and presented it to Xiaoxiao, revealing a crystal stained with blood. Despite the blood, the untainted parts of the crystal sparkled with clarity, about the size of an egg. This was a crystal core. Her eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that the snow wolf had extracted its own crystal core, and it seemed, if her intuition was correct, that it intended to give this core to her. Or perhaps it was meant for its cub. Xiaoxiao struggled to find words. The creature, aware of its impending demise, sought someone to care for its offspring, offering this as a token of gratitude. The voice of the celestial spirit echoed once more, asserting that this would indeed be of use to her. The conflict between the black bear and the snow wolf was partly rooted in this very issue. The fates of the two mutated creatures had diverged from what they once were. Xiaoxiao gazed into the snow wolf's chestnut eyes, observing the wounds adorning its body and the crystal core clutched within its paw. At last, the snow wolf succumbed, collapsing in the sweltering heat of summer. In a world on the brink of human order's collapse, Xiaoxiao stifled her tears as she gazed at the newly born snow wolf in her arms. Its mother had endured excruciating pain to extract the crystal core before her demise, all for the sake of providing her offspring a chance at life. Let us go. Lu Xiaoran broke the silence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hu Hai, seated in the driver's seat, took a swig from the bottle of water they had been given, remarking on the sweltering heat. What is wrong with you youngsters? Can't you think of anything uplifting? I'm perfectly fine. I genuinely want to help. Gao Li replied with a serious expression. Meng Liang shot him a disdainful glance, unwilling to engage. Hey, what do you mean by that? What is wrong with me? Gao Liba. If it weren't for you guys, I would have followed Brother Lu. At these words, a flicker of emotion crossed Meng Liang's face, and he looked somewhat displeased. That's not what I meant. Gao Li, noticing his clenched fists, regretted his words once again. Hu Hai chuckled at the unfolding drama. Don't worry, your Brother Lu is quite capable. Based on my many years of experience in assessing people, Lu Xiaoran is undoubtedly more complex than he appears. If he stays on the right path, he will surely achieve great things. Everyone in our team is remarkable. It's best to strengthen our bonds now, so we can assist each other in the future. Brother Lu, how is it going? He asked, noticing Xiaoxiao cradling an animal. Aren't you all here to rescue Xiaoxiao? Why is there an extra one? It's a long story. Let us get in the car first, Xiaoxiao replied, having carried the creature from the cave and feeling utterly exhausted. She desperately needed to get into the car and feel the breeze. Hu Hai drove, with Bai Qingqing in the front passenger seat, while Chen Meng and Xiaoxiao occupied the middle row. Lu Xiaoran, Gao Li, and Meng Liang sat in the rear. Completely worn out, Xiaoxiao paid no heed to Lu Xiaoran's presence behind her as she rolled down the window to its fullest extent, relishing the warm wind against her. It was certainly better than nothing. After resting for a while, and prompted by Gao Li's incessant inquiries, Xiaoxiao began to recount what she had witnessed and what the celestial spirit had conveyed to her. It was then that everyone realized the snow wolf sought a guardian for the young snow wolf. But why did it choose you and bypass us? Meng Liang asked. Perhaps I'm just appealing to animals? Xiaoxiao speculated, recalling how she had felt her life was hanging by a thread. With so many around her wanting to claim it, truly a role befitting a malicious female antagonist. And what will you do with that? Chun Ming pointed at the tiny snow wolf in her arms, a creature just separated from its mother. Xiaoxiao now finds herself in a bit of a quandary. She is uncertain about how to provide proper care. Yet, she has already received her remuneration, which is non-refundable. Moreover, Xiaoxiao recalled the crystal core that had only been in her possession for a fleeting 2 seconds. She was taken aback by how suddenly it was absorbed. In the very next moment after the crystal core vanished, she sensed a slight increase in her powers, just a little. Were it not for this minor enhancement, she would have suspected that someone with spatial abilities had stealthily stolen her crystal core. Let's see if we can nourish it with something like milk. Hu Hai suggested while driving. He mentioned that he had encountered similar situations before, where they would use soy milk to feed the little ones, hoping that at least one would survive. Xiaoxiao recalled that she had some dairy products in her space, and her furrowed brow instantly relaxed as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Hu. Oh, it's nothing, Hu Hai chuckled incessantly. Boss, Guo Fuqiang shouted in unison. Why are you shouting so loudly? Have you not realized after so many outings? Hu Hai reprimanded them, noting how they had forgotten the rules in his absence. Once they confirmed that their boss was unharmed, the trio turned their gaze towards Xiaoxiao and the others. What are you holding? Did you strip the snow wolf's pelt? Mind your own business. Haven't you heard that curiosity killed the cat? Hurry up and get inside. It's scorching out here. If the zombies spot us, they could bite us in an instant. Hu Hai bellowed, giving each of them a kick. Xiaoxiao cradled the little snow wolf in her arms, seeking a comfortable spot as she gazed at the creature nestled within her embrace. Its fur had dried and transformed. It was now enveloped in a pristine layer of white, resembling a miniature version of Snow Wolf. Earlier, curled up in her arms, all that was visible was a mound of white fur, and even Guo Fuqiang and the others had mistakenly misidentified it. The journey from the zoo to the supermarket took approximately 30 minutes, during which its fur had fully developed. They were all astounded during the ride. Now, she needed to feed the little snow wolf, as it was growing so rapidly that she feared it might not be receiving sufficient nourishment. Chimeng had found some soy milk on the shelf, but they lacked hot water. Currently, there was a power outage and the water dispenser was empty. They procured a new pot, and Xiaoxiao added some water while Gao Li continuously heated it. Once the water reached a boil, Chimeng poured in the soy milk powder and stirred it with a spoon. They would have to wait a moment before drinking as it was scalding hot. Chunming then poured the soy milk into a newly acquired large cup for the little snow wolf to drink. Accepting the cup, she expressed her gratitude to Gao Li and Chunming, especially to Chunming and Lu Xiron. The situation had been so tense at that moment that she had not had the chance to thank them properly. Why say all this? Chunming shot her a sidelong glance and retorted, just make sure you don't gamble with your own life. The little snow wolf had remained remarkably quiet, save for a few whimpers during the car ride. Had she not observed its abdomen rising and falling, she might have feared it was in peril. After diligently feeding it, they rested in place, preparing to depart for the M-City base around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. During their break, Xiaoxiao informed Chunming that she was going to rest and casually sought out a quiet corner. Upon entering, she was surprised to find that the little snow wolf had followed her inside. Noticing Xiaoxiao's arrival, the ethereal spirit flitted before her. Could it also enter here? Chapter 36. Departure. Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. Indeed, its physical form had directly followed her in, meaning it had vanished from the outside. The celestial spirit fluttered in front of the little snow wolf, scrutinizing it from head to toe, and reached out a hand to touch the slumbering creature. Fortunately, she had found a quiet and secluded spot before entering. Otherwise, the existence of her space would have been revealed. She was not yet ready to expose this matter, and she was uncertain about the true nature of spatial abilities, fearing that if her secret were to leak, it would spell her doom. I heard you speaking earlier, yet others did not. How is that possible? Xiaoxiao inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. At the cave's entrance, After the celestial spirit spoke, she discreetly observed Lu Shiran and Chun Meng's expressions, noting their indifference. It seemed that only she had heard the words. That is because I communicated with you within your mind. In the future, if you wish to ask me anything, simply do so in your thoughts. The celestial spirit explained in a straightforward manner, fearing that she might not comprehend. However, do refrain from asking me about trivial matters. It crossed its arms and turned its head away from Xiaoxiao, unwilling to disclose that it itself was not entirely well-versed in the subject. Can you guess what they're thinking? It continued. Of course, you should consider who I am. This is what it conveyed to me, and I am merely relaying it to you. Suddenly, the little snow wolf nestled in her arms began to stir. Its movements grew increasingly vigorous, prompting Xiaoxiao to set it down. In the next moment, it awoke, gazing up at her before pouncing with a playful yip, rubbing against her and licking her hand with its tongue. While it felt akin to a toy when cradled, once on the ground, it resembled a medium-sized dog one might keep at home. Xiaoxiao had never engaged in such intimate gestures, particularly with a pet. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes reflected a pleading gaze as she looked at the ethereal creature. Fortunately, it flew swiftly. Yet, what of this little snow wolf? I fear I may not be able to nurture it to health. Xiaoxiao gently caressed the snow wolf's head. Its newly grown white fur was truly soft, and the sensation was remarkably soothing. The sensation of Xiaoxiao's hands ceaselessly moving was palpable. A mere morsel to eat would suffice. The mutated creatures are distinct from their ordinary counterparts, and given its considerable size, it is relatively easy to sustain. Xianling produced a packet of tomato-flavored chips, which were quite delightful as well. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao finally exhaled in relief and cheerfully remarked to Xianling, "Thank you. I shall take my leave now, and I will visit you again next time." Suddenly, she recalled that she could converse with herself in her mind. We could engage in dialogue within our thoughts. Should you desire. Xianling scoffed, "I have no such need. You may go out by yourself." As Xiaoxiao gently caressed the little snow wolf, she pondered by the way, "Can you exit this space?" "Not at the moment." The voice of the celestial spirit suddenly grew faint. "Then how can we leave?" Xiaoxiao surveyed the enchanting surroundings. Although beautiful, the prospect of being alone felt rather lonely. "I must wait until I regain my energy, for I am currently insufficient." The celestial spirit recalled how Xiaoxiao had previously captured her and drained her light, casting a mournful glance in her direction. Xiaoxiao recalled the incident, awkwardly running her fingers through her hair, feeling guilty and uncertain as she asked, "Is there anything you need me to do?" "Indeed. Quickly seek out that stone given to you by the wolf." The celestial spirit remembered the moment Xiaoxiao had received that crystal-clear stone. It felt an overwhelming surge of energy in that instant and seized the opportunity to absorb it while she was still in shock. To this day, it could vividly recall the delightful sensation, yearning to experience it once more and restore its energy. It longed to venture outside. "Are you all rested?" Huhai had already awakened everyone in the midst of the supermarket. Emerging from the space, Xiaoxiao cradled the now-awakened little snow wolf in her arms, drawing the attention of the group, who turned to gaze at her in unison. "Wow, it has awakened!" they exclaimed, gathering around her. Xiaoxiao placed it on the ground for everyone to see. The little snow wolf, surrounded by so many people, shyly retreated behind Xiaoxiao, seeking to hide. Gao Li, brimming with excitement, gazed at the little snow wolf, exclaiming, "Wow, this little snow wolf is truly remarkable. I hadn't taken a proper look until now. Indeed, it is strikingly handsome." After speaking, he shook his head with a hint of sorrow, lamenting, "What a pity it's so timid, hiding from everyone." His mind was filled with images from nature documentaries he had seen, depicting wolves howling at the moon atop mountains or frolicking on the grasslands while playing with their prey. Lost in thought, he watched the little snow wolf, his eyes filled with pity and regret. Chunming delivered a sharp slap to Gao Li's back, causing him to yelp in surprise. "Come on, this little cub has just been born. Do you expect it to stand and run immediately?" Chunming shot him a disapproving glance, asserting, "The little snow wolf is still young. I shall protect its dignity." Gao Li pondered for a moment, realizing she had a point. Bai Qingqing's gaze was filled with curiosity as she observed the pure, white little snow wolf. "I could try to pet it, but I'm uncertain of its reaction. How about this? Su Xiaoxiao crouched down, placing the little snow wolf in front of her and resting her hand gently on its head, signaling Bai Qingqing to stroke its body. Bai Qingqing delicately caressed the snow wolf's fur, marveling at its softness. Seeing that the little snow wolf did not react adversely, Chunming also crouched down to join them in their gentle affection. Let us go. If we linger any longer, it will be dark, Lu Xiaoran remarked, glancing at the sky outside. His tall and slender figure, accentuated by a white shirt, appeared even more elegant and refined, with an extraordinary beauty. His chiseled features were sharply defined. A pair of sword-like eyebrows peeked through his hair, and his deep, captivating eyes drew one in, making it difficult to look away. As Su Xiaoxiao lifted her gaze, a vivid scene unfolded before her. Memories of his previous anxiety and concern at the cave entrance flooded her mind, causing her heart to quicken unexpectedly. She forcibly suppressed her thoughts, realizing once more that he truly embodied the essence of a protagonist from a novel, with both commendable physical attributes and admirable character. As they departed, they took with them some provisions from the supermarket to replenish their energy, leaving behind a few as well. Upon spotting their vehicle, Su Xiaoxiao was about to remark that it was insufficient for their needs when her peripheral vision caught sight of an additional car nearby. Meng Liang, noticing the puzzled expression on Su Xiaoxiao's face, clarified, "While you were resting, Uncle Hu and the others managed to procure another vehicle. Hu Hai's team is driving one car ahead, leading the way for Lu Xiaoran and his group following behind. Eager to reach the base swiftly, Hu Hai took them through a shortcut, even colliding with a few zombies that lunged at them along the way. Several hours later, they arrived at the outskirts of the True Dawn base. Su Xiaoxiao observed the procession of the patrol squad outside, alongside the throngs of individuals gathered within the tents. Chapter 37. Arrival at the base. As the crowd thickened, the vehicles slowed their pace, gradually maneuvering through the masses. Those residing in the tents and the onlookers stood attentively, their gazes fixed upon the two vehicles. The cars approached the gates of the base, where, upon the direction of the gatekeepers, they disembarked. Unlike the Dawn base in City Inn, Su Xiaoxiao, despite her lack of knowledge regarding construction, could discern that the walls of the Dawn base in City M were significantly sturdier and taller. Guards were stationed atop the walls, some gazing into the distance while others scrutinized their immediate surroundings. The base featured two gates. The left one was slightly larger, while the right one was comparatively smaller. A contingent of 5 or 6 individuals stood by each gate, and Su Xiaoxiao surmised that they were all endowed with special abilities. "How much longer until we reach our destination?" Gao Li lamented, his spirits dampened as he surveyed the lengthy queue. After Hu Hai parked the vehicle, he approached them and said, "Follow me." He led the group to the smaller right gate, conversing briefly with the individual in charge. The leader regarded them momentarily before entering through the gate. "You will need to undergo a brief inspection," Hu Hai explained. "Do not overthink it. It is merely a precaution to rule out the presence of zombies." Su Xiaoxiao discreetly wiped the sweat that had emerged on her forehead, feeling a twinge of anxiety within. Chun Ming, sitting beside her, grasped her hand gently and reassured her, "It's all right." The little snow wolf sensed Su Xiaoxiao's despondency and circled around her legs, nuzzling against her incessantly, hoping to lift her spirits. Su Xiaoxiao forced a smile, gently stroking the little snow wolf. Lu Xiaoran appeared as indifferent as ever, with no one noticing the deep furrow in his brow. Soon, the person who had entered earlier emerged, waving them over, and they approached. Crossing through a small door, they found themselves in a shelter constructed of metal sheeting. The interior spanned approximately 20 to 30 square meters, with a machine standing prominently in the center, its screen aglow with light. Upon entering, Lu Xiaoran and the others discerned that the base was not experiencing a power outage. Su Xiaoxiao stood nervously at the end of the line, and as she approached the gate, the guard stopped her. "What is this?" he inquired, pointing at the little snow wolf trailing behind her. "This is my pet. It is quite gentle and 1T bite," Su Xiaoxiao quickly responded, cradling the small creature in her arms and gently stroking its fur for the guard to see. Silence enveloped them. The guard did not permit her entry, and Su Xiaoxiao lacked the courage to speak further. His voice was cold, and his pitch-black eyes held a somewhat intimidating gaze. The guard recoiled slightly and, mustering his resolve, stated, "This pet requires inspection. Have you not already examined it?" Lu Xiaoran interjected, his eyes glinting with a hint of warning and impatience, as crackles of electricity began to dance around him. Hu Hai, noticing the unusual tension ahead, turned to see the two of them at a standstill with the inspection officer. He hastily approached, wearing a cheerful smile, and addressed the officer. "We are on a mission to eliminate mutated animals, and we found this poor creature along the way. Being a girl, she naturally has a fondness for these furry beings." He pulled out 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a cigarette from his pocket. "For the sake of our acquaintance, could you make an exception?" The officer's expression softened slightly as he regarded the cigarette in his hand, his throat bobbing as he reluctantly replied, "I'm only doing this for our friendship. Next time, it won't be so easy." His eyes greedily scanned Hu Hai's pockets, hoping for further offerings. Yes, thank you," Hu Hai quickly replied, having narrowly escaped that predicament. Su Xiaoxiao flashed him a grateful smile. "It's nothing. It's not your concern. Who knew I would encounter him today during the inspection?" Hu Hai allowed them to pass. He had connections here, and in such murky waters, it was customary to offer something in return when faced with such situations. Although he felt a pang in his heart for parting with his hard-won cigarette, he rationalized that cultivating goodwill was worthwhile. He could always ask his wife for another. If that failed, he would resort to tears and tantrums. At that moment, a woman helping others with vegetables in the base suddenly sneezed. Fortunately, they all passed the inspection unscathed. "I shall first report the mission, then distribute the supplies we acquired, and finally find you a place to stay." Hu Hai instructed Zhang Guo to stay with them briefly, introducing them to the base. He and Zhang Fu and Zhang Chong proceeded to report their mission. There was a significant disparity between the outside world and the interior of the base. Outside, they either slept in tents or merely laid down makeshift bedding on the ground. Inside the base, fundamental facilities had been rapidly constructed, providing proper accommodations, and the inhabitants appeared remarkably normal, resembling everyday citizens. This is the outermost part of the base. Zone 9, while we reside in Zone 7, Zhang Guo explained. Zone 9 is primarily inhabited by ordinary people. The deeper one goes, the higher the status of the residents. If the encampment were to be breached, would these individuals become mere cannon fodder? Su Xiaoxiao thought, somewhat inopportunely. Zhang was sensed that they might remain unaware of such implications. "Is it possible to enhance our abilities?" Gaoli exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the base has only recently made this discovery. A team ventured out on a mission and fortuitously retrieved a spherical object the size of a ping-pong ball from Zombie's brain, which we have dubbed the crystal nucleus, Zhang Guo explained. Its color is translucent and resplendent. Once you see it, you will not mistake it. Within it lies a potent energy that can facilitate the enhancement of our abilities. I cannot elaborate further at this moment, but our leader will provide you with a comprehensive explanation later, and I trust you will comprehend it well. Su Xiaoxiao could sense that Zhang spoke of their leader with great admiration. Despite his own limp, he willingly stood beside Hu Hai. They waited for a while, during which Su Xiaoxiao took the initiative to offer treatment to Zhang Guo, whose surprised expression elicited laughter from everyone. Zhang Guo's ears turned red, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. They moved to a quieter corner, where they could also observe their surroundings. Su Xiaoxiao, having treated others for the second time, and having previously administered treatment to herself, found herself increasingly adept at her craft, totaling 3 treatments. Come quickly and see. Chapter 38. The room after completing his mission, Hu Hai approached them, carrying a bag filled with items. "What is the matter, Uncle Hu?" Su Xiaoxiao inquired, curious about what could have brought Hu Hai such joy. Hadn't they previously discussed the task involving the extermination of mutated animals? When he returned to report on the task, he had not anticipated the reward would be so bountiful. Hu Hai extracted 5 crystal-clear orbs, each the size of a ping-pong ball, from a bag and displayed them before them. Crystal cores. Meng Liang recalled the discussion they had just had with Zhang Guo regarding supernatural abilities. Indeed, there were originally 3 crystal cores, and now they have doubled. With a beaming smile, Hu Hai gazed at the shimmering crystal cores in his hand. "Without your assistance, I would not have accomplished much. We shall split this evenly. 3 for you and 3 for us. He distributed 3 of the cores to Lu Xiaoran and the others. Is that acceptable? Certainly. Lu Xiaoran accepted the crystal cores from Hu Hai's hand and promptly divided them among his companions. One was given to Gao Li, another to Chen Ming. There remained 1 core, and Xiaoxiao noted Lu Xiaoran's glance in her direction, likely intending to bestow it upon Bai Qingqing. However, Bai Qingqing was currently an ordinary person, and Lu Xiaoran hesitated to present it to her. Prior to their visit to the zoo, they had all been aware of one another's circumstances, deliberately concealing Bai Qingqing's supernatural abilities. Gazing at the crystal core before her, Xiaoxiao felt a sense of astonishment. She had hardly contributed anything significant during this ordeal. Just take it, Lu Xiaoran remarked coolly, casting a glance her way. Xiaoxiao accepted the crystal core with both hands. Lu Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, a fleeting smile gracing his features before he quickly suppressed it. Gao Li, examining the crystal core he held, queried Lu Xiaoran, "Brother Lu, aren't you going to use the crystal core?" He felt unworthy of possessing it. During the confrontation between the Black Wolf and the Snow Wolf, they had merely observed. After the Snow Wolf abducted Xiaoxiao, it was Chen Ming and he who had gone to rescue her, while he himself had done nothing, merely sitting in the car with Meng Liang, Bai Qingqing, and Hu Hai, passing the time. "Take it if I tell you to," Lu Xiaoran replied. Xiaoxiao observed Lu Xiaoran's rejection, and in contrast to Gao Li's gratitude, she suddenly recalled that the corpse of the black bear must also contain a crystal nucleus approximately the same size as that of the snow wolf. The fact that this particular crystal nucleus had not been mentioned suggested that it had been taken by someone. She noticed that Hu Hai and the others had divided the crystal nuclei they held, each of them beaming with delight. As they were just beginning to grasp the significance of these crystals, a thought flickered in her mind, and her gaze involuntarily drifted towards Lu Xiaoran. Could it be that he had taken it? However, another voice within her countered, asserting that it could not possibly be him. Ultimately, Xiaoxiao dismissed these thoughts. If he had taken it, so be it. After all, she already possessed one given to her by the snow wolf, and she would simply reserve this one for later. "Xiaoxiao, why do you keep staring at Lu Xiaoran?" "Everyone is watching," Chen Ming whispered, noticing that her eyes were fixated on him without so much as a blink. "Could it be that you still have feelings for him?" Chen Ming observed the entire process of her face turning crimson, the blush spreading from her neck to her cheeks, her ears also aflame. "Don't say such nonsense." Xiaoxiao felt as though she might explode, hastily attempting to cover Chen Ming's mouth to silence her. "Mm. Chen Ming, muffled, still wanted to speak. The commotion caught the attention of the others. And Gao Li chuckled. "What are you two up to? Such a lovely bond." "And no, we weren't doing anything, just—" Xiaoxiao lowered her hand, flustered and at a loss, fearing that they would all discover the nature of their earlier conversation. "It's nothing," Chen Ming said, draping her arm around Xiaoxiao's shoulders, grinning playfully at her, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Xiaoxiao pushed, but was unable to open the door, so she allowed herself to lean against it. Bai Qingqing watched their actions with envy, reminiscing about her own bond with Qi Xian. Once, they were inseparable. But little did she expect. A flicker of hurt crossed her eyes as she recalled her words at the Dawn base in City M. Indeed, after dealing with the mutated creatures, it seemed she had not taken any extraordinary actions. How could they have known that the mutated beasts had been slain? Meng Liang approached and engaged in conversation with Hu Hai. "Thank you for your efforts," Meng Liang wrote politely. "No need for formality. You have aided us in completing this task," he replied with a hearty laugh. Typically, newcomers began in Zone 9 and gradually moved inward based on their contributions, eventually gaining access to the most secure central area once they accumulated sufficient merit, a coveted aspiration for all. Hu Hai gazed at the sky, his eyes clear yet contemplative. "But you do not wish for that," Xiaoxiao softly remarked. Hu Hai turned to her, smiling. "How do you know? Am I that transparent?" He shared that his brothers, wife, and daughter were aware he did not yearn for the fortified center. He relished the thrill of battle, experiencing the adrenaline of life and death. This often led to scoldings from them, especially from his daughter. However, after an incident involving his wife, he gradually tempered his recklessness. As a man, he had a wife and daughter to care for, along with several brothers. One member of their squad had betrayed him over this matter, possibly a culmination of long-standing grievances, as they possessed the strength to reside in Zone 6, rather than remaining in Zone 7. "You have a daughter?" Gao Li exclaimed in surprise, only now realizing Hu Hai had a daughter. "Yes, she's about the same age as you all," Hu Hai remarked without concern for Gao Li's tone, accustomed to it. As they spoke, Hu Hai led them to a security line, handing something to the staff stationed there before stepping back, allowing them entry. Beyond lay Zone 8, where their accommodations were also located. He could only arrange for them to stay there, as Zone 7 required individuals to undertake tasks to earn entry. Hu Hai guided them to a cluster of white buildings, pointing to the nearest one. "This is where you will reside," he stated, casually handing them the keys. Chapter 39. Lord of the Celestial Spirits. This area consists of living quarters. Places to purchase necessities are outside. You will see them as soon as you exit this street. Hu Hai spoke rapidly, having secured only 4 single rooms for them, suggesting they divide them later. The keys bore corresponding room numbers, and he had other matters to attend to. "I must take my leave now." They took the keys and entered the building. The structure boasted 7 floors, and the keys they received were labeled with white paper indicating rooms 602, 603, 606, and 607. The rooms were of standard single occupancy size, each consisting of a bedroom, living area, and bathroom, conveniently positioned on the same side. There are 6 individuals, 3 men and 3 women, which undoubtedly necessitates that 2 of them occupy separate rooms. In a tacit agreement, they designated by Qingqing and Lu Xiuran to be alone together. Chun Meng and Su Xiaoxiao, who share a close bond, secured rooms 606 and, accompanied by the little snow wolf, were the first to enter. Inside, the walls were painted a stark white, adorned with minimalistic furnishings comprising merely a chair, a table, a large bed, and a wardrobe. The so-called wardrobe was nothing more than a few rods hastily assembled, draped with a dust cover, thus creating a rudimentary closet. To the left of the entrance lay the bathroom, while to the right, a makeshift kitchen cabinet formed by several tables was topped with an induction cooker. Su Xiaoxiao stepped inside and made her way to the balcony of the living room, gazing at the passers-by below who strolled leisurely, the warm-toned streetlights already illuminating the scene. It seemed as though nothing had changed from her previous life. Aside from the quality of the air, everything appeared just as it had before. Exhausted from a long day, she resolved to take a shower and retire for the night. Chun Meng, catching a whiff of her unwashed hair from the past few days, wore a look of disdain. Had it not been for the recent days spent in flight, she would have certainly taken the time to cleanse herself properly today. Su Xiaoxiao retrieved a change of clothes from her backpack and placed them beside the bedside table, waiting for Chun Meng to emerge before she would enter. Seizing the opportunity while Chun was bathing, she ventured into the space, accompanied by the little snow wolf. Upon entering, the little snow wolf behaved as if it were in its own abode, galloping around with the exuberance of an unbridled stallion, pausing only to quench its thirst at the waterway flowing from the spring. "Shall we bestow a name upon it?" Su Xiaoxiao mused as she settled onto the stone bench she had fashioned, with Xianling beside her, both observing the little snow wolf's spirited frolic. In the midst of her contemplation, she noticed that the vegetables planted in the ground had astonishingly grown to half a foot in height. She sprang up in surprise, exclaiming, "Has it truly grown this large? How little time has passed! This place must accelerate growth." Xianling, with a sense of pride, remarked, "You should consider where you are." Su Xiaoxiao discerned its desire for praise and generously complimented it, exclaiming, "Marvelous! I admit my limited experience. I never anticipated that this place belonged to the esteemed celestial spirit." The celestial spirit was taken aback by Su Xiaoxiao's unexpected and candid admiration, its pointed ears flushing a delightful shade of red, resembling a petite crimson cap. It stammered for a considerable time, yet could not articulate a coherent response. Su Xiaoxiao casually selected seeds from the shelf, paying little heed to their nature. Yet they were likely common vegetables found on dining tables. Intrigued, she leaned in to observe the tender sprouts emerging. After a while, she recalled that she needed to name the little snow wolf. She wouldn't admit her ignorance regarding the identity of the sprout, Instead, she suddenly felt that these vegetables were rather similar. It seemed trivial to assign a name. After all, it was merely a pet. Yet, within her ethereal eyes lay a concealed sorrow, accompanied by a hint of envy towards the little snow wolf. No, naming was an important matter and not to be taken lightly. In Su Xiaoxiao's view, a name served as a badge of identity. Bestowing a name was a serious endeavor, and one must bear responsibility for the name given to a person or creature. Thus, she approached the task of naming the little snow wolf with utmost seriousness. The very act of transitioning from merely accepting it to actively naming it signified her complete acceptance, treating it as family. At that moment, the little snow wolf joyfully bounded to her side, nuzzling against her and wagging its tail exuberantly. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with mirth as her fair hand caressed the little snow wolf, both the girl and the creature basking in joy. However, the celestial spirit experienced an odd sensation within, an inexplicable urge to weep. Impossible. It would never succumb to such human emotions. It felt no envy for these beings. It was a noble, celestial spirit. Images flashed rapidly through its mind. A man who had cradled it from the earth, transforming it into the guardian of this space, only to abandon it thereafter. Time passed, long enough for it to comprehend that it had been forgotten and forsaken. Perhaps this was its destiny. Every time it placed its unwavering trust in another, it faced betrayal. In this realm, it roamed freely until one fateful day when it glimpsed the outside world. It was a stark contrast to its previous existence. Everything was refreshingly new. It saw itself entwined within the adornments of a little girl, observing a beautiful woman showering affection upon the girl, offering her delightful treats, playing with her, risking herself to save the child, despite lacking any blood ties. The spirit felt a twinge of jealousy, yet rebuked itself. This was unbecoming of a celestial spirit. Eventually, it witnessed the tragic demise of the little girl. It sensed her thoughts, her desire to gift her mother's jade to quell her tears, but the girl's strength was waning. Driven by emotions it had not recognized, the spirit willingly expended its energy to fulfill the girl's wish, viewing it as recompense for being shown this world. It achieved its goal, finding itself in the girl's grasp, and by a twist of fate, it beheld her. As it had envisioned, she radiated warmth and sunlight, invoking an irresistible longing to draw near. However, it restrained itself, determined not to endure further heartache. The celestial spirit remained silent, which unsettled Su Xiaoxiao, unaccustomed to its reticence. She paused her playful antics with the wolf, gazing tenderly at the quiet spirit. "What is it? Are you at a loss for words as well? I find it quite difficult." The spirit immediately retorted, "How could that be? I'm a noble celestial spirit." Su Xiaoxiao smiled and exclaimed, "Wonderful. What name do you have in mind?" Gazing into Su Xiaoxiao's expectant eyes, Xianling racked its brain, striving to extract a few words from its memory. After much deliberation, it stammered, let us call it." However, after an extended pause, no name emerged, and Xianling's mood began to sour, vexed at itself for being unable to conjure a name. Upon witnessing this expression, Su Xiaoxiao promptly shifted the topic. "What is the name of the celestial spirit?" Chapter 40. Chun Ming, the celestial spirit, was momentarily taken aback. "And my name? What should it be? Perhaps I shall be called celestial spirit. How can one name a child after their true form? Are you out of your mind? Then what shall it be? Why is it so difficult to choose a name? How about Xiun, with Xi meaning hope and Yun meaning cloud? Xiun it is, with Xi denoting hope and Yun representing cloud." This is a memory from a time long past. In a recollection, a pair of individuals adorned with resplendent vintage attire, their backs sprouting wings, cradled a small child, their faces etched with worry as they pondered a fitting name for the infant. Xiun is a lovely name, quite melodious. Su Xiaoxiao presumed the celestial spirit would declare itself as celestial spirit, but to her surprise, it indeed possessed a name. Of course, a closer inspection revealed a hint of crimson at the corners of the celestial spirit's eyes. Su Xiaoxiao gently caressed the head of the little snow wolf, tilting her head in contemplation when suddenly a name surfaced in her mind. It settled. "Since you are entirely white." With that, She scooped up the little snow wolf and gazed up at it, proclaiming, "I shall call you Little Snow." The little snow wolf, seemingly perplexed, stared blankly at Su Xiaoxiao and let out a soft howl. Xianling, observing from a distance, couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief at the name Su Xiaoxiao had chosen, silently relieved that she herself still possessed a name. After a brief visit, Su Xiaoxiao intended to leave the space. "What should I do for you to come out and play?" The fairy spirit, surprised that she still pondered this matter, contemplated for a moment and replied, "Just as the snow wolf provided you with a crystal core before, gather 7 more, and I shall emerge." There was an air of anticipation in its voice, and its eyes sparkled with excitement, convinced it had concealed its true feelings well. Was it akin to collecting 7 Dragon Balls to summon a dragon? "Xiaoxiao, I've finished washing. You should hurry and wash up too." Meng was drying her hair with a towel, suggesting they rest early as they were utterly exhausted. After a quick blow-dry, she flopped onto the large bed, watching Su Xiaoxiao pick up her clothes and head to the bathroom. "Do you want me to accompany you for another wash?" She flashed a devilishly charming smile reminiscent of a character from a drama, sending a shiver down Su Xiaoxiao's spine. "No need. Just rest well." Meng laughed as she held back the little snow wolf that was closely following Su Xiaoxiao, leaving it there to play with her sister. Once the bathroom door was closed, Su Xiaoxiao turned on the shower, letting her hair cascade down. The water poured over her, cascading down, ultimately draining away. Yet, why was it that in Su Xiaoxiao's narrative, the most vivid depiction was of a vicious female antagonist, while Meng received barely any elaboration, only a fleeting mention? Having traversed into this world without the original owner's memories, she was oblivious to the dynamics between the original and Meng, and the text offered no guidance. Meng had shared her experiences in the car, yet Su Xiaoxiao felt utterly lost. How was she to interact with her? Would revealing too much jeopardize her safety and expose her to the research facility? Su Xiaoxiao splashed her face vigorously with water, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. The water flowed over her cheeks, and the visage before her increasingly resembled the one she encountered in her daily life. Well, it is what it is. The next morning, Su Xiaoxiao felt as though she could scarcely breathe, as if something were pressing down upon her. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered a large face directly in front of her. It was the little snow wolf. Its entire body was sprawled across Su Xiaoxiao, and upon noticing her awakening, it wagged its tail furiously and leaned in to lick her. "Stop, stop, stop!" Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, raising her hand to shield herself from the little snow wolf. "I need to get out of bed." Su Xiaoxiao discovered that Meng was no longer in the room, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. She was uncertain about how to interact with Meng. After tidying up, she stepped outside with her little snow wolf, passing by their room without any intention of knocking on the door, choosing instead to explore on her own. As she walked past room 602, she heard a click, and the door swung open. "Where are you going?" Su Xiaoxiao heard a voice and looked up to find Lu Xiaoran. Today, he had changed into a white t-shirt paired with light blue jeans. His black, smooth hair framed a face that still bore the remnants of morning sleepiness in his eyes, giving him the aura of an innocent college boy. However, he indeed seemed to fit that description. Where was Meng? Perhaps she had gone out. After saying this, Lu Xiaoran stood there, towering over her by a head, and keeping her neck craned was rather tiring. She lowered her gaze and silently practiced her control over her water abilities. She should have been out by now, yet here she was, contemplating whether to simply tell him she was leaving. At that moment, the little snow wolf could hardly contain itself, circling around Su Xiaoxiao incessantly. "I just need 1 minute." Before Su Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, she heard Lu Xiaoran's deep, languid voice. "Eh." Su Xiaoxiao was caught off guard as she watched Lu Xiaoran turn and enter the room, leaving the door ajar. She could see the layout inside, which was quite similar to their own room. To avoid glimpsing where she ought not to, Su Xiaoxiao promptly turned away. After about half a minute, she heard Lu Xiaoran call out, "All set." Only then did she turn back. Lu Xiaoran had donned a thin black jacket, revealing very little of his skin beneath. As Su Xiaoxiao's mind raced, a figure of the male class president emerged. No, she had just seen Lu Xiaoran dressed in a t-shirt, nearly succumbing to the trendy phrases from her previous life. She shook her head vigorously. Let us proceed. With that, she gracefully descended the stairs, her long legs taking the lead, while Su Xiaoxiao hurried after her companion, the little snow wolf. As she descended, a myriad of conflicting emotions and regrets clouded her expression. What had she done wrong? How had she ended up accompanying Lu Xiaoran? Where were Meng Liang and Gao Li? Were they not often seen together? Today, however, they were conspicuously absent. Lu Xiaoran's figure stiffened momentarily, and in an awkward tone, he replied, I am unsure. Last night they shared a room, and upon stepping out this morning, I merely encountered you. Su Xiaoxiao let out a dry sound, and the two walked in silence. As they reached the final step, she was unexpectedly tripped by the swift movement of a little snow wolf, causing her to lurch forward. Lu Xiaoran had already descended the stairs. It was over. Fear gripped her as she tightly shut her eyes, even halting her breath. Just as she braced herself for a fall, a hand grasped her waist, while another arm enveloped her shoulders, pulling her into a warm embrace. Chapter 41. A life spared caught in his arms. Su Xiaoxiao engaged her mind, conjuring various hypotheses. But ultimately, she could only confront the truth. She was indeed in Lu Xiaoran's embrace. Are you all right? Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly extricated herself from Lu Xiaoran's embrace, feigning indifference. It's nothing, really. I appreciate your help, she said hurriedly, bending slightly in gratitude, reminiscent of a timid herbivore captured by a carnivorous predator, fearing it might be devoured. There is no need for such formality, Lu Xiaoran replied, gently placing his slender fingers against her forehead to prevent her from bowing further. His long, well-defined fingers were the kind that would make any admirer of hands wish to capture their beauty in a photograph for posterity. Su Xiaoxiao gazed intently into Lu Xiaoran's eyes, and he appeared to be quite elated. Though his face bore no smile, she could discern his mood from his tone and demeanor. What, are you mesmerized? Lu Xiaoran raised an eyebrow and teased her suddenly. No. How could that be? Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed crimson as she quickly turned her head, attempting to shield her embarrassment from him. Lu Xiaoran chuckled, his laughter akin to a glacier melting, astonishing in its warmth. Why do you wear such a surprised expression? Do you think I am incapable of smiling? Lu Xiaoran observed her as she stared at him in disbelief, as though witnessing an event that defied all possibility. No, of course not. Su Xiaoxiao hastily refuted him, intending to articulate further when her gaze fell upon the entrance, where two figures stood, Chun Meng and Bai Qingqing. Her eyes widened in shock, and her words faltered. Lu Xiaoran sensed something amiss and turned to see them. Out for a stroll, he noted that they were carrying items that did not resemble the supplies they had initially brought. We just went out for a bit. Bai Qingqing managed to speak, her expression betraying a struggle to maintain composure. Su Xiaoxiao could not bear to witness the scene, and she bypassed Lu Xiaoran to pull Chun Meng outside again. We will step out for a moment. You all carry on. Hey. I haven't put my things down yet. Just take them with you. Before they had ventured far, Lu Xiaoran and Bai Qingqing could hear their voices. This left the two of them behind. Lu Xiaoran noticed the redness around Bai Qingqing's eyes. Honestly, do you still have feelings for Lu Xiaoran? Chun Meng inquired, leaning closer to Su Xiaoxiao. No, I already told you I don't like him. As she uttered these words, the image of Lu Xiaoran's noble yet distant demeanor flashed before her, only to dissipate and be replaced by the smile he had just shown. Look at yourself. Who are you trying to deceive? Chun Meng was unconvinced. Chun Meng decided to let it go. This morning, after waking up and noticing you were deep in slumber, I went out for some fresh air and happened to run into her. Chun Meng shook the items she was carrying. I was just about to head out. After all, we are a team. It's too perilous to venture alone. Indeed, given the apocalypse, even though the surroundings appeared secure, caution was paramount. Being new to this environment, one had to be exceedingly careful. What did you buy? She asked out of curiosity. Nothing much. I've developed a craving for carbonated drinks, so I picked up a few bottles from a small supermarket outside. Chun Meng opened the plastic bag, revealing not only the bottles of soda, but also some snacks. Can money still be used here? Is the Dawn base still operating with currency? Is the order managed this well? Not entirely. They accept our money, but not all of it. In the end, I used my abilities to craft some exquisite ornaments, which they found quite intriguing. Chunming recounted her transaction process to Xiaoxiao, lowering her voice to continue. Bai Qingqing pretended to have water-based abilities and treated the injured at that supermarket in exchange for some items, although I didn't see exactly what she received. Xiaoxiao nodded, acknowledging that it was indeed a matter of personal privacy. However, she could not deny that her actions were rather alarming. If exposed, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, the supermarket was likely to be sparsely populated in the morning. What shall we do now? Chunming inquired, already indulging in snacks. Will Little Snow Wolf join us? It occurred to her that she had yet to feed Little Snow Wolf that morning. How about some milk? After all, it has only recently been born. Xiaoxiao gazed at its size, rendered momentarily speechless. The two exchanged glances and then burst into hearty laughter. Chunming wiped away the tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes and mused, "Indeed, that seems likely. But should we not attempt to procure some meat?" However, they were unfamiliar with their surroundings. Chunming had wandered through a small supermarket but found no meat there. "Let us stroll along the neighborhood. It is likely that there is not much available here," suggested Chunming. In Xiaoxiao's mind, an image of Lu Xiuran standing alongside Bai Qingqing flashed before her. They arrived at the center of Area 8, which was significantly larger than their residence. Some shops appear to have existed here long before the apocalypse, and there were even inhabitants residing on the upper floors. The place where Xiaoxiao and her companions reside appears to be a sanctuary for extraordinary individuals. It is undeniably superior to the previous counterfeit Dawn base, leaving one to wonder how they dare to impersonate it. Observing the vibrant atmosphere, Chunming juxtaposed the two bases. Given the summer heat, both women donned light attire, shorts paired with short sleeves, enhanced by their striking features, catching the attention of many who regarded them with lewd gazes. Yet, such individuals were hardly scarce. Chunming surveyed her surroundings with disdain. Some averted their eyes in embarrassment, while others brazenly stared. "Beautiful lady, come with me. I will treat you to delightful delicacies." Approached a rotund man, approximately 7 meters tall, leering at them with lascivious intent. "You," Chunming exclaimed, her voice tinged with indignation. She handed a plastic bag to Xiaoxiao, simultaneously summoning her abilities and clutching a handful of seeds in her pocket. It is unbearable to encounter such men anywhere. Their repugnance is overwhelming. Merely gazing was one thing, but to approach so audaciously, how utterly shameless. The pent-up resentment and fury erupted within her, leaving Xiaoxiao hesitant to intervene. The seeds had begun to crack open, slowly sprouting forth. "Why so silent, my lovely? Have I rendered you speechless with my charm?" The man continued his brazen advances. Just as Chunming contemplated ensnaring him with vines, a voice interrupted her. Wait. Don't act rashly. Spare him." Hu Hai rushed over, breathless, imploring them to refrain from violence, asserting that this man must not be harmed. Chapter 42. The tavern's men. Chunming quickly regained her composure, bewildered at her previous outburst of anger that had spiraled out of control. "Woman, I advise you not to overestimate your worth." The hefty man, realizing he had been intimidated by a woman, simmered with embarrassment and rage. "Come, let's discuss this elsewhere," Hu Hai suggested, ignoring the man entirely as he addressed Xiaoxiao and Chunming. As they departed, a small wolf pup barked at the man. "How dare a beast threaten me?" The man fumed, preparing to unleash his powers, but was swiftly subdued by someone behind him. "Fighting and the use of abilities are prohibited within the base," a cold voice echoed from behind. The man shivered, shifting slightly as he caught sight of a man clad in a crisp white uniform. "It's him." The trio, accompanied by the pup, meandered through the base, ultimately arriving at a discreet bar. From the outside, it appeared to be an ordinary house. However, upon entering, they felt as though they had stepped into another realm. The atmosphere was lively, with dim lighting and groups of people gathered around tables adorned with drinks and snacks, featuring both weathered men and strikingly beautiful young women. "It's been a while. How have you been?" A rugged male voice called out as they spotted a man of similar stature to Hu Hai approaching with a bottle of liquor in hand. "Please find us an empty spot for bookkeeping. I will provide it next time." Hu Hai patted his pocket, realizing he had rushed out without bringing anything. As he spoke, table number 7 had just been cleared. Let us proceed. The man led them away, casting a glance at Xiaoxiao. New friends? Indeed, this dog is not aggressive. Is it? Upon their entrance, the pristine white dog immediately captivated everyone's attention. Since the onset of the apocalypse, most individuals have been preoccupied with their own survival, while those who can care for pets are either deeply devoted or possess significant stature. Moreover, the white dog was closely associated with Xiaoxiao, who donned clean attire, exuding the aura of a pampered young lady. Some individuals instinctively touched their weapons. Has staying inside dulled your instincts? Who hides that? The man, hearing this, scrutinized the white dog once more, his eyes narrowing, causing the little snow wolf to feel uneasy and bark at him. So it is a wolf. The young lady is indeed impressive. One must not judge by appearances. The man sighed, stating, "We have arrived. I have other matters to attend to, so you may converse." Table number 7 was situated in a corner, distance from the boisterous crowd. What brought you here earlier? So Xiaoxiao inquired. Does that individual hold any significance? Similar to the guard outside, he has someone at home who serves as a subordinate to a powerful figure and has recently gained favor, Hu Hai continued. However, the most crucial point is that the base prohibits the use of abilities for fighting. Is it possible to do so without being discovered? So Xiaoxiao proved. Hu Hai Juka. Of course it is. You must be cautious of those in white uniforms within the base. Keep your distance from them. Do not confront them, even if you are in the right, Hu Hai cautioned. Why is that? So Xiaoxiao guidi fasid. They're the enforcers of this base, holding authority second only to the chief. They can act first and report later, and if you're not an important figure, they need not report at all. Hu Hai expressed a hint of envy. When you encounter that individual, I noticed someone in white not far off. No one in this base wears white uniforms. How shall we stay in touch? Although the city has regained power, mobile phones often run out of battery outside, risking disconnection. Only through telephone and wireless communication. There are no other means. Perhaps the higher-ups are devising something, but currently, nothing is suitable for the apocalypse. Once you venture out on a mission, contact becomes quite challenging. I lost my phone during the journey. She lied, though she indeed had no phone. Chenming glanced at her, saying nothing, but shared her sentiment of apology. Hu Hai remained silent, pulling out a piece of paper with a string of numbers, presumably his phone number. Indeed, this is my number. Feel free to reach out if needed. He handed it to Xiaoxiao. I shall take my leave now, until we meet again. He waved his hand, bidding them farewell before making his exit. Xiaoxiao and Chenming remained here, just moments ago pondering where fresh meat could be procured. Xiaoxiao recalled their purpose for venturing out. Fresh meat? To feed the wolves, perhaps? At that moment, the individual who had previously conversed with Hu Hai happened to pass by and caught wind of Xiaoxiao's words. With his eyes half closed, he inquired, I have some here. Would you like it? Xiaoxiao looked up at him, clad in a sleeveless purple top and fitted jeans, his appearance strikingly alluring. He held a lit cigarette between his right fingers, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke towards her, eliciting a cough from her. It had only been a short while since they last met, yet he had already changed his attire. Chenming furrowed her brow, casting him a disapproving glare. Please do not look at me like that. He suddenly raised his hand to shield himself, speaking with a hint of bashfulness. Why does changing clothes feel akin to breaking a seal? Xiaoxiao and Chenming simultaneously entertained the same thought. I think I shall purchase some raw meat for Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao said, her expression stern and serious. It's not out of the question, but the price is rather steep, he remarked, drawing closer to Xiaoxiao, his fingers grazing her back, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Ha ha ha, he chuckled, amused by her reaction. Fate has brought us together. Consider this raw meat a gift. Chenming, already intent on dragging Xiaoxiao away, recognized that owning a bar in these times required more strength than it appeared. Are you not going to take it? She questioned, her tone laced with subtle menace. The two women turned to face the man before them, resignedly acquiescing to his request. He gestured for his associate to bring forth what they desired, then settled into Hu Hai's former seat, propping his chin on his hand and inquiring, What are your names? I am Xiaoxiao, and this is Chenming. And you? Xiaolu, he replied, sharing his name in return. Soon, the requested meat was presented to them, neatly packaged. "Let us be friends," he suggested, though his voice lacked the charm typically associated with such sentiments. Xiaoxiao, the wolf cub, trailed behind them, running and stopping intermittently. Xiaolu maintained his posture, smiling as he observed their retreating figures. A newcomer took a seat beside him, holding a bottle of wine that would likely seem familiar to Xiaoxiao. "What brings you out?" a rugged voice inquired. "Just came out to see. It feels quite entertaining," Xiaolu replied, crossing his legs and playing with his cigarette, which he subsequently extinguished on the table. "That person is truly peculiar," Chen commented. Xiaoxiao nodded silently, finding herself in partial agreement. They exchanged glances. "Do you have a key?" "No, we're done for. Neither of us brought a key. Let's go find Lu Xiaoran to unlock the door." Chen tugged at the reluctant Xiaoxiao as they approached room 602. "Knock, knock. Perhaps." She nearly went out shopping with Lu Xiaoran this morning. "I'll try again." She knocked on the door once more, but to no avail, and she had no choice but to give up. Suddenly, with a click, the door next door swung open. Gally appeared, catching sight of Xiaoxiao and her companion. "I thought I heard someone knocking." He welcomed them both into his room. They discovered that everyone was gathered there, making the space feel somewhat cramped. "You all seem to be enjoying a lively reunion," he remarked. Xiaoxiao sighed, pondering the absurdity of her role as mere cannon fodder in this scenario. Did they truly believe she could shoulder such responsibilities? They certainly underestimated her. "We are deliberating on Uncle Hu's proposal from yesterday," Bai Qingqing explained kindly. "Did Uncle Hu not mention that we could form a small team? This would enable us to undertake missions and earn contribution points." Bai Qingqing conveyed the outcome of their earlier discussions to the group. "You all can discuss it. Chen and I have no objections, right, Chen?" Xiaoxiao shot a glance at Chen. "Yes." Subsequently, the two of them indeed did as they had stated, quietly seated in the corner, listening to the exchanges. "Xiaoran, I find this quite agreeable," Bai Qingqing remarked as she gazed at him. Meng Liang retrieved his notebook, launching into an analysis, ultimately concluding, "Our team encompasses every role. For instance, Gao Li and Brother Lu are attackers, while Bai Qingqing and Xiaoxiao can provide healing, and Chen Meng's vines can serve as a makeshift defense." He glanced at the name Meng Liang inscribed in his notebook. "At a loss for words, I will simply handle the analysis." While Lu Xiaoran pondered quietly, she discreetly fed the famished little snow wolf raw meat under Chen Meng's cover, watching its tail wag vigorously, evidently enjoying the meal. The little snow wolf's happiness mirrored her own. "Xiaoxiao, what is your perspective?" Lost in her feeding frenzy, Xiaoxiao did not immediately respond until Chen Meng tugged at her clothing. She noticed that everyone present was gazing at her as if she were a rare delicacy, causing her to shrink back. "It's quite good, She had heard nothing of their discussion. How could she respond? Her feeding had lost its charm. "Then it is settled. Let us proceed to register our team information," Lu Xiaoran declared. "White uniforms. Are they cosplaying?" Gally found it hard to fathom why anyone would wear a uniform in such sweltering heat. Were they not afraid of overheating? "Did you encounter Uncle Hu outside?" Bai Qingqing inquired. She handed the paper to Chen Meng, who passed it on to Meng Liang. After a brief glance, Meng Liang directly handed it to Lu Xiaoran. Without a second glance, Lu Xiaoran folded the note and tucked it into his pocket. Hu Hai's intentions were transparent. They all agreed that having an additional friend was preferable to acquiring another foe. The six of them arrived at the task center, where a few pots of greenery adorned the entrance. Stepping inside felt akin to entering an ancient reading hall, with wooden tables and chairs throughout. Directly opposite the entrance stood a solid wood reception desk, flanked by a spacious walkway approximately 3 meters wide, with tables and chairs on either side. "Welcome," a melodious voice greeted them, and upon surveying their surroundings, they spotted a woman at the front desk, her golden locks cascading down, large expressive eyes, vivid red lipstick, and clad in a beige dress. A spirit-type ability. Xiaoxiao was astounded. How could a psychic ability user be here undertaking tasks? It seemed an extravagant use of talent. She was well aware of the formidable capabilities of those with psychic powers, who could discern whether a person was lying merely by gauging their mental state. and the more adept among them could manipulate individuals like puppets. Thus, in the latter stages of the apocalypse, it was said that one would rather provoke those skilled in physical combat than anger a psychic, for a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. The others, however, did not share this sentiment, as they were still unfamiliar with the various types of abilities and merely regarded this individual as exceptionally powerful, as if they were whispering directly into their ears from afar. Lu Xiaoran led them to the reception desk. "Hello, we are here to register a team," Meng Liang announced, taking on the role of their spokesperson. "Ah, so you wish to register a team. Here is a form that you will need to fill out," she said cheerfully, producing an A4 size sheet from within and placing it before them. Meng Liang stepped forward to examine the paper, which required the basic information of their team members, such as gender, ability type, level, and so forth. He meticulously filled in their details, but paused when it came to Bai Qingqing's ability type, ultimately writing down a blank space, just as he had done for himself. "What shall we name the team?" Meng Liang inquired upon noticing a section for the team name. The others had not considered this aspect, believing the form merely required basic information. Meng Liang glanced at Lu Xiaoran, hoping he would suggest a name. Meanwhile, Gao Li, brimming with enthusiasm, proposed, "How about calling ourselves the college student team? It perfectly aligns with our identity." To his astonishment, he had managed to conjure such a name. Chun Meng facepalmed. The sensation was akin to hearing Su Xiaoxiao refer to her little snow wolf as Little Snow. The group promptly dismissed the suggestion, and as silence enveloped them, Lu Xiaoran spoke decisively. "Team 7. Meng Liang immediately took up his pen and inscribed the name. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao felt a stirring in her heart, surprised that she could actually join the ranks of the protagonists. Meng Liang quickly completed the form and submitted it. "Congratulations on becoming a team at the Dawn Base." "Welcome to the Dawn Base," the woman exclaimed, her radiant smile illuminating the space, and her voice, like a gentle breeze, brought a refreshing sense of serenity. Su Xiaoxiao found herself captivated, only to be awakened by a voice in her mind. Do not be deceived by her. Suddenly alert, her heart raced. Was this the manifestation of a psychic ability? Apologetically, she realized she had unconsciously employed her powers. As a gesture of goodwill, she offered several books on supernatural abilities and zombies, presenting them with a warm smile. "I have a few volumes to share, free of charge if you do not mind." She speculated that they were newcomers, survivors who had yet to form a team and were unaware of her identity. From a distance, Bu Hai felt an inkling of forgotten business, yet it didn't seem significant. Apart from avoiding individuals clad in white uniforms, there were others not to be trifled with, although such individuals typically did not provoke conflict. Lu Xiaoran and his companions appeared harmless, so he dismissed his concerns. Lu Xiaoran accepted the 6 books the woman offered without hesitation. "Thank you," he replied succinctly. "You're welcome." After registering their team details, they bid farewell and exited. Upon stepping outside, they were met with a crowd of individuals dressed in white uniforms gathered in the street, surrounded by onlookers. Curiosity piqued. They approached to inquire about the commotion. "What has transpired here?" Bai Qingqing asked a nearby young woman who was also observing the scene. Abruptly addressed, the woman, slightly irked by the interruption, turned to see Bai Qingqing's innocent face and faltered. "I'm not quite sure. I heard a noise outside and came to see what was happening," she replied, gesturing toward an individual on the ground, surrounded by 3 uniformed figures. It appeared that the person had provoked some issue that led to their apprehension. Following her finger, they observed the individual with their hands bound behind their back, face pressed firmly against the ground, muffled sounds escaping their lips. The trio in white stood over him, one positioned in the center, while the other 2 flanked him on either side, obscuring their features. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao was jostled by someone nearby, causing her to stumble forward. Fortunately, she swiftly regained her balance. In that instant, she sensed a piercing gaze upon her, and as she turned, her eyes unexpectedly met those of the man in the center. Clad in white attire, he exuded an unassuming elegance, radiating an air of noble detachment reminiscent of a character from a novel, a stark contrast to Lu Xiaoran. While Lu Xiaoran conveyed a blend of coldness and warmth, This man resembled an imposing iceberg, inviting admiration from afar, yet discouraging approach. She realized he had noticed her as well, and quickly turned to join her team. Unbeknownst to her, the man in white followed her with his gaze, scanning their group until his eyes locked with Lu Xiaoran's, each discerning a hint of disdain reflected in the other's expression. Ultimately, the man's gaze settled upon Xiaoxiao, who was hiding behind others. Sir, he was called by the person beside him. Is there an issue? Inquired the individual to his left. Gao Li and the others, realizing there was nothing of interest to behold, soon murmured their intent to depart. Xiaoxiao hesitated. Chen Ming had also contemplated staying, but upon catching a glimpse of Lu Xiaoran's expression, she fled as if pursued by an unspeakable horror. Wait, Xiaoxiao had yet to finish her words when, in the blink of an eye, even her silhouette had vanished. The others had all exited, with Bai Qingqing being the last to leave, her demeanor decidedly discontent. Once everyone had departed, Lu Xiaoran settled into the solitary genuine leather sofa in his room. Xiaoxiao could not comprehend why there was a sofa in his room. Moreover, she felt that it was somewhat larger than the room she shared with Chen Ming, adorned with more decorations. Indeed, the absence of comparison brings no pain. Please, have a seat. Lu Xiaoran inclined his head slightly, gesturing for her to sit on the sofa opposite him. Xiaoxiao sat upright, her back perfectly straight. Are you nervous facing me? He inquired. You may leave. Xiaoxiao presumed he had something to ask her or some matter to convey, yet she was taken aback by how abruptly it concluded. Her face was a canvas of confusion, her eyes brimming with perplexity. Lu Xiaoran's lips curled into a subtle smile as his deep-set gaze lingered on Xiaoxiao. No further thoughts? No. I shall leave immediately, she replied, shaking her head vigorously as if it were a rattle. Once assured that Lu Xiaoran had no pressing matters, she promptly rose from her seat and exited the room. Lu Xiaoran was amused by her hasty departure, resting his chin on one hand, a myriad of inscrutable emotions flickering in his eyes. Xiaoxiao fled to their room, ready to knock on the door, only to find it ajar. She promptly pushed it open and swiftly closed it behind her, finally taking a deep breath of relief. Xiaoxiao recalled her earlier actions and shot her a glare. How could you leave me all alone back there? Chen Ming, with a look of grievance, replied, I had no choice. You didn't see Lu Xiaoran's gaze. It felt as though he would have killed me the very next second had I stayed. Chapter 45, The First Mission, Xiaoxiao Saif. Perhaps this was the empathy that came from being a fellow pawn. She gently tapped Chen Ming's forehead, admonishing her not to do it again next time. Chen Ming responded with a cheerful smile. Stay back. I'll handle this, Lu Xiaoran commanded, urging her to retreat while he faced the horde of bloodthirsty zombies. Their bodies riddled with wounds, some already darkened with decay. No, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Xiaoxiao insisted, fear mingling with determination. She could not abandon Lu Xiaoran in this perilous situation, especially since it was her actions that had led them here, both morally and emotionally. She could not leave him behind. If I tell you to run, then run. What are you still doing here? Lu Xiaoran exclaimed, furrowing his brow at Xiaoxiao's unwavering stance. Xiaoxiao endured the pain in her feet, silently continuing to unleash her supernatural powers against the relentless assault of the zombie wolves. Lu Xiaoran clicked his tongue, his expression fierce as he gazed at the frenziedly charging creatures, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Retrieve the materials from Shui Xiang Town. Gally flipped the mission card repeatedly, finding no additional information. He voiced his bewilderment. Why is there no key information? How do we know what materials to procure? The others shared his sentiment, recognizing the difficulty of the task, yet it was only rated as a 2-star mission, with meager rewards. Most ordinary supernatural beings dismissed it, while common folk dared not accept it, causing the mission to linger unresolved for quite some time. Aina, observing them take on the task, recalled the previous incident and felt compelled to apologize. I am truly sorry. Therefore, I can offer you a modicum of assistance this time. She handed them the relevant materials she had gathered, adding, you can find the location of Shui Xiang Town on the mission card, so I need not elaborate further. Here is the information regarding the materials. Xiaoxiao gazed at Aina, whose radiant smile brightened the room, lifting her own spirits in the process. Lost in admiration, she was caught off guard when Ina noticed her and playfully winked at her. Xiaoxiao's heart surged with joy, and her eyes sparkled with delight. They drove to their destination as indicated on the task card, arriving after approximately 2 hours. Standing outside, they beheld buildings nearly engulfed by vegetation. The walls were adorned with climbing ivy and creeping vines, while remnants of charred vehicles lay scattered about, remnants of collisions. Some shop doors were firmly shut, while others hung in tatters, as if something had violently forced its way inside. The car could not proceed further, necessitating that they alight and continue on foot. Meow, seated in the driver's seat, surveyed the chaotic obstacles strewn across the road ahead. Which contained 3 bottles of water and some provisions. She pondered the duration of this mission, contemplating that if she needed more supplies, she could discreetly retrieve some from her storage space. The little snow wolf had also grown rapidly over the past few days, nearly reaching a height of 1 meter and 60 centimeters, including its tail. Its fur had thickened significantly since the initial days, providing an exceptionally pleasant texture when touched. Lu Xiaoran and Meng Liang led the way ahead, while the 3 girls and the little snow wolf walked in the middle, with Gao Li, who possessed fire-based abilities, bringing up the rear. Over the past few days, they had arranged for a friend of Hu Hai to procure some weapons, such as daggers and short knives, which they carried with them. Xiaoxiao also took a dagger, mimicking the character from her novels, as she secured it to her thigh, donning trousers that she had fashioned with a zipper for easy removal when the moment called for it. The others stored their daggers in separate bags strapped to their bodies. Casting a glance towards Lu Xiaoran, she observed him leisurely wrapping his dagger around his arm. The town was enveloped in a profound silence. It was the height of noon, with the sun mercilessly pouring down its warmth. Each of them was clad in long garments, with sleeves cinched tight with ropes to prevent any insects from infiltrating. A row of crows perched upon a utility pole, silently observing their movements with an eerie stillness. Lu Xiaoran checked the mission card, noting that their objective lay a kilometer away, a distance they were obliged to traverse on foot. Furthermore, the card indicated that the destination was hidden within the depths of the forest behind those buildings. Upon learning this, Gao Li couldn't help but curse, exclaiming in frustration about the absurdity of establishing a location in such a remote wilderness. After determining their course, Lu Xiaoran endeavored to guide them away from populated areas. Yet as they passed a shop, they were startled by a zombie that burst forth from within. Once a person is transformed into a zombie, their vision diminishes while their hearing is dramatically heightened, amplifying the slightest sound. The creature before them was a female zombie, still reminiscent of a young woman by her attire, clad in a tight top and shorts, her once lustrous blonde hair now dulled and lifeless, akin to withered straw. A gaping wound, the size of an adult male's fist, marred her neck, with the exposed blood having turned a deep black. The flesh within grotesquely altered from that of a normal human. With swift agility, she lunged towards Bai Qingqing, who let out a terrified scream, her face draining of color as she froze in place. Xiaoxiao, with swift reflexes, pulled her aside just as Gao Li hurled a fireball to incinerate the zombie. Lu Xiaoran moved to the back, drawing a short dagger and swiftly plunging it into the creature's occiput. Fearing it might not perish, he turned it around, unexpectedly striking something hard, which he dislodged with a forceful blow. The zombie collapsed lifelessly to the ground. A crystal core, Meng Liang whispered, astonished that the first zombie they encountered possessed a crystal core. Lu Xiaoran meticulously wiped the core clean and stowed it away in his pocket. His expression turned serious. Everyone, be cautious. Following this incident, they became increasingly vigilant, their movements more subdued, and their pace slowed. Yet, a touch of caution was always prudent. At last, they arrived at the delineation between the town and the deep forest. While the town was overgrown with greenery, it still bore the marks of modern technology, contrasting sharply with the forest, which was a sea of trees as far as the eye could see. After such a long journey, they decided to rest at this very spot. Xiaoxiao leaned against a grand tree, an unsettling feeling gnawing at her heart. Aren't we supposed to be resting? Why do you seem so tense? Chen Ming inquired curiously. observing Xiaoxiao. She shook her head, unsure of how to articulate her discomfort. You should rest first. I sense something amiss. With that, she moved closer to Lu Xiaoran. Chapter 46. The thick fog. Lu Xiaoran, originally with his eyes closed, opened them just as Xiaoxiao approached. I believe something feels off. We cannot linger here any longer. Xiaoxiao suppressed the anxiety bubbling within her. Lu Xiaoran remained silent for a moment, contemplating her words. Gao Li and the others, noticing Xiaoxiao's approach towards Lu Xiaoran, found it somewhat intriguing, as they had all observed her apprehension towards him. She would avoid close proximity whenever possible. It was puzzling. Had she not once seemed quite fond of Lu Xiaoran back in school, often engaging in peculiar antics to capture his attention? Yet, following the outbreak of this apocalyptic scenario, her behavior had transformed entirely. Despite this change, Gao Li found himself preferring the current version of Xiaoxiao. Although her previous antics had not led to any significant troubles, their frequency had grown tiresome. He silently wished for her to maintain this newfound demeanor. Gather your things. We must seek out resources now. Lu Xiaoran's voice resonated, deep and compelling. Upon hearing this, the others hurriedly collected their belongings, and in that very moment, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility beyond 5 meters. Everyone, converge towards me. Lu Xiaoran called out, his voice cutting through the thickening mist. Xiaoxiao crouched down to embrace the little snow wolf at her side, seeking solace for her restless heart. Meow retrieved a 6-meter-long sturdy rope from his backpack and urged everyone to grasp it firmly. Hold on to this rope, and do not stray. Lu Xiaoran wrapped the end of the rope around his hand, with Xiaoxiao trailing closely behind him, approximately a meter apart. Following them were Chen Meng, Bai Qingqing, Meng Liang, and Gao Li. The fog was exceedingly dense. Gao Li, bringing up the rear, strained to see the figures ahead. He could barely discern Xiaoxiao, while Lu Xiaoran appeared as nothing more than a vague silhouette. Lu Gu, should we shorten the distance a bit more? Gao Li pondered nervously, realizing that the last person in line must possess exceptional mental fortitude. He admired his own courage amidst the unease that crept into his heart. And as he gently slowed his pace, he noticed that the others had also come to a standstill. Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of fear towards the male protagonist. Yet her trepidation was eclipsed by her dread of the unsightly objects surrounding them. She quickened her pace, closely trailing behind Lu Xiaoran, their proximity diminishing with each passing moment. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoran halted, turning to gaze down at Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao had assumed he would mention the dirt she had inadvertently stepped on his shoes, leaving her feeling awkward and at a loss for words. Her face flushed as she stood there in helpless silence. They had vanished. No, wait, huh? After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoxiao decided to take the initiative and apologize, believing that would prevent him from bringing it up. To her surprise, she heard him utter a statement that rendered her momentarily speechless. Turning to glance back, she noted that the fog had slightly lifted, though visibility remained poor. Yet, the tension in the rope they held remained taut. Why would Lu Xiaoran make such a remark? A sense of fear began to creep in, prompting her to retreat further. Be careful. Lu Xiaoran's expression was tinged with irritation. He was aware of the danger, yet she remained reckless. He felt an urge to pry open her mind to uncover what thoughts lay within. At this moment, Xiaoxiao realized that her life was of utmost importance. She disregarded everyone else and wrapped her arms around Lu Xiaoran's waist, resting her head against his chest. She wished fervently to transform into a small toy, to be tucked away in Lu Xiaoran's pocket. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Where was her little Snow? She noticed with concern that her loyal companion had also vanished. Lu Xiaoran remained silent, gesturing with his free hand behind him. Xiaoxiao glanced down and was taken aback to find that her little Snow was curled up beside her, seeking refuge against the legs of this handsome man, desperately attempting to nestle between his limbs, as if that were the safest haven of all. Xiaoxiao recalled a saying, "Things follow their master." She silently diminished her presence, hoping not to draw too much attention from Lu Xiaoran. However, they were the only two individuals present, accompanied by a small snow wolf. Neither of them moved, and the taut rope in their hands remained unchanged. as if they were both restrained from departure. Should I call out? Su Xiaoxiao looked up at Lu Xiaoran's sharply defined jawline. Su Xiaoxiao felt the tremor of his chest, as if it reverberated within her own heart. She steadied her thoughts, realizing that she could no longer continue in this manner. Moreover, she was uncertain whether Lu Xiaoran would harbor even greater disdain for her, as their perception of her was that of a cunning woman eager to capture his attention. In light of this, it could only be said that the male protagonist's temperament was remarkably forgiving. After a brief wait, they observed that the rope remained unchanged, prompting Lu Xiaoran to prepare to discard it. Su Xiaoxiao deftly extricated herself from his embrace, finding her footing, and summoned the little snow wolf to join her as a companion, maintaining a distance of merely a step between them. At the moment when Lu Xiaoran loosened the rope, a bloodied hand emerged from the dense fog, causing Lu Xiaoran's pupils to dilate in terror. He grasped Su Xiaoxiao and immediately turned to flee, with the little snow wolf closely following suit. Unbeknownst to them, after frightening them away, the hand in the fog vanished, revealing that nothing was pursuing them from behind. Following the route etched in his memory towards their destination, Lu Xiaoran and Su Xiaoxiao slowed their pace after covering several hundred meters beyond the fog. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao was panting heavily, yet she dared not come to a halt, even though her legs felt as if they could scarcely carry her. She relied entirely on Lu Xiaoran to guide her, gasping as she inquired, "What should we do now?" Uncertain of how much longer they must run, and apprehensive about Chen Meng and the others, she wondered if it were possible to continue fleeing indefinitely. Lu Xiaoran came to a stop, his breath also unsteady, and he took several deep inhalations to regain his composure. Let's pause for a moment. I need to think. As the male protagonist of this narrative, Lu Xiaoran was accustomed to devising solutions in the face of adversity, though this ability stemmed from extensive experience in handling and observing various situations. Now, confronted with an apocalypse filled with phenomena that seemed to belong solely to the realm of film and television, he required a moment to gather his thoughts. The time was already around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, with the sun perched high in the sky, yet the dense forest offered little warmth. Su Xiaoxiao dared not utter a single word, nor did she dare to breathe, fearing that she might disturb Lu Xiaoran's contemplation. It seemed there was a house ahead. Chapter 47. In the deep mountains and old forests. She tiptoed to the intersection and beheld a winding path ascending, at the top of which stood a building nearly obscured from view. Lu Xiaoran halted his thoughts, his mind now in a state of utter disarray. Su Xiaoxiao was filled with surprise and eagerly inquired, "Is that true? Let us go retrieve it now and seek them out." She hoped Meng Liang was with them. The thick fog that had risen was exceedingly strange, and he possessed no extraordinary abilities. It would be prudent to locate him as soon as possible. They walked along the narrow path, one following the other, and the ground beneath them had transformed into neatly arranged cobblestones. The little snow wolf, now lively, scampered about, pouncing on the grass playfully. She gently patted the snow wolf, advising it to be cautious. When they had observed the path earlier, it had seemed a mere few minutes' journey. Yet now, as they ventured deeper, Su Xiaoxiao felt that over 10 minutes had passed, and they still had not arrived. "Here we are," Lu Xiaoran announced, standing before an iron gate. Beside him lay an oxidized sign whose inscription was no longer legible. This gate, approximately 3 meters wide, was entwined with lush green ivy, and a lock hung in its center. On the adjacent stone pedestal rested oil lamps, coated in a thick layer of dust. Peering through the iron gate, they beheld not only the house they had seen from below, but also several smaller structures, collectively forming a circular, enclosed space. Upon entering the gate, they found a relatively spacious area, marked with a faded diagram of a basketball court and 2 basketball hoops, their colors long since dulled. "Shall we enter?" Su Xiaoxiao asked, gazing inside, where an unsettling atmosphere permeated the air. Based on her previous cinematic experiences, a house built in such a remote mountainous region was bound to harbor trouble. Observing her apprehension, Lu Xiaoran reassured her, "It's part of the mission. If you are frightened, you may wait outside while I retrieve it and return." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head vigorously, realizing that being alone outside was far less preferable than accompanying him inside. The outside was hardly any better. And what if that dense fog returned? The lock appeared rather aged, with rust clinging to its surface. Just as Lu Xiaoran extended his hand, intending to use his abilities to break it, the lock miraculously unlocked itself. This incident lingered in Lu Xiaoran's mind, prompting him to proceed with heightened caution. While his own safety was of little concern, the presence of Xiaoxiao behind him added a different layer of responsibility. He turned to see her gazing into the interior with a look of fear in her eyes. Steadying his resolve, he led her into the abandoned research facility. Indeed, the place they sought for information was this secluded research institute nestled deep within the mountains. Based on the relevant materials provided by Aina and the architectural style of the buildings, Lu Xiaoran deduced that this was indeed a research facility. The documentation indicated that the structures were constructed according to the specifications of a research institute, but later, the location was changed. During the transfer of materials, some documents were inadvertently left behind. Once they entered, the layout became clearer, revealing several low buildings likely intended for living quarters and a dining hall. The central building, a 4-story edifice, was presumably the hub for research and document storage. They bypassed the shorter structures and directly entered the central building. The hall was eerily empty, and a chill enveloped them upon entry. Xiaoxiao shrugged, stretching her limbs. The sound of the little snow wolf's paws echoed on the floor, prompting Lu Xiaoran to instruct Xiaoxiao to search the first floor while he ascended to the second, third, and fourth floors to continue their investigation. Xiaoxiao, though gripped by trepidation, ultimately acquiesced. She realized that she could not indefinitely remain in the shadow of Lu Xiaoran, should circumstances arise that necessitated her departure. Her courage would surely falter. The recollection of clinging to Lu Xiaoran moments earlier filled her with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into a hole. Utterly perplexed by her earlier thoughts, after parting ways in the grand hall, Xiaoxiao, accompanied by the little snow wolf, commenced her search on the first floor. She rummaged through her backpack, but found nothing of significance. Consequently, she and the snow wolf sought refuge in a secluded corner, where they vanished into thin air. Within the concealed space, Xiaoxiao approached a shelf and retrieved 2 pairs of crimson gloves. She instructed the snow wolf to lie down while she adeptly adorned its paws. "Are you certain it can wear them?" Xianling Fei observed in astonishment as Xiaoxiao fitted the gloves onto the creature. "These gloves possess elasticity. I selected this particular pair with care." Once she secured the last glove, she gave it an encouraging pat. The snow wolf rose, curiously licking the gloves on its paws, and after a few playful strides, it suddenly collapsed as it accelerated. Xiaoxiao hurriedly approached, her brow furrowed with concern. "Are you all right?" she inquired. The celestial spirit replied, "It is unharmed and seems to be enjoying itself quite a lot. In the future, you can retrieve items directly through your consciousness from the space, without the need to risk coming in here specifically. Then let us depart," Xiaoxiao said, taking a deep breath. Her fear had significantly diminished since entering this place. Yet she was now faced with the prospect of returning to an unfamiliar environment. "Hey, make sure to find the crystal core quickly." The celestial spirit expressed its thoughts just before she vanished. The sooner it was located, the sooner it could also escape. Once again, the familiar chill enveloped her, causing Xiaoxiao to shiver as she cautiously made her way into the main hall. A quick glance around the first-floor hall revealed approximately 5 or 6 rooms. 1 or 2 were entirely transparent, allowing a clear view of their interiors from the outside. She led the little snow wolf into these glass chambers. One served as an office, while the other resembled a conference room. The size of both rooms was comparable, each capable of accommodating around 20 to 30 individuals. Xiaoxiao gently pushed open the glass door and softly closed it behind her. She tiptoed to the nearest desk, opened a drawer, and found only some scrap paper and a few pens, devoid of anything of value. With a sigh of resignation, she proceeded to rummage through the next drawer. The little snow wolf was blissfully engaged with its red glove. While she failed to uncover any useful documents, she stumbled upon some office romances instead. Stealing a moment to glance at them, she discerned tales of love entangled in a web of "I love you," and "he loves me." She couldn't help but muse internally that love is an intoxicating elixir that intoxicates all who partake. Having searched both glass rooms, she turned her attention to the windowless chambers in the corridors. She wondered how things were faring with Lu Xiaoran above. Gathering her resolve, she aimed to complete her search swiftly so she could join Shinming and the others. The silence in the place was almost oppressive. Despite her conscious effort to tread lightly and slow her pace, she could not entirely prevent the sounds of her movements. Xiaoxiao gently pushed open the door, yet the thick curtains within obscured the light, causing her to hesitate before stepping inside. Suddenly, the little snow wolf let out a howl. Chapter 48. The Zombie Wolf Pack. Xiaoxiao was startled, causing her to slam the door shut with a resounding thud, a sound that echoed conspicuously in the tranquil surroundings. Lu Xiaoran, who was already searching the third floor, heard the noise and hesitated, contemplating whether he should descend to investigate. After a moment of waiting without hearing any further sound from Xiaoxiao, he concluded that all was likely well and quickened his search. Below, Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in alarm as she pressed her hands tightly against her mouth, holding her breath. The little snow wolf seemed to sense its misstep, tucking its tail between its legs and lowering its head. After a brief pause, it gradually calmed down. Xiaoxiao gently tapped its head, urging it to be more cautious. The house was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. She retrieved a flashlight from her backpack, initially covering the beam with her hand before gradually unveiling the light. As it proved cumbersome to rummage through the drawers while holding the flashlight with one hand, she adeptly clenched it between her teeth, swiftly searching the room, yet yielded no results. Xiaoxiao thoroughly searched the rooms on the first floor, but found no trace of the information mentioned on the task card. She made her way to the hall, seeking a concealed spot to wait for Lu Xiaoran to come down. Suddenly, a thought struck her. There seemed to be one location she had yet to investigate. She promptly rose and headed towards the security office on the left side of the main entrance. Peering through the window, she observed a single bed and a desk, with nothing else of note. Approaching the door, she discovered it was locked, and, despite her efforts to push it open, it remained steadfast. Resigned, she decided to wait for Lu Xiaoran to join her in exploring the interior. Before long, she heard the faint sound of footsteps. Glancing toward the staircase, she saw Lu Xiaoran descending. She greeted him with a smile, but her earlier excitement faded into concern as she lamented her inability to locate the information, feeling somewhat inadequate. As Lu Xiaoran reached the bottom of the stairs, he noticed her crouching figure and the shift in her expression. "I found the information. Let us depart," he declared. "Really?" Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy. "That's wonderful. I feared I might not find anything. I intended to search the security office, but the door was locked. So I waited for you to finish before we could unlock it together. Perhaps we can check for any crucial details that might have been overlooked." Lu Xiaoran nodded, his gaze falling upon the little snow wolf, which sported red gloves on each of its four paws, a striking contrast against its white fur. "No need," he replied solemnly. Observing that he had lost her attention, to redirect her focus, he followed her to the security office. "This is the place. The door is locked. The risk of forcing it open is too great. Perhaps you could use your abilities to see if you can." Lu Xiaoran was taken aback that she still remembered the idea of using her powers to unlock it. With a resigned sigh, he placed his hand upon the door once more. In a swift motion, he twisted it, and with a decisive click, the door creaked open slightly. Xiaoxiao tilted her head, peering through the crack of the door, then turned to Lu Xiaoran and suggested, "Shall we go in and take a look?" Lu Xiaoran opened the door, revealing a space long uninhabited, where dust covered the bed. They opened the drawers and retrieved the registration form within, leaning in together to examine it. "This is probably of no use, right?" Xiaoxiao inquired, noting its simplicity. Lu Xiaoran gave it a cursory glance before tucking the form into his backpack. As he had placed his bag on the table, Xiaoxiao caught a glimpse of its contents, some provisions and water, along with a file folder, which likely contained the information they were seeking. "Let's go. There is nothing of value here," Lu Xiaoran said, extracting a bottle of water from his bag to nourish himself with a bite to eat. Xiaoxiao also took out some compressed biscuits from her bag, swallowing them down with water, along with the meat she had procured from Wuhai. which she fed to the little snow wolf. "Are you finished? Let us depart," Lu Xiaoran observed as Su Xiaoxiao swallowed the last bite and then rose to his feet. Su Xiaoxiao clapped her hands, shaking off the crumbs. The two of them quickly tidied up their belongings, slung their bags over their shoulders, and exited the grand hall. Su Xiaoxiao noticed that the fog outside had suddenly begun to thicken again. She hurried to Lu Xiaoran's side, anxiously inquiring, "What shall we do? The fog has returned." The last time this fog had caused them to become separated, and she feared that if she lost track of Lu Xiaoran again, she would be utterly doomed in this dense forest. In her blind trust of them, she had failed to even glance at the mission card, let alone the address written upon it. Throughout their journey, she had merely followed in their footsteps, neglecting to pay any attention to the route. "Do not panic," Lu Xiaoran reassured her, observing the fog that was gradually rising outside. This time, it was not as outrageous as before. They were currently within the research facility, and the fog had not yet reached such extremes. Seizing the moment, he took Su Xiaoxiao's hand and instructed, "Follow me." The little snow wolf let out a howl and kept pace with them. As they approached the main entrance, they discovered that the door had been locked again. He suppressed his bewilderment and shock, relieved that the person responsible was unaware of his lightning powers, which could easily break the lock. After pausing for a few seconds, he deftly unlocked it once more. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoran's expression shifted. He seemed to hear footsteps approaching. Turning around, he was startled to find a pack of zombie wolves emerging from shadows. Their flesh was mangled, their teeth stained with dried blood, and their bodies bore the marks of other animals' bites. A quick glance revealed approximately 10 of them, advancing slowly towards them. Without hesitation, he pushed open the iron door and dashed outside with Su Xiaoxiao. The thick fog enveloped them once more, obscuring the path ahead. Where could they possibly have come from? They had not encountered any of these creatures while searching inside. Could it be that her earlier sound of the door closing had attracted them? Yet, they should not have appeared from behind them. Suddenly, she recalled that while searching for information, they had only explored the central building, neglecting the other smaller structures outside, let alone entering them. However, only those smaller buildings could account for the emergence of the zombie wolf pack from behind them. Unless, a chilling thought crossed Su Xiaoxiao's mind, leaving her utterly terrified. Chapter 49. Siege. Could it be that her door-closing sound had drawn them in? As Su Xiaoxiao pondered the situation, an unsettling fear began to creep over her. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoran halted, pulling Su Xiaoxiao behind him. "Stay back. I'll handle this," he said, his breath quickening. "I can help too," she protested, unwilling to remain hidden behind him indefinitely. "When I tell you to retreat, you must obey." Lu Xiaoran's expression was grave as he commanded her. As he spoke, a pack of zombie wolves had already surrounded them. Cursing under his breath, Lu Xiaoran drew a dagger with his right hand, his gaze sharp and determined. With a swift lunge, he met the charge of a zombie wolf. Placing the blade horizontally against its jaws to prevent it from biting down, while channeling a surge of electricity through the knife, effectively shocking the creature from within. Other zombie wolves lunged at them frantically. Su Xiaoxiao utilized her water-based abilities to repel one that aimed to attack Lu Xiaoran from the right. However, she did not anticipate that another zombie wolf would abandon its pursuit of Lu Xiaoran and charge directly at her. With no time to retreat, she attempted to mimic Lu Xiaoran's movements, drawing her concealed dagger from her leg. Gazing into the grotesque visage of the zombie wolf, she found herself paralyzed by fear. Just as she stood frozen, a small white wolf leapt from the side, sinking its teeth into the zombie wolf's neck and refusing to let go. Their space continued to diminish, and Lu Xiaoran was beginning to falter, his clothes torn but, fortunately, unscathed. Back to back, they faced the encroaching horde of zombie wolves. As the small white wolf shook off the one it had clamped onto, its body nearly severed. This situation was untenable. The zombie wolves showed no signs of pain and relentlessly attacked. If this continued, they would surely perish here, Su Xiaoxiao thought. Feeling as though she had relapsed into the terror and despair she had first experienced when confronting zombies. No, she couldn't allow this. She had endured far worse than death points in the original story. She was destined to reach the grand finale. "We need to leave," Su Xiaoxiao began to suggest, but Lu Xiaoran interjected, "In a moment, I will strike at that direction to break the encirclement. Remember to follow closely. He gestured to his left, which was Su Xiaoxiao's right, where only one or two zombie wolves lingered, standing apart. A perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. Understood, she affirmed, signaling her readiness. Lu Xiaoran slightly bent down to pat the small white wolf on its forehead and directed it as well. Then, with his palm facing upward, he released a brilliant bolt of lightning, striking down at the zombie wolves blocking their path. In the next instant, he grasped her hand, just as he had before, and together they dashed through the throng of attackers. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's heart raced as frequently as her breaths, almost as if it would leap from her chest. They ran several hundred meters further, and Lu Xiaoran, while running, glanced at the surroundings, recognizing the path they had traversed earlier. A sense of relief washed over him. It appeared that his memory had not deceived him. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Ahead is a pit." Lu Xiaoran was unable to break in time and plunged into the pit alongside Su Xiaoxiao. The pit was deep and uneven. Lu Xiaoran cradled Su Xiaoxiao in his embrace with one arm, while using the other to shield her head from the impact. A resounding thud echoed as they reached the bottom. Su Xiaoxiao stifled the pain coursing through her body and hurriedly rose from Lu Xiaoran's side. "Are you all right? I will tend to your wounds immediately." The torn fabric from Lu Xiaoran revealed the severity of his injuries sustained during the fall, bruises mottling his skin in shades of blue and purple. Furthermore, as he had served as a cushion for Su Xiaoxiao upon landing, he bore the brunt of the impact and was now unable to rise. Su Xiaoxiao found it difficult to approach Lu Xiaoran in other areas, but she grasped his hand and commenced the healing process. Despite inadvertently sustaining a cut on her arm that bled when she fell, staining her clothing, she persisted. Lu Xiaoran's expression was exceedingly pale, as the lightning he had unleashed had drained him of all his extraordinary abilities. As Su Xiaoxiao's treatment progressed, Lu Xiaoran began to sense the recovery of the injured organs within him, gradually regaining control over his body. He slowly retrieved several sheets of paper from his pocket and held them before his mouth. Su Xiaoxiao observed that bright red blood had soaked through the white pages. Su Xiaoxiao felt a mixture of surprise and admiration. Despite suffering such severe injuries, he had managed not to spit out blood. "That will suffice," Lu Xiaoran said, straightening up and wiping the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth. He gazed intently at Su Xiaoxiao and said, "You should rest for a while. Your complexion is quite pale." Su Xiaoxiao wanted to remark on his fair complexion, but suppressed the urge. She felt somewhat powerless. Her ability was not particularly high, and expending a significant portion of her energy to heal him had drained her considerably. They sat on the ground, surveying their surroundings, which consisted solely of the space within the pit above them. The distorted tunnel obstructed their view of the outside world. Nothing surrounded them but earth. Directly in front of them was a passage wide enough for two people to traverse simultaneously. "Where's little Snow?" Su Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled that she had not seen any trace of the snow wolf. The reflexes of animals are several times faster than those of humans. "It should not have fallen," Lu Xiaoran explained to her. "Then it must be above, but wouldn't those zombie wolves have encircled it to death?" The mere thought that she could be the cause of its demise sent waves of panic through her. She had promised to take good care of the snow wolf. Yet if she had not brought it here, it wouldn't be in danger from the zombie wolves. Her eyes stung with unshed tears, guilt enveloping her heart, and she felt the urge to weep. Lu Xiaoran's calm demeanor concealed a hint of anxiety and concern. He attempted to soothe her. "Do not assume the worst. It is the offspring of a mutated snow wolf. Consider how large it has grown in just a few days, and how clever it is. It will surely survive." To his surprise, his words only intensified Su Xiaoxiao's tears. Indeed, it was still so young. It had only been born a few days ago. Lu Xiaoran was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his words would cause her to cry even more. He abandoned his attempt to comfort her, realizing that her tears were not solely for the snow wolf's fate, but also a manifestation of the fear and harm she had endured on their journey. She wished to release all her emotions, yet she knew their current predicament was perilous, so she stifled her voice, resembling a weary little kitten mewling in the rain, yearning for someone to come to its aid. Lu Xiaoran felt a pang of sympathy, Yielding to his instincts, he placed his hand upon Su Xiaoxiao's head. Just before contact, he paused and instead rested his hand gently on her back, patting her softly. Given their present circumstances, they could not immediately regroup. It was a while before Su Xiaoxiao's emotions settled. Rubbing her eyes, she apologized to Lu Xiaoran, who had been waiting silently for her. "I'm sorry. Let us hasten to find a way out." Her voice was slightly hoarse and nasal. "Let me help you heal once more," she said, attempting to reach out to him. Lu Xiaoran discreetly evaded her touch. "No need. Conserve your strength. Frequent use of abilities can harm the body." He could endure the pain he felt now, but the aftermath of exhaustion would be far worse. She thought to herself that if by Qingqing were here, she would have healed him already. She felt utterly useless. This thought plunged her spirits once again. "We can only proceed further in." Lu Xiaoran's voice interrupted Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts. She surveyed her surroundings. The hole above was certainly not a viable escape route, leaving them with no choice but to advance along the path ahead. "Do you need my assistance?" she inquired. "No, I can manage on my own," he replied. This time, Su Xiaoxiao took the lead, the passage proving even darker than the outside. She cautiously retrieved the flashlight she had used earlier to illuminate the way ahead. The corridor appeared exceedingly crude, merely a hole hastily made without any safety measures in place. After several minutes of walking, the ground beneath them grew increasingly even, and the space expanded. Su Xiaoxiao noticed that the floor illuminated by her flashlight resembled the color of a laboratory they had previously encountered. "We're almost there," she whispered, turning her head to speak to Lu Xiaoran, who nodded in acknowledgement from the shadows, his taller stature allowing him to see the situation ahead. As they rounded the corner, the area before them opened up considerably, dimly lit and cluttered with medical machinery and various research instruments reminiscent of those in the upper laboratory. "Did someone transport these down here?" Su Xiaoxiao gasped in astonishment, the bulky equipment appearing quite heavy and cumbersome to have been moved. Lu Xiaoran approached the machines for a closer inspection. These instruments were typically employed in laboratories for cellular research, accompanied by some clinical trial apparatus. He moved closer, observing, "There has been someone here." Upon hearing him speak so familiarly about the names and functions of these facilities, Su Xiaoxiao felt a tinge of curiosity. "How do you know all this?" she inquired. "I have relatives who have worked in this field. After being exposed to it frequently, one becomes accustomed to it." Su Xiaoxiao, upon observing the array of instruments and equipment, noted the absence of an exit. Surely, there could not be only the solitary path above her head. How would one ascend from there? Su Xiaoxiao remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the opposite side. Had it not been for the profound stillness enveloping the surroundings and their heightened senses as extraordinary beings, they would have undoubtedly failed to perceive it. She and Lu Xiaoran hurriedly concealed themselves behind the nearest substantial piece of equipment. To her astonishment, the previously overlooked smooth wall parted in the middle, revealing a passageway, illuminated by the cool-toned lights that cascaded upon the newcomer. From her position, Su Xiaoxiao could not directly see the corridor. She could only discern through the shadows reflected on the ground that one person was carrying another. The silhouette suggested that the individual being carried was draped in several somewhat translucent, elongated objects. From her vantage point, Lu Xiaoran was able to ascertain the details. She observed the expression on his face, which was marked by surprise and tension, his entire body beginning to tense up. Su Xiaoxiao could hardly fathom what could elicit such an expression from him. Her heart felt as though it were being clawed by a cat. She gently shifted her body and peered through the gap. The moment she beheld the scene, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her mouth fell agape in disbelief. From the color of the stranger's face and the exposed skin, she discerned that the one embracing him was, astonishingly, a zombie. Su Xiaoxiao was astounded. No wonder Lu Xiaoran displayed such an expression. It was her first time witnessing a zombie so eerily quiet, cradling a person in its arms. However, squinting her eyes, Su Xiaoxiao endeavored to discern the individual held by the zombie. As the creature moved, she gradually began to make out the figure of the person, subtly adjusting her position to gain a clearer view. To her astonishment, the zombie was holding a female. Zombie. Su Xiaoxiao's worldview was once again shattered. as she found herself in a subterranean research facility where a male zombie was clutching what appeared to be a lifeless female zombie. She felt the need to pause and collect herself. Hastily, she glanced around, seeking an alternative hiding spot. If the zombies advanced any further, her presence would undoubtedly be discovered. However, suitable places for concealment were scarce, and her current position was difficult to vacate. In her moment of anxiety, she remembered the clinical equipment nearby, where she could hide beneath a bed. Fortunately, it was not far from her location, and there were several objects obstructing the way. She hurriedly crawled to that spot and took refuge beneath the bed. On the other side, Xiaoxiao was observing the zombies. The female zombie in his embrace was adorned in a tattered red dress, with several rips adorning its fabric. Her long hair cascaded down her chest, and around her neck rested a string of pearls, while a pair of red bean earrings dangled from her ears. From her attire, it was evident that in her human form, she had been a strikingly beautiful young woman. As Xiaoxiao continued to watch, he sensed something amiss. The male zombie was moving in the direction of Xiaoxiao, heading straight for the very bed where she had just concealed herself. Chapter 51. A pincer attack. As Xiaoxiao had just concealed herself, barely managing to stifle her breath, she caught sight of the approaching zombies, advancing step by step as if treading upon her very heart. She dare not make a sound, her anxiety mounting. What should she do? Xiaoxiao's entire body began to tremble, helplessly watching as the zombie approached. Xiaoxiao, equally tense, furrowed his brows, yet he dared not act recklessly. His abilities had not fully recovered, and he remained uncertain about the zombie's condition. The scene before him was sufficient to provoke contemplation regarding the peculiar nature of this undead creature. Just a few steps away from the bed, the zombie suddenly halted, standing still and motionless. Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao believed that it had detected Xiaoxiao's presence, and the supernatural abilities in their hands began to accumulate energy. Xiaoxiao tightened his grip on the dagger, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on it. Neither party initiated the first strike, both awaiting the opportune moment. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated, accompanied by several other sounds. I told you this place is not safe. Why do you keep coming here? My intuition tells me it's here. We will soon escape. Your previous intuitions led us into a pack of zombie wolves. We barely escaped only to find ourselves in this trap. Unexpected. Let's keep our voices down. No more arguing. Who is arguing? I merely express my thoughts. It was Chun Meng and Gao Li. There were also two other voices by Qing Qing and Meng Liang. How did they end up here? This is bad. Their voices attracted the zombie in front of Xiaoxiao, which it promptly discarded onto the ground. Xiaoxiao, caught off guard, gazed upon the female zombie's face, which had abruptly opened its previously shut eyes, causing her to instinctively lean back and draw a sharp breath. However, the male zombie had already been diverted by Chun Meng and the others, failing to notice Xiaoxiao's movements. As they watched the zombie head towards the direction it had come from, both Xiaoxiao and Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief, only to be reminded of Gao Li and Chun Meng's presence nearby. Just as the male zombie was about to cross the threshold, Xiaoxiao felt a blur in her vision, a sensation reminiscent of when she had heard Ana's voice during the mission. A zombie with psychic abilities. Xiaoxiao hurriedly turned to Xiaoxiao, noticing the expression on his face. Indeed, he too recognized that the zombie before them was a psychic variant. They had not anticipated encountering a variant zombie so soon. Fortunately, its level was still relatively low, even without the guidance of her celestial spirit. Xiaoxiao was able to regain her composure. She observed the female zombie lying on the ground, motionless, and speculated, could it be dead? Xiaoxiao approached for a closer look, assessing the situation. There appeared to be no immediate danger, but it was clear that Gao Li and the others were in need of their assistance. Xiaoxiao uttered a soft acknowledgement as the two of them followed the footsteps of the male zombie, passing through the door. How could there still be zombies here? Gao Li exclaimed, astonished to encounter a zombie even in this underground realm. They quickened their pace. The area was comparable in size to the place they had fallen from earlier. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sudden appearance of several zombie wolves emerging behind the zombie, which had now turned to face Xiaoxiao and Lu Xiaoran. Gao Li also spotted them. "Brother Lu, we finally found you. After searching for so long, I never expected to encounter you in this pit. It seems fortune has favored our efforts," he thought cheerfully. Su Xiaoxiao observed that they too were smeared with mud and dust, evidence of their recent skirmishes. "First, let's deal with the zombies. Be aware that this one is a psychic-type mutated zombie." Lu Xiaoran relayed the information, urging them to heighten their vigilance and avoid being caught off guard. Meng Liang, armed with a 3-centimeter-thick wooden stick, positioned himself behind them, seizing opportunities to strike the unsuspecting zombie wolves with calculated blows. Gao Li and Chun Meng served as their main force, confronting the advancing zombie wolves. The seed of creation tripped them, while Gao Li charged forward, igniting a flame in his left hand and wielding a knife in his right, aiming directly for the neck of a zombie wolf. With a swift strike, one zombie wolf collapsed to the ground. Lu Xiaoran took the lead, confronting the mutated zombie head-on, as a crackling sphere of lightning danced in his hand. He hurled several lightning orbs at the zombie. As he unleashed his attack, the mutated zombie employed its psychic abilities. Distorting Lu Xiaoran's perception, 2 or 3 orbs veered perilously close, while 1 or 2 struck their target. The creature emitted a pained howl, prompting the controlled zombie wolves to lunge at Lu Xiaoran. With Chun Meng and the others obstructing their advance, Lu Xiaoran launched another assault on a mutated zombie. Su Xiaoxiao realized that her presence here was of no assistance and might even hinder Lu Xiaoran's actions. She pressed against the wall and changed her position, utilizing her abilities to aid them in obstructing the zombie wolves. Under the relentless assault of the group, the mutated zombies began to falter. The zombie wolves had been eradicated, and her powers proved ineffective against them. Its fate was already sealed. Lu Xiaoran surged towards it, executing a powerful lateral kick that sent the mutated zombie staggering back 5 or 6 meters. Struggling, it attempted to rise again to continue the fight. But Lu Xiaoran would not grant it that opportunity. He plunged the dagger directly into the zombie's mouth, penetrating its entire brain as black blood splattered. The zombie's struggles gradually weakened. After a few breaths, Lu Xiaoran withdrew the dagger, wiping the blood from his chin with one hand. His gaze still imbued with a chilling murderous intent, his steps slightly unsteady. Su Xiaoxiao wished to rush over to provide him with treatment, but before she could, Bai Qingqing, with a face full of concern, had already arrived at Lu Xiaoran's side, commencing her healing process using her supernatural abilities. Concealing her own anxieties, she turned and knelt beside the fallen mutated zombie, suppressing her revulsion as she scrutinized its head. Being a mid-level zombie, it should possess a crystal core. Although she hesitated, the thought of the celestial spirit in her space spurred her on. She extended her hand, and at the moment her fingertips made contact with the mutated zombie's head, a warm current coursed through her body. Success! The anticipation of the celestial spirit's imminent emergence dispelled her previous despondency, replaced by joy for the spirit. The celestial spirit in her space also sensed the change. It lifted its gaze towards the sky, aware that its master was gathering energy. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoran, receiving treatment from Bai Qingqing, cast a glance at Su Xiaoxiao when they were not paying attention. She stood alone, several meters away, like a being from another realm. Chapter 52. Symbiotic Crystal Core. During these days, as she assisted others with their healing, Bai Qingqing became increasingly adept with her abilities. Su Xiaoxiao had previously treated Lu Xiaoran, so this time she swiftly restored him to health. All done, Bai Qingqing remarked, her eyes scanning the wounds exposed on Lu Xiaoran, which had already healed. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. Gao Li stood beside Lu Xiaoran, exuberantly exclaiming, "Lu Ye, where have you been? You scared me to death in that thick fog." You were completely motionless. Even now, the memory of that scene sent a shiver down his spine. If I'm not mistaken, this zombie must be the reason we got separated. Meng Liang pushed up his glasses and speculated based on his analysis. Lu Xiaoran nodded, succinctly recounting the events that unfolded after their separation. He truly wished to leave this place. Chen Meng approached Su Xiaoxiao, her expression laced with concern, and inquired, "Are you hurt?" Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, smiling as she turned to Chen Meng. "It's nothing. See, there's no injury." She extended her arms outward and tilted her body from side to side. Xiaoxiao stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. "What are you thinking?" she exclaimed, glancing around nervously, fearful that someone might overhear her words. "If you don't want to say it, then don't," Meng replied, feigning innocence as she touched the spot where she had been struck. Just then, a voice interrupted their conversation. Lu Xiaoran. Xiaoxiao turned her head to look at him, her eyes filled with bewilderment, unsure of what he wanted her to do. "Have you found the crystal core?" Xiaoxiao's expression bore a hint of guilt, as if she were concealing something. Lu Xiaoran approached them, crouching down to plunge his dagger into the back of the zombie's skull. After a moment's pause, there was no reaction. Lu Xiaoran felt a twinge of disbelief, his tone laced with suspicion. Xiaoxiao cautiously edged her way outside, her gaze flitting erratically. Was it a matter of probability? Meng Liang had also arrived at this location. They refrained from speculation. The manual indicated that such occurrences were to be expected. Yet this situation warranted further contemplation. Now that everyone had gathered, there was no need to waste time searching for others. Their current focus shifted to how to navigate their way out of the pit. "Everyone come quickly. There's another zombie over here," came Gao Li's voice from a distance. Seizing the opportunity while they were engaged in treatment discussions, he traversed the passageway to the spot where Lu Xiaoran and Xiaoxiao had previously lingered. Discovering the female zombie discarded on the ground, they all rushed over to observe the female zombie, while Xiaoxiao lagged slightly behind. As she caught sight of the zombie's face through the crowd, it felt as though needles were piercing her mind. The pain was so intense that she sank to the ground, clasping her head with both hands and striking it in distress. Hiss! Beyond the excruciating pain, an alien memory surged into her consciousness. The images flashed too rapidly, yet Xiaoxiao managed to discern the visage of the central characters. If her intuition was correct, the protagonists were none other than the male and female zombies now lying on the ground. Xiaoxiao collapsed onto the ground. One hand pressed against her head while the other felt the warmth of Bai Qingqing's palm, sensing her efforts to heal her. She stared blankly at the female zombie. Suddenly, "Why are you still crying? What on earth is happening?" Tears gushed forth like a breached dam, cascading down her cheeks as if they were flowing freely without restraint. Bai Qingqing was startled, yet her abilities indicated that she bore no injuries. "She is unharmed." Bai Qingqing informed everyone of her findings. "How can this be? Tell me how this is nothing," Chen Meng exclaimed, pointing at her face with a furrowed brow. Observing her silence, Lu Xiaoran drew out a dagger, intending to inspect whether the zombie possessed a crystal core. "Stop!" Xiaoxiao reached out to halt him. Xiaoxiao managed to hold back her tears, her voice tinged with nasal tones as she spoke. She lacks a crystal core. "How do you know?" The others gazed at her in astonishment. "Have you awakened some form of perceptual ability? If so, would that not mean Xiaoxiao possesses dual abilities?" Xiaoxiao endeavored to calm the tumultuous emotions within her, articulating each word with care. "No, but I am aware that she lacks a crystal core." Tears glistened in her eyes, filled with sorrow as she gazed at Lu Xiaoran, silently hoping he would refrain from further violence. "Very well. Then why did you suddenly burst into tears?" In a moment of curiosity and confusion among them, Xiaoxiao recounted her recent experiences. During a drug trial, she had forgotten to administer anesthesia to a woman, resulting in her own infection. Having previously experimented upon herself and on the woman, and unaware that she was awakening her psychic abilities, she occasionally found herself lucid after the infection. In these moments of clarity, she commanded the nearby horde of undead wolves, guarding the area to prevent others from entering. During her periods of lucidity, she conducted experiments, each needle piercing her own flesh. As her lucid intervals lengthened and the symptoms of infection waned, hope ignited within her once more, only to be extinguished repeatedly. Memories raced through her mind, and she could only grasp fragments of them. If these were insufficient to stir her emotions, it was not her plight that brought her to tears, but the sight of the undead lying before her. She had been silently observing her boyfriend's relentless efforts on her behalf, his countless experiments and repeated failures, witnessing his breakdowns only to see him muster his resolve anew. Day after day passed without change, yet her heart grew increasingly heavy with sorrow. Su Xiaoxiao absorbed the man's crystal core. But it was only upon glimpsing the memories that she realized this crystal core was shared between the two of them. She had never encountered such a plot in the book, nor had she ever heard of this enigmatic symbiotic crystal core. It was only when she beheld the female zombie that the memories surged into her mind. When Su Xiaoxiao spoke, she concealed her absorption of the crystal nucleus and did not mention the symbiotic crystal nucleus. After hearing her, the others fell silent, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 53, The Search. Why is it that only you can perceive this? Meng Liang pondered, as there were 6 of them in total, yet only Su Xiaoxiao was able to sense it. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head in silence, while Chun Meng, pulling her up, retorted, "Have you never heard that water-type abilities possess heightened perception? Is it a crime for our Xiaoxiao to be liked?" They were not the type to create unnecessary trouble. In fact, they felt some sympathy for the couple, as the apocalypse was not something they had anticipated. The 6 of them found a place in the pit to lay the two to rest together, erecting a nameless monument. They hurriedly made their way to the base, finally arriving just before darkness enveloped the sky. Lu Xiaoran took the documents from his backpack and placed them on the table. "Eina, smiling gentlu, remarket. Your team is quite impressive. You completed this task in just one day." Lu Xiaoran's gaze followed the individual until the door closed, then turned to Eina. "Verifying the documents may take some time. Please bear with us. You and your teammates may take a seat in the adjacent empty area," she suggested, pointing to the unoccupied space on her left, hoping it wouldn't be a bother. The sky had grown dim, and in half an hour, it would be completely dark. Lu Xiaoran noted that they had surpassed the operating hours. Eina seemed to sense his thoughts and smiled, saying, "Time is a construct of humanity." Su Xiaoxiao did not sit with them. Instead, she stood before the entrance of the task force, her spirits far from high. After emerging from a pit, she had searched in vain for the silhouette of the little snow wolf, scouring the vicinity, yet finding nothing. Her gaze was fixed on the direction of the base's entrance, where she fancied she saw a white object, glaringly bright against the somber gray sky. She widened her eyes in disbelief, leaning slightly forward. Suddenly, the object vanished, leaving nothing behind. It had merely been a figment of Su Xiaoxiao's imagination. Her mouth parted in a silent gasp, her emotions trapped within her. Tomorrow, she would search again. A voice broke the silence. It was Lu Xiaoran, standing behind her, his gaze steady upon her. "What are you saying?" she stammered, scarcely believing her ears. Had she truly heard him correctly? She looked up at Lu Xiaoran, her face a canvas of incredulity and hope. "Of course," he replied, meeting her eyes. "When have I ever deceived anyone?" Recalling the actions of her predecessor, she felt compelled to offer Lu Xiaoran an apology. The past was behind them. It was time to focus on the future. From this moment onward, Su Xiaoxiao eagerly anticipates the arrival of the following day. She can hardly contain her excitement. "Lu Ye, it's ready." Gao Li's voice echoed from within, prompting Su Xiaoxiao to glance past Lu Xiaoran and witness Eina placing items upon the table. It appeared that the task had been completed. Lu Xiaoran then turned to enter, having concluded his remarks, now merely awaiting the morrow. Inside lay a collection of meal vouchers and 2 primary crystal nuclei, contributing 7 points to your team's task quota. To her astonishment, they had indeed received crystal nuclei, and 2 at that. One could not overlook the significance of this task. The last time they had dispatched 2 mutated creatures, they had only received 6 nuclei. Bai Qingqing was taken aback to find herself allotted crystal nuclei, and astonishingly, all of them were designated for her. She felt a mix of confusion and a flicker of feelings she thought had faded. "You didn't receive any last time, so this is for you," Lu Xiaoran explained, noticing the complex expressions on their faces, prompting him to clarify the situation. Gao Li then recalled that during their last distribution with Hu Haiping, Bai Qingqing had not received any crystal nuclei. "Lu Gu, you truly thought ahead. Had he not mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten," he admitted. Bai Qingqing herself had not remembered this detail either, but it mattered not. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she gazed at Lu Xiaoran, a radiant smile gracing her lips. "How beautiful!" Su Xiaoxiao observed her demeanor, and Chun Ming leaned closer, whispering, "It's over. she has started to like Lu Xiaoran again. Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head in confusion as she gazed at Chunming. What do you mean? Hasn't she always had feelings for Lu Xiaoran? Chunming looked at Su Xiaoxiao with a mix of disappointment and exasperation. Haven't you noticed? Su Xiaoxiao averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. Her sole concern upon arriving here was the issue of her own survival. Matters of love and affection were far from her thoughts. Previously, she had nearly lost hope in Lu Xiaoran, but unexpectedly, his recent actions rekindled feelings deep within her. Chunming relayed her observations to Su Xiaoxiao, initially believing she would have one less competitor. However, it turned out that this rival was alarmingly easy to ensnare. Early the next morning, while Chunming still slumbered, Su Xiaoxiao completed her morning routine and stepped outside, intending to inquire about Lu Xiaoran's actions from the previous day. Upon exiting, she turned her head and discovered Lu Xiaoran leaning against the doorframe. Su Xiaoxiao reassured herself that her mental fortitude had strengthened, and she would no longer be startled by sudden appearances, yet a closer inspection revealed the astonishment concealed in her eyes. Lu Xiaoran had donned a new outfit today. His hair casually tousled, he still wore long sleeves and trousers that accentuated his long legs, making him appear exceptionally handsome. Particularly striking was his face, a masterpiece sculpted by the hands of the divine, capable of stealing one's breath and evoking admiration. Today, Lu Xiaoran seemed especially captivating. What were you doing here? She whispered, noting that Chunming was still asleep inside. Weren't you supposed to seek out the little snow wolf this morning? Lu Xiaoran, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, regarded her with an air of nonchalance. Have you forgotten? No, I just didn't expect to find you here. So Xiaoxiao internally screamed. I was actually about to ask you when we were leaving, she explained dryly. Once you're ready, we shall depart. Lu Xiaoran straightened up. Chapter 54. Finding the little snow wolf. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao turned to enter the house. What is wrong? Lu Xiaoran inquired. I'm going to wake Chunming. It's time to leave. Lu Xiaoran suddenly furrowed his brow and, in a low voice, replied, No need. The two of us can go. Let them rest a while longer. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she stammered. Just the two of us? Lu Xiaoran, perplexed by her expression, which conveyed a sense of surprise, replied, Did we not agree on this yesterday? Su Xiaoxiao had assumed that yesterday's conversation meant they would be going together. Not just herself and Lu Xiaoran. Let's go. Unexpectedly, that was her little snow wolf. The two followed the route from yesterday, parked the car outside, and directly ventured into the depths of the forest. With the zombies having perished, there was no thick fog today as there had been the day before. In fact, a brilliant sun shone in the sky, causing a wave of warmth to rise within the forest. Today, Su Xiaoxiao donned a short-sleeved top, layered with a delicate blue jacket, and complemented her ensemble with black denim jeans and a pair of athletic shoes. Her lustrous, ebony hair cascaded down her back, as smooth and supple as dark satin, gently swaying with the breeze that occasionally lifted the strands near her ears. Lu Xiaoran observed this scene from behind, feeling as though the tranquil surface of a lake had been abruptly disturbed by a stone, sending ripples across his heart. Walk this way, he directed, indicating the path to her left before Su Xiaoxiao could veer off course. He marveled at the protagonist's remarkable ability to recall the route from the previous day. Despite the absence of fog now, a fact that filled Su Xiaoxiao with admiration. They arrived at the very spot where she had tumbled yesterday, and Lu Xiaoran halted, noting an inconspicuous pit ahead. Su Xiaoxiao stood nearby, gazing at the pit, contemplating that even in the absence of yesterday's thick fog, if one were not cautious, a misstep could easily lead to a tumble. Should we consider searching elsewhere? She suggested. When they ascended from the pit yesterday, they had scoured this vicinity but found no trace of the snow wolf. Lu Xiaoran scrutinized the surrounding signs. The grass by the roadside, trampled by their passage, appeared somewhat wilted today. Not here. Lu Xiaoran remained silent as Su Xiaoxiao deliberated whether to venture down for a closer look or to explore the area. Suddenly, Xianling communicated with her in her mind. Can you sense it? Su Xiaoxiao felt a mixture of joy and disappointment upon the emergence of the celestial spirit. The joy stemmed from the absence of the elusive snow wolves nearby, while the disappointment also arose from the same lack. I have regained some strength. The celestial spirit remarked, reclining upon a chair of its own imaginative creation. That is wonderful. Do you know where the snow wolves might be? I can only sense that there are none in this vicinity. You should consider another location. Xiaoxiao nodded and said to Lu Xiaoran, let us change our location. This place is unsuitable. Her tone was resolute. Lu Xiaoran regarded her for a moment without inquiring further, and with a slight acknowledgement, they commenced their relocation. Xiaoxiao followed Lu Xiaoran as they ventured down another path, their feet treading upon the stone-paved road. The surrounding trees grew increasingly dense, allowing only sporadic rays of sunlight to pierce through. This path appeared long forsaken, as the grass along the edges had begun to encroach upon the center. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic era, both flora and fauna had assumed sizes beyond the ordinary, necessitating their occasional clearing of the obstructive grass as they progressed. It seems to be nearby. As the ethereal being spoke, Xiaoxiao was suddenly alerted by a haunting howl echoing through the depths of the forest. They exchanged a glance before hastening toward the source of the sound. Gradually, they strayed from the stone path, and upon arrival, they beheld a young snow wolf. Its once pristine white fur now soiled and discolored in hues of green, purple, and red, reminiscent of blood. It was ensnared by the branches of a towering tree, the thorns of which dug into its flesh. Suspended helplessly in midair, it struggled in vain. Little Snow, Xiaoxiao cupped her hands around her mouth, calling out with urgency. Upon seeing the creature still lively and spirited, Xiaoxiao hurriedly exclaimed, do not move. There are thorns above you, wait for me. It was uncertain whether the little snow wolf comprehended her words, yet after she spoke, it remained perfectly still, its small, dark eyes fixated on her. As she relaxed, she realized the tree before her was indeed magnificent, reminiscent of the awe-inspiring American sycamore she had admired in the film Flipped. Gazing upward, she estimated the tree soared at least 10 meters high, its thick trunk adorned with numerous branches, and its leaves densely clustered together, resembling a colossal green umbrella. Fortunately, the spot where the little snow wolf was ensnared was not elevated. The tree was entwined with numerous vines of unknown origin. Despite her meticulous examination, Xiaoxiao could not discern the roots. Lu Xiaoran moved to the opposite side and remarked, these vines have fused with the sycamore. Following the vine's trajectory, he noted that its roots penetrated directly into the trunk behind the sycamore, the mutated growth resembling a protective layer enveloping the sycamore's branches, concealing them beneath the vines. Thankfully, the vines ensnaring the little snow wolf were not situated high, approximately a floor's height, yet both of them remained out of reach and dared not approach the trunk, fearful that the vines might ensnare them as well. Xiaoxiao paced anxiously below, seeking a solution, while the little snow wolf occasionally called out to catch her attention. We could throw the dagger up. Xiaoxiao clapped her hands together, but then quickly reconsidered. No, that could injure the little snow wolf, and it might not even sever the bindings. 4 thick vines, each approximately 2 centimeters in diameter, ensnared its limbs, rendering it powerless. Observing Xiaoxiao standing still, the wolf howled twice, wagging its tail fervently when she glanced its way. Wait, let me think, Xiaoxiao replied, gazing at it. I can't get close, nor can I throw it over. Her mind was racing to the brink of explosion. You can go, but only you alone, the ethereal spirit suddenly interjected once more. What? I can enter? Alone? Xiaoxiao could hardly believe her ears. Could its meaning truly align with her thoughts? Have you conversed with that Wudong tree? She inquired curiously of the celestial spirit. Chapter 55. Dizziness. Yes, the celestial spirit relayed the Wutong tree's message. It assures that you may enter, but that man cannot. It promised to ensure your safety, provided you enter alone. Xiaoxiao hesitated, for the tree loomed large, and should she venture inside, she would be utterly defenseless against the threat of being slain. As she gazed at the little snow wolf, it responded to her glance with a delighted howl. Gritting her teeth, she resolved, very well, I shall have Lu Xiaoran remain here while I venture forth alone. Xiaoxiao gazed at Lu Xiaoran, who was still contemplating ways to observe the situation, and said, Lu Xiaoran, I intend to venture inside and give it a try. You remain here, so that you can keep an eye on things in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and pursed her lips, declaring, "This is the best approach." She could not conceive of any alternative. Each time she contemplated a solution, upon further reflection, it would inevitably be dismissed. Rising, she began to venture deeper within, as the vines, sensing her proximity, began to sway as if to ward off an intruder. "Su Xiaoxiao," Lu Xiaoran bellowed, "you come out, and I shall enter." Turning her head, she caught sight of Lu Xiaoran's furious expression, and a twinge of fear gripped her. "Wait for me outside. It will be fine." Even if the celestial spirit did not expressly forbid Lu Xiaoran from entering, she would persist in entering alone. This was her little snow wolf, a creature she had received from the mother wolf, and it was only right, both morally and emotionally, that she undertake this perilous journey. Every muscle in her body was coiled with tension, even her toes straining with effort. The closer she approached the phoenix tree, the more she sensed an entity striving to expel her presence, urging her to depart. The celestial spirit had previously assured her that the phoenix tree would safeguard her, and it appeared to be true. She could feel the force being restrained, unable to launch an attack against her, akin to the writhing entity beneath the ground that remained thwarted. He clicked his tongue, casting a malevolent gaze upon it. Su Xiaoxiao was oblivious to the movements behind her, her entire being consumed by her own thoughts. Even her breathing was barely audible, fearful of drawing their attention. "You approached beneath the little snow," and the phoenix tree vowed to persuade the branches to release it. "All you need to do is catch the little snow." Su Xiaoxiao nodded gently and uttered a soft thank you. Although she remained unaware of the events that had transpired, she felt profoundly grateful for the assistance rendered by the Wutong tree. Trembling with trepidation, she approached the little snow wolf beneath her, extending her hands in an attempt to catch it. The suspended little snow wolf, filled with excitement, barked incessantly. Upon hearing its cries, the branches tightened once more, causing the little snow wolf to immediately lose its spirit. Su Xiaoxiao below is filled with concern, uncertain of how to proceed. The parasol tree reassures her not to worry, for it will guide the branches. The branches express their disdain, claiming that they find the snow too noisy. Su Xiaoxiao did not anticipate such a situation. While the phoenix tree was persuading its branches, the celestial spirit diligently took on the role of a guide. Last night, Xiaoxiao arrived in the vicinity and rested beneath the phoenix tree. However, for reasons unknown, it began to gnaw at the tree. This behavior did not affect the tree itself, but the branches were somewhat vexed. Most notably, Xiaoxiao incessantly howled, disturbing both the tree and the branches. In response, the branches suspended it, which improved the situation considerably. Yet, this morning, the howling resumed, coinciding with your arrival. Su Xiaoxiao did not anticipate that they could not endure the howls of the little snow wolf, nor did she expect the sound to be so powerful. Usually, when trailing behind them, she had not heard any noise. It was quite silent. Did it simply unleash all the accumulated sounds at once? Su Xiaoxiao watched as the vines entangling the little snow wolf gradually loosened, their release agonizingly slow, as if reluctant to let go. Suddenly, they all snapped free, and Su Xiaoxiao quickly positioned herself, but the combined force of gravity and inertia, along with the little snow wolf's weight, sent her crashing to the ground. Gasping, Su Xiaoxiao struggled to rise, relieved to see that the little snow wolf had merely sustained some superficial injuries. With a sense of burden lifted, she gently patted the little creature's head and smiled, saying, "I'm so glad you're all right." From a distance, Lu Xiaoran observed Su Xiaoxiao enter unscathed, with no apparent injuries. He noticed her pause momentarily before kneeling beside the little snow wolf. Moments later, the snow wolf tumbled down from above. The entire sequence seemed orchestrated, leaving Lu Xiaoran in contemplative thought. "We can leave now," he remarked. The little snow wolf's superficial wounds required little time to heal. After a brief period of care, it was nearly recovered. Facing the towering parasol tree, Su Xiaoxiao expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much." Throughout their journey, the little snow wolf seemed to be aware of its misstep, trailing behind Su Xiaoxiao with its tail tucked between its legs. "You've grown so fast," she mused. Just a few days prior, When it had plummeted from the sky and landed atop her, she felt certain it shouldn't weigh as much as a mere cub. The little snow wolf emitted a pitiful whine, as if it understood her words. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao felt her footing give way, causing her to lurch forward, her mind clouded. Whoa! The little snow wolf, sensing her precarious state, rushed ahead, eager to support her. Xiaoxiao was at a loss, having just been discussing the little snow wolf moments ago, only to find herself suddenly dizzy and nauseated. I don't know, she weakly murmured. Lu Xiaoran supported her to lean against a tree by the roadside, carefully observing her condition. Her brows were tightly knitted due to her discomfort, and she pressed her lips together to suppress the wave of nausea. Her complexion far from pleasant. Even through her clothing, he could feel the heat radiating from her. He reached out to touch her forehead, and indeed, she was burning with fever. Xiaoxiao felt increasingly unwell, as if a fire were raging within her, rendering her disoriented. She wondered if she was on the brink of death once more, and in such an inexplicable manner. Do not be afraid. Did you not absorb a zombie's crystal core before? For the first time, the celestial spirit consoled Xiaoxiao, leading her to believe that perhaps death was indeed imminent. The celestial spirit was perplexed by her increasingly despondent mood. Chapter 56. Awakening. Am I truly about to die? You are actually comforting me, she mused. It turned out to be this way. The celestial spirit in the space was taken aback, pondering what had transpired. Was it incapable of providing solace? Your supernatural ability fused with the mutated powers contained within the crystal core during the absorption process. In other words, you are now on the verge of awakening your extraordinary abilities. Xiaoxiao's mind was utterly clouded. Awakening my abilities? Yet, I don't recall it being this painful the first time. As long as I don't perish, I must endure. The celestial spirit spoke with a tone of firmness, its expression tinged with concern and compassion. It could assure Xiaoxiao's survival, yet it was gripped by fear. Upon hearing the celestial spirit proclaim that she would not perish, Xiaoxiao felt a wave of relief wash over her. However, the agony coursing through her body remained unbearable. It turned out that their suffering had been far more profound than she had initially presumed. She had thought it to be merely a fever, only to discover that, in addition to the fever, every part of her being was consumed by pain. Lu Xiaoran's tone conveyed a hint of urgency. Xiaoxiao shook her head, her voice weak as she said, "It's fine, there's nothing to worry about." With a resounding thud, Lu Xiaoran turned and struck the tree beside her with his fist. His voice hoarse as he exclaimed, "How could it possibly be fine?" Observing the urgency and anguish etched on his face, Xiaoxiao found herself perplexed by his expression. Did he truly believe she was a burden to him? With great effort, she raised her hand to push him away, her voice barely a whisper, "Just go. Don't mind me." Pain radiated throughout her body, her head spun, and a wave of nausea washed over her. She closed her eyes, wishing to cease any further conversation with Lu Xiaoran. Disregarding her protests, Lu Xiaoran attempted to lift her onto his back. She breathed heavily, her voice tinged with impatience. "I told you I'm fine." The pain in her voice betrayed her annoyance. Thus, Lu Xiaoran found himself at a loss, relegated to standing by her side, stealing glances at her expression from time to time. The little snow wolf circled around Xiaoxiao before settling beside her, only to be pushed away by her when she deemed it too warm. It whimpered softly, retreating a meter away to lie down, its gaze fixed intently upon her. Ears perked up, ever vigilant of potential dangers lurking nearby. After a while, Lu Xiaoran approached her again, gently pressing his hand to her forehead, which remained quite hot. He set down his backpack, retrieving an unopened bottle of mineral water, twisting off the cap and bringing it to her lips. "Arf!" the little snow wolf barked, watching Lu Xiaoran intently. He placed a finger before his lips, then carefully fed Xiaoxiao small sips of water, his eyes radiating an unprecedented tenderness. At that moment, a gentle breeze caressed the air, rippling the surface of the lake. It was as if he had made a resolute decision to tend to Xiaoxiao with utmost care. The little snow wolf rested its chin on its paws, its tail swaying lazily. As time passed, Lu Xiaoran extracted 2 packs of compressed biscuits and another bottle of mineral water from his bag. Tearing open one of the packets and tossing a piece to the little snow wolf. It sniffed the offering and retreated, its tail low against the ground. Clearly disinterested in the food, Lu Xiaoran couldn't help but smile at the rare sight, realizing his bag contained little else but a few packets of biscuits. He finished them quickly, disposing of the wrappers in his backpack before checking on Xiaoxiao again, noticing that her fever seemed to have subsided. Her expression much improved compared to earlier. Reflecting on her earlier words, it appeared she truly would be all right. Knowing that Lu Xiaoran remained by her side, alleviated Xiaoxiao's concerns about potential dangers. She directed all her energy towards managing her pain. After several of Lu Xiaoran's gentle touches, he discovered that her fever had fully retreated, and Xiaoxiao had regained consciousness. At this moment, she was drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration rolling down her forehead, cascading down her cheeks, and dripping onto her clothing. As she reached for the tissue that Lu Xiaoran offered, she wiped the sweat from her brow. The short sleeves clung to her body, damp and uncomfortable, leaving Xiaoxiao yearning for a change of attire. Her brow furrowed in displeasure. Afternoon, Xiaoxiao's brow suddenly lifted. How long have I looked like this? She had not anticipated that she spent 4 hours here. Have you been here all along? She was taken aback, astonished that Lu Xiaoran had actually kept her company for 4 hours. What else would I do? Lu Xiaoran retorted, glancing at Xiaoxiao and adding, this area is hardly suitable for a stroll. Upon noticing Xiaoxiao's awakening, the little wolf rushed over, pressing against her and barking incessantly, its front paws scratching at her. She had not expected to find the little wolf so affectionate upon waking. It is lamenting. When you were awakening and merging your powers, it was right beside you, only to be unceremoniously pushed away by you, and it feels quite wronged. Xiaoxiao's smiling visage suddenly froze, caught off guard by the unexpected turn of events. In a bid to remedy the situation, she gently stroked the small snow wolf's fur. Is her body unable to endure? Perhaps a moment of respite would suffice. Observing Xiaoxiao as she caressed the snow wolf, there were no indications of her intention to rise. No, we could depart at once. Xiaoxiao propped herself up with her hands on the ground, and the surroundings fell into a hushed silence, yet a distinct gurgle resonated from her stomach. The gazes of the trio, 2 humans and 1 wolf, were drawn to Xiaoxiao's midsection, and her fair complexion flushed crimson in an instant as she instinctively covered her belly with her hands. Xiaoxiao was taken aback by the sound emanating from her stomach. It was only then that she realized her hunger. She had not consumed a morsel since the morning and had barely sipped any water. Feverish and delirious, she had awakened without realizing her stomach had been growling in hunger. Embarrassment washed over her, rendering her unable to lift her head, but upon noticing the small snow wolf's curious gaze, she quickly diverted her eyes elsewhere. Here, have some compressed biscuits. Lu Xiaoran retrieved a piece of compressed biscuit from his bag and handed it to her, along with the unfinished bottle of mineral water he had previously offered. Xiaoxiao, her cheeks flushed, accepted the offered compressed biscuits and water. In a voice as faint as that of a mosquito, she murmured, "Thank you." What? Lu Xiaoran feigned ignorance, leaning in closer and inquiring, "What did you say?" Xiaoxiao softly uttered a thank you, only to realize that Lu Xiaoran was merely teasing her. Pressing her lips together, she chose to ignore him. Chapter 57. Anger. Upon returning to the base, they encountered Chun Meng, who was drenched in sweat. Her expression was tense as she anxiously scanned her surroundings, seemingly in search of something. When she turned and caught sight of Xiaoxiao across the street, her demeanor relaxed momentarily before she stormed over, visibly irate. "Where have you been? Why didn't you say anything? We've been looking for you everywhere." Chun Meng's worry was palpable, mingled with her anger as she glared at Xiaoxiao. "I want to find Xiaoxiao," Xiaoxiao replied, barely daring to breathe. "Why didn't you call me? Do you think you can manage on your own?" Chun Meng's gaze shifted to Lu Xiaoran. "Even if Lu Xiaoran is with you, you could have at least said something." Exhausted from the previous night, Chun Meng had collapsed into bed and upon awakening, discovered that Xiaoxiao was not there. Initially assuming she was in the bathroom, she waited for a while only to find it empty. Inquiring with others yielded similar results. Even Lu Xiaoran was absent. She speculated that perhaps Su Xiaoxiao had accompanied him. Yet, it was well known that Lu Xiaoran had always harbored disdain for Su Xiaoxiao. Why would he choose to engage in solitary company with her? Everyone was aware that his prior jests at her expense were merely a FODDER. In school, he wouldn't even spare her a glance, and only Su Xiaoxiao, enamored with him, would feign ignorance of his disdain. "I'm sorry, I promise it won't happen again," Su Xiaoxiao mumbled, her head bowed in apology. "It was my fault for not having her call you," Lu Xiaoran interjected to defend Su Xiaoxiao. No. What he meant was that he saw how exhausted you all were and wanted you to rest. I was in a hurry to find Xiaoxiao, so the two of us went." Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, speaking rapidly. Without a word, Chunming grasped her arm and pulled her towards the room, striding with urgency. Chunming was taller than Su Xiaoxiao, prompting the latter to almost break into a jog to keep pace. Su Xiaoxiao bit her lower lip, looking at her with a sense of grievance. "Are you still angry? Can you please stop being angry?" Su Xiaoxiao recounted her morning experiences in detail, concealing the matter of her merging with the supernatural abilities. "Are you implying that you felt unwell and lay there for 4 hours while he kept you company?" Su Xiaoxiao scratched her chin, avoiding Chunming's gaze. "It's about that, I suppose." Chunming slapped her thigh with a resounding thud. "What do you mean by that? You leave without a word, causing me to feel unwell. What if you fall ill and become infected? What if I awaken one day to find you gone? Perhaps I might even lash out at you in the future." Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback by her own condition. How could this be happening? "Look, I am perfectly fine." She got up from the bed and spun around to show her, then half-embraced the little snow wolf beside her. The little snow wolf responded with a few playful howls. Chunming also managed to calm her anger, her words laced with concern. "You must not follow Lu Xiaoran alone." Su Xiaoxiao found herself perplexed. Had she not previously been teasing herself? "You were not like this towards him and me before," she murmured softly. Chunming replied, "Think back to how he treated you before. Consider whether anyone could accept your past actions. Overall, it seems that keeping a distance might be for the best." Chunming felt a twinge of disbelief. Would there truly be a next time? Absolutely not. Su Xiaoxiao resolutely shook her head. Chunming observed the transformed Su Xiaoxiao, who now exuded a fervent desire for life, brimming with uplifting emotions. A flicker of complexity crossed her gaze as she entered the restroom. Gazing into the mirror at the woman before her, she noted her enviable beauty, with long, slender legs and cascading brown waves framing her figure. A surge of madness welled up within her. She softly called out Su Xiaoxiao's name, her tone imbued with longing. Upon witnessing Chunming enter the restroom, Su Xiaoxiao presumed their conversation had concluded. With a sigh, she collapsed onto the bed, which was far from soft. "Are you hungry?" she inquired, resting her chin on the edge of the bed, gazing at the small snow wolf sprawled out. "I imagine you're quite famished." She rose from the bed and approached the door, pausing momentarily before turning back to stand before the restroom. "Knock, knock. What's the matter?" "The little snow wolf is hungry. I'm taking it out to find something to eat, the same place as before." Su Xiaoxiao asked, "Would you care to join me?" The voice from within was somewhat hoarse. "No, it's all right. You go ahead." "Oh, okay," Su Xiaoxiao replied, calling out cheerfully. "Then I shall be off. Go on. Let us seek sustenance." Su Xiaoxiao retrieved a blue leash from her pocket and affixed it to the small snow wolf. This leash had been acquired during her journey to seek out the creature. Initially, the snow wolf seemed a bit disoriented, curiously sniffing the strap of the leash and shaking its body. However, the concerns that weighed on Su Xiaoxiao's mind did not materialize. The snow wolf adapted remarkably well, showing no signs of resistance. Su Xiaoxiao felt reassured as she led it away. It was now past 5 in the afternoon. The sky remained bright, and the air was warm, with a gentle breeze caressing her skin. Su Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming discomfort enveloping her, suddenly recalling that she had forgotten to bathe earlier. The sweat from her exertions now dried upon her skin. With this thought in mind, she refrained from lingering on the road and made her way directly to the secluded tavern she had visited before. Upon opening the door, she found the interior as dim and lively as ever. The obscure lighting flickered incessantly. The revelers on the dance floor moved with fervor, while intoxicated men occupied the tables. It remained unchanged from her previous visit, a constant in the chaos. She navigated to table 7, where no one was seated. As soon as she took her place, a waiter approached her. Observing his attire, Xiaoxiao was surprised to see that even in this dystopian world, the staff still donned shirts and waistcoats. Nonetheless, it must be said that such attire, provided the wearer was not overly disfigured, generally imparted a pleasant impression. "Good evening. May I take your order?" he inquired. "I am looking for Xiaolu." Chapter 58. Xiaolu. Xiaoxiao surmised that the server had likely been recently hired, as the moment she uttered that name. The individual paused momentarily before responding. "I'm sorry, How is it that you have time to seek me out? Is there something you need?" With a hand resting lightly on the server's shoulder, she instructed, "You may attend to the other customers first." The server complied with a hesitant "oh," casting 2 uncertain glances at Xiaolu, seemingly seeking confirmation. Seated opposite her, Xiaoxiao noted that he was adorned in a deep burgundy suit. His black hair, neatly tucked behind his ears, embellished with a row of black ear studs that shimmered and shifted in the interplay of light. Leaning forward, a smile gracing his face, he effortlessly donned a hue that most could not pull off, exuding an aura akin to a nocturnal sprite, beautiful yet perilous, captivating enough to ensnare one's heart. With a snap of his fingers, Xiaolu arched a playful smile and remarked, "I apologize for being so striking that it leaves you utterly entranced." His words, though laced with an apology, carried no true remorse, instead infused with an air of self-evident confidence. Xiaoxiao awkwardly chuckled twice, saying, "I came here specifically to purchase raw meat for Xiaoxiao." Xiaolu tilted his head, a blend of curiosity and confusion in his gaze as he asked, "Why come all the way here for it? Are there no other places?" At this point, his tone shifted ominously as he continued, "Do you not realize that the raw meat you are buying is, in fact, human flesh?" Xiaoxiao abruptly recoiled, her movement so exaggerated that it could not be concealed. Your establishment," she stammered, trembling as she pointed at Xiaolu, her expression a tumult of shock, fear, anger, and compassion. Xiaolu remained silent, shrouded in shadows cast by the light behind him. Not wishing to linger in this place, Xiaoxiao rose. Grasping the hand of the little wolf, prepared to depart. Observing her resolve, Xiaolu suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, his voice unabashedly loud. "You can't possibly believe it, can you? Are you really that easily deceived?" At that moment, Xiaoxiao realized that Xiaolu had been deceiving her. A wave of indignation surged within her, and she glared at him with wide eyes. All right, I shall cease the jest," he said, his index finger dabbing at the tears of laughter that had formed at the corners of his eyes. Observing Xiaoxiao's furious demeanor, he clicked his tongue and sighed. Children truly cannot withstand a bit of teasing. Is this truly a matter for jest? It is not as if it concerns some trivial affair. Xiaoxiao was infuriated by him. So, is it or isn't it? It was rare for her to speak so sternly, eager for an answer. Certainly not. This is a reputable tavern, and we do not engage in unscrupulous dealings. He opened the menu on the table and pushed it towards Xiaoxiao, hoping that this jest would not disrupt our transaction. Xiaoxiao settled down and gazed at the menu presented to her, adorned with images of wines accompanied by their respective prices. Upon turning a page, she found a selection of side dishes. "Why is there no raw meat?" she inquired. Upon hearing this question, Xiaolu chuckled, his laughter reminiscent of the time he had sat here before. "Who would list raw meat on a menu?" he replied, arching his fingers in an elegant gesture, pointing at the white-furred snow wolf. "Only someone like you would ask such a thing. But who in a tavern would inquire about raw meat?" The implication was clear. It was only Xiaoxiao who would come here in search of it. "So, may I purchase raw meat?" Xiaoxiao asked, gently stroking the snow wolf. "Of course," he replied with a beaming smile. "But as we discussed earlier, raw meat does not come cheaply." Xiaoxiao contemplated the provisions and items within her bag, realizing they could be exchanged, as she could not possibly utilize such an abundance alone in a short span of time. Once humanity's base becomes firmly established, these items would soon become unnecessary. "Very well," she stated confidently. Xiaolu gestured towards a certain direction, and shortly thereafter, a server approached, though clad in a different style than the previous one. Xiao Lu whispered a few words into his ear. The server nodded intermittently, and as soon as Xiao Lu finished his instructions, he promptly departed. Do not worry. He will promptly procure the fresh meat you require. Now let us discuss the price, he said, crossing his arms and reclining against the back of his chair. You may proceed, Su Xiaoxiao replied calmly. Xiao Lu pondered for a moment, occasionally casting glances at Su Xiaoxiao. Even after the server returned with a neatly wrapped fresh meat, he had yet to formulate a response. The little snow wolf had already caught the scent, its eyes gleaming as it fixated on the chunk of meat. Letting out a howl. How about this? I have yet to come up with a solution. Perhaps I could reach out to you once I have a proposal? Xiao Lu shrugged in resignation, his tone imbued with an irresistible charm. In the future, if you do not encounter me here, simply mention my name, and someone will provide you with the fresh meat. I will not engage in any illegal activities, Su Xiaoxiao asserted. Haha, rest assured, we will not break the law. We are a reputable tavern. After all, he replied. With the arrangement settled, Su Xiaoxiao took her leave, offering a parting piece of advice. Such jesting is hardly amusing. Xiao Lu maintained his smile as she exited the tavern. You do not usually behave this way, remarked a man identical in appearance to him, yet dressed in starkly contrasting attire. Is this probing too overt? For the ultimate goal, this is but a trivial matter. And besides, has she not noticed? Xiao Lu patted the man's shoulder. Do not fret. Focus on handling that undercover agent, my dear brother. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. You should exercise caution. Do not be too ostentatious. Xiao Lu smirked, feigning profundity in his demeanor while projecting a buoyant facade to others, leaving him uncertain as to which version represented his true self. The bond between these two brothers was indeed peculiar. The lines between reality and illusion had long since blurred for them. Evolutionarily enhanced psychics possess senses more acute than those of ordinary individuals. As Su Xiaoxiao noticed him opening the door, she caught a glimpse of her own figure retreating into the corner, a corner of her garment fluttering in the air. Su Xiaoxiao waited for a moment, only to find the silence unnerving. She cautiously peeked her head out and noticed that Lu Xiaoran's door was firmly shut. In her heart, she silently marveled at Lu Xiaoran's prowess. He had left in such haste that he hadn't heard a thing. Subsequently, she swiftly pulled Xiaoxiao along, darting past his door, opening it, entering, and closing it with seamless precision. Leaning against the back of the door, Lu Xiaoran heard the hurried footsteps, followed by a flurry of opening and closing doors. Su Xiaoxiao felt as though she were facing a wolf. No, that little snow wolf of hers was indeed a wolf. It was as if she were confronted with a zombie, fearing that it might devour her in a single bite. Chapter 59, An Unexpected Encounter. Su Xiaoxiao responded affirmatively, removing the leash from the little snow wolf and placing on the table. I will go take a shower first. She retrieved a set of short-sleeved shirt and shorts from the makeshift wardrobe and stepped into the bathroom. Chen Ming called for the little snow wolf, lifting it up. It had grown quite a bit in just a few days. Noticing the packaging of raw meat on the table, Chen Ming recognized it. Is this from the tavern you visited? Indeed. Chen Ming opened the package, from which a small note wafted out. She picked it up, glanced at it, and then pocketed it calmly, tearing open the transparent bag on top and placing on the ground. In the bathroom, Su Xiaoxiao felt enveloped by the scent of sweat. Eagerly, she stripped off her clothes upon entering and turned on the hot water, letting it drench her hair as well. She wondered when this life would come to an end. Thoughts of fried chicken, cola, and computer games from her previous life filled her with nostalgia. She pondered the conclusion of the story. What had it been? Lu Xiaoran and Bai Qingqing. Oh no, she couldn't recall at all what the finale entailed. Whether humanity triumphed or the zombies had overrun everything. Su Xiaoxiao felt a surge of anxiety. She struggled to recall any details about the plot, but now, apart from her past experiences, everything about the future seemed shrouded in a haze, obscured and indistinct. It appeared that she had encountered such situations several times before, which she had dismissed at the time, but now, reflecting upon it, she felt helpless, caught in a state of resignation, unable to resist these circumstances. Little Snow Wolf curiously sniffed the scents of the street, while some passers-by kept their distance, though a few dog lovers approached, inquiring, "What breed is your dog?" "It resembles a wolf." "Does it?" She replied, "I think it does too." The presence of a wolf-like creature among humans could indeed evoke fear. So Xiaoxiao refrained from elaborating. It was uncommon to see a beautiful young girl walking alongside a large dog, and some onlookers scrutinized Xiaoxiao with a mix of curiosity and disdain. One man, with a suggestive tone, remarked, "Come with me, and I'll treat you to something delightful. I could also help take care of your dog." His demeanor was condescending, as if he believed he was making a considerable sacrifice for her. His expression a blend of pity and repulsion. Without engaging him, she simply guided little Snow Wolf past. If you refuse my hospitality, you'll regret it," he barked. A seasoned local with a hulking frame, his skin darker than most, marked by a 5-centimeter scar on his left cheek from a youth spent in brawls. The result of a visit to a disreputable clinic. However, unlike the gluttonous fool, this man had some skills that allowed him to thrive in the 7th District. Fully aware that he was merely leeching off others, he bellowed, taking 2 large strides forward, his arms as thick as Xiaoxiao's waist, intent on seizing her shoulder. Sensing danger, she quickly turned and retreated several steps. Little Snow Wolf sensed the threat, growling lowly as a warning to the man. A mere beast dares to threaten me. Your owner has spoiled you too much." He scoffed, showing no concern for who was behind Xiaoxiao. In the 7th District, he was a figure of authority. "Brothers, tonight we feast on dog meat." He laughed heartily, as 4 or 5 accomplices joined him, 2 of them tall and lean, while the others matched his imposing stature. Xiaoxiao never anticipated that he would resort to such coercive actions in broad daylight, particularly targeting her, the Snow Wolf. The onlookers merely observed her predicament with a sense of amusement, showing no intention of intervening. She enunciated each word with clarity, warning him not to underestimate her temper. The man, however, remained unfazed. In the confines of the base, abilities could not be utilized. Even if this woman possessed superior powers, it mattered little unless she was willing to forfeit her standing here. Being expelled would serve her right. Alone, her abilities would count for naught against his formidable subordinates. As he beheld her fair, exposed legs, he found himself involuntarily swallowing. Quite tantalizing indeed. It was only natural for the little wildcat to exhibit some spirit. He found it rather appealing. Xiaoxiao was utterly speechless at such individuals. She encountered one previously, and now another. Does this world not harbor a single decent man? Their minds seemed consumed by one singular obsession, as if their very existence hinges upon it. Do not entertain other thoughts. Simply focus on one idea. The ethereal voice in her mind advised, then fell silent, allowing Xiaoxiao to ponder on her own. "I still wish to shield you from harm. Why not yield to me?" urged the follower behind her. "Yield to him, accompany him, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury and abundance. What is there to worry about?" Indeed, one need not personally tend to the dog, for there are plenty willing to do so. Xiaoxiao cast a disdainful glance at them, her thoughts shifting. Listening to the chatter of her subordinates, the man's mood visibly lightened, a broad smile gracing his face. Observing his expression, the subordinates felt their assertions were validated, and they added a few more comments. However, as one of them was about to speak again, the man abruptly interrupted. "You slap? Your own faces?" The subordinates stood frozen, bewildered by their leader's command. Just moments ago, he had been laughing. How could he now demand they strike themselves? "Hurry up." The man's gaze shifted ominously, his demeanor intimidating them. They exchanged uncertain glances. "What's the matter?" he questioned, his tone sharp. Instantly, they complied, though hesitation lingered in their movements. "Focus," he bellowed. The sound of slaps echoed unevenly. The subordinates quickened their pace, striking harder, fearing that if they displeased him, they would suffer the consequences far worse than mere pain, a threat to their very lives. Onlookers, witnessing this scene, could not contain their laughter, feeling a sense of vindication. For too long had they been oppressed by this group. In the pre-apocalyptic days, they had refrained from open defiance, wary of the authority of the officer. Now, in the wake of the apocalypse, their need for protection had intensified, though law enforcers were sporadically present. Often, these thugs exploited the absence of enforcers to bully them, knowing that reporting such incidents would only invite further trouble from their peers, even if one could defend themselves. their family and neighbors would inevitably suffer severe repercussions. Over time, this cycle of intimidation had silenced them. Today, however, witnessing their oppressors receive punishment brought immense satisfaction. Xiaoxiao never anticipated the extraordinary power she possessed would be so formidable. Her first experiment yielded success, filling her with elation. She pondered whether she could control the zombies. If so, the thought of commanding numerous zombies in a post-apocalyptic world made her feel invincible. Imagination painted a beautiful picture, yet reality was unfolding before her. The man, roused from his slumber by the raucous laughter, severed Xiaoxiao's mental control. He observed his subordinates, who were striking themselves in the face, and barked, "Stop! Who instructed you to behave this way?" The subordinates, each sporting swollen, red faces, looked at him with a mix of grievance and confusion. In a fit of rage, the man, seasoned in such matters, quickly deduced that he had fallen victim to a woman's trickery. A malevolent glint flickered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Xiaoxiao, sneering with a chilling grin. "So, it is a mental type ability. Quite impressive indeed." Xiaoxiao feigned ignorance, her lovely almond-shaped eyes gazing at him with curiosity. "What are you talking about? I haven't wielded any special abilities." "Humph, you venomous woman. How could you possibly keep a dog? Perhaps you feed a human flesh?" he retorted, gesturing towards the small snow wolf at her side. The onlookers could no longer contain themselves. "You, a grown man, dare to speculate about a young girl? How shameless!" "Bah!" exclaimed a middle-aged woman, brandishing her bag and pointing at him. "I've lived long enough. I fear no retaliation from you. You truly lack dignity. If I were your parents, I would have had you aborted. Indeed, a scourge to society." Someone chimed in, and a few spirited individuals joined in the condemnation. The man, however, remained unfazed, not even furrowing his brow. If such words could provoke him to rage, he might as well abandon his endeavors. Xiaoxiao was acutely aware that she could no longer launch an attack. Her psychic abilities consumed energy at a rate several times faster than her water-based powers. With the man on guard, her attempts to infiltrate were futile. A frown etched itself on her brow, just as the man signaled for a collective advance. A breathless figure rushed in, leaning heavily on his knees. "Big brother, an enforcer is approaching. We must flee." Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted dramatically, while the onlookers erupted in applause. "Today, fortune favors you, but do not expect such luck in the future." He spat at Xiaoxiao as he and his companions darted away in unison. Enforcers? Executives? Surely, these two terms refer to the same type of individual, do they not? Xiaoxiao speculative. Without further contemplation, as those individuals had fled, she crouched down to gently stroke the little snow wolf's head, smoothing its fur to help its tense body relax. The little snow wolf nuzzled against her. Rising to her feet, she led the little snow wolf over to the middle-aged woman who had spoken moments earlier, slightly bending her body as she graciously expressed, "Thank you for your kindness." The woman waved her hand dismissively, responding with a magnanimous tone, "I spoke the truth. It's disgraceful to bully us elderly and then target young girls like you." She regarded Xiaoxiao with warmth, her voice resolute as she proclaimed, "You represent the future's hope. The survival of humanity will depend on young individuals like you." Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly at the elderly woman. "We, being of advanced age, can no longer move about with ease. However, we can still manage to engage in conversation. Attend to your own matters. I shall take my leave." With that, she circumvented Xiaoxiao, clutching her bag, and ambled away unsteadily. Xiaoxiao stood in place, watching the distant silhouette of the woman retreat into the shadows, momentarily at a loss for words. The sunlight cast its rays upon her. Soon after, she observed a group of individuals clad in white uniforms passing by, while nearby pedestrians attempted to offer them items, only to be met with dismissive gestures. It appeared that this group enjoyed a favorable reputation in the hearts of the residents of Sector 7. As they approached, she led the little snow wolf away from the direction of the men. Along her path, she witnessed the remnants of humanity's efforts to rebuild in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Navigating through several narrow alleys, she discovered a less populated area. where the roadside was cluttered with miscellaneous goods, alongside discarded and broken furniture. Spotting a relatively spacious and tranquil corner, she paused to retrieve some raw meat from her bag, tearing it open slightly before placing it down. The little snow wolf's eyes glimmered with excitement as it eagerly devoured the offering. Was the snow wolf a pet? Xiaoxiao found it challenging, if not reluctant, to define the creature in such terms. When the snow wolf's mother entrusted her offspring to her, it likely was not with the intention of having her child reduced to mere companionship. She believed that beings like wolves would not desire, nor willingly accept, confinement within a small cage or zoo, subjected to the gaze of onlookers in human society. Xiaoxiao crouched 1 meter away from it, blood clinging to its white fur. After finishing its meal, it licked its lips and gazed at Xiaoxiao. She took out a damp tissue to wipe away the crimson stains from its mouth. Once she was done, the little snow wolf shook its head and then leaned closer to Xiaoxiao, bowing its head before her. Xiaoxiao smiled as she gently patted its head twice, surprised that it allowed someone else to touch it. This seemed to be the first time it had willingly permitted her to do so. Previously, she had always been the one reaching out to touch it. While she was stroking its head, a fleeting glimpse of a white shadow caught her peripheral vision, causing her to stiffen. Could it be that even in this apocalyptic world, there are unclean beings? No wolves had ever appeared within the base. A cold, distinct voice grew more pronounced as the white shadow approached. Chapter altmışbir, oyi. The enforcers? What are they doing in this remote corner? Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly. What are you saying? I can't comprehend. Upon turning around, she was taken aback to find it was the same person she had made eye contact with earlier. Clad in a pristine white uniform adorned with 4 buttons and complemented by white trousers, the man's physique was elegantly accentuated, his feet encased in white leather shoes. She gazed quietly at him. Beneath his sharply defined brows, his eyes resembled blooming peach blossoms, casting a casual glance that exuded an air of nobility and aloofness, akin to the resilient pine and bamboo after a snowfall, standing out remarkably in the dimly lit alley. You raise wolves? He remarked once more. The bag that had contained the little snow wolf's meal had yet to be disposed of, and the man had already noticed the remnants of blood upon it. Xiaoxiao glanced to her left and right, deliberately avoiding the man's gaze, hoping to evade the situation. The man stepped forward, positioned himself directly in front of Xiaoxiao, and, locking his eyes onto hers, inquired, "What is your name?" Xiaoxiao leaned back and inquired, "Shouldn't one introduce oneself before asking others?" "My name is Su Yi, and what about you?" Xiaoxiao was perplexed by his intentions. He had immediately pierced through her deception and was now inquiring about her name, his gaze fixed upon her, as if he could see into her very soul. She forced a couple of awkward smiles and replied, Xiaoxiao. He then recited her name with solemnity, Xiaoxiao, observing his serious demeanor. Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming urge to depart, as the atmosphere had grown stifling, and she was ill-equipped to confront such scrutiny. "Why is your complexion so fair?" he inquired again. After addressing one question, another followed. Did the enforcer not have work obligations? "What do you mean?" Xiaoxiao was bewildered by the query. Was he commenting on her pale skin? "Perhaps it's because I seldom go outside and avoid the sun," she replied, forcing another awkward chuckle. He shook his head, indicating otherwise. She took hold of her little snow wolf and sidestepped Yi, but as she passed him, she distinctly heard him murmur, "We shall meet again." Quickening her pace, she felt relief when no further sounds followed her, but then recalled how he had silently appeared behind her earlier, his footsteps inaudible, suggesting a man of careful and discreet movements. It was surprising that such a handsome man possessed a rather peculiar mind. The little snow wolf, having had its fill, trailed lazily behind Xiaoxiao, exuding a sense of contentment. In the days that followed, Xiaoxiao occasionally spotted Yi from a distance while out shopping, each time choosing to steer clear, wishing to avoid any further complications. After she left, Yi would accurately deduce her location, gazing at her retreating figure, lost in contemplation, a slight smile playing on his lips. Our mission has arrived. They gathered once more in Lu Xiuran's living room, as Gao Li placed the mission card upon the table, surrounded by the group. Meng Liang, engrossed in his notebook, refused to share its contents, treating it as a cherished secret. He felt uncomfortable approaching the women for assistance. He was truly at a loss, yearning for the thrill of a confrontation. Today, Lu Xiaoran had summoned him to undertake a task, and he had eagerly rushed over. What is the mission this time? Chunming leaned in to inquire. To escort someone. Gaoli Ruplia. Bai Qingqing read aloud what she saw. To see City to pick up a biological researcher. A biologist. How familiar that sounded. She felt as if she had heard it somewhere before. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled that the zombie in the water town had once been a biologist. How did you suddenly take on this task? H City is quite distant from here. Chunming thought about the distance between H City and M City before the apocalypse. It took an entire day of highway travel to journey from H City to M City. Now, it was uncertain whether the highways were even passable, with zombies lurking along the way, and no one could predict how long it would take to reach M City. The task card advised them to set off as soon as possible. Bai Qingqing noticed a line of text at the bottom. Pack your belongings today and depart at dawn tomorrow. Lu Xiaoran had given them time to prepare. If they left now, they would risk being caught in the dark halfway through their journey, and once night fell, the sun would be gone. All right. The next morning, just as dawn broke, there was a knock at the door. Su Xiaoxiao groggily rose from her bed. A crack in the door revealed a sliver of light. Who is it? She inquired. It's time to prepare. Gather downstairs once you've freshened up. Came a familiar voice through the narrow opening. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao's pajamas were driven away, jolting her awake. All right, we'll be there shortly. Only after the person outside had left did she dare to close the door and promptly rouse Chunming, who was still asleep. Wake up, it's time to get ready. As Su Xiaoxiao observed, it was nearly 6 o'clock, and how early the summer daylight broke in City M. Thanks to Lu Xiaoran, she no longer felt drowsy. Little Snow had grown so large. During their time at the base, everyone was occupied with their own tasks. Su Xiaoxiao rarely took Little Snow with her to seek out the others, nor did she bring Little Snow to collective discussions, which was also the case yesterday. You should let it sit in the seat. Holding it is simply too exhausting. Gaoli glanced through the rearview mirror at Little Snow, who seemed to be almost 2 meters long. When walking along the road, it was nearly half the height of Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao and Chunming occupied the rear seats, with Little Snow Wolf curiously observing the swiftly passing scenery beside her. I am utterly exhausted. I hardly slept a wink last night. Gaoli stifled a yawn, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. Are you worried about this operation? Bai Qingqing inquired. I suppose so, huh? Gaoli chuckled awkwardly, eliciting a glance and a roll of the eyes from Meng Liang. This fellow was too excited to sleep in the middle of the night, and it was one thing for him to be restless. But now he had roused others with his musings about potential complications. The more Meng Liang thought about it, the angrier he became. Upon waking, he noticed dark circles under his eyes and couldn't help but punch Gaoli. As soon as they boarded the vehicle, Su Xiaoxiao was startled by Lu Xiaoran, who was frantically searching for her in his pajamas, her head bobbing with the motion of the car. Observing her weary state, Chunming remarked, "You should just sleep. I'll wake you if anything comes up." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao could no longer hold on and succumbed to slumber, her head lolling to the side. Noticing her closed eyes, Little Snow Wolf watched for a few moments before also laying down. Thus, both the girl and the wolf fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 62. Playtime. Chunming found amusement in this scene. The vehicle fell into silence, while Lu Xiaoran focused on the navigation system, noting they had only just exited the base gates. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao awoke with a start, bewildered to find herself in the car. Oh no, joy has turned to sorrow. I must now venture to the distant city of H to fulfill my mission. Su Xiaoxiao felt a profound sense of regret, wishing she had not laughed so heartily earlier. Lu Xiaoran, upon hearing a burst of laughter, glanced at the rearview mirror only to discover that Su Xiaoxiao, who had been asleep, was smiling broadly in her slumber. He chuckled to himself, pondering what delightful dream could elicit such a reaction, even waking her in the process. As she awoke, her smile faltered, replaced by a look of confusion and distress as she glanced around, clearly feeling quite aggrieved. Lu Xiaoran was taken aback by her unexpected expression, which lightened his mood considerably. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and he directly entered the space. To his delight, he found that the vegetables she had planted were ripe. Observing the flourishing crops, he realized they were cabbage seeds. The celestial spirit fluttered over, casting a glance behind her. Why didn't you bring that fellow along this time? As Xiaoxiao realized it was the little snow wolf, she found herself in a rather inconvenient situation within the confines of the car. Xianling pursed her lips, still harboring a grudge for the last time she had been bitten. Previously, when Xiaoxiao had brought the little snow wolf inside to play, Xianling was engrossed in examining the attire of a Barbie doll. She found the array of exquisite garments utterly captivating and, unable to resist, donned a few pieces herself. Thinking such splendid attire should not be kept to herself, she paraded before Xiaoxiao, basking in the compliments, feigning indifference while secretly reveling in delight. Subsequently, she floated over to showcase the lovely outfits to the little snow wolf, only to be met with an unexpected paw that sent her sprawling far away. Stars dancing before her eyes. But that was not the end of it. The little snow wolf pursued her relentlessly. Xianling shrieked as she darted behind Xiaoxiao, with one running and the other in hot pursuit. Wait a moment, if it weren't for Xianling's cries, Xiaoxiao might have thought they were merely playing. Stop, she commanded, placing her hands defensively in front of the charging little snow wolf. The little snow wolf, still in high spirits and mistaking Xiaoxiao's intervention for an invitation to play, leaped directly onto her. Xiaoxiao was knocked to the ground by the force of the impact, and the celestial spirit behind her soared away, proving to be unreliable. It ascended to a lofty height, beyond the reach of the little snow wolf, looking down upon Xiaoxiao and the wolf. Strike it fiercely, it exclaimed. How dare it attack the esteemed celestial spirit? It was seeking its own demise. Infuriated, the celestial spirit rallied for Xiaoxiao from the air. The more fervently the spirit shouted, the more exuberantly the little snow wolf played below, being pushed aside only to leap back into action, while Xiaoxiao stood and joined in the fray once more. Xiaoxiao was on the verge of despair, her consciousness slipping away, leaving behind the celestial spirit and the empty little snow wolf. The two exchanged glances. Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? The celestial spirit exclaimed loudly within the space. Upon exiting the realm, Xiaoxiao felt as though she had endured a fierce battle. Finally, she unleashed her magical claws, took a deep breath, and collapsed onto the chair, her eyes devoid of life. Utterly exhausted, Xiaoxiao gazed at the vibrant, dewy cabbages in the vegetable garden, feeling a mix of joy and a hint of trouble. How would she manage to transport them later? It was implausible for her to conjure them out of thin air. That would merely reveal the secret of her spatial abilities. Xiaoxiao ran her fingers through her hair. Xiaoxiao lingered inside for a while, meticulously counting the items on the shelves. It was satisfactory. I tested my psychic abilities on him, momentarily exerting control over his mind. However, even the slightest disturbance could disrupt the connection. Xiaoxiao recounted her previous experience of controlling a man to Xianling. Xianling remarked, "The mental abilities that govern others differ from other powers. They do not operate through physical assault, but rather through psychological influence. The effectiveness of such abilities relies not only on one's innate powers, but also on one's mental state. To enhance one's mental capabilities, it is essential to elevate both the level of one's abilities and the strength of one's mind. While the upgrade of one's abilities is straightforward, the question remains, how does one bolster their mental fortitude?" Xianling pondered for a moment, her delicate face adopting a serious expression. It requires continuous experimentation and deep introspection. Introspection? Isn't that somewhat akin to upgrading one's abilities? Xiaoxiao inquired. When the time comes and you grasp it, you will understand that sensation, Xianling replied before elegantly drifting away. Xiaoxiao did not follow suit, having lingered here for a while. With another blink, she found herself inside the vehicle. Lu Xiran and Gao Li exchanged seats, with Gao Li now occupying the driver's position. Fortune favored them, for the journey was devoid of any obstacles posed by zombies. Gao Li released a cloud of exhaust towards a fallen zombie, playfully making a face at the lifeless creature they had just passed. Xiaoxiao glanced at her watch, realizing it was nearly noon, and her stomach was growling with hunger. Since she had risen early that morning, she had yet to partake in any meal. She retrieved the chocolate she had taken from the shelf earlier and distributed it among them. "You still brought chocolate?" Bai Qingqing was taken aback by her unexpected stash of snacks. "I just grabbed a little something," she replied. Bai Qingqing offered a brief thank you in return. The others, feeling the pangs of hunger as well, suggested, "Shall we find a place to eat?" Gao Li remarked, his stomach feeling as if it might collapse. Meng Liang frowned. "If we stop to eat now, our arrival time in H City will be delayed, and the later it gets, the more unsafe it becomes." Everyone considered this, deciding instead to nibble on something in the vehicle to regain their energy. "This tastes dreadful," young Miss Chun Meng remarked after taking a bite, her dissatisfaction evident. Su Xiaoxiao handed him a bottle of water. "Do you not find it tiring to comment after every bite?" Gao Li inquired with curiosity. After scattering in the mist, they regrouped, all fatigued, gathering to share a meal consisting of compressed biscuits. Bai Qingqing remained silent, while Chen Meng would utter a remark after each bite. "Why should I care?" Chen Meng rolled his eyes at Gao Li, indifferent to whether he could see it. All right, my mistake." He recalled a great man once stating that one ought not to reason with women. Chapter 63. On the road after driving for another 2 hours, they paused upon reaching a village, stopping a kilometer ahead to rest briefly, planning to accelerate thereafter. Along the roadside stood a modest pavilion, its paint washed to a dark red by the rain. A few steps led up to a stone table at its center, surrounded by benches for seating. It appeared to be a resting place constructed by local travelers, looking quite decent. Everyone was weary from the journey, with one more person to drive. "I won't have to endure such a long stretch anymore." "Not necessary," Meng Liang replied curtly. "How can it not be? Gauli raturta appassionatedi. Do you not understand the sanctity of driving?" Meng Liang, expressionless, turned his gaze elsewhere. Su Xiaoxiao and Chun Meng sat by the side, admiring the surrounding scenery, remarking on the refreshing quality of the rural air. Chen Meng gazed into the distance, reflecting on a long-held desire to visit, never anticipating that the opportunity would present itself in such a manner. Su Xiaoxiao listened in silence, surrounded by verdant hills, as summer unfurled its vibrant tapestry. Wildflowers, in hues of crimson and blush, burst forth with resplendent beauty. Not far from her, Bai Qingqing sat, gazing into the distance alongside them, in an environment that remained untouched by human hands. Indeed, this place bore little alteration from the rural landscapes etched in Su Xiaoxiao's memory. The flora remained untrampled, unmonitored, with wild grasses and flowers encroaching upon the path, as if striving to expand their domain. It had been ages since anyone had ventured here. Lu Xiran reached out and brushed his fingers across the stone table, stirring up a fine layer of dust. Su Xiaoxiao had not paid much attention to the dust on the dark red surface. It was only upon closer inspection that one could discern the layer of dust. Chun Ming suddenly stood up and brushed off the dust from her pants, exclaiming, "I wouldn't have known if you hadn't mentioned it. No wonder there's a layer of dust. Miss, can you actually smell the dust?" Gao Li was genuinely taken aback by Chun Ming's remark. "Smelling dust?" His nose twitched, akin to a small dog sniffing the air for particles. Meng Liang discreetly shifted his position. "If all goes well, we should arrive by around 10 this evening. Assuming we take the highway," he noted, pulling out a notebook and scribbling some notes. "But what if we don't take the highway?" So Xiaoxiao inquired. Meng Liang glanced over. "Without the highway, we can't determine the timing. The condition of alternate routes is uncertain, and encountering zombies on the highway would pose significant trouble. We can't use the highway. Let's take the national road," Lu Xiran decided. However, the situation on the national road is more complex, making it harder to analyze the probabilities, Meng Liang hastily interjected. "National road," Lu Xiran articulated succinctly. Meng Liang's shoulders slumped in resignation. "Fine. I'm not trying to argue. I just want to find another route, since both the highway and national road are off-limits." It was rare for Gao Li to see Meng Liang exhibit such an expression, prompting him to lean in curiously. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Meng Liang turned his head away. "TCH, if you won't say it, then forget it." Gao Li mimicked his demeanor. After a brief rest, they resumed their journey. Lu Xiran drove the vehicle, plowing through several advancing zombies. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed more zombies closing in from behind. He slammed on the accelerator, and the car surged forward as if propelled by the wind. The force of inertia caused the passengers to slam back against their seats. "Hold on tight," Lu Xiaoran stated, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. Xiaoxiao deftly maneuvered around the little snow wolf, grasping the handle with one hand while wrapping the other around the creature to prevent it from falling. The sun gradually descended, casting an amber hue as an increasing number of zombies emerged from the shadows, drawn by the sound of the vehicle cutting through the silence. "Damn, there are more and more of them," Gowley exclaimed, peering out the window to catch a glimpse of a dozen or so zombies relentlessly pursuing them. He possessed a remarkable aptitude for data analysis and computation, particularly since the apocalypse began. It seemed his cognitive abilities had accelerated, often completing calculations before he even realized it. He speculated that he was a mental evolutionist, and as he observed their extraordinary powers, a flicker of envy crossed Meng Liang's eyes. He longed to fight alongside them rather than remain in a perpetual state of reliance, always retreating under their protection. "Slow down. I feel as though I might die here before the zombies even get me." Chan Meng quavered from the back seat, clutching the seatbelt tightly, her body pressed against the adjacent window as if wishing to meld into it. Xiaoxiao clutched the little snow wolf in fear, and the creature whimpered slightly before loosening its grip. Lu Xiaoran's driving was rather reckless, wasn't it? After confirming that no danger lurked nearby, he gradually decelerated the vehicle and shifted positions with Gao Li in the first open area that seemed relatively safe. Lu Xiaoran exhaled a sigh of relief. He could not afford to let his guard down after that speed. Meng Liang was driving in a fluster, and it was clear that he was equally anxious. Gao Li, while driving, couldn't help but voice his complaints, feeling that he might not have a future as a driver. This thought solidified his resolve to teach Meng Liang how to drive, and moreover, he was also inclined to instruct Xiaoxiao and her companions. He had heard that female drivers tended to be exceedingly cautious, which he found quite admirable. As dusk descended, the group in the vehicle began to hear the sporadic growls of zombies echoing in the night. "Be vigilant. It's nightfall," Lu Xiaoran cautioned. They understood the gravity of the situation. They were nearing H City, and this was the closest district to their destination. To reach H City, they had to traverse through this area. Gao Li and the others intended to circumvent it entirely, avoiding the inner streets. However, the map revealed a large factory along this route, and it was uncertain whether anyone inside had been infected when the apocalypse struck. Moreover, night had fallen, and the sun, which once kept the zombies at bay, was no longer a safeguard. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew increasingly tense. Chapter 64. The Factory in the Darkness. A vehicle could be seen slowly approaching the factory. It was an odd sight. The exterior of the vehicle appeared reinforced. Yet even more peculiar was the fact that it was overgrown with vines, as if they had sprouted from within the windows. Were it not for the vehicle's movement, one would hardly believe it was operational. The vines ensnared the exterior, leaving only the windows exposed. If you start to feel overwhelmed, remember to speak up. Xiaoxiao advised Chenming. Chenming chuckled dismissively. "No worries, I can manage for now." As they drew nearer to the factory, the darkness obscured their view of the interior, revealing only a cluster of shadowy structures looming ahead. At that moment, the highway resembled a conveyor belt, with the vehicles and their occupants akin to a dish of food, while the imposing factories stood like diners awaiting their meal. Xiaoxiao inexplicably sibereth, sensing an abrupt chill in the atmosphere, as if she had trespassed into their territory. A wave of fear washed over her, and an unsettling feeling stirred within, indicating that danger loomed ahead. Let us take a moment to rest outside. Traversing the factory at night seems perilous, she voiced her intuition to the group. Bai Qingqing turned her head, furrowing her brow, and inquired, "Is there something amiss with you?" Xiaoxiao gazed at her beautiful visage, shaking her head in dissent. "No. If there is anything, you must speak up," Bai Qingqing remarked, her countenance blooming like a lily. "Xiaoxiao, have you made any discoveries?" Meng Liang inquired. "Tonight, we shall traverse this grand factory. After passing it, we shall travel for another hour to reach H City." He informed Xiaoxiao of the remaining journey. As Xiaoxiao observed the unanimous agreement of her peers, she lifted her gaze towards Lu Xiaoran, only to find him glancing into the rearview mirror. Their eyes met, and as Xiaoxiao's lips moved slightly, she recalled the earlier circumstances, realizing that Lu Xiaoran likely shared her inclination towards entering the factory. A wave of discouragement washed over her, causing her shoulders to slump. No one believed her. You previously mentioned that an apocalypse was imminent. Does this situation mirror that prediction? Unexpectedly, just as the group was about to drive in, Lu Xiaoran spoke up. Xiaoxiao truly did not anticipate that Lu Xiaoran would speak up. Yet the current situation differed significantly from her previous forewarnings of an apocalypse. She couldn't simply attribute this to intuition, as it would fail to clarify her earlier predictions. Biting her lower lip, she uttered 2 words under his gaze. Not really. Having spoken, she averted her eyes from them, burying her head into the body of the little snow wolf, reluctant to look up. This large factory had initially caused considerable pollution, and in accordance with regulations, it was relocated downwind. The factory's equipment was newly constructed, complete with supporting infrastructure, and those working here generally resided within its confines. There were even a few small supermarkets, making this place resemble a residential area, albeit populated solely by the factory's workers. The factory and living quarters were divided into 2 sections, situated on either side of the road, with very few vehicles passing through. Thus, no traffic lights were installed, allowing them to cross freely. Every day, the factory workers commuted in this manner. As the vehicle progressed, they drew nearer to the factory, and Gao Li, utilizing the headlight's illumination, glimpsed the factory ahead. The gate appeared to be ajar. He noticed that the iron gate on the left was wide open, while the gate on the right was firmly shut, with 2 large locks hanging from it, discernible even with his 5.3 vision. A sense of unease crept into his heart as he swallowed nervously, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Keep driving," Lu Xiaoran said calmly. Upon hearing his voice, Gao Li's demeanor relaxed slightly, though his alertness was heightened. The atmosphere in the vehicle shifted, as if all sensed something amiss. The closer they approached the main gate, the more their hearts raced. After passing through the gate, they traveled an additional mile or 2 before realizing they had been holding their breath in tension. "Ha ha, that scared me to death just now. Thankfully, nothing happened." Gao Li laughed heartily, attempting to lighten the mood. The others exhaled in relief, the earlier tension dissipating. However, despite Gao Li's joviality, the unease within Xiaoxiao lingered. Her brow furrowed, and her complexion was far from pleasant. "It's all right," Chen Meng reassured Xiaoxiao, urging her not to worry. Following his gaze, Gao Li's pupils dilated suddenly as he slammed the brakes, sharply turning the steering wheel to the left before pressing the accelerator. Fortunately, the road was wide, allowing the car to swiftly change direction and head back the way they came. Ahead, a horde of zombies obstructed the path. The mere recollection of that scene sent shivers down Gao Li's spine, the earlier fear still resonating within him. Following Lu Xiaoran's gaze, he beheld the road ahead where a mass of zombies stood motionless, facing them as though waiting for their arrival. Old young men, women, the collective gaze of the undead seemed fixed upon him, paralyzing him with dread. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoran's words, he might have remained frozen in terror. The others' faces paled as they processed the sight before them. None had expected to encounter a throng of zombies blocking their way. Let's explore whether there exists an alternative route. Lu Xiaoran unfurled the map, seeking a path. I have already examined it and found no way. The fields in this vicinity are terraced, rendering direct passage impossible, Meng Liang stated. Perhaps we should consider staying overnight in the factory? A suggestion was put forth. They turned towards the voice, only to discover that it was none other than Xiaoxiao, who had previously barred their entry. Did you not just advise us against entering? Why the sudden change of heart? Xiaoxiao, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, awkwardly positioned the little snow wolf in front of her. She could hardly disclose that she had just heard the celestial spirit urging her to enter and retrieve a crystal core. It is likely that the factory personnel are ahead. There may be no one left inside now, right? Let's tempt fate. What if it is true? She babbled, internally berating herself for such an implausible justification. Look, those zombies appear not to have pursued us yet. If we remain hidden, they may not find us. What am I even saying? Su Xiaoxiao cried out inwardly, while the others gazed at Lu Xiuran, awaiting his decision. Listen to her. Chapter 65. Rest. They needed to replenish their gasoline. They had taken a total of 2 barrels, one of which was already empty. Now, the fuel in the vehicle was nearly depleted, and it would be fortunate if they could discover an additional barrel of gasoline within. Su Xiaoxiao gazed gratefully at Lu Xiuran, surprised by his willingness to believe in her. Just moments ago, the ethereal spirit within the space had urged her to enter the factory, claiming there was something of great significance that she needed to retrieve. Thus, upon Su Xiaoxiao's suggestion, their group made their way to the factory. They concealed their vehicle beside the building, while Chunming utilized her extraordinary abilities to envelop the car with twisting vines, seamlessly blending it with the surrounding trees and grass, rendering it undetectable. Must we enter this place? Gowley inquired, pointing towards the ominous darkness before him. They stood at the entrance, the once-open door now looming ahead, and a chill swept through the summer night air. Birar. Gauli Shibarat. Fearing the undead trailing behind them, they fell silent and stepped into the factory. The moment they crossed the iron gate, an unsettling chill enveloped them, as if they were being scrutinized by a fierce beast, causing them to halt abruptly. A sense of impending danger loomed within, and she felt that their safety would be compromised should they proceed any further. Please, you must understand that what lies within is of utmost importance to you. You must obtain it. As Su Xiaoxiao contemplated retreating, the ethereal spirit grew increasingly insistent, creating a cacophony. Will I be safe? Can we emerge unscathed? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. Of course. Surely we can emerge alive. However, the manner in which we survive remains uncertain. The fairy spirit, feeling somewhat guilty, feigned strength in her words. They were taken aback by Su Xiaoxiao's statement. What are you saying? How can we possibly separate? Gowley immediately dismissed Su Xiaoxiao's decision to venture inside alone without a moment's thought. Chunming also rejected Su Xiaoxiao's notion, her brow furrowed with concern as she remarked, "How can you think like that? Is there something in there that you absolutely need?" Meng Liang abruptly interrupted the conversation between Chunming and the others, her words sharp and incisive. Su Xiaoxiao averted her gaze from Meng Liang, who continued, "You weren't like this before." His conjecture lacked foundation. Even though Su Xiaoxiao's previous proposal had not been accepted, it would not have led to their separation. He surmised there must be something they had overlooked, or perhaps something Su Xiaoxiao required. Su Xiaoxiao struggled to articulate her thoughts, unable to express herself for quite some time. "All right, let us proceed inside." Lu Xiuran interjected after they finished speaking, thus rescuing Su Xiaoxiao from her predicament. "Very well, let's enter." Gowley pondered that the earlier feeling might have been a mere illusion, yet he remained increasingly cautious. The atmosphere was profoundly quiet, and they tread lightly, lowering their breathing rates, with each individual remaining vigilant. "Shall we head to the second floor?" Chunming inquired, glancing upwards at the structure before them. The buildings were all 3 stories tall, with the factory layout commencing from an iron gate, flanked by 2 buildings on either side, while another stood not far opposite the gate. Lu Xiuran furrowed his brows, discreetly surveying their surroundings. Gowley picked up on Chunming's words. "Then let us ascend to the left side on the second floor. It appears more spacious, allowing us to escape swiftly in case of any unforeseen circumstances." Chunming shot him a glare. "Don't jinx it." Gowley chuckled sheepishly, offering an apologetic gesture. "This is a mold factory." Meng Liang recalled the name displayed on the map. "What does a mold factory do?" Su Xiaoxiao asked. "A mold factory specializes in the production of molds, primarily responsible for creating various molds and tools," Meng Liang explained, concerned she might not grasp the concept. He provided examples, such as plastic utensils, automotive parts, and electronic components. Upon hearing the examples, Su Xiaoxiao finally comprehended the factory's function. The group entered the left building, where moonlight streamed in, faintly illuminating the interior. "Shall I ignite a fire?" Gowley inquired, his hands itching to act. "Light it, but keep it small," Lu Xiuran instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, a small flame appeared at Gowley's left index finger, resembling the range of a lighter's flame. The surroundings suddenly brightened, and with the fire, they felt a warmth enveloping them, enhancing their overall comfort. Gally stretched his neck, exclaiming in relief. They were still on the first floor, having just entered. With the firelight illuminating their vicinity, they could discern the nearby objects. These were machines designed for mold production, one standing idle, awaiting activation. The space was remarkably clean, devoid of any traces of blood, presenting an appearance as though the workers had simply clocked out for the day. Xiaoxiao felt a sense of unease. Yet she chose to remain silent. The 6 individuals and the wolf ascended the staircase to the second floor, with Little Snow the wolf leading the way. Its nose lowered to sniff the scent on the ground as they entered the second level. The second floor bore a resemblance to the first, but the closest area to them appeared to be a lounge, presumably a break room for workers. Near the entrance, there were several couches and individual chairs. The capitalists even required their workers to rest here during their breaks. Gally observed the couches, noticing the wear and tear that indicated they were frequently used. Be cautious and refrain from wandering aimlessly, he advised. Lu Shiran and the others prepared to rest in this area. However, prior to settling down, they meticulously inspected the second floor, uncovering no suspicious elements, and secured the doors leading to the passage by locking them. The environment here was quite pleasant, with shadows cast by trees at the window, and occasionally, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. We shall remain here for the night and accelerate our journey tomorrow, he determined. This was unavoidable, as they had yet to attempt driving through the night. With the looming threat of zombies ahead, resting here was their only option, regardless of the time constraints of their mission. They did not hesitate, simply reclining on the vacant couches. Lu Shiran approached the window, gazing quietly outside. After a while, Xiaoxiao, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. She listened intently and quietly observed that everyone had drifted off to sleep. She looked up to her right. Chapter 66. Residential area. Lu Shiran reclined against the wall by the window, his head tilted back, eyes shut. To his surprise, once asleep, he appeared more approachable than during the day. Approaching the door to the passage, Xiaoxiao had intentionally left it ajar. She quietly slipped out and closed the door behind her. The moment Xiaoxiao shut the door, Lu Shiran opened his eyes, his gaze laden with significance as he regarded the closed door. She descended swiftly, surveying the surroundings. "Where's the place you mentioned?" The celestial spirit guided her in the space, and upon seeing the direction, Xiaoxiao gasped, exclaiming, "You want me to go to the other side?" The celestial spirit instructed her to venture to the residential area across the road. "Are you trying to send me my doom?" One area was locked, the other open, and there was the ominous presence of zombies lurking about. Who knew where they might suddenly appear? "I assure you, you will not perish, especially since Little Snow is accompanying you. Do not be deceived by its seemingly harmless exterior. It is quite formidable," the celestial spirit internally scoffed, as it could sense the increasing strength of both Little Snow and Xiaoxiao each time they entered the space. This arrangement had been made with their capabilities in mind, ensuring that there was little risk of demise. Xiaoxiao remained quite hesitant, contemplating whether this so-called important matter was truly worth her solitary pursuit, alongside Xiaoxiao. Within it lay elements capable of enhancing her extraordinary abilities, not solely pertaining to the water element, but particularly the mental faculties, which promised even greater rewards. The celestial spirit administered another potent dose, revealing to Xiaoxiao the treasures concealed within. "Do you not desire it?" it queried. "Are you not curious about the extraordinary powers residing within you? Do you wish to communicate with them?" Once more, it ensnared Xiaoxiao in its web of intrigue. Within the depths of her heart, Xiaoxiao wrestled with her desires. She yearned for strength, so that she might safeguard herself without having to rely on others. Her gaze gradually grew resolute, and the ethereal beings in the surroundings sensed her unwavering determination. They eagerly proclaimed, "What you seek lies within that realm." As night enveloped the earth, the moonlight cascaded down like gossamer spun by mermaids, draping the ground in a delicate shroud of white. A petite figure darted swiftly across the road, pursued by an elongated object trailing behind. "Lock key," she murmured softly, her fingers hastily searching for the lock on the iron gate. The upper portion had succumbed to rust, and despite her vigorous tugging, it remained steadfast. "What am I to do?" I cannot possibly climb over, can I? Xiaoxiao spoke in a hurried tone, as if someone were pursuing her from behind. The celestial spirit was also deep in thought. As it observed the surroundings of Xiaoxiao, a sudden realization struck when it glanced past a certain area. There's a tree nearby. Climb up it. Upon hearing the words of the celestial spirit, Xiaoxiao gazed at the tree in astonishment. At the entrance of the residential area, two grand trees stood alongside a row of delicate flowers and grasses. Although the trees were situated at a slight distance from the gate, their branches were lush and exuberant, with one limb extending into the confines of the community. Xiaoxiao pointed at the branch that was only as thick as her two arms combined, unable to believe her ears. You want me to jump from here? You can do it. She felt that the fairy was speaking nonsense, imposing an unreasonable demand upon her. Is there an alternative? Glancing around, she found this option to be relatively more feasible. Xiaoxiao estimated that the branches extending into the community were approximately 2.5 meters above the ground, and she could hear her legs protesting. You can do it. Xiaoxiao was aware of her own capabilities. Her contemplation did not revolve around this matter. Are you certain that Xiaoxiao can manage as well? The celestial spirit intended to respond affirmatively, but upon observing the form of the wolf Xiaoxiao, she found herself lost in thought. You should place it within the space. Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, only to recall that she had space to store her belongings. After placing the little snow wolf inside, she turned her attention to the task of climbing. The tree stood tall and robust, its branches and leaves flourishing. She stored all her possessions in the space, retaining only a short knife and a flashlight. With her fair, slender fingers, she swiftly gathered her hair into a bun, securing her long tresses. The transformation of her body had heightened her senses, yet it did not extinguish her fear. Determined for the sake of her abilities, she adopted a resolute expression and moved her feet in that direction, summoning her courage as she dashed forward. Quick, take advantage while the trunk is unresponsive, echoed in her mind, causing her to nearly slip as she ran. Indeed, the trunk remained oblivious. With a thud, Xiaoxiao successfully leapt into the residential area. The moonlight spilled across the road, casting an eerie stillness, particularly as she traversed this unfamiliar territory, enveloped by darkness. Her footsteps softly approached the security room. Fortune favored her as it was unlocked, allowing her entry. Before stepping inside, she illuminated the interior with her flashlight, ensuring no hidden threats lurked within, and then cautiously closed the door behind her. Inside, a table faced the wall, accompanied by a makeshift bed for resting. The table was in disarray, its contents scattered, with a cup tipped over atop it. Xiaoxiao held a flashlight in one hand while rummaging through the contents of a drawer with the other. However, her efforts were rather inefficient, prompting her to clench the flashlight between her teeth, allowing both hands to swiftly search the table. Yet, there was nothing of significance. Her gaze shifted to the side, where a security uniform hung. Murmuring an apology, she proceeded to search the pockets of a uniform, retrieving an old key. It appeared to be the key to the main entrance, since the key was with the security or the individuals inside. When Xiaoxiao had arrived, it was during the day while they were attending classes. If it was also daytime on this side when the infection occurred, then why was the main door locked? And if it were indeed locked, did that mean the residents within were trapped here, unable to leave? Xiaoxiao's apprehension grew with each passing moment. It was a thought too harrowing to contemplate. She felt as though her heart might leap from her chest. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to quell the frantic beating within. Perhaps we should return another time. No, that's out of the question. It was futile, utterly futile. So what, precisely, is it that you are referring to? Xiaoxiao flitted about like a headless fly, utterly bewildered, unaware of the significance of what the celestial spirit had mentioned. This place is devoid of it. Let us seek another location. Xiaoxiao let out a heavy sigh. What are you searching for? A voice echoed. Chapter 67. Spatial abilities startled Xiaoxiao, causing her to lose her grip on the object in her hands, which fell to the ground. She immediately summoned her water-based powers, simultaneously harnessing her mental energy, preparing to strike at the intruder. The outside remained eerily silent. and her heart raced uncontrollably until she suddenly realized that the voice was familiar. Lu Xiaoran. Sensing her recognition, the person outside boldly pushed the door open. His towering figure blocked the doorway, leaving no escape for her. Lu Xiaoran lowered his gaze and asked Xiaoxiao again, "What are you searching for?" He approached her, pulled a stool from the table, and positioned it to encircle her between himself and the table. Unable to answer, he chuckled softly, "Then allow me to pose another question. Who are you?" Xiaoxiao felt as if struck by a bolt from the blue, her entire being rendered stiff and unnatural. She forced a smile, exclaiming, "Haha, what are you saying? I can't quite comprehend." "Is that so?" Lu Xiaoran retorted, gazing at Xiaoxiao as if attempting to see through her soul. "I don't understand what you're trying to convey." Xiaoxiao feigned firmness, pretending not to grasp his words. Lu Xiaoran let out a scoff. "Then what are you searching for?" "I don't know," Xiaoxiao managed to utter, and the two of them remained locked in silence, neither daring to speak further. The ethereal beings in the space felt a twinge of anxiety, hesitant to make their presence known. After a prolonged pause, Lu Xiaoran broke the silence. "Where is your little Snow?" "Little Snow is..." Xiaoxiao's nervousness compelled her to speak, but halfway through, she realized her mistake and immediately fell silent. It was too late, however, as she caught sight of Lu Xiaoran's intrigued expression as she awkwardly continued, "Outside. I sent it to check for any dangers." "Is that so?" With Lu Xiaoran not pursuing the matter further, Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, her anxious heart finally at ease. "Do not agree. We have yet to find anything." Before Xiaoxiao could voice her thoughts, the ethereal beings in the space exclaimed loudly, "I, Xiaoxiao hesitatid, oldait." Lu Xiaoran distanced himself from her, rising to exit the security room. He turned to face Xiaoxiao from outside the door, his handsome features captivating under the radiant moonlight. "Are you not hurrying?" "Coming." Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality, trailing behind Lu Xiaoran, seeking an opportunity to flee. Once they entered the residential area, she noticed it was not as vast as it appeared from the outside. The buildings and greenery were well maintained, reflecting the responsibility of those in charge. After they had explored the area to a satisfactory extent, Lu Xiaoran halted. "Have you seen Little Snow?" The events they had endured thus far left her weary, and she carelessly settled onto a nearby chair. Tilting her head back, she gazed at the luminous moon hanging in the night sky, momentarily forgetting her surroundings. Her thoughts drifting far away, she instinctively reached out her hand, yearning to grasp the celestial orb above. Lu Xiaoran observed this scene, further solidifying his thoughts. Just when a moment of tranquility had settled in, the ethereal beings in the space suddenly sensed a surge of energy, urgently calling out, "It's here! We found it! Quickly, get up!" Xiaoxiao swiftly extricated herself from the overwhelming emotions, gazing at Lu Xiaoran standing across from her. "I shall take a look over there," she declared, hastily darting in a particular direction, leaving Lu Xiaoran behind. Following the guidance of the ethereal spirit, she traversed an uncharted passage, arriving at her destination. Right ahead, upon reaching this point, without the need for further prompting from the spirit, she sensed the yearning emanating from within her, a manifestation of her latent abilities. Directing her flashlight forward, she beheld a tangle of wild grass, which had grown to waist-high over the past few days, unattended and rampant. Xiaoxiao once again drew forth her short blade, deftly severing the grass that obstructed her path. Gradually, the object within began to reveal its true form. It was a gray jade stone. Xiaoxiao was uncertain about the material, yet when she lifted it, it felt as cool as jade in her hands. Simultaneously, a surge of energy emanated from within it, gradually coursing up her arm and into the gray mass. She felt as if she were enveloped in warm sunlight, a sensation of profound comfort washing over her, as if every pore in her body was exuding joy. This state persisted until the energy was fully absorbed, and she sensed that the gray jade in her grasp had ceased to serve its purpose. Upon its emergence, it eagerly nestled beside Xiaoxiao, exuding warmth and enthusiasm, as though they had not seen each other in ages. Curiously, this time, it was Xiaoxiao who had taken the initiative to place it within. Their previous separation had been due to a pitfall. All right, enough. She chuckled, gently pushing it away and wiping the spots it had licked. She felt her innate abilities intensifying, her smile widening with each passing moment. Just as she resolved to meet Lu Xiaoran, she turned around and discovered that the very person she sought was right behind her. How are you here? Su Xiaoxiao está medith. Her heart racing with anxiety as her gaze flitted about, desperately seeking an excuse. Lu Xiaoran remained silent, his gaze fixed on her for an extended period, enough to make her feel as though he were contemplating something sinister, before finally speaking. So, you're a dual-element ability user, possessing water and spatial powers? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat. The more tense she became, the clearer the implications became to her. While Lu Xiaoran had not witnessed her absorbing energy, he had seen her release the little snow wolf from the spatial realm. Given the circumstances, she decided to go with the flow. Yes, she admitted. Well concealed indeed. If it weren't for your apparent distraction during this encounter, I wouldn't have noticed your departure from the team last night, nor your hidden abilities. How intriguing. It was not intentional. Su Xiaoxiao quickly apologized. What do you have to apologize for? Lu Xiaoran countered, not accepting her apology, but instead posing a question. Su Xiaoxiao was choked and remained silent. Suddenly, both of them felt the ground tremble slightly, and then a brilliant flame erupted from the factory across the street. It was Gao Li and the others. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. They hurried towards the factory, and upon reaching the iron gate, before Su Xiaoxiao could retrieve the key she had found earlier, he had already opened the gate. Su Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 68, The Bloodman. Truly deserving of the title of a human-shaped lockpicker, Su Xiaoxiao silently commended in her heart. When they arrived at the scene, Gao Li was being supported by Meng Liang, while Bai Qingqing crouched beside him, administering treatment. Chun Meng stood before them, using her extraordinary abilities to levitate a piece of iron sheet as a barrier. Illuminated by the flickering flames, they beheld the adversary beyond the iron sheet. It could no longer be regarded as human. Its skin had been entirely stripped away, revealing a mass of flesh and blood beneath. Due to the virus, its once vibrant crimson blood had gradually faded, and it wore no clothing. It could only be described as a bloodman. Su Xiaoxiao's pupils suddenly constricted, and the dissipated memories coalesced in her mind. Wasn't this blood-soaked figure a minor boss from the mid-game? How could it possibly appear here? The reason it left such a profound impression was that the character was entirely devoid of skin, grotesquely displayed before the readers in a state of bloody disarray. Why was it manifesting here? There was no time for Su Xiaoxiao to ponder. They needed to devise a means to escape this place. Chun Meng was continuously unleashing her abilities, ensuring that Gao Li's flames burned perpetually, while simultaneously nurturing another batch of seeds and maneuvering large machinery to block their path. We need to retreat, Lu Xiaoran intoned gravely. Meng Liang shouted, It's futile. We are already surrounded. Lu Xiaoran and Su Xiaoxiao were bewildered by his words. How could they be surrounded? They raised their heads and glanced around. The previously empty space was now gradually populated by shadowy figures. Their faces reflected shock. We were roused from our rest by some noises, and upon waking, we found you two were missing. When we approached the window, we saw rows upon rows of zombies gathering below. Meng Liang continued. Because you weren't present, we descended the stairs, only to trip over some debris and get discovered. His expression was one of regret. It was clear when we came up earlier that there were none. He struck the ground with his fist. All right, now we must think about how to get out. Chun Meng shouted before them, as the vines coiled tightly to shield against the blood-soaked creature's attacks. After several failed attempts at assault, the blood figure grew enraged, increasing the frequency of its attacks, causing Chun Meng to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chun Meng, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, rushing to her side to administer healing. I'm fine, Chun Meng replied gruffly, wiping the blood from her lips. Lu Xiaoran, due to his height, spotted that there were no zombies outside the iron gate. He extended his right hand, palm facing upward. Above the blood figure, a mass of thunderclouds materialized, crackling with barely contained lightning. As the storm clouds formed, the blood figure sensed the impending threat and glanced at the tall man within the crowd. It was his doing. It recoiled sharply, retreating into the throng of zombies while simultaneously commanding the others to step back. They created a space between them. Once the zombies ceased their assault, Chunming suddenly collapsed to her knees, and Xiaoxiao quickly grasped her arm to steady her. Gao Li, at that moment, had managed to regain some semblance of strength, rejecting Bai Qingqing's healing efforts, pushing Meng Liang aside, and leaning against a flower bed, gasping for breath. "Don't force yourself," Meng Liang shouted. His usual calmness evaporated. Gao Li managed a faint smile, directing it towards Lu Ge. "Lu Ge needs it more than I do." Bai Qingqing shot him a reproachful glare. "What do you take me for? You need treatment more than he does." She tore away the clothing that Gao Li had pressed against, revealing a patch of raw, peeling flesh beneath. Hiss! He attempted to push Bai Qingqing away, but was halted by Lu Xiaoran's voice. "What do you take me for?" The words echoed Bai Qingqing's sentiments. Randaringau limumantarili spakulas. His tears swirled his eyes as he gritted his teeth. "If I were to demand my brothers to sacrifice for me, what kind of person would I become?" Lu Xiaoran coldly addressed the blood-soaked figure before him. As Bai Qingqing treated Gao Li once more, he did not push her away, allowing her hands to cover his wounds. The blood-soaked figure remained still, and Bai Qingqing and Xiaoxiao seized the moment to tend to Gao Li and Chunming. Meng Liang watched them from the side, an unnamed fury burning within him. "Why am I devoid of supernatural abilities?" Lu Xiaoran turned his head to see Meng Liang fixated on the storm cloud. Each of them could perceive that ominous cloud since its emergence. Meng Liang slowly directed his gaze toward Lu Xiaoran, his sorrow and guilt easily discernible in his eyes. "If only I possessed supernatural powers, perhaps I would not find myself in such a predicament." Had he not dodged too late, Gao Li would not have been injured. Had he not insisted on searching for them, they would not have fallen into this dire situation. He glanced at Chunming, her blood staining the ground before her. Lu Xiaoran sighed and stepped in front of Meng Liang to prevent any foolish actions. "What are you all thinking?" Lu Xiaoran inquired. "Why do you believe that possessing supernatural abilities would make you formidable?" Meng Liang looked back at him. "Is it not so?" Lu Xiaoran read the answer in his eyes. Chunming's powers were merely depleted, having faced a backlash, and she would be fine. After a brief treatment, Xiaoxiao instructed her to rest nearby. She approached Lu Xiaoran, contemplating their next course of action. After absorbing the gray jade, she felt her abilities surge, placing her among the top two in the team. She cast a discreet glance at Lu Xiaoran, convinced that in a contest between them, he would not be her equal. Confronted with the grim scene, she felt an undeniable sense of responsibility. They were a team. Initially, she thought the quiet would persist, but as Xiaoxiao stepped forward, the blood-soaked figure transformed, emitting shrill screams and wild gestures, a chaotic blend of joy and rage. In the next moment, it barreled through the nearby zombies and charged forward with the speed of an arrow. Both Lu Xiaoran and Xiaoxiao struggled to keep pace. And in the blink of an eye, it was upon Xiaoxiao. Its bloodied hands grasped her shoulders as it opened its mouth wide, emitting muffled sounds, as though attempting to speak, but choked by some unseen force. Lu Xiaoran's gaze sharpened, and lightning surged into the blood-soaked figure, causing it to shriek in agony. Yet it did not release its grip on Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao found herself unable to move, her expression tense, gripped by the fear that it might devour her in an instant. Both her water and psychic abilities surged forth simultaneously, as a column of water gradually coalesced in her hands, hurtling directly towards the abdomen of the blood figure. Concurrently, her psychic energy surged towards the creature's mind. In an instant, the chaotic eyes of the blood figure became lucid, its gaze penetrating as it regarded Xiaoxiao, retreating while clutching its abdomen. Chapter 69. A false alarm. It spoke. "You killed him?" Its voice was hoarse, as if it had not uttered a word in ages. Pointing a trembling finger at Xiaoxiao, the smile on its face widened grotesquely, stretching towards the corners of its mouth in a manner that was utterly unsettling. Lu Xiaoran swiftly pulled Xiaoxiao behind him, positioning himself protectively in front of her. The blood figure paid no heed to their actions, caught in its own revelry as it gazed up at the moonlight, its laughter growing louder and increasingly distinct. Su Xiaoxiao felt as though her ears were about to be deafened by the cacophony, yet they dared not make a rash move, merely observing it with smiles plastered on their faces. After a while, it seemed as though the laughter had subsided and its entire demeanor shifted. "You may leave now," it rasped, its voice devoid of any fluctuation, as if the fierce individual who had just battled with them were an entirely different entity. Su Xiaoxiao and the others remained still. The blood man let out a soft scoff. Were they intending to stay? He raised his right hand, and the silent zombies began to surge forward. "How?" The little snow wolf let out a fierce cry, its gaze fixed menacingly upon them as its claws scraped against the ground. "We must leave at once." Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed loudly. She then tugged at Lu Xiaoran's sleeve, indicating that he should glance back at the people behind them. They supported each other as they made their way out. The blood man cast a lingering glance at Su Xiaoxiao before raising his hand, controlling the zombies to close the factory gates after their departure. Was that truly the end? Gowley stared at Su Xiaoxiao in disbelief. They had fought fiercely within those walls, yet now it had all concluded with such ease, rendering it almost surreal. The others' gazes were also fixed upon Su Xiaoxiao. They had witnessed the blood man point at her. Su Xiaoxiao lowered her head, feigning ignorance of the attention upon her. Standing beside Chen Ming. "Where shall we go now?" Bai Qingqing inquired. It was hardly feasible to sleep on the main road at night. "Let us head to the residential area across the street," Su Xiaoxiao suggested. She and Lu Xiaoran had thoroughly explored the opposite residential area earlier and found no immediate threats. They could temporarily take refuge there and set off at dawn. With the factory now overrun by zombies, the residential area was the only viable option. Gao Li and the others had exhausted their powers and needed a place to rest adequately. Su Xiaoxiao voluntarily offered to keep watch tonight. As dawn broke the following day, they set off swiftly towards their destination, their eyes keenly observing the road ahead. Approaching the spot from yesterday, which had been teeming with zombies, they instinctively lowered their breathing. As the vehicle continued to advance, they gradually beheld the road ahead, devoid of any presence. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Su Xiaoxiao speculated that they had been summoned by that bloodthirsty creature, which was undoubtedly an intermediate-level zombie. Her expression was grave, pondering the precise level of its threat. If it were at level 3, matters would become rather troublesome. What was she thinking? So lost in thought, they had called her several times. Chen Ming nudged her shoulder. Speaking of which, Chen Ming was genuinely curious about the nature of the relationship between Su Xiaoxiao and that individual, particularly regarding the ominous phrase, "You killed him." Last night, while trying to rest, she had been contemplating this. As soon as Chen Ming voiced her inquiry, the other occupants of the vehicle, though not turning to face her, secretly leaned in with heightened interest, their backs straightening in anticipation. Aware of their curiosity, Su Xiaoxiao realized that unless she provided an explanation, they would persist in their speculations. She gently stroked the white fur of the little snow wolf and replied, "I truly do not know him. I have never met him," fearing they might doubt her sincerity. She added, "Do you really think I would take a life? I've been with you all along. If you don't believe me, ask Lu Xiaoran. I was with him last night." Su Xiaoxiao was eager to dispel their suspicions and called upon Lu Xiaoran to vouch for her. Lu Xiaoran responded with a simple acknowledgement, while the expressions of the others varied. Chen Ming was taken aback to learn that the two had ventured out alone the previous evening. And Bai Qingqing felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, her face contorted in a grimace. Gao Li and Meng Liang had already come to terms with the situation. Gao Li leaned closer and quietly inquired of Lu Xiaoran, "Have you truly made your decision?" After all, Su Xiaoxiao had once been quite irritating, and it was surprising that Lu Xiaoran had developed feelings for her in this post-apocalyptic world. Gao Li found himself admiring Lu Xiaoran in silence. Meng Liang sat in the front passenger seat, gazing at his reflection in the rearview mirror. His appearance was unremarkable, neither handsome nor ugly, his hairstyle neglected. He resembled an ordinary young man, devoid of anything striking. In contrast, Lu Xiaoran and Gao Li, along with Bai Qingqing and Chen Ming, were undeniably attractive, recognized as strikingly handsome and beautiful. And then there was Su Xiaoxiao, once scorned at school, who was now becoming increasingly lovely, her character improving as well. Gao Li had gradually accepted her, as had he. Was this the reason he had not acquired any abilities? He looked at his reflection, tormented within. He did not wish to linger in their shadows, watching them helplessly while feeling powerless himself. Given your circumstances, let me begin explaining now. He honked the horn twice. Do you think your lack of abilities is a burden to us? The moment Lu Xiaoran spoke, he struck a chord with Meng Liang's inner turmoil. You're still a university student, a fully fledged adult male. Lu Xiaoran scornfully mocked his friend. What of ordinary people? Do you consider them worthless? Or do you believe that those with abilities are inherently superior? Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao recalled Lu Xiaoran's demeanor thereafter, though often cold and merciless. He had never overlooked the efforts of each individual, whether they were endowed with powers or not. Meng Liang found himself at a loss for words. That was not his intention, yet he had no grounds to refute. He opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. The others in the vehicle listened intently to Lu Xiaoran, aware of the hierarchy within the Dawn base. Despite being in the 7th district, they understood that those so-called endowed individuals, the noble powers, often exploited others using their abilities. Each person's contribution extended beyond a singular task. Do not confine your path, Meng Liang. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere fell into silence. Do not confine your path. Gao Li's eyes lit up with inspiration, his expression animated. Meng Liang, aren't you quick-witted? You excel in this regard. Among the three of them, Meng Liang's reflexes and sensitivity rivaled those of Lu Xiaoran. However, Lu Xiaoran was not suited for the research field as Meng Liang was. Gao Li's intuition guided him. Meng Liang suddenly grasped the answer to the question that had long lingered in his mind, as the clouds of uncertainty began to dissipate. At the same time, he felt a tumult of conflicting emotions within, grappling with anxiety and a sense of shame. Thank you. He exhaled 2 words with a sense of relief, a smile gracing his face. Indeed, this is the true Meng Liang. Xiaoxiao did not expect Lu Xiaoran to possess the ability to offer comfort. She recalled a phrase from the internet. It's a rare sight. As the conversation shifted to Meng Liang, no one paid attention to her own circumstances, allowing Xiaoxiao to relax. She truly had no comprehension of the meaning behind the blood-soaked individual's words. Since her arrival in this narrative, she had not harmed a single creature, not even a small ant. Who could fathom what the blood-soaked individual meant by speaking of killing? Xiaoxiao felt overwhelmed, and now that the surroundings had returned to tranquility, she said to Qinming, I shall rest for a while. Please wake me when we arrive. Please do, Qinming replied. You have kept vigil throughout the night and must be utterly exhausted. Indeed, I am grateful for your company last night, Xiaoxiao added. Gao Li turned to her, assuring her, I will certainly wake you when we reach our destination. You need not worry. Am I merely a decoration? Qinming interjected, retorting at him. As Xiaoxiao observed them engaging in a playful banter, she chuckled softly and feigned slumber against the small snow wolf. When she encountered the fairy spirit once more, an overwhelming sense of disconnection enveloped her. Indeed, she had traversed realms, and while she possessed a timid nature, she was certainly no fool. What is it that you truly seek from me? The fairy spirit regarded Xiaoxiao with a serious demeanor, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. I refuse to perish without understanding. Xiaoxiao's voice carried a hint of anger. The fairy spirit's expression grew grave as she began to speak. You must trust that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Then, shifting her tone, she exclaimed, and who really comprehends the meaning behind that gruesome tale? I merely wish for you to gather some food. How do we become entangled in such matters? Her demeanor transformed from solemnity to agitation, resembling a cat whose fur had been ruffled. In this moment, Xiaoxiao found it challenging to perceive the fairy spirit as having ulterior motives. She took a moment to reflect, while the fairy spirit, feeling unjustly doubted, expressed her grievances with increasing fervor, her words tumbling out like a cascade of firecrackers. Humph, I do not require your trust. I am undoubtedly acting in our best interests. Do you not sense the growing power within you? Have I not toiled tirelessly to sense this energy, only for you to question me? With that, tears as large as beans streamed from her eyes, falling to the ground. No, no, no. Please do not cry. Xiaoxiao, flustered and at a loss, did not know how to comfort the fairy spirit, her face betraying a sense of guilt. I do not doubt you. I am merely a bit overwhelmed at the moment. I trust you. Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of guilt as she introspectively questioned her own doubts regarding the celestial spirit. Now, in its current state, it resembled a wronged little kitten, evoking a sense of remorse within her. It's none of your concern. The celestial spirit cried out, its voice tinged with sorrow. It was painfully aware that Xiaoxiao still harbored disbelief, which deepened its own heartache, leading it to ponder whether choosing to be by her side was indeed a mistake. The celestial spirit was in a state of emotional turmoil. Xiaoxiao found herself at a loss, struggling to conjure comforting words, and could only awkwardly utter, "Please, do not cry." "I am not crying," Xianling retorted, hastily wiping away her tears, her eyes still glistening with sorrow as she glared at Xiaoxiao. "Even if you erase your tears, it hardly lends credibility to your words." Suddenly, Xiaoxiao sensed an unsettling shift within her body. Furrowing her brow, she chose to disregard it, still preoccupied with comforting Xianling. Noticing Xiaoxiao's distress, Xianling, momentarily forgetting her own anger, darted to her side, circling her anxiously. "What is wrong with you?" A sharp pain radiated from Xiaoxiao's abdomen, causing her to emit a muffled groan as she clenched her teeth and crouched down, cradling her belly. At that moment, for translucent tendrils emerged from her body, flailing wildly, their form gradually thickening. Upon witnessing these tendrils, Xianling recalled her own latent powers and realized that it was the doing of that entity. She exclaimed, "What are you doing?" The four tendrils swayed, seemingly greeting Xianling. "Fool, look at your master's current state. Do you still have the wherewithal to prance about?" Realizing its mistake, the tendrils curled up, remaining still. "How do you feel now?" "Even within this space, you can still sense pain. It must be related to your powers." "It's nothing," Xiaoxiao replied through gritted teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead from the recent agony. Amidst such turmoil, she gradually found her composure. Sensing the emotion of the gray mass within her, an overwhelming sense of remorse. Receiving the signal from that entity, Xianling understood what had transpired and felt a twinge of embarrassment. She conveyed the message to Xiaoxiao, her tone tinged with disappointment, saying, "That entity claims it was unintentional. It became agitated during our disagreement and lost control, forcibly manifesting the tendrils, resulting in your injury." With her eyes closed, she swiftly added, "And let us refrain from quarreling. It insists that it is not at fault." The last statement was delivered with great emphasis and conviction. Xiaoxiao felt significantly better now. The excruciating pain had lasted but a fleeting moment. Subsequently, her water-based ability began to operate autonomously, healing her wounds. "I truly apologize. It was my oversight," she said, standing up and bowing her head solemnly in apology to the celestial spirit. The spirit had already expressed its anger vocally, yet its inherent pride prevented it from conceding. Now, with an opportunity for reconciliation, it was reluctant to remain upset with Xiaoxiao and merely nodded, implying, "You are the one who apologized first. I am not at fault." Xiaoxiao could not help but chuckle, much like a child. She had just realized that she possessed nothing of value. What could others possibly want from her? At most, it was merely a life. Yet, the spirit had been remarkably agitated by her injuries, and she understood that she had been overly fixated on her predicament. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "I feel much stronger than before." "Have you recovered?" The spirit was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 71, Building 9, it observed Xiaoxiao with a smile, her long hair dancing with her movements as she gazed gently at it. The spirit instinctively curled its hand, hesitantly stammering, "Well, of course. Thanks to the gray jade, my strength has regained another layer, bringing me a step closer to escaping this space. I'll step out first and come back to play with you next time." As Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, Gao Li promptly explained the situation. "Not long after you fell asleep, the little snow wolf began to whimper, and just before you woke up, it suddenly started nuzzling against you, unstoppable. We thought it best for you to rest a bit longer, so we planned to move the little snow wolf to the front, but it refused to let anyone touch it. We had no choice but to let it be. Bai Qingqing displayed a look of helplessness. The little snow wolf was quite large, and one person could not contend with it. The cramped space in the vehicle made it impossible to maneuver. It's fine. She gently patted the little snow wolf's head, smoothing its fur. The little snow wolf obediently leaned against Su Xiaoxiao, seizing the opportunity to lick her face when she was distracted. Stop it. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head away. By noon, they could see the landmark of M City. Finally arrived in M City, Gao Li exclaimed, stretching widely as he observed the sun shining brightly outside. The mission card indicated that his destination was at Gate 2 of Building 9 in Gouda Community. Meng Liang retrieved his phone from his bag, opened the map, and navigated to the mission's destination. Gouda Community was neither in the city center nor in the suburbs, and the foot traffic around was relatively sparse. Gao Li's eyes widened in disbelief as Meng Liang took out his phone, incredulously pointing at him and exclaiming, Where did you get that phone? Meng Liang glanced at him, puzzled by his exaggerated reaction. Brother Lu gave it to me. Gao Li abruptly turned his head to Lu Xiaoran, questioning him. Why don't I have one? Lu Xiaoran ignored him, continuing to drive, leaving Gao Li in a state of sorrow until they exited the vehicle. The presence of half-height plants around suggested that the community was well landscaped, possibly earning rewards from the organization. Zombie figures meandered along the street, moving at a snail's pace under the sun's glare. Su Xiaoxiao commented that it felt as though they had entered a standby mode. Should anyone provoke them, they would immediately spring into action. The vehicles roared, yet they employed the same method as before to conceal the cars outside, proceeding into the community. Su Xiaoxiao glanced around, noting that the community was divided into high-rise and low-rise zones. The high-rise section appeared to consist of approximately 30 stories, while the low-rise area comprised 5 or 6 stories. The surroundings were remarkably tranquil. Surely, in such a vast community, there can't be no one around? Chunming whispered, observing the numerous nearby houses and the scaffolding of some high-rises preparing for construction. Shu, let's first locate that individual, Su Xiaoxiao signaled softly. Chunming nodded, continuing to follow Lu Xiaoran and the others, while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Su Xiaoxiao walked to the rear, accompanied by the little snow wolf. Since their arrival in M City, they had traversed the streets, witnessing the grotesque remnants of humanity, limbs scattered and blood staining the ground. Vehicles lay wrecked upon the road, twisted and shattered. Some shops were tightly shut, while others gaped wide open, revealing empty shells within. The outdoor screens were darkened, affixed to the towering buildings. The air was laden with an unbearable stench, a nauseating blend of blood and gasoline permeating the atmosphere. They had dealt with several zombies that had unexpectedly appeared. Before they could react, Lu Xiaoran swiftly eliminated them. We must hasten our pace, he urged, noting the time. It was already noon on the second day, and their actions needed to be expedited. In the security room, they located the layout of the community and proceeded directly to their mission site. The lower district was constructed around an artificial lake, and with the aid of the community map, they easily found Building 9. This area comprised small villas. Upon nearing Building 9 and crossing Gate 1, they observed a fence encircling Gate 2. Having navigated through the high-rise district, they were keenly aware of their surroundings. To their surprise, the lower district appeared largely unchanged. The fence stood like a protective barrier, isolating the area and ensuring its safety. Inside, the villas were normal, all windows securely shut. A mere 50 meters further lay the entrance to the villa, which was adorned with a profusion of blooming flowers visible from the outside. Seeing no immediate danger, they pushed open the fence and stepped inside. Suddenly, a rush of wind heralded the flight of an arrow, aimed directly at Lu Xiaoran's head. With remarkable agility, he evaded the projectile and swiftly grasped it, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the villa's entrance. Before he could speak, Gao Li dashed forward, intent on apprehending the concealed figure within. However, he stumbled over a rope and fell, prompting Meng Liang to rush to his aid. Just as they prepared to unleash their abilities, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, emerged from the villa. He waved his hands and shouted, "Misunderstanding! Misunderstanding!" Then, he opened the villa door, urging them to enter quickly. "I sincerely apologize. I thought zombies had invaded, which is why I reacted so forcefully. Truly, I'm sorry. He clasped his hands in a gesture of contrition, inviting them inside. After the initial shock, Gowley composed himself, observing the man's white hair. It was a relief. In such apocalyptic times, caution was paramount, especially for ordinary individuals like themselves. The middle-aged man's expression shifted subtly, though his gaze remained lowered, unnoticed by the others. His face bore a broad smile as he chimed in, "Indeed, indeed. You young people are absolutely right." Xiaoxiao observed that the spot where he had been standing was quite advantageous. It was concealed from the outside while allowing a comprehensive view of the surroundings. On the ground in that very position lay a longbow, characterized by its broad limbs and a slender grip that tapered towards the tips. The bowstring, when drawn, nearly reached eye level with a person. With her eyes partially closed, Xiaoxiao recalled that this was a tang bow. She had encountered this knowledge during her studies, never anticipating to see one in this place. The force required to wield such a bow was considerable, revealing the remarkable physical prowess of the scientists in this world. He invited them inside to sit, clapping his hands to summon a remarkably beautiful young woman from one of the doors. Chapter 72. Entering the room. She lowered her head, hesitant to meet their gaze. From her delicate frame and tender profile, it was evident that this young woman was of a similar age to them. Despite the sweltering heat, she wore long sleeves and a long garment, revealing not a hint of skin, with even her neck concealed by her attire. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders as she approached them, carrying a set of tea utensils. As she passed by Xiaoxiao, she noticed the petite snow wolf beside her shift slightly, trembling ever so slightly, and discreetly distancing itself from Xiaoxiao. "Ha, this is my daughter. She has seldom encountered others, so please forgive her lack of hospitality." The middle-aged man chuckled, gesturing for them to partake in the tea. Xiaoxiao was not particularly fond of tea and felt no hunger. However, upon witnessing the others raise their teacups, she instinctively followed suit. She pondered how this snow wolf had been tamed. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up at the sight of the snow wolf, a glimmer of greed flashing within. As Xiaoxiao, cup poised at her lips and contemplating whether to drink, overheard his words, she promptly swallowed and set her cup down. "This is merely a serendipitous encounter. It is not tamed." She emphasized the words "not tamed" to clarify that they had not coerced the creature. "Is that so? What remarkable fortune you have," he remarked with a smile, uncertainty lingering in his gaze as he observed Xiaoxiao's reaction. Lu Xiaoran placed his cup down and glanced at the person beside him. Meng Liang immediately caught the hint, clearing his throat. "Excuse me, are you Zhang Guofu?" The middle-aged man's hand trembled slightly around the cup, but he quickly regained his composure, his expression turning casual. "Indeed. May I inquire who you are? Given the current circumstances, I believe it is evident to all. We are the task force dispatched by the Dawn Base to retrieve you." A hint of confusion colored his tone. The group was startled by her boldness, turning to see her gazing at them with an excited yet complex expression, her mouth slightly agape. Zhang Guofu quickly rose to apologize. "I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. Since the apocalypse, my daughter has been somewhat emotionally unbalanced and occasionally struggles to control her actions." He stepped closer to his daughter, a benevolent smile gracing his face as he gently patted her back. "It's all right. You'll feel better shortly. Remember to exert self-control. This isn't the first time. I hope you won't cause your father distress, for that would truly sadden me." Chunming felt a wave of nausea wash over her, scrunching her face as she rubbed away the goosebumps on her skin. "What is this? At her age, speaking such things. It's enough to make me regurgitate the meal I had yesterday. No, the day before." She believed she had kept her voice low, yet highly Bai-Qing and the others nodded in agreement, while Zhang Guofu's gentle smile nearly faltered. Upon hearing his words, his daughter's earlier excitement faded, her eyes dimming as she silently crouched to gather the shattered pieces of the porcelain bowl from the ground. Xiaoxiao approached to assist her in gathering the shards, while the little snow wolf trailed closely behind, occasionally flicking its tail. "What is your name?" she inquired of the young woman amidst the tidying up. A thought emerged in her mind, rendering her speechless. Zhang Guofu did not hold back, candidly revealing the cause of her ailment. Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows briefly before regaining her composure. Zhang Guofu cast a menacing glance at the little snow wolf accompanying her. With an indifferent smile, he lowered his head to sip his tea, concealing the glimmer in his eyes. 1, 2. He slightly parted his lips, softly counting the numbers. A series of thuds echoed, and the individuals before him collapsed, leaving him alone on the sofa. Come out. What are you waiting for? Zhang Guofu directed his gaze towards a door that had opened slightly, revealing the young woman who had entered moments ago, peering in. She cast a fearful and angry glance at Zhang Guofu before reluctantly stepping out. Let me see if Jiasin is once again seeking their aid. He compelled Zhang Jiasin to kneel beside him, playing with her hair, shaking his head in disappointment at her lack of memory. He sighed heavily. Zhang Jiasin, kneeling, was filled with rage, her hands clenched tightly, teeth gritted. Unnamed fury burned within her chest, yet she felt powerless. He glanced over Zhang Jiasin to the little snow wolf lying next to Su Xiaoxiao, giving its leg a kick. Look at you. I've administered more medication to you than to an ability user. Remember to thank me later. Having said this, he instructed Zhang Jiasin to drag them all into the house and tidy up the scene, as he intended to step outside for a moment. He specifically reminded the little snow wolf to confine the little snow wolf in the cage at the back of the courtyard and feed it meat upon awakening. After Zhang Guofu departed, the only sound left was that of Zhang Jiasin dragon bodies. Su Xiaoxiao, who should have been in a deep slumber, quietly opened her eyes and observed Zhang Jiasin pulling them into the room. Once they were finished, she approached Su Xiaoxiao. As she helped her up, a faint voice whispered in her ear, "Do you want us to assist you?" According to etiquette, guests are to be welcomed. Yet Zhang Guofu's treachery had taken her by surprise, as he had incapacitated them and coveted the little snow wolf entrusted to her by its mother. She overheard Zhang Guofu's words to Zhang Jiasin, indicating their relationship was far from cordial. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Guofu was absent, she attempted to engage Zhang Jiasin in conversation. Upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao lying on the ground with her eyes open, Zhang Jiasin stepped back in fright. Don't be afraid. I didn't drink that cup of tea. I'm fine. She realized that had Zhang Guofu not suddenly questioned her, she would surely be lying on the ground as well. You needn't fear. We harbor no ill intentions. Just as that man said, we are here to take you to the Dawn base. She earnestly sought to convince Zhang Jiasin of their good intentions. If you doubt me, you can check the man who spoke earlier. He possesses a mission card. If you are unwilling to go to the Dawn base, we shall leave immediately. No force will be applied. Chapter 73. Incensed Zhang Jiasin stood in place, gazing at her, her expression hesitant as she weighed the trustworthiness of her words. She gradually approached Su Xiaoxiao, squatting beside her as if to assist her in rising. Gently grasping her hand, she traced a few delicate strokes upon it. Su Xiaoxiao's expression subtly shifted as she discreetly glanced around before closing her eyes, allowing Zhang Jiasin to pull her inside. Once they entered the room, Su Xiaoxiao remained still until Zhang Jiasin gently tapped her, prompting her to open her eyes and survey her surroundings. In a hushed tone, she inquired, "There are no surveillance cameras here, are there?" Zhang Jiasin shook her head in response. Su Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief and rose to stretch her body. Just moments ago, as she turned to leave, she noticed one after another of them beginning to collapse to the ground. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. Yet ultimately, she succumbed and followed them down. We harbor no ulterior motives. My intention is merely to hasten their awakening before departing, certainly with no desire to disturb you. Like father, like daughter, Su Xiaoxiao observed the concealed anger in Zhang Jiasin's gaze, which she herself had not even realized. As she prepared to rouse them, Zhang Jiasin grasped her hand firmly. Confusion clouded her expression as she looked at Zhang Jiasin, who appeared flustered, clutching Su Xiaoxiao tightly and refusing to let go, her lips moving as she emitted a series of muffled sounds. Taken aback, she dashed to the side to fetch paper and pen, swiftly scribbling her thoughts. Su Xiaoxiao was unwilling to squander any more time. She hurried to rouse them and escape from this place. She was uncertain whether she could confront the two of them alone and emerge victorious, especially considering that one of them was a biologist, capable of administering drugs without leaving a trace. After finishing her writing, she vocalized her thoughts, and presented the paper to Su Xiaoxiao, holding it aloft for her to see the contents. Su Xiaoxiao, frowning in gratitude for her earlier assistance, took the paper from her hands. "Help me," it read. "He is not Zhang Guofu." The handwriting was hasty, yet the message was shocking. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback, questioning, "Are you certain that what you have written is accurate?" She regarded the agitated young woman before her with a hint of skepticism. Zhang Jiasin nodded emphatically, taking the paper and adding a few strokes, revealing the phrase, "The magpie occupies the nest of the cuckoo." Su Xiaoxiao widened her eyes in astonishment, never anticipating such a revelation. "You wish for our assistance?" she inquired. Zhang Jiasin nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Xiaoxiao was suddenly flustered. Hey, please don't cry. She reached out to wipe the tears from her face and hurriedly said, "Let us wake them up first. This will greatly enhance our combat effectiveness." After a moment of contemplation, she asked with a glimmer of hope, "Is there an antidote for these sedatives?" Zhang Jiasin immediately dashed to the previous room and returned with a stick resembling incense and a lighter. Once ignited, it emitted a peculiar aroma. Zhang Jiasin held it in front of each of their noses for a while, and before long, they began to awaken one by one. Why are we in a different place?" Gally propped his head up and rose from the ground, surveying his surroundings. "I don't remember being here before." "You idiot. Of course you've been affected." Chun Ming quickly strode over to Su Xiaoxiao, separating her from Zhang Jiasin, casting a hostile glance her way. Zhang Jiasin shrank back a little. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran's furrowed brow could have squashed a mosquito, and he emanated an icy aura, making one doubt whether proximity might lead to frostbite. "It's not her, it's that man." Su Xiaoxiao pulled Chun Ming closer and recounted everything that had just transpired. "What a despicable man. I can't believe he turned out to be like this, especially since I once held him in high regard." Chun Ming spat vehemently. "What do you want us to do?" Bai Qingqing inquired softly. Zhang Jiasin lowered her head, unable to meet their gaze, feeling a profound sense of guilt within her. Su Xiaoxiao took a step forward and gently patted her shoulder. "What do you wish for us to do?" Zhang Jiasin wrote on the paper. "I want you to help me save my father. He is currently imprisoned in the basement." Su Xiaoxiao understood clearly and was ready to discuss the next course of action when a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Su Xiaoxiao cast a reassuring glance at Zhang Jiasin, knowing that with Lu Xiaoran and the others awake, their combat prowess had significantly increased. As the door swung open, Zhang Guofu spotted her standing there, with the little snow wolf lying beside Su Xiaoxiao, and his frustration flared. "I told you to put it in the cage. What are you doing?" Zhang Jiasin lowered her head, allowing his tirade to wash over her. His words seemed to dissipate into the air, as ineffective as a punch thrown into cotton. Growing weary of the verbal sparring, Zhang Guofu shoved Zhang Jiasin aside and stepped forward to lift the little snow wolf and place in the cage. In this tense moment, laughter was unwarranted. Su Xiaoxiao discreetly opened a sliver of her eyes and unexpectedly met Zhang Jiasin's gaze. She bit down hard on her lip, her mind racing with memories of the sorrowful moments they had previously discussed. Who would have thought that someone so robust could pull a muscle while carrying a wolf? Fortunately, when the incense was lit earlier, she had kept it from the little snow wolf. Otherwise, they might have found themselves embroiled in a fight. After securing the little snow wolf in the cage, she observed it through the bars, nodding with satisfaction as she shot glances at it. "You remember what to do next, don't you?" "No need for me to repeat myself," she remarked, casting a glance at Zhang Jiasin. Upon receiving a nod from her, he boldly exited the room. They waited for a while, the silence outside stretching on. "What should we do now?" Gao Li, lying on the ground, inquired in his current position. "It will be dark soon. Shall we move at night?" Bai Qingqing suggested, contributing to the planning. Meng Liang considered this proposal favorably, but was reminded of something more critical. "You must know about your father's basement, right?" At the mention of her father, tears threatened to spill from Zhang Jiasin's eyes. She sniffled and wrote on the paper, "Yes, but the basement is locked and the key is with him. I cannot access it." Meng Liang reassured her, "It's all right. Do you know what weapons or abilities he possesses?" Without hesitation, Zhang Jiasin scribbled, "His Tang Bao is formidable. Others have come here before, and he has killed them with it." She then lifted her gaze to them, writing, "You the second." This implied that before their arrival, another group had entered. Chunming pressed on. "Are they already dead?" Zhang Jiasin bit her lip, refraining from writing, merely nodding in response. Chapter 74. Experiences. Su Xiaoxiao gently nudged Chunming, signaling her to refrain from speaking further. "Is there anything else we need to be cautious about?" She inquired. "Oh, we could use that sedative to incapacitate him." A sudden memory struck her. Lu Xiran and the others had been subdued by the same drug. If it could take down Lu Xiran, surely it could handle a mere bystander, right? Observing the hopeful glimmer in Su Xiaoxiao's eyes, Zhang Jiasin felt a pang of guilt and shook her head, writing, "That sedative was administered in the tea when he sensed your arrival. It's no longer available." What a pity. Gauli lamanta, seeking deeply. He had hoped that this method would suffice to subdue him. Fan Guofu. No. Now he should be referred to as the bandit Tanming. During the onset of the apocalypse, Zhang Guofu had fortified the villa's surroundings, ensuring that the zombies could hardly breach their defenses. Zhang Jiasin's parents had divorced, and she had been placed under Zhang Guofu's guardianship. However, he often lacked the time to properly nurture and educate her, leading the neighbors to step in and assist. Thus, when calamity struck the neighbors, they did their utmost to help. Eventually, the neighbors had followed the military, as they had previously agreed to head to the Dawn base, leaving Zhang Jiasin behind to await their arrival. During this interim, they had encountered other survivors and extended their help. To their dismay, they fell prey to a treacherous individual. He deceived them into trusting him, seized their territory, imprisoned Zhang Guofu in the basement, and demanded that Zhang Jiasin serve him like a slave. Those who arrived later were first ambushed. If they were not killed outright, they were lured inside, sedated, and then robbed of their belongings. Depending on his mood, he would either cast them out or drag them down to the basement. Zhang Jiasin was forbidden from entering the basement, leaving her oblivious to what transpired there. She sought help repeatedly, yet each time her hopes were dashed by his cunning. Each effort to erase the traces of his crimes tormented her, as she felt complicit in his deeds. After absorbing this grim narrative, Su Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled Tan Ming's remarks about Zhang Jiasin's mouth. Hesitantly, she posed me. I asked, "Did he?" "MMM. Zhang Jiasin emitted a vehement sound, her eyes brimming with hatred and anguish, her fingertips seemingly numb as they dug into her flesh. "Calm down," Su Xiaoxiao quickly reassured her. "This beast, Gauli stampe flaratun contruyably." That Tan Ming was unworthy of being called human. He longed to rush out and give that scoundrel a thorough thrashing, truly inhumane. The others shared their sympathy for Zhang Jiasin's plight. Such good people. Yet they had encountered such a treacherous ingrate. Zhang Jiasin glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, her expression turning to one of alarm. She hastily scribbled a few words. "Cooking, you all discuss." After writing, she exited, closing the door to cut off the outside world. "Brother Lu, do you believe this?" Gaoli cast a glance at Lu Xiran and the others, aware of his own intellectual limitations. However, when it came to physical confrontations, he was confident in his ability to contribute. As the saying goes, a simple mind often accompanies a strong physique. Matters requiring cerebral engagement were typically left to Lu Xiran and Meng Liang. "Let us proceed cautiously and conserve our strength," Lu Xiran advised. When it comes to matters of life and death, exercising prudence is always prudent. He needed to exercise utmost care for the lives of the 6 members in their team. Su Xiaoxiao believed that Zhang Jiasin had no issues. They had been rendered unconscious and had not seen the truth, while she had a clear understanding. She was certain that Zhang Jiasin posed no threat. At the very least, they were united in their mission to defeat Tan Ming. "I will go check on Xiaoxiao. You all can chat or take a rest." The cage was the same one used for large dogs, adorned with a sky blue fence, complete with a pink food bowl and a water bowl inside. Xiaoxiao the wolf lay obediently on the other side, its life discernible only through the gentle rise and fall of its abdomen. This prompted her to consider placing Xiaoxiao into her space until it matured, at which point she could release it. However, she recognized that this would not be beneficial for Xiaoxiao's survival or well-being. Likely, the wolf mother would not wish to see her offspring raised as an ineffectual creature by Su Xiaoxiao. Rationality subdued her emotional inclinations, and she dismissed the thought. Nonetheless, she intended to reveal her spatial abilities to them after the mission was accomplished. At least then, they would no longer have to hide in secrecy, although she would certainly not disclose all its functionalities. Xiaoxiao, Lu Xiaoran suggested we take a break for now. When Zhang Jiasen arrives, we'll be ready to begin. Chun Meng said, fiddling with the seeds in her hands, her tone tinged with impatience as she eagerly awaited Zhang Jiasen's arrival. They were nearly famished. Habitually reaching behind her, she realized something was missing. Zhang Jiasen had taken everything earlier, leaving her with nothing. TSK. Chun Meng clicked her tongue in annoyance, glancing around for something edible. Suddenly, a chocolate bar appeared before her, the opening marred by bite marks, as if someone had nibbled on it, but not fully unwrapped it. I have another one here. If you don't mind, feel free to have it. This was the one she had just retrieved from her space, and she could still hear the spirit in her space chastising her. Why? Su Xiaoxiao gently rubbed her fingertip against the tip of her nose. This chocolate had been snatched from the mouth of the fairy spirit. Had she delayed even for a second, it would have been devoured. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. You are the best to me, Chun Meng remarked as she tossed the seed aside, gracefully accepting the chocolate with both hands. She tore it in half, indulging in one portion while offering the other to Su Xiaoxiao, saying, "You should have some too." Su Xiaoxiao could not refuse any longer, and thus she opened her mouth to consume the half of the chocolate. "I want some too. What are you all eating?" Gao Li, initially intending to wander around, approached upon hearing their conversation about food, nearly startling Su Xiaoxiao out of her wits. "Shu, what are you doing?" Chun Meng covered Gao Li's mouth with one hand, exclaiming, "Do you want to live forever?" Chapter 75. Dual Element Ability. Users their actions drew the attention of others, who soon realized that Su Xiaoxiao and Chun Meng were sharing chocolate. Bai Qingqing rummaged through her pocket and produced a packet of biscuits. "I have another packet of biscuits here. If you are hungry, you may take some." She swallowed hard, evidently feeling quite peckish herself. Su Xiaoxiao observed their hunger and, after a moment of contemplation, produced several packages of bread to offer them. Chun Meng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Did you not claim to possess only a single chocolate?" "Ah, indeed." Su Xiaoxiao recalled her earlier words and clarified, "This is from the space I accessed." Internally, she offered a small apology to Chun Meng. It was not her intention to deceive. Chun Meng was unfazed by her momentary lapse. Her attention was captivated by another revelation. "You possess a spatial ability," she whispered, unable to suppress her astonishment. Previously, she had envied those who awakened such powers as detailed in the manual, imagining the vast potential of storing numerous items. If only their team had one, they wouldn't have to bear such heavy burdens on every mission. To her astonishment, Su Xiaoxiao was also a spatial ability user. "But aren't you a water elementalist? So, you're a dual elementalist." Gao Li's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to moderate his tone. It was astonishing that their team had a dual elementalist. Lu Xiaoran regarded her with mild surprise, and Su Xiaoxiao sensed he had not anticipated her sudden admission. "When did you discover your spatial ability? It sounds incredibly cool." "No more questions. We have more pressing matters to attend to," Lu Xiaoran interjected, cutting off their conversation. Gao Li felt a lingering curiosity, eager to pose further inquiries to Su Xiaoxiao. Yet he relented, respecting Lu Xiaoran's directive. Meng Liang pulled him aside and whispered something that led to a look of realization on Gao Li's face, followed by a glance of apology toward Su Xiaoxiao. Few she hadn't anticipated revealing her spatial ability so soon, but it was not truly her power. It merely stemmed from the Hetian jade gifted by Meow. She glanced down at the jade pendant hanging around her neck, a flicker of nostalgia passing through her eyes. As they waited in boredom, the door swung open. Everyone immediately assumed a defensive stance, only to discover it was Zhang Jiasen. She appeared somewhat anxious, lowering her gaze as she hastily approached Su Xiaoxiao, clutching a notebook that she quickly flipped open to reveal several lines of text. "He is already asleep. We should act now." They nodded in unison. "Let us depart immediately and head to the basement to rescue your father." Zhang Jiasen looked at Meng Liang with gratitude, nearly bowing in appreciation. She flipped to another page. After he fell asleep, I disconnected the power to the surveillance. What a clever girl, realizing the necessity of cutting the power. As Su Xiaoxiao contemplated in the living room, she inscribed the word surveillance onto her palm. The group trailed behind Zhang Jiaxin, traversing the living room until they reached the entrance of the basement adjacent to the staircase. They surveyed the vicinity and found no visible threats. The basement door was secured by 4 substantial locks, tightly fastening it shut. Without waiting for their gazes to converge, Lu Xiaoran extended his hand and unleashed his lightning power to shatter the locks. He pushed against the door, only to discover that it remained unyielding. A look of bewilderment crossed Zhang Jiaxin's face. She had occasionally observed Tan Ming entering by simply unlocking these locks without any further actions. Time was of the essence, and they had no luxury to ponder, uncertain of when Tan Ming might awaken. In the hushed atmosphere, a series of faint crackling sounds echoed. They turned to see Lu Xiaoran channeling electricity through his right hand, menacingly gesturing towards the door. Within a few breaths, the basement door was reduced to mere fragments, revealing the passageway within. Lu Xiaoran took the lead, stepping into the entrance, followed closely by Meng Liang and Gao Li. Su Xiaoxiao walked behind, while the little snow wolf had already awakened. This underground space was of a typical size for a villa's basement. After walking a dozen steps, they turned a corner and entered a room, where the sight that met their eyes was a middle-aged man bound to a chair, his eyes covered. His short-sleeved shirt was torn in several places, revealing a few wounds beneath, and his lips bore bruises of varying shades. His bare feet were exposed. Next to him lay an assortment of tools, and further inside was a small room. "Oomph, do you think I haven't heard? Do you believe that tiptoeing will keep you unnoticed?" Zhang Guofu sneered, fully aware of Tan Ming's entrance. However, instead of facing the anticipated humiliation and insults from Tan Ming, he was enveloped in a warm embrace. He was taken aback, unsure of what trick Tan Ming was about to play, but he suddenly felt warm tears dripping onto his clothes and incredulously exclaimed, "Jiaxin? Jiaxin?" Zhang Guofu became agitated, the chair creaking as he struggled, the noise increasing. "Tan Ming, what exactly do you intend to do? If you dare harm Jiaxin, I will not spare you. Even in death, I will drag you down with me." Seeing the situation escalate, Meng Liang and the others hurried forward to restrain Zhang Guofu, urging him to remain calm. "Hello, uncle, we are here to rescue you." Bai Qingqing's sweet voice broke through, causing Zhang Guofu to gradually quiet down. They quickly removed the cloth covering his eyes, allowing him to behold the scene before him. Observing Jiaxin, he noted her gaunt appearance, tears streaming down her face, a long-awaited release of pent-up emotions. "Do not worry, Jiaxin. I am fine," he said with a gentle smile, but then suddenly froze, asking, "Why are you not speaking?" Jiaxin shook her head, unwilling to reply. Su Xiaoxiao deftly shifted the conversation, declaring, "We are here from the Dawn Base to rescue you." "So it is you," he remarked, gazing at the young individuals before him, exclaiming, "Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Enough of that. Let us first extricate you from this predicament before departing. But what about Tan Ming? We shall first relocate you to safety, and then we will address Tan Ming." Zhang Guofu, following the sound, spotted an extraordinary-looking man standing behind, with those around him gazing down upon them in reverence. His eyes lit up as he inquired, "Do you have a partner?" Su Xiaoxiao and her companions were utterly taken aback by the statement. Even the cold air surrounding Lu Xiaoran momentarily froze. "Let us rescue you first." Meng Liang hastened to untie the ropes binding him, fearing he might speak again. "No, I want to witness that ingrate's demise with my own eyes." He clenched his fist and pounded it on the chair, his chest ablaze with fury. Chapter 76. Resolution: it was all his own fault for being so gullible, leading to his daughter's current predicament. What would become of her future? They understood his feelings and refrained from further persuasion. As they prepared to leave the basement, they discovered that the outside world was already ablaze with light. Tan Ming sat on the sofa, observing their ascent. "You finally made it up. I thought I would have to wait longer." He raised his teacup, sipping leisurely while casting a dismissive glance at them. Gao Li and his companions positioned themselves protectively in front of Zhang Guofu and Zhang Jiaxin, their gaze fixed intently on Tan Ming. Tan Ming gently shook his head, sighing as he regarded Zhang Jiaxin. I have treated you so well, yet you still contemplate escape. This is not the first or second time. Jean Jessen trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to her knees, her eyes filled with despair. Would they fail again? They had been so close to success this time. The thought of severe punishment filled her with dread. Previously, she had sought help from those who entered, only to be discovered before even reaching the basement. Everyone else had been slaughtered, and her tongue had been brutally severed. Chen Ming and Gao Li could no longer contain themselves, each taking turns to confront Tan Ming. Even in the face of disaster, you still put on a FODDER. The heavens are watching. I wager you won't survive the night. Upon hearing these words, Tan Ming smirked derisively. You little brats, still wet behind the ears? Such audacity. He rose, seized a nearby Tang Bao, and notched an arrow, aiming it at them. Stepping back, he took advantage of their focus on the bow, and his right foot pressed against an object, causing an iron cage to crash down upon them, imprisoning them within. Huh, did you not see this coming? What options do you have now, you little fools? He thought, disdainfully, feeling no sense of achievement and deciding not to play with them any longer. You shall remain in that cage for the night. Is this all you are capable of? Xiaoxiao had anticipated formidable weaponry. It turned out to be merely an iron cage that enveloped them. And that was all? She had believed that Tan Ming, who dominated this realm, possessed some extraordinary ploy, but could he truly annihilate that group in such a manner? Chen Ming promptly summoned the seeds, commanding them to lift the iron cage. Tan Ming stared in astonishment, stammering as he pointed at Chen Ming. Why you? You are also a supernatural being? Indeed. What of it if your great aunt happens to be one? Chen Ming manipulated the vines to seize the Tang Bao from his grasp. Now you've truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle, Gao Li jeered. Xiaoxiao helped up Jean Jessen and spoke earnestly. We promise to take you out. Trust us. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Jean Jessen felt a renewed spark of hope within her. Welcome to the Dawn Base, she said, grasping Jean Jessen's hand, the warmth of her touch imparting strength. Jean Guofu looked upon his daughter with deep remorse, yet he felt immense gratitude for all they had done. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall not refuse, he vowed. Meanwhile, they had already bound Tan Ming. You lot are so annoying, Chen Ming exclaimed, irritated by Tan Ming's incessant chatter, as she stuffed a cloth into his mouth. Now that you're all set, what do you wish to do? She inquired of the father and daughter. Jean Jessen gazed in disbelief at the writhing Tan Ming on the ground, struggling to reconcile this person with the one who had previously oppressed her and her father. The nightmares that haunted her every night had finally been addressed. A treacherous wolf, arrogant and dismissive of his foes, is not worth lamenting, Meng Liang declared, passing judgment on him. Tan Ming looked at them in horror, shaking his head furiously. The second floor had once served as a guest room. If they so desired, they could rest there for the night. Very well. She recalled that Jean Jessen had mentioned Tan Ming dragging those individuals into the basement. She shook her head, dismissing those thoughts. The following morning, their door was rapped upon by Jean Jessen. She held a notebook that requested their presence for breakfast. After they had freshened up, they descended to the living room to behold a table laden with an array of delectable dishes, vibrant in color and tantalizing to the appetite. Jean Jessen, donning an apron, wore a bright smile, her brow unwrinkled, as refreshing as a clear sky after rain. You're here. Cool me. This is a feast prepared by Jessen as a token of gratitude. I rarely get to enjoy such delights, she beamed, her joy radiating even in the strands of her hair. Xiaoxiao felt a tinge of curiosity about what transpired the previous night. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and she was acutely aware that she did not possess 9 lives. Yet, with Gao Li serving as a mouthpiece, she gleaned some information. He added, Jessen is kind-hearted and easily swayed. In the end, she spared him a life. The dilemma, however, was that the vehicle could not accommodate so many individuals. I can store the little snow wolf in my space, and then we can add a bench in the middle of the car, which would allow us to squeeze in 8 people, Xiaoxiao proposed. The others agreed, eagerly anticipating how she would manage to summon the little snow wolf into her space. Faced with such inquisitive gazes, Xiaoxiao felt a flutter of nervousness. With a thought the little snow wolf vanished into thin air. "Wow, that's incredible," Gally exclaimed, impressed by the sudden disappearance. "How much can your space actually hold?" Meng Liang inquired. "Not much, just some food," Su Xiaoxiao replied vaguely, borrowing the descriptions provided by others with spatial abilities. Meng Liang nodded, jotting down notes in his notebook. Seated in the passenger seat, Su Xiaoxiao could not fathom how she ended up beside Lu Xiaoran. When they boarded the vehicle, Zhang Guofu, Meng Liang, and Gao Li had taken their seats in the back, while Bai Qingqing did not hesitate to occupy the second row. Zhang Jiaxin, reluctant to sit in the front, followed suit, leaving only Chun Meng, who smiled at Su Xiaoxiao before slipping inside. Thus, Su Xiaoxiao remained outside, watching them. "Are you not leaving?" came Lu Xiaoran's icy voice from the front. Su Xiaoxiao could only resignedly take her place in the passenger seat. "Why doesn't the female lead sit here?" Her expression remained inscrutable, yet her inner thoughts were remarkably vivid. Chapter 77. Return to the base. On their way back, they deliberately chose a different route to bypass the eerie factory. During the journey, due to the unrelated nature of their professions, they hardly engaged in conversation with Zhang Guofu, who needed time to recuperate from the torment he had endured in the basement. For the most part, he kept his eyes closed, resting, while Zhang Jiaxin busily doodled on paper with Bai Qingqing, seemingly enjoying a harmonious interaction. Chun Meng gazed out at the scenery, lost in her thoughts. Only Su Xiaoxiao, enveloped in her own wounded world, accomplished her goals yet found herself unable to shift her gaze even slightly to the left. She either stared straight ahead or turned her attention to the sights on the right. Am I truly that frightening? This thought arose during a moment of profound boredom, as she heard Lu Xiaoran's voice from the adjacent seat. She glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing that everyone else had their eyes closed, unsure if they were asleep or merely resting. Pretending not to have heard, she diverted her gaze. Am I such a source of fear? Su Xiaoxiao confirmed with certainty that he was indeed speaking to her. Then why do you dare not glance at me? He remarked with a light chuckle. At his words, Su Xiaoxiao lifted her head, her gaze meeting Lu Xiaoran's eyes. Unlike their usual icy demeanor, they shimmered with warmth, reminiscent of the rippling surface of a lake caressed by a gentle spring breeze. Flustered, she quickly averted her eyes, focusing on the road ahead. Drive safely. Keep your eyes on the road. Lu Xiaoran noticed her, akin to a timid rabbit, acutely sensitive to danger. Nonetheless, they carried their own supplies on their backs, as those were reserved resources not to be squandered lightly. In the latter half of the journey, Lu Xiaoran switched places with Gao Li, allowing Su Xiaoxiao to finally feel a sense of relaxation. Accidentally glancing at the rearview mirror, she once again locked eyes with Lu Xiaoran. Startled, her eyes widened, and she immediately turned her head to look outside. Along the way, they encountered a few zombies pursuing them. However, before a confrontation could ensue, Lu Xiaoran dispatched them with a swift electric shock. The occupants of the vehicle speculated whether Lu Xiaoran was in a foul mood, as his usual demeanor would not warrant such aggression. Yet today, he seemed explosive, eliminating threats before they could even react. They were fortunate enough to collect a few basic crystal cores from the encounter. "Hey, do you have a girlfriend?" Zhang Guofu, now well-rested, rekindled his interest. With his extensive experience, he believed that this group of young individuals would surely carve out a niche for themselves, especially the strikingly handsome Lu Xiaoran, who reminded him of his own youthful vigor. No, it was common knowledge throughout the school that Lu Xiaoran was single, so when he confirmed this, their reactions were muted, only tinged with a hint of amusement. "Really? Do you have someone you like?" "Yes, but someone like Lu Xiaoran would never have." A crush? The entire car was rendered speechless in astonishment, and Gao Li's hand trembled, nearly causing them to be thrown off balance. "Can you drive a bit more steadily?" Chun Meng gently tapped the back of the driver's seat. My mistake, my mistake. Had it not been for Lu Ji's words, would he have been so surprised? Ah, what a pity," Zhang Guofu lamented. He harbored a harmless quirk. Aside from conducting experiments, he took pleasure in matchmaking for others as a means of relaxation. Although, to date, none of his efforts had borne fruit. Su Xiaoxiao is aware of whom he harbors feelings for, yet she is somewhat perplexed, for she has been in the same team as them and has seldom witnessed any flirtatious interactions between Bai Qingqing and Lu Xiaoran. Su Xiaoxiao cast a furtive glance at Bai Qingqing, who appeared oblivious to the fact that Lu Xiaoran was speaking of her, her face devoid of any expression of joy. Ah, it seems that the male lead has yet to confess. Such a situation is bound to lead the female lead to misunderstandings. Su Xiaoxiao pondered whether to encourage the male protagonist to confess his feelings to her. However, the mere thought of his icy demeanor sent a shiver down her spine. Perhaps it was best to let them endure their own turmoil while she observed from the sidelines. Soon, they arrived at the dawn base. During the inspection, Su Xiaoxiao noticed the absence of a familiar face. Suddenly, her phone rang. Meng Liang checked the caller ID and saw it was Hu Hai. He glanced at Lu Xiaoran before answering the call. "Bro, you've made a significant contribution this time," came a familiar voice over the line. "What's going on?" Meng Liang inquired. "Don't you know?" "Hurry, I'm waiting for you downstairs," Hu Hai said before abruptly hanging up, leaving them with their ears perked up in curiosity. "Let us escort them to the task office." The group made their way to the task office, where Zhang Jiaxin experienced the post-apocalyptic base for the first time. Filled with wonder, Zhang Guofu and Lu Xiaoran led the way, while she followed closely behind Su Xiaoxiao, her eyes wide with curiosity at the surroundings. "Welcome to the task office," Aina announced with a warm greeting. Zhang Guofu nodded, his demeanor friendly. "Yes, I am Zhang Guofu, the one who previously contacted the Dawn Base." Aina extended her hand for a handshake. "The Dawn Base welcomes your arrival." She called someone over to assist them. "We have a representative to guide you inside," she said. Zhang Guofu turned to Su Xiaoxiao and the others, clasping his hands in a gesture of farewell. "Friends, we shall part ways here for now." "Very well." After bidding them farewell, Aina smiled at the remaining group. "There will be surprises awaiting you as a reward for this mission." Her words were laden with significance. As she reached out for a hug, Lu Xiaoran stood in her path. In a moment of misstep, she ended up embracing the nearby Gao Li instead. Chapter 78. The test. Hu Hai joyfully patted Gao Li on the shoulder. The robust Gao Li inhaled sharply. Hu Hai quickly apologized. "Oh dear. I got a bit carried away with my excitement. My sincerest apologies. What is the occasion?" Lu Suvan Zimat, noticing Hu Hai et Subung, suggesting that the news must be substantial. Hu Hai laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. "You guessed correctly. It's indeed a momentous occasion." However, he stroked his bristly beard, nodding and shaking his head simultaneously. "It's not about my family. It's about yours." "Our family?" The team exchanged incredulous glances. Had they not detected the scent of alcohol, they might have thought he was intoxicated. "Yes. What else with those expressions? You've achieved something monumental." He stamped his foot with excitement. "Didn't you take on a mission to that water town?" "Indeed," Meng Liang affirmed. Though they remained skeptical, they feigned honor for Hu Hai's enthusiasm. Frustrated, he stamped his foot again. "You young folks. No worries, Hu Shu. It's not that we don't believe you. But such a special visit to express gratitude inevitably raises questions." Su Xiaoxiao stepped forward to reassure him. Enough. I merely came to inform you," Hu Hai sighed. Preparing to leave, Meng Liang grasped his arm and produced 2 primary crystal cores from his pocket. "I appreciate Uncle Hu for making this trip. Your efforts are commendable." As the leader of the team, Hu Hai possessed his own insights regarding matters. He declined the crystal cores presented by Meng Liang, shaking his head. "That is not my intention. I simply believe that friends." He left his thought unvoiced. Her gaze was sincere as she regarded Hu Hai. Lu Xiaoran took the crystal cores from Meng Liang's hand, hastening a few steps to place them in Hu Hai's palm. "Thank you." Hu Hai raised his eyebrows slightly and accepted them. "I truly must take my leave now." After bidding farewell to Hu Hai, they resolved to have dinner at a nearby noodle shop. As they dined, Gao Li savored his meal heartily, his words muffled. Truly delightful." Upon finishing their meal, they decided to rest briefly before returning to Lu Xiaoran's place the following day to review their endeavors. Exhausted, Su Xiaoxiao collapsed onto her bed. Though she had not exerted herself physically, the prolonged time spent in the car had taken its toll. After refreshing herself, she entered the space and noticed the little snow wolf and Xianling engaged in playful antics. "You have arrived," Xianling remarked, sensing the fluctuation in space, indicating Su Xiaoxiao's presence. Is this entity harmful to me? Su Xiaoxiao inquired, directing her question towards Xianling. It is entirely beneficial, with no drawbacks whatsoever, Xianling asserted with unwavering certainty. At present, Su Xiaoxiao has not perceived anything apart from the enhancement of her extraordinary abilities. For her, it is indeed a situation of immense benefit with no detriment. The celestial spirit further remarked, moreover, by absorbing this, you have effectively acquired the equivalent of 2 snow wolf cores. Now, you require 4 more cores for me to emerge. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao was astonished to discover that this great jade possessed such remarkable efficacy, functioning as if it were 2 cores in one. Just as she was filled with optimism about her future, the voice of the celestial spirit suddenly took on a grave tone, warning her that the cores yet to be acquired would need to be progressively more potent. In that moment, silence conveyed more than words ever could. Su Xiaoxiao felt an unusual itch in her fists. Having endured until now was no small feat. Yet this fellow insisted on pushing her to face challenges that were increasingly formidable. To hell with these ever-escalating challenges. Su Xiaoxiao smiled with an unusual tenderness and inquired, "May I retract my words?" The celestial spirit sensed a hint of fear emanating from that smile and cautiously replied, "No, you cannot." The final word shifted in tone, forcibly elevated, lending it an air of delicate fragility. Su Xiaoxiao let out a sigh, having absorbed everything she could. What more could she do? When soldiers come, one must defend. When water arrives, one must build a dam. Moreover, the time for the celestial spirit to emerge was drawing ever closer. Including the crystal cores provided by that pair of male and female zombies, she had now collected 3. How was your playtime with the little snow wolf? The little snow wolf was now snuggled beside her, turning and nuzzling against her. It is an honor for it to play with me. The celestial spirit displayed an impressive demeanor. After conversing with the celestial spirit for a while, Su Xiaoxiao took a moment to rest. Last night, lost in thought, she was unsure when she finally drifted into slumber. The following morning, she was awakened by Chun Ming, who pulled her into Lu Xiaoran's room for a discussion. Being dragged along, Su Xiaoxiao felt a sense of urgency akin to an early morning class, a rather vexing situation. Upon arrival, she realized it was just the 2 of them left. Lu Xiaoran cast a cold glance her way, instantly sharpening her mind. The base had developed a device capable of measuring supernatural abilities, and every team was informed they must undergo testing. Lu Xiaoran stated succinctly, "Measuring supernatural levels? Are there indeed levels to these powers?" Gowley found it intriguing, reminiscent of leveling up in video games, with levels to be attained. Zombies have levels. Why shouldn't we? Chen Ming, as usual, prodded the conversation. Gowley, oblivious to Chen Ming's tone, was more focused on the content, realizing there might be some truth to it. "You are truly impressive, much quicker-witted than him." Upon hearing this, the others chuckled softly, rousing their early morning minds. Gowley, still unaware of the reason for their laughter, joined in with a couple of chuckles. They were required to undergo the test on an empty stomach, with a designated location being the central square of Zone 7. Lu Xiaoran informed them of the testing site. He glanced at Meng Liang, asking if he wished to join. Lacking supernatural abilities and having long devoted himself to studying without regard for physical fitness, he knew he could not hold his own in a fight. If the people inside brought someone here and found only him remaining, he feared their stronghold would be compromised. Chapter 79. The testing device, the central square, was bustling today, with a multitude of people gathered. Not only were members of the teams from Zone 7 present, but also those who had yet to form teams in the area joined in the excitement. As Su Xiaoxiao made her way, she beheld individuals clad in white uniforms, wielding swords, who cleared a circular expanse in the central plaza, standing sentinel to maintain order. At the heart of this open space stood several individuals, their demeanor starkly contrasting with that of the onlookers from the 7th district encircling them. Leading the group was a portly middle-aged man, his visage radiating benevolence as he surveyed the famished crowd outside. Following closely behind were a few others dressed similarly, whispering amongst themselves as they observed the results of the testing apparatus. The early arriving team had already lined up, each member taking their turn at the test. The first participant, having placed a hand upon the device, triggered a flash of light. Moments later, a mechanical voice announced the individual's ability level. Gasps of astonishment arose from the surrounding crowd. Prior tests had yielded only initial level abilities, making this the first to achieve an intermediate level. A triumphant smile graced the test taker's face, clearly pleased with the outcome. After turning to leave, the next individual stepped forward to undergo testing. Huhai squeezed through the throng and quickly spotted Lu Xiaoran and his team. "You all arrived quite early," he remarked as he approached them with his own group. Xiaoxiao noticed that their team had gained several new members. Lu Xiaoran replied nonchalantly. "Shall we join the queue?" Huhai invited them. They acquiesced and followed Huhai's team to the designated area for registration. As they approached, they were surprised to find that the individual maintaining order was none other than Su Yi. Su Yi also glanced over, his gaze locking onto Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before Xiaoxiao, and upon lifting her gaze, she discovered Lu Xiaoran standing in front of her. She regarded him with a hint of confusion, but Lu Xiaoran remained silent, merely standing there. Nevertheless, Xiaoxiao felt a flicker of joy as his presence shielded her from Su Yi's scrutiny. "Gulme, let us move to the front," Chen Meng urged, pulling Xiaoxiao to the forefront of the line. It mattered little whether they were at the front or back, for they were on the same team. Before long, it was their turn. Chen Meng stepped up ahead of Xiaoxiao, and the staff instructed her to input a moderate amount of her abilities into the device. A flash of light ensued, revealing a level of primary 3. As they proceeded, a few others also registered as primary 2. The crowd had almost grown accustomed to such results. Yet, Chen Meng astonishingly achieved primary 3. Curious glances were cast her way, and the members of other teams harbored their own thoughts. Chen Meng was quite pleased with her level, a result stemming from her absorption of several crystal cores, complemented by her diligent training. When it was Xiaoxiao's turn, she approached the testing device, inhaling deeply to quell her inner anxiety. "Wait a moment. Let me help you suppress your abilities," she heard a voice say. As Xiaoxiao struggled to comprehend the words spoken by Xianling, she suddenly felt as though her abilities had been siphoned away. Her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse, and her hands instinctively reached out. A flash of light illuminated the scene, announcing her ability level in a monotonous mechanical voice. Intermediate level 1. The atmosphere erupted with astonishment, akin to a pot boiling over. All eyes turned towards Xiaoxiao, eager to witness the first intermediate level individual. Feeling the weight of their gaze, she grew increasingly anxious, wishing desperately to find a crevice to hide within. It became clear to her why Xianling had suddenly made that proclamation. Gaoli was the first to leap forward from the crowd, exclaiming, "You are actually intermediate. Since when did you become so formidable?" He scrutinized her from head to toe with exaggerated astonishment, as if observing a rare species. It was truly unexpected. Huhai, standing behind, marveled at the fact that such a seemingly frail person possessed such impressive powers. "Xiaoxiao, you are incredible, achieving intermediate level 1. Chen Meng pulled her aside, waiting for the others to complete their assessments. Xiaoxiao felt a tinge of embarrassment as she replied, "You're quite impressive as well. Your vines are incredibly cool." Despite possessing a high level of supernatural abilities, her offensive power paled in comparison to Chen Meng's. In moments of peril, she often found herself retreating behind others, unable to lend any assistance. She had even secretly envied Chen Meng's wood-based abilities. Ever since the assessment, Xiaoxiao had sensed the gaze of many upon her, which she attempted to disregard. However, one particularly intense gaze compelled her to lift her head and discern its source. To her surprise, it was Su Yi, clad in a pristine white uniform. He exchanged a few words with those nearby before making his way toward her. "I am about to leave," he stated as he approached her directly. Xiaoxiao thought frantically, "What does it matter to me if you leave? We have hardly exchanged a few words. Please do not approach me. I will be waiting for you in the central area." When Chen Meng saw the man approaching, she sensed that there was a certain rapport between him and Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao was unable to clarify. She could only state, "I have only exchanged a couple of words with him." Implicit in her words was the notion that she was not well acquainted and was perplexed by his sudden approach to engage her in conversation. At that moment, they were startled by the sound of machinery, which announced another intermediate level. Their curiosity piqued. They turned to see that it was Lu Xiaoran. Suiyoyo's curiosity dissipated. She was not at all surprised by Lu Xiaoran's words. Your team is truly remarkable, managing to level up so swiftly. The adjacent team, having completed their assessments, was examining those yet to be tested. Upon witnessing Xiaoxiao's team take the stage, they noticed that the lowest rank was level 3 of the beginner tier, while the highest reached level 2 of the intermediate tier. Despite their youth, each member exhibited exceptional prowess. Is there any secret to your success? Do share it with us. The nearby team implored, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. Xiaoxiao discreetly positioned herself behind Chen Meng, who effortlessly articulated the phrase, perhaps it is sheer talent. Following this, Xiaoxiao silently echoed in her heart, I am merely fortunate. Despite hearing such sentiments, the onlookers remained undeterred, eager to inquire further, only to be brusquely dismissed by Chen Meng. Their incessant questioning, accompanied by wandering gazes, was truly disconcerting. Today, Chen Meng sported a crop top paired with black shorts, her hair neatly tied back, exuding an aura of refreshing coolness. They have completed their assessments. Let us depart, she remarked. Over yonder, Lu Xiaoran and his companions had finished their evaluations and, after parting ways with Hu Hai, were making their way towards them. So Xiaoxiao, how did you level up so swiftly? Have you been secretly advancing without us? Gao Li inquired, noting that his level matched that of Chen Meng. Xiaoxiao could hardly admit to stealthily absorbing such a multitude of crystal cores. I am uncertain. Perhaps my water-based ability ascends in a manner distinct from yours. How delightful. Chapter 80, Central District. As they advanced a few more paces, Meng Liang noticed him conversing with an imposing figure. Greetings, I am Cheng Liang, the head of the Central District. Upon observing the young man among the group, Cheng Liang perceived an extraordinary aura, instantly recognizing his exceptional nature through the wisdom of experience. Time is of the essence, so I shall be succinct. Cheng Liang discreetly assessed all the members before him, and with the recent information relayed by his subordinates, he nodded inwardly. Your recent missions have significantly contributed to the Dawn base, and your prowess has garnered the base's acknowledgement. A few days prior, the base received reports from other outposts regarding certain developments in the Albby mountain range, requesting our base to dispatch a team to investigate the situation. The Albby mountain range? Meng Liang's mind conjured up a map. Was that not the very juncture where the two nations intersected? Indeed, the opposing side is also aware of this operation and welcomes our collaboration. In times of peril, borders become inconsequential. Cheng Liang cast a glance into the void. Lu Xiaoran pondered for a moment. Our squad might not be capable of fulfilling this mission. Cheng Liang discerned his concerns and spoke slowly before this operation. We shall provide your team with a mid-level crystal core, elevating each member to that rank, along with a modified vehicle and provisions. Cheng Liang gazed at them with a determined demeanor. What do you think of this offer? They inhaled sharply. A mid-level crystal core. Would such a condition not entice even more to join? Lu Xiaoran remained unfazed by the offer. Cheng Liang regarded him with admiration. Indeed, many would eagerly accept. Yet they are not you. It seemed Cheng Liang had firmly resolved to include them in this venture. How much time do we have? Su Xiaoxiao gasta así de long glance, contemplating whether Lu Xiaoran had truly made his decision. In 3 days, Cheng Liang hastily declared, fearing that with each passing second, Lu Xiaoran might reconsider. Very well. After their discussion concluded, Cheng Liang did not take his leave, but continued to smile at them. Please accompany us to the Central District. You shall reside there from now on. Gao Li and the others awaited Lu Xiaoran's verdict, and upon witnessing their eager expressions, Lu Xiaoran replied nonchalantly, that is acceptable. Cheng Liang beamed at them, and once they had gathered their composure, he ushered them into the vehicle. Due to limited seating, they were required to sit apart. It was only after boarding that Xiaoxiao realized that perhaps Cheng Liang had not afforded them any choice. They were compelled to embark on this journey to the Central District. As the vehicle gradually made its way to the Central District, the transition from the 7th District was nothing short of a leap. a transformation from obscurity to being personally welcomed by the Central District's overseer. One could not deny that this was the privilege of a protagonist, Xiaoxiao mused. Upon arrival, the driver halted the vehicle, and the door was opened from the outside with an inviting gesture. Please. Thank you. Xiaoxiao inclined her head in gratitude as she disembarked. The moment she stepped out, the stark contrast between the 7th District and the Central District became palpable. Although she had observed it from within the vehicle, the feeling upon exiting was distinctly different. It was akin to stepping out of the mountains into a vibrant metropolis. The atmosphere here seemed untouched by the apocalypse, with passers-by exuding an air of contentment. This is the accommodation we have arranged for you. Should you require anything else, please speak to the management on the first floor. Within permissible limits, we will do our utmost to assist you. Cheng Liang conveyed all necessary information without reservation. Lu Xiaoran nodded, indicating his understanding. Cheng Liang then glanced at his watch, urgency creeping into his tone. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Should you need anything, the management on the first floor will be at your service. We shall return in 3 days. With a hurried wave, he summoned the vehicle to depart. Onto a new place, Gao Li exclaimed, dashing into the nearby building like a child, followed closely by Meng Liang and the others. The interior resembled that of a high-end clubhouse, with a lavishly decorated lobby featuring several white tables and chairs arranged in the center, alongside a row of single sofas against the walls. At the reception desk sat a short-haired woman. Another door to the lobby stood ajar, revealing the dining area Cheng Liang had mentioned, which bore a striking resemblance to the decor Xiaoxiao had seen on television. As it was not mealtime, only a few individuals were scattered throughout the space. Welcome, Team 7. I am Dong Xin, the manager of Pengda Community. It is a pleasure to have you here. The receptionist, Dong Xin, said, her sweet voice capturing everyone's attention. Hello, we are. Gao Li began to introduce themselves. No need for introductions. I already know who you are. You must be Gao Li, and you're Lu Xiaoran. Oh my, truly handsome. Zong Xin et Galim. Her eyes sparkling with excitement as she covered her mouth in astonishment while gazing at the strikingly attractive man before her. Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in surprise. Her lips pressed into a straight line as she endeavored to suppress the upward curve at the corners of her mouth. In this public setting, the sensation of social embarrassment was palpable. Lu Xiaoran stood there, exuding an air of coolness akin to an air conditioning unit in full operation. Zong Xin Zimai Una Sponi, her gaze fixed upon him. Come on, it's just Lu Xiaoran. Is it really necessary to react this way? Not far away, a man clad in a leather jacket adorned with an ostentatious necklace and sporting a remarkably fashionable hairstyle cast a disdainful glance in their direction. Wow, he is quite the cool guy, someone remarked. Indeed, Dong Xin, you should take a moment to appreciate our boss's charm and allure. A subordinate sitting beside him chimed in, showering compliments. Women simply fail to recognize the beauty of a real man, the cool guy remarked once more. Chunming pulled Xiaoxiao and by Qingqing closer, whispering, Is Lu Xiaoran really that famous? Both girls shook their heads in confusion, indicating their lack of knowledge. However, I suspect that the man on the sofa has a fondness for Dong Xin. Bai Qingqing ventured, her lips parting to voice her thoughts. Xiaoxiao and Chunming regarded her as if seeing her anew, appraising her from head to toe. Chapter 81. The cool guy, it's nothing. I just feel that such words don't quite align with your usual expression, Chunming interjected. Xiaoxiao also felt this way. Such words could be uttered by anyone. Yet when they came from Bai Qingqing's lips, they were surprisingly astonishing. Bai Qingqing, covering her mouth with a laugh, remarked, It's because I used to have feelings for Lu Xiaoran and didn't know how to handle a rival in love, so I generally avoided conversations. Wait, a rival in love? Who, me? Xiaoxiao incredulously pointed at herself with a finger. Yes, weren't you fond of Lu Xiaoran before? I like him too. We were rivals in love. Bai Qingqing gazed at Xiaoxiao, adding, But that is all in the past. I have come to my senses and no longer harbor feelings for him. It feels like shedding a heavy burden, a profound sense of relief. Bai Qingqing had never imagined she would reach such a day. Xiaoxiao was flustered. You are the female lead, and the male lead has just begun to develop feelings for you. How could you give up so suddenly? She frantically pondered if she had overlooked some plot points, wondering if there was a subplot involving a desperate chase for love in the original narrative. Observing Xiaoxiao's dazed expression, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but pinch her cheeks. You look just like the little cat I have at home. I hope my family is taking good care of it. Have you truly given up? Chen Meng regarded her with an appraising gaze. You should have given up long ago. Otherwise, you wouldn't have only just realized Lu Xiaoran's feelings for you, despite how much he adores you. Bai Qingqing glanced at Xiaoxiao, who was both adorable and beautiful, her flustered demeanor only adding to her charm. A hand rested between Bai Qingqing and Xiaoxiao, and upon noticing Chen Meng's vigilant gaze, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. I admire her, unlike you, who acts like a protective mother. While they chatted, a parallel conversation unfolded nearby. So, you're Lu Xiaoran? A cool guy appraised Lu Xiaoran from head to toe. Considering his physique and appearance from a male perspective, he concluded that Lu Xiaoran was merely slightly more handsome and taller than himself. A glance from Lu Xiaoran left the cool guy astonished, his mouth agape. He's quite the performer. This guy is even better at acting than I am. Bonded by a sense of camaraderie, the cool guy decided to let bygones be bygones. Where did you learn your skills? Teach me, would you? In a moment of distraction, Meng Liang found himself bypassed and standing beside Lu Xiaoran. Once you teach me, I'll charm all the beautiful women. First on my list is that administrator Dong Xian, who always delays when I request something from her and hardly respects me. This time, I want her to hold me in high regard. The thought of commanding Dong Xian in the future made him chuckle to himself. Gao Li quietly shifted away, fearing that he might catch some of the foolishness. He was already not the sharpest tool in the shed, and if he caught this foolishness, Lu Xiaoran might have to perform brain surgery on him. Lu Xiaoran shot him another glance, and in the cool guy's admiring gaze, he slowly spoke. Ask him. Who? The cool guy followed Lu Xiaoran's gaze to Meng Liang beside him. This person doesn't seem as pretentious. Indeed, he taught me, Meng Liang replied. Thanks for the invitation. I was just sitting at home when the trouble came knocking. Lu Xiaoran barely needed to exert himself to see through him. Hey, be gentle. The cool guy pulled his hand away, rubbing his ear in dissatisfaction. Don't just touch a man's ears, do you understand? Just then, an alluring woman dressed provocatively entered through the door. With cascading red waves and strikingly long, fair legs, her attire struggled to contain her ample curves, and her vibrant crimson lips parted to reveal a hint of pearly white. Mind your own business, you old vixen, the cool guy retorted, tossing his head dismissively. Huh, little brat, you're in for it now. Hu Li's facade crumbled in an instant. Where's our room? Lu Xiaoran no longer lingered, his tone icy as he inquired of Dong Xian. Oh, let me see. Are there any couples among you? She opened the drawer and rummaged through the records within. Why do you ask that? Is there some hidden agenda here? Dong Xian smiled brightly, akin to a blossoming flower. Is it really so difficult to comprehend? Singles reside in single rooms, while couples share space. Xiaoxiao found it hard to articulate her thoughts. It was quite challenging to comprehend how a girl could laugh in such an inappropriate manner. The others shared the same sentiment. They understood the reasoning behind it, recognizing it as a perfectly ordinary occurrence. Yet the moment Dong Xian smiled, it led everyone to think along those lines. Sighing with a hint of regret, she noted that there was a couple's room on the third floor that had remained unoccupied, rumored to be well-equipped and quite appealing. Xiaoxiao understood why no one was residing there. Making such a declaration in public, anyone would conclude they were not a couple. Everything was arranged. Your rooms are located on the fourth floor, from 401 to 406. Dong Xian handed them 6 room cards. As they departed, Li was reprimanding the cool guy, while Dong Xian watched with a smile, enjoying the spectacle. The cool guy's subordinate stood by, helplessly observing his leader being scolded, while others nearby also gathered to witness the scene. Xiaoxiao held the room card, glancing at the number 404, sensing an ominous premonition. As she pushed the door open, she was greeted by a flood of sunlight, and to her surprise, the stark contrast between the room number and the interior was unexpected. The furnishings resembled those of a single room in a hotel, with a round table adorned by a crystal-clear core. She hastened to the table to pick up the core, eager to feel its energy. This core is of no use to you. the fairy spirit remarked, without needing the spirit's guidance. Xiaoxiao could already sense that the energy within the core held no allure for her. It appears that individual has thoroughly assessed your capabilities. This core has the potential to elevate a novice of level 3 to an intermediate of level 1. The fairy spirit, detecting the energy within, concluded it was no longer beneficial for Xiaoxiao, even dismissing the notion of consuming the gray mass. She carefully stored the core away and tested the softness of the bed. When would this ordeal reach its conclusion? Surely, it could not persist indefinitely. Enhancing one's strength means traversing the world without fear. The fairy spirit perched atop the small snow wolf, perusing a book while occasionally patting the wolf's head to encourage a slower pace. Upon entering, Xiaoxiao was greeted by a heartwarming scene. It seemed that the two little ones had grown increasingly fond of each other in her brief absence. She approached the vegetable patch, carefully uprooting the perfectly ripe produce and hastening to the shelf to retrieve some fresh storage bags, placing each item within. Next, she took out new seeds, this time opting to plant cherry tomatoes, envisioning the delight of having a small tomato to nibble on at her leisure. As soon as Xiaoxiao arrived, the little snow wolf dashed over with an unstoppable enthusiasm. "What are you doing? Slow down," she exclaimed, as the delicate spirit perched atop its head nearly toppled off, only to flutter upward with a graceful flap of its wings. The snow wolf affectionately nudged against Xiaoxiao, eager for her attention. All right, let me attend to my tasks first." Xiaoxiao gently pushed it aside as it obstructed her gardening efforts. The snow wolf huffed in discontent, but continued to follow her closely, occasionally lying down and rolling over in playful protest. Despite this being her second attempt, Xiaoxiao still grappled with the nuances of planting. Reflecting on her initial success, she resolved to replicate her previous efforts with diligence. "I now believe I am the most formidable member of our little team," Xiaoxiao declared with confidence. However, the spirit interjected with a dose of realism. "Your high level of abilities does not equate to superior combat skills. Among your team, I would assert that Lu Xiaoran is the most formidable." "Indeed, that is certainly true," Xiaoxiao acknowledged, recalling his performance from the morning. "Didn't you mention that my abilities were suppressed? What is my actual ability level?" Her curiosity was palpable. The spirit pondered for a moment before recalling the earlier test results, stating, "You possess an intermediate level 3 ability." Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Intermediate level 3? Are you absolutely certain?" It was utterly incredible, exceeding even Lu Xiaoran's rank. "Are you questioning my abilities?" Xianling puffed out her chest and soared into the sky, casting a condescending glance at Xiaoxiao to amplify her presence. "No, I merely find it astonishing. This is merely intermediate level 3, such a fuss over nothing. Once you receive other crystal cores later on, you will realize how scarce this truly is." Xiaoxiao was uncertain if she would ever witness this day. After planting this batch of vegetables, she exited the space, bringing the little snow wolf along. The snow wolf, as if reunited after a long separation, dashed around the room in exuberance. After much effort to calm its restless spirit, Xiaoxiao let out a weary sigh. Was she growing old, that such a little activity could leave her so fatigued? Xiaoxiao lay supine on her bed, allowing the little snow wolf to wander around her. She pondered deeply, realizing that her abilities were entirely distinct from those of others. She felt akin to a protagonist, or rather, even more so than a typical hero. Gently caressing the Hatian jade pendant hanging around her neck, she contemplated in silence. During confrontations, she had been of no assistance, and in moments of escape, she had been a burden. Yet, time and again, she managed to turn peril into safety. Furthermore, she had frequently stumbled upon unexpected fortunes, leading her to question whether she had indeed become the main character of this narrative. Upon reflecting on this, Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head, a wry smile gracing her lips as she mused on the absence of protagonists who fear for their lives, constantly pondering how to survive each day. How could she dare to compare herself with those heroic figures who strive to save the world? It was as if she had collided with the moon in her delusions. As noon approached, Xiaoxiao resolved to invite Chunming to join her for lunch. Upon stepping outside, she encountered Bai Qingqing, who was just opening her door. "Shall we go for a meal?" she inquired. "Absolutely. That is precisely my intention," Ching replied, closing her door and stepping forward. "Are you planning to call Chunming?" she added, having observed the relationship between Xiaoxiao and Chunming. Xiaoxiao nodded. "Yes, I was just about to. No need to call her. She has already gone ahead," Ching indicated towards the front. Xiaoxiao was somewhat taken aback. "Are you certain?" she inquired. "Of course." I exchanged a few words with her. With Chunming having already departed, Xiaoxiao continued her way to the cafeteria without hesitation. As she passed through the hall, she noticed the cool guy speaking to Dong accent, his expression one of profound grievance. Although Xiaoxiao was curious, she prioritized her meal. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, she found a considerable number of people already queuing to receive their food. Xiaoxiao and Ching casually chose a team and began their search for Chunming. Did she mention anything about coming down for a meal? Xiaoxiao inquired. It seems she did, or perhaps she didn't, Ching replied, unable to recall the specifics. "No worries," Xiaoxiao reassured her, surveying the surroundings. Yet Chunming remained elusive. However, she did spot Lu Xiran and his companions who had also come down. So they chose a window-side table to sit across from one another. "Aren't you going to join them?" Ching noticed. "Why would I sit with them?" "It would ruin my appetite," Xiaoxiao retorted. Beyond her fear of confrontation, she was concerned that dining would lose its delight. She wasn't particularly insistent on avoiding them. But wasn't it a disservice to herself to forego a pleasant meal under such circumstances? Observing Xiaoxiao relish her food, Ching leaned on her hand, her curiosity nearly bubbling over. "Please don't look at me with such intensity," Xiaoxiao exclaimed, unable to bear the fervent gaze, which felt more aggressive than those of others. Ching averted her eyes and picked up her chopsticks to sift through the dishes on the table. "I just want to see what my rival truly looks like." "Haven't you seen her before? Weren't you both at school all this time? It seems impossible that you haven't encountered her." Xiaoxiao picked up the braised pork from her bowl, astonished that dining here was entirely complimentary and so lavish. Goodness, the Central District is exceedingly affluent. Furthermore, I harbor no fondness for Lu Xiran, so please refrain from labeling me as a rival in love. Xiaoxiao resolved to clarify this. It was merely the original owner who held affections for Lu Xiran. "Is that truly the case?" Ching smiled gently, clearly skeptical. "Do you genuinely not possess even a shred of admiration for Lu Xiran?" "No." Xiaoxiao was poised to assert a firm no, yet when the moment arrived, she found herself at a loss for words. Memories of her interactions with Lu Xiran rushed through her mind, revealing to her the surprising clarity with which she recalled him. "I see." Ching, drawing from her own experiences, offered a knowing smile. A faint blush crept across Xiaoxiao's face as she stammered. "What are you saying?" At that moment, a familiar voice chimed in. "What are you discussing?" Gally approached, carrying his utensils, followed closely by Lu Xiran and Meng Liang. "Oh dear! Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Did she not choose such a secluded spot for a reason? Did Chunming not accompany you?" she inquired, recalling that they often walked together. Gally pulled out a chair beside them and sat down, his appetite piqued by the aroma of the food. "No." Xiaoxiao shook her head in response. "Do you have a crystal core in your room?" Meng Liang asked in a hushed tone. "Yes, but I haven't used it. I can give this one to you." Ching also noticed the crystal core and, exercising caution, refrained from using it. "It's fine. You can use it," Lu Xiran remarked, noting that the one in his room had been absorbed, yet proved to be of little use. Xiaoxiao now dared not move an inch. Her head bowed as she consumed her meal. Chapter 83. A Reunion. "I have finished my meal and must take my leave. You all enjoy your food at your leisure." After hastily finishing her last bite, she swiftly uttered her words and hurried away. "Oh!" Gally had yet to complete his sentence when she was already out of sight, murmuring, "Why is she in such a rush?" Ching stifled a few chuckles and explained she must have something urgent to attend to. "I too have finished my meal, so you all take your time." She cast a glance at them, smiling as she bid them farewell. Gally observed her untouched food and, tilting his head, inquired, "Is she on a diet?" "Probably." Meng Liang replied dismissively, returning to his meal. Lu Xiaoran gazed after their departing figures, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. As Su Xiaoxiao exited the cafeteria at a pace akin to a rocket, she gradually slowed her steps, glancing around to realize she had not only left the cafeteria, but had also arrived in an unfamiliar place. It resembled a park, adorned with fitness equipment and surrounded by blooming flora. During lunchtime, there were hardly any people in sight. Turning to follow the sound, she ventured deeper, the noise amplifying as the grass walls encroached upon the pathway. After navigating another bend, the sound abruptly ceased, prompting a surge of anxiety within her. She concentrated her abilities, quickening her pace. After sidestepping obstacles, she spotted a tabby cat feasting beside a pair of white sneakers, while a delicate, pale hand resembling a stunning piece of art rested upon the cat's back. The man, with his back turned to her, crouched beside the tabby, clad in a light-colored casual outfit, his hand absent-mindedly stroking the feline's back. Su Xiaoxiao felt a sense of familiarity, her eyes narrowing as she pondered over the identity of the man before her, recalling that she knew no one in the central district. In the next moment, as if he had sensed her curiosity, the man slowly turned around, his expression calm as he regarded her. "Oui," Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, realizing why he seemed so familiar. It was a reunion. A subtle smile graced his lips, and it seemed as though petals were drifting around them. His gaze fell upon the extraordinary power in her hand, and his smile deepened. Su Xiaoxiang felt a twinge of embarrassment from his laughter. He exuded the aura of a cool and aristocratic young man. His gaze fixed on her with a persistent smile, prompting Su Xiaoxiang to shy away from his eyes. "Ah, we meet again. It feels like I'm about to be swept into a whimsical fairy tale." Seeking an escape, she remembered it was time for lunch. "I'll take my leave now," she declared, intending to slip away. The soft mewling of the little cat was beguiling, leading her to believe someone was causing it distress. Just then Su-yi, who had not eaten either, proposed, "Since it's the case, shall we go together?" His eyes, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, held a depth that stirred her thoughts. "No, thank you. I'm not quite accustomed to it, my apologies." Su Xiaoxiang dared not linger on her thoughts, hastily uttering her words before vanishing more swiftly than her arrival. Su-yi could only catch a fleeting glimpse of her retreating figure, once again embodying the cool aristocrat. After the tabby cat finished its meal, it nuzzled against his leg, mewing once more as he crouched down to pour the cat food onto the ground. Within his frigid gaze lay a subtle warmth that was barely perceptible. This time, Su Xiaoxiang navigated her way accurately, dashing towards the door of her room, finding the number 404 surprisingly agreeable, and nodded in approval. She released the little snow wolf from her space, offering it some food. "You must be hungry. With no other provisions available, you'll have to make do with this." A balanced diet of both meat and vegetables is essential for fostering a robust, yet aesthetically pleasing physique, and the same holds true for animals. She did not seek excuses for herself. Observing the length of the little snow wolf, she mused, "Have you perhaps stopped growing?" She circled around the snow wolf twice, noticing it indeed seemed unchanged. "You're not mistaken," the spirit affirmed her thoughts. "So, does this mean you have reached adulthood?" In her understanding, adulthood signified the cessation of growth. Approximately, after the mutation, it differs from before, but by your human standards, it can indeed be considered mature. Su Xiaoxiao requested the celestial spirit to convey a message, while the little snow wolf let out a few howls, indicating, "I am right beside you." Su Xiaoxiao felt uneasy, recalling that Xiaoxiao had been by her side since birth and had never spent time in the wild. After Su Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she recalled her extraordinary abilities and felt a wave of apprehension. Wouldn't venturing to Alby's mountain be tantamount to courting disaster? She quietly opened the door and discovered that her team members had yet to appear. Stealthily, she descended to the hall. Was there a place dedicated to training abilities? She approached the front desk and inquired with Dong Xian. Indeed, such a place existed. However, feedback from the ability users indicated it was ineffectual. If one wished to enhance their powers, it was still advisable to engage in practical exercises against zombies. Engage with zombies. Su Xiaoxiao leaned back strategically. Dong Xian reassured her, saying there was no need for concern, as the base would comprehend their sentiments. She briefly conveyed the situation to Xiaoxiao. We have dedicated personnel stationed there, and you may select an area according to your capabilities. Xiaoxiao never anticipated that things would develop in such a manner. A thought emerged within her. Is it truly possible to engage in such activities? Upon her arrival, however, she realized that her understanding had been somewhat misguided, though Dong Xian's description was not entirely inaccurate. This location is situated approximately a 10-minute journey from the central district, in stark contrast to the route leading to it, with very few pedestrians present. It was evident that this area was populated by supernatural beings honing their abilities, with various displays of power that resembled the extravagant special effects found in films. Upon arrival, she understood that entry beyond this point was inconvenient, and thus, I took my leave. The individual who accompanied her ensured she reached this spot. Thank you for your assistance, she expressed gratefully. The vicinity was dedicated to the training of supernatural abilities, with both individuals and groups of friends participating. Following the signs, she made her way to her desired destination. Inside, the threat of genuine zombies awaited. Once she exited this door, her safety would rest solely in her own hands. There stood an iron gate, adjacent to which was a small cabin housing the staff. Xiaoxiao suppressed the fear swelling within her. All right, she replied. The staff, noticing her youthful demeanor, offered some comforting words, assuring her that there was no need for excessive worry, as long as you do not stray too far from the base. Should any danger arise in nearby areas, we have rescue personnel on standby. However, it is imperative that you ensure you do not become infected. The final words were underscored with particular emphasis by the staff. Xiaoxiao nodded. Subsequently, another staff member escorted her to the iron gate, where he unfastened the enormous chain. Once I open the door, act swiftly, he instructed. With a creak, the nearby zombies halted in unison, their gazes fixated in one direction. Hurry! Chapter 84, The Battle. A force propelled Xiaoxiao outward, and before she could brace herself, she beheld the zombies outside, all staring at her. Help! Xiaoxiao's hard-won defenses were suddenly breached, and regret flooded her heart. She was still quite timid. Yet, the horde of zombies showed no mercy, limping towards her after locking onto their target, their mouths emitting continuous growls. Fight them! The spirit, witnessing her frozen state, urged her with frustration. You're already a level 3 intermediate. Even if you possess water-based abilities, you shouldn't struggle against a mere level 1 zombie. Indeed, she was now an intermediate level 3 water ability user, easily capable of overpowering novice zombies. Stay calm, Xiaoxiao. You must remain composed. As she gazed at the approaching undead, memories of her first encounter with zombies flooded back, along with the thoughts that had emboldened her at that time. Why had she dared to confront them back then? Why? Xiaoxiao hurled a water balloon, striking the leg of the foremost zombie, which promptly collapsed to the ground. A realization dawned upon her. She must survive. She must endure. She swiftly dispatched another zombie, her gaze growing increasingly resolute. Indeed, it was true. Only by persevering could she hope to witness the events that lay ahead. One by one, the lesser zombies fell before her. As she frequently employed her extraordinary abilities, her mind intensely focused, she found herself slightly out of breath. Not bad at all. Xiaoxiao let out a bitter smile. This was merely a novice zombie. The task 3 days hence required creatures of intermediate level or higher. There was still much practice to be done. Xiaoxiao took a brief respite before venturing outside, simultaneously unleashing her psychic abilities to launch an assault on the zombies. Meanwhile, 2 more psychics approached the iron gate. Xiaoxiao has gradually acclimated to their assaults. Most of the entities in this vicinity appear to be of the primary 1st and 2nd levels, providing ample opportunity for an ability user like her to hone her skills. The base has eliminated the primary 3rd level zombies, extracting their cores as rewards for their efforts. She narrowly evaded a strike from a zombie, rolling out of its reach. Its level is primary 3rd. The celestial spirit revealed the zombie's classification. 3rd level. Xiaoxiao is currently drenched in sweat, her clothes clinging uncomfortably to her skin. The zombies, however, show no mercy. Upon realizing their target has fled, they immediately pivot and charge towards her. During the confrontation, Su Xiaoxiao distinctly perceives a stark difference between the zombies with crystal cores in their heads and those devoid of them, as their actions and thoughts are remarkably discernible. Su Xiaoxiao found herself devoid of her powers, unable to expend any further energy, for the consequences would be dire. With a knife in hand, she drove it into the shoulder of the approaching zombie. A voice resonated from behind her, reminding her that she still possessed a blade. Swiftly, she drew one of the knives and lunged towards the shoulder of the zombie, targeting its right arm. As it focused on its shoulder, she seized the opportunity to maneuver behind it and, summoning all her strength, drove the remaining knife into the back of its skull, encountering a hard object. With a forceful twist, she pried it loose, the interior fragment collapsing to the ground, leaving a dark, viscous bloodstain around her. Taking advantage of its momentary stillness, she quickly retreated. In the next instant, the standing zombie was engulfed in flames, consumed by the fire. Only then did she have the chance to turn her gaze towards the speaker, astonished to discover it was Lu Xiaoran, with Gao Li standing beside him. How had the two of them arrived here? Su Xiaoxiao sat on the ground, taking a moment to rest, her clothes soiled from the recent skirmish, her face dusted with grime. Who would have thought you possessed such fighting prowess? As Gao Li entered, he discovered Su Xiaoxiao engaged in a fierce battle with a horde of zombies, her movements sharp and precise, a stark contrast to the usual demeanor of Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao was panting, utterly exhausted. She responded with a simple Lu Xiaoran approached, picked up the bloodied crystal core, wiped it clean with a tissue, and placed it before her, saying, "Your trophy." Su Xiaoxiao raised her gaze to him, expressing her gratitude. She extended her hand and caught the primary crystal core she had obtained, a profound sense of accomplishment swelling within her, affirming that all of this was worthwhile. Gao Li had already rushed out to engage in battle with the zombies, and it was evident from his expression that he was relishing the experience. His movements fluid and effortless, in stark contrast to Su Xiaoxiao. "Come back tomorrow for more practice," Lu Xiaoran remarked, standing beside her with an air of nonchalance. Su Xiaoxiao wished to decline, yet considering their formidable strength, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. At that moment, she had no intention of departing. Their surroundings were secure, as a majority of the zombies had been lured away by Gao Li. A few stragglers, unable to approach, were swiftly struck down by Lu Xiaoran's descending lightning, which rendered them motionless after a brief convulsion on the ground. It appeared they had met their end. Su Xiaoxiao sat nonchalantly on the ground, observing Gao Li as he relished in his combat techniques, seldom resorting to his supernatural abilities. Since the last depletion of his powers, he had come to realize that one could not perpetually rely on such abilities. Physical prowess was the undeniable truth, as Lu Xiaoran remarked. No wonder Gao Li refrained from employing his powers. It was evident he was honing his physical combat skills. "Aren't you going to give it a try?" she inquired, having yet to witness the male protagonist in action, as he had previously vanquished foes solely through his abilities. "Do you wish to see?" he retorted with a sudden, mischievous grin. Just as Gao Li was in the midst of his exhilarating onslaught, he noticed a decrease in the number of zombies, and upon closer inspection, he realized that Lu Gu had arrived. His offensive was neither excessively fierce nor overly lax, yet was executed with remarkable elegance. Each punch was delivered with precision and grace, truly flawless. Out of the corner of his eye, Yu Guangzhong saw that Su Xiaoxiao had not departed, and he rummaged through his scant knowledge to conjure a four-character phrase, "peacock spreading its tail." It was indeed strikingly apparent. Silently scoffing, he joined the fray. Su Xiaoxiao eagerly absorbed their combat techniques from the sidelines, observing each move and stance, realizing that some injuries she had previously sustained could have been avoided. On the journey home, she instinctively trailed behind them. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoran halted and stepped forward. Gao Li, having overheard the exchange, also stopped and turned to Su Xiaoxiao, curiously inquiring, "How tall are you? Why are you silent?" Gao Li scratched the back of his head, puzzled by her lack of response. Su Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and deftly shifted the topic. "Let's hasten our pace. The scent surrounding us is rather unpleasant." Chapter 85. Departure to Albby Mountain. She prepared to knock on the door, once more to check if Chun Ming was inside the room. Just as her hand was raised, the door swung open, revealing Chun Ming's figure. I was just about to call you for dinner, and here you are, Chunming exclaimed, her expression one of surprise upon noticing Su Xiaoxiao at the threshold. I was just about to knock when you opened the door, Su Xiaoxiao replied. The two then agreed to descend together. Chunming refrained from mentioning why she hadn't joined for lunch, and Su Xiaoxiao chose not to inquire. Upon arriving at the dining hall, they discovered that the number of diners in the evening far exceeded that of the midday meal. Aside from those they had previously conversed with at the front desk, many unfamiliar faces filled the hall. Some individuals, bare-chested, displayed tattoos on their arms as they gathered, indulging in drink after drink. Meanwhile, others quietly occupied the corners, savoring their meals in solitude. Su Xiaoxiao observed that Lu Xiran and the others had already settled down, so she chose a spot they had overlooked and sat down with her tray. Xiaoxiao. Chunming hesitated, and after a moment of waiting, Su Xiaoxiao inquired with a puzzled Eat this, you look so thin. You should consume more. She added 2 more pieces to her tray. Su Xiaoxiao felt a sense of peculiarity, as if Chunming had transformed into a different person. Engaging in conversation with her felt oddly distant. So she temporarily set aside this feeling and inquired if Chunming wished to practice together the following day, sharing her insights from today as training. Recently, she had been quite busy and might not be able to attend. Chunming, with a smile, declined Su Xiaoxiao's suggestion. Although curious about what could be occupying Chunming's time, Su Xiaoxiao acknowledged the response. Upon returning to her room, she struggled to recall any commitments that Chunming might have. After all, they had both recently arrived in the Central District. A sense of unease lingered within her. Yet she suppressed it, reminding herself that it was not her concern. Thus, she set off early the next day, and shortly after her arrival, Lu Xiran and Gao Li joined her. She observed their techniques, promptly applying what she learned, and found that her performance improved significantly compared to before. 3 days passed in this manner, and Su Xiaoxiao felt that these were the most fulfilling days since her arrival. She felt as if she had transcended her former self. On the 4th morning, Cheng Liang brought a group to the hall to await them, kindly allowing them to finish their meal first. Today, you shall head to the Albby Mountains. I have prepared everything needed for the journey. Please check if there is anything else you require. Lu Xiran confirmed the items they were bringing and then asked the team if they needed anything additional. The group glanced around and shook their heads, indicating they were ready. Cheng Liang led them to a concealed exit, stating, "Your belongings are ahead. I shall take my leave here." He clasped his fists in farewell. "Understood," Lu Xiran replied, conversing briefly with him before leading Su Xiaoxiao and the others onward. Their team had finally assembled at this hour. The path was only 4 meters wide, sufficient for a single vehicle. Dense woods surrounded them, enclosed by an iron fence, making it feel as though they were trapped within. After navigating a bend, they spotted a vehicle parked ahead. From the outside, it was evident that the car had been modified, featuring an additional small compartment for storage. The structure had been reinforced, and the windows were covered with a mesh that could be drawn back from the inside to allow for a view outside. The interior still accommodated 7 seats, with the trunk filled with provisions and some gasoline. Overall, it was a significant upgrade from their previous vehicle, which Lu Xiran had entrusted to Hu Hai for management. They could use it whenever needed. Gao Li eagerly retrieved the keys given by Cheng Liang, rushing to the driver's seat, excitedly exploring the steering wheel and seat, exclaiming, "This car is impressive. How come I've never seen this brand before? Perhaps you should consider who provided it." Chunming replied. Su Xiaoxiao was pulled into the car by Chunming, taking a seat in the back, while Bai Qingqing followed suit and entered the vehicle. "Are we all settled? It's time to depart," Gao Li called out from the front. Su Xiaoxiao released the little snow wolf, preparing to respond, when she suddenly noticed an empty space in front of her. Turning her head, she saw someone standing outside. She quickly spoke up. "Meng Liang is still outside. He won't be joining us," Gao Li replied upon hearing her. "What?" Su Xiaoxiao turned her gaze, and both Chunming and Bai Qingqing, just realizing the situation, looked surprised. Outside the window, Meng Liang called out, "I won't be joining you on this mission. It would only hinder your progress. Take care." He waved goodbye to them from outside the vehicle. Just moments ago, they were discussing their first gathering in days, and now Meng Liang had decided against going to Albby Mountain, leaving the team short-handed. He sent his best wishes. As Galley drove, he glanced at the map above, filled with complaints. What kind of map is this? I can't make heads or tails of it. Lu Xiaoran remained silent, merely reaching out to open the satellite map in the car. How'd I not notice this? With the satellite map at hand, Galley felt invigorated, his driving becoming increasingly proficient, evident from his dwindling complaints. Are you familiar with Albby Mountain? Bai Qingqing inquired about the location, noting the absence of other entertainment along the way. Albby Mountain is an untouched forest, with the outskirts developed for tourists. The facilities are relatively safe, but as one ventures deeper, human presence dwindles, attracting those seeking thrills and challenges. Further in, there are scant records, save for reports of individuals who claim to have spotted signs of inhabitants, speculated to be primitive people living in the forest. Where did you get that? Su Xiaoxiao asked, noticing Chun Ming holding something she hadn't seen before. Chun Ming shook the booklet in her hand, explaining, I tucked it away when we got into the car. So, shall we meet that team outside? Galley asked. Yes, Lu Xiaoran replied, his tone as calm as a placid lake. After introducing Albby Mountain, silence once again enveloped the vehicle. Chapter 86. Fortune Galley drove attentively, while Lu Xiaoran occasionally cleared away the encroaching zombies, striking them down with lightning before they could approach. Xiaoxiao, could you fetch that black bag for me? Chen Meng requested of Su Xiaoxiao. Oh, sure. The night before their departure, they had held a small meeting at Lu Xiaoran's, placing some items into Su Xiaoxiao's space for retrieval when needed. Chen Meng took the black bag that Su Xiaoxiao handed her and opened it to rummage inside. Both Su Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing watched her, and the next moment, she pulled out a square paper box. Playing cards, Chen Meng exclaimed, raising the item high and cheerfully declaring, life is short, so let us enjoy it while we can. Let's play some cards. Originally, the cards were meant to be packed away in a more cumbersome bag, but during the packing process, they had accidentally ended up in the black bag, only remembered when they were in the vehicle and needed. Su Xiaoxiao was somewhat taken aback, as she did not anticipate that they would commence playing cards in the car. After dealing a favorable hand, Chun Ming, as the landlord, played first. Bai Qingqing, sitting in the next position, followed with 2 cards. Su Xiaoxiao boldly countered with a pair of 2s. We have only just begun, and you're already playing 2s? Chen Ming remarked, astonished at the quality of the cards in Su Xiaoxiao's hand. Su Xiaoxiao gazed contemplatively at the smallest pair in her hand, a pair of 7s. Beyond that, she possessed a bomb and a pair of aces. If she refrained from playing the 2, she would be compelled to play the bomb. Why aren't you playing? Chen Ming inquired, having witnessed Su Xiaoxiao's inactivity since she initially played the pair of 2s. Noticing that Chun Ming still had 5 cards remaining and Bai Qingqing was nearly in the same position, Su Xiaoxiao felt it was time to take action. Suddenly, after Bai Qingqing expressed her reluctance, Su Xiaoxiao declared, for 3s. A bomb. You are all finished. For kings. Chen Ming flicked the last card in her hand. Bai Qingqing turned her gaze toward the cards held by Su Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaoxiao played 2 cards, a pair of kings. So the double kings are in your hand. Huh? No matter. As long as you play a single card, victory in this round is assured, Chen Ming declared earnestly, a triumphant smile already illuminating her face. 4 7s. 4 9s. 4 jacks. As Su Xiaoxiao's bombs continued to cascade down, the smile on Chen Ming's face faded, leaving her in a state of utter disbelief. Bai Qingqing stood beside her, equally astonished. After Su Xiaoxiao laid down her final card, she glanced at them sheepishly and smiled. Chen Ming revealed the 2 in her hand, feeling as though she had undergone an experience that was beyond her expectations. Initially intending to praise Su Xiaoxiao's card skills, she found herself questioning the alignment with her own cards and concluded it was merely a stroke of good fortune. The landlord shuffled the cards, pushing them toward the still-dazed Chen Ming. Stop looking. She is simply that formidable. Meanwhile, those in the front, driving and clearing the surroundings, were equally taken aback by this string of explosive plays. Goodness, Su Xiaoxiao, your luck is astonishing. Galley recalled his own experiences playing cards with Lu Gu and the others, where he was invariably on the losing end, now filled with a twinge of envy. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Maybe the cards weren't shuffled properly. Next time might be entirely different. Chen Ming had dealt the cards immediately, without shuffling at all. So it truly was a matter of chance. Or was it merely coincidence? Xiaoxiao gazed at the cards before her, pondering how they differed from those in her initial round. The only distinction lay in numbers. Why can't I even connect to a telephone number with this hand? Ming exclaimed. Who isn't in the same predicament? Bai Qingqing chimed in. Both of them turned their attention to Xiaoxiao. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoxiao considered whether to be the landlord. In unison, they both replied with a resounding no. Xiaoxiao revealed the remaining 3 cards. The numbers 4, 7, and 9 were all below 10. Under their scrutinizing gazes, she picked up the 3 cards, her emotions tangled. Well, I have gathered 4, 7, and 9. Come on. I refuse to believe that this round will be as fortuitous as the last. Ming steeled herself. Bai Qingqing vigorously nodded from the side, while the two in the front, driving the game, also diverted a fraction of their attention to the entertainment unfolding behind them. Hurry up, the flowers have wilted from waiting. Ming emulated classic quotes from within, accompanied by a remarkably vivid performance. 4 threes. Under their urging stares, Xiaoxiao's delicate, fair fingers slowly lowered the 4 cards. How do we play this? Is the first player going to unleash a series of bombs as a show of force? Ming flicked her cards, eager to see. Xiaoxiao obediently laid her cards bare. A profound silence ensued. Gao Li, who had been enjoying the lively atmosphere, inquired, Aren't you all playing anymore? Why the no sound? Let's play with the yo-yo. Ming, at a loss for words, gazed at the cards, scrutinizing them repeatedly. It's hard to believe these are the cards I shuffled. If it weren't for the fact that both you and I are farmers in this round, I would suspect you had intentionally aided her. Bai Qingqing offered an objective assessment. Xiaoxiao, feeling a bit embarrassed, remained silent. Ming gritted her teeth and declared, I don't believe it. Let's go again. She handed the cards to Bai Qingqing, insisting, this time, you shuffle. After a few minutes, Ming spread her hands in defeat, leaning back with a look of utter despair. She had given up. After a lengthy silence, filled with no enthusiastic chatter, Gao Li glanced repeatedly into the rearview mirror, noticing that they were all huddled together, reluctant to move. Do you girls play cards this quietly? It's nothing like the raucousness of us boys, who make enough noise to summon the dorm supervisor. He sighed, giving up on understanding them. Ming's eyes now appeared devoid of light. Gao Li felt a restless itch as he turned to Lu Gu, saying, You take over. I'll join in from the back. He widened his eyes, playfully fluttering his eyelashes at Lu Xiaoran. Stop the car. Gao Li seized the moment, bringing the vehicle to a halt before moving to the back seat, while Lu Xiaoran took the driver's seat and started the engine. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao was pushed into the passenger seat by Ming and Bai Qingqing, who insisted it was to help fend off zombies, claiming it was not out of jealousy. But my water-based abilities are utterly useless. We might not even reach Albby Mountain before we're all wiped out. Lu Xiaoran seemed to sense her thoughts and casually remarked, What are you afraid of? He cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoxiao, his hands gripping the steering wheel as he lazily gazed at the road ahead. Xiaoxiao noticed that the commotion behind them was quite intense. Curiosity piqued. She pondered for a moment before speaking up. Is it the person you like? She raised her eyebrows slightly. Who? Lu Xiaoran replied nonchalantly, casting a sideways glance. Bai Qingqing. She placed her left hand over her mouth, concerned that those behind might overhear, and leaned in closer to him. Chapter 87. The ruined building. Lu Xiaoran's gaze lingered on her for a moment. Why do you think that? Well, it's just that. Xiaoxiao suddenly fell silent. What is it? Lu Xiaoran inquired with curiosity. And nothing. Ha! Xiaoxiao chuckled awkwardly, stealing a glance to the side, and realized he had only asked casually, not pressing further. She let out a sigh of relief. That was close. Almost revealed the protagonists. After a day of exploration, they decided to find a place to rest for the night and rejuvenate their spirits. This time, they opted not to stay in the suburbs or countryside, but instead headed straight into the city. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, while communication devices had failed, radios could still receive signals. Various bases broadcasted invitations, allowing people to choose whether to respond. Their decision to spend the night in the city was also driven by a desire to enhance their abilities and a scout for any survivors in need of rescue. Crows perched on the power lines, each one larger than the average raven, their red eyes fixated on the moving figures below, exuding an unsettling aura. The sun was nearing the horizon, yet Lu Xiaoran and the others had yet to find a suitable location. The surrounding shops lay in ruins, their interiors a chaotic mess. The streets were equally disordered, a faint stench of decay wafting from an unknown source, permeating the air around them. Chunming made a gagging motion. Let's change our position. I can hardly bear it here. With that, her stomach churned once more. Weeds sprouted from the cracks, in this city of steel and concrete. Nature began to reclaim its territory, asserting itself in the desolate landscape. They quickened their pace, avoiding the corners and steering clear of the main roads. Bai Qingqing spotted a supermarket ahead and suggested, "Shall we take a look inside the supermarket?" Su Xiaoxiao hesitated. When people are deprived of sustenance, they flock to supermarkets. The greater the crowd, the more disputes arise, and one must also worry about whether they can fend off the onslaught of the undead. Perhaps they might even discover other survivors. Lu Xiaoran led the way, stifling his breath to detect any sound from within. The supermarket was situated between two antique shops, both of which now stood with their doors wide open. The display cases inside had been shattered, and the treasures they once showcased had vanished, leaving only price tags behind. The supermarket's roller shutter was tightly secured, bearing traces of blood that had long since congealed. They attempted to lift it, only to find it locked. Gao Li, cautious not to raise his voice, leaned against the door and whispered, "Is anyone there?" He gently tapped on the roller shutter, producing a faint sound. Upon hearing a commotion from within, Su Xiaoxiao immediately fell silent. There were individuals present inside. Gao Li directed his gaze towards Lu Xiaoran, who stood nearby. Lu Xiaoran, his expression unperturbed, glanced at a certain spot and calmly uttered, "Let us go." After their departure, a head appeared in the skylight of the supermarket, observing their exit before retreating. They had left. Others gathered around, chattering curiously. "Why aren't we robbing this time? Our weapons are all ready." The man held them back, gesturing towards a figure seated in the center, entirely swathed in layers. The prophet had warned them that they could not defeat that group. They appeared rather tender. Awakening his appetite, he swallowed hard, recalling the three women he had just glimpsed, their skin soft and delicate. He subtly shifted his gaze toward the individual in the center, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. "Why should we leave? There are clearly people inside." Gao Li kicked a nearby stone, frustrated. "If they don't wish for you to enter, can you really force your way in?" Gao Li frowned at Chunming, who defiantly returned his gaze. After a moment, Gao Li conceded, feeling that perhaps this reasoning held merit. There was a distinct scent of blood emanating from within. Su Xiaoxiao felt that odor linger, scrunching her face like a small cat. "Blood scent?" Gao Li exclaimed in astonishment. Even Lu Xiaoran couldn't help but glance over. Indeed, Su Xiaoxiao was certain it was unmistakably the scent of blood. "Fortunately, we didn't go in," Gao Li remarked. Chunming would not let him off the hook. "Who was it that just said we shouldn't enter?" Gao Li stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. "It's getting dark. Let us find a place." Bai Qingqing interjected to defuse the tension. The sun was nearly set, and the surroundings were filled with rustling sounds. Chunming and Gao Li ceased their bickering and began earnestly searching for shelter for the night. They separated to broaden their search area, ensuring they could swiftly reach one another. "Found it!" Gao Li waved from their left, and as they approached, they discovered a somewhat dilapidated building, an unfinished structure. This crumbling edifice felt particularly eerie in contrast to the other buildings. Gao Li's eyes sparkled with pride. He had been the first to find it. Pointing at the doorless structure, he proclaimed, "This place has the fewest people. Typically, no one would come here, so it must be uninhabited." As the last light began to fade, they decided to rest in Gao Li's chosen location. "Let us go upstairs. The ground floor isn't safe," Lu Xiaoran suggested. Even without his input, Su Xiaoxiao would have opted for the upper levels. The ground lacked any form of cover, and a glance around revealed nothing but concrete walls, offering no sense of security. The staircase here was still in an unfinished state, It could hardly be termed a staircase, merely a rudimentary framework with walls, lacking any railings or further safety measures. They did not count how many floors the building had. Xiaoxiao silently enumerated them in her mind, pausing at 7. They halted here. Lu Xiaoran and his companions chose a room closest to the staircase, glancing outside to find themselves at a considerable height above the ground, surrounded by utter darkness, devoid of any light. However, the solar streetlights diligently emitted a warm glow, illuminating the area, where Xiaoxiao even spotted zombies wandering restlessly near the light. She instinctively stifled her breath. Finding a place to rest, she reminded herself to avoid falling into a deep slumber. Lu Xiaoran, having spoken, settled against the wall near the door. Gao Li followed suit, maintaining a slight distance, mirroring his posture. The three of them moved about the room, discovering a small chamber with a bedspread and pillows strewn across the floor, alongside scattered newspapers. A few jars lay nearby, their contents unknown. They were reluctant to use the bedding, assessing the cleanliness of the newspapers. Chapter 88. Following determining that the newspapers were within acceptable condition, they gathered them up and returned outside to join the others, each placing a few sheets beneath them as makeshift padding. Lu Xiaoran lifted his eyelids to glance at them briefly before closing his eyes once more. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao recalled that her space contained bedding, yet she presented herself solely as a wielder of water-based abilities. Although summer nights could be slightly cool, their bodies had been enhanced. Nonetheless, Xiaoxiao retrieved an air-conditioned blanket, draping it over the three of them. As for the other two, she subjectively judged that they did not require it, sparing herself the trouble of inquiring further. In the middle of the night, a drowsy Xiaoxiao seemed to hear faint sounds surrounding them. Her sleep-laden mind struggled to control her body, and she slowly lifted her head, her eyes barely open. She caught sight of Gao Li and Lu Xiaoran, and another figure? The drowsiness vanished instantly, as if her mind had been struck awake. She fixed her gaze intently on the moving silhouette, which was positioned beside Gao Li, scanning him with an unsettling intensity. Spotting the backpack behind him, the figure stealthily approached Gao Li and reached into his bag. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xiaoran had slightly opened his eyes, his cold gaze piercing through the darkness and locking onto Xiaoxiao's. He raised an eyebrow, conveying no further intention. Xiaoxiao composed herself and quietly observed the actions of the figure before her. She noticed the individual rummaging through a high-capacity backpack, from which he extracted 2 loaves of bread, provisions prepared for them by Cheng Liang. After retrieving the bread, the figure momentarily paused, his toes subtly pivoting toward her direction. Just as Xiaoxiao braced herself for his approach, he unexpectedly turned and departed. Subsequently, she observed Lu Xiaoran rising to his feet, seemingly intent on following. As he left, he cast a glance in her direction, leading her to suspect that Lu Xiaoran intended to accompany her in pursuit. Xiaoxiao glanced at Chunming and Bai Qingqing, noticing that they, like Gao Li, were sleeping soundly. She hesitated to rouse them and gently pulled back the covers, aligning her pace with Lu Xiaoran's. The two exchanged no words, deliberately softening their footsteps, so much so that even their breaths were inaudible to one another, with only the sound of their carefully orchestrated steps filling the air. Following the sound of footsteps, they ascended 2 flights of stairs, only to find the noise cease as they entered a room on this level. Soon, the cheerful voices of children filled the space. "Brother, what do you have?" Xiaoqing, her large eyes wide with curiosity, asked the boy before her, whose hair nearly obscured his eyes and who was only a head taller than her. "Food," the boy replied, affectionately ruffling her hair. Nearby, 3 other children and an elderly man with a white beard lay on the ground. "Really? I'm so hungry, I want to eat," exclaimed a plump boy, licking his lips and gazing eagerly at the bread in his brother's hand. The other 2 children bore a striking resemblance to one another, being twins. Their clothes were soiled and indecipherable in pattern, save for the little girl, whose attire was somewhat cleaner. She sported 2 neatly braided pigtails and cradled a pink teddy bear, immaculate in her embrace. "No, let Grandpa eat first," he insisted, pushing through the cluster of children to the side of the elderly man. He tore open the packaging and brought the bread to the old man's lips. The old man's voice trembled as he protested. No, I'll eat. You don't, cough, cough, need to worry about me. He slowly turned his head away, succumbing to a fit of coughs midway through his sentence. Grandpa, the children cried out in unison, rushing to the elderly man with concern. Although the boys shared their worry, he quickly hushed the others. Keep your voices down. The zombies are very sensitive to sound. We're on this high floor to avoid them. Once he saw that his younger siblings had quieted, he picked up a nearby cup that contained a bit of water and held it to the old man's lips. Grandpa, drink some water. At the doorway, Lu Xiaoran and Su Xiaoxiao observed this scene, exchanging a glance. With a purposeful step, Lu Xiaoran entered, drawing the immediate attention of the occupants within. Their expressions varied, particularly the boy, who dashed forward, arms outstretched, his eyes fierce like a protective wolf, adopting an intimidating demeanor. What do you want? He growled. Damn it. I known they would follow us. I would have stolen their food. Su Xiaoxiao followed Lu Xiao and entered the sight of that group. The expression on the boy's face grew increasingly grim. He had not anticipated another presence, and he instinctively took a step back. Excuse me. May I ask what brings you here? The elderly man, struggling to prop himself up, gasped as he spoke. They are merely children. If they have erred, please forgive them. The old man appeared to be in his 70s, his face etched with the marks of time, with sunken cheeks and a frail, emaciated frame. Su Xiaoxiao could not bear to witness the scene before her, and turned her gaze to Lu Xiaoran, awaiting his response. Have you been here all along? Lu Xiaoran inquired. What business is it of yours? The boy retorted rudely, his eyes fixed on Lu Xiaoran with a predatory intensity. Xiaodong, the elderly man admonished sternly. A few days ago, I caught a chill and have been lying here ever since. If I have wronged you in any way, I beseech your forgiveness for the sake of an old man, he said, bowing his head in supplication. Grandfather, the boy bit his lip, his eyes glistening with tears as he looked up at the two of them, seemingly reproaching them. Why don't you go to a nearby base? Su Xiaoxiao asked softly. The old man sighed. The nearest base is an hour's drive away, and I cannot drive. Besides, I have this group of children to care for, and I am but an old man. He shook his head, knowing there was little more to say that they did not already understand. Suddenly, an odd sound broke the tension, and they turned to see the chubby boy bashfully scratching the back of his head, timidly admitting, I'm hungry. Su Xiaoxiao gazed upon them, all appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years of age. In Chapter 89, the tallest boy seemed to be around 10. He reached into his pocket and retrieved 5 or 6 loaves of bread from a concealed space. Taking a few steps forward, he placed them before Xiaodong and gently said, You may take these to eat. Xiaodong observed the long-haired woman before him, whose attire was even cleaner than that of his sister. He quickly glanced at the man, standing silently behind her, though he did not utter a word. The sense of his imposing presence was inescapable. Xiaodong remained still, watching without making a move. Unable to withstand his hunger, the chubby boy dashed past Xiaodong, who was shielding them, and approached Su Xiaoxiao. With wide, sparkling eyes, he expressed his gratitude in a melodious childlike voice. Thank you, sister. His eyes nearly curved into crescent moons. Su Xiaoxiao smiled and said, It's nothing. I'm leaving now. Behind her, she heard Lu Xiaoran calling her name. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the group of children and an elderly man, her heart filled with compassion. She hurriedly approached Lu Xiaoran and whispered, Should we not intervene? Lu Xiaoran, with a profound gaze fixed upon her, inquired, What do you wish to do? Their team's mission was to reach Albby Mountain, with both parties agreeing that if they did not arrive before sunset 5 days hence, the first team to arrive would not wait for the subsequent group, and any findings would not be shared. Su Xiaoxiao could not bear the weight of the consequences, yet she felt a deep reluctance to let them linger here indefinitely. Lu Xiao discerned her inner turmoil as the gentle moonlight illuminated the earth, casting shadows where the elderly and the children observed them. Tomorrow morning, if you do not come, then leave, Lu Xiao addressed them, before gently pulling Su Xiaoxiao, who had remained rooted to the spot. Su Xiaoxiao never anticipated that Lu Xiaoran would genuinely offer her this opportunity. A radiant smile blossomed on her face as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. It is my pleasure. After all, You are the one I cherish, Lu Xiaoran replied with composure, determined not to let her down. What? Su Xiaoxiao posed, wanting to confirm whether this person before her had also traversed through time as she had. Do you understand the implications of what you are saying? Instead of feeling the elation typically associated with a confession, she was overwhelmed with a sense of impending doom. Lu Xiaoran actually harbored feelings for her. For her, he was supposed to be enamored with the protagonist, by Qingqing. Help! When did everything become so chaotic? What on earth was happening? I love you, Lu Xiaoran declared, standing below and gazing up at Su Xiaoxiao on the staircase with profound affection. Time seemed to stand still. Moonlight filtered between them, and the man showed no trace of hesitation as he bared his heart. No longer the indifferent figure he usually was, he resembled a glacier melting, heralding the awakening of spring. His face bore no hint of anxiety, yet the crimson hue of his ears, concealed beneath his hair, betrayed his true feelings. Are you certain? She inquired. Absolutely. Su Xiaoxiao gazed at the male protagonist in the book. I'm sorry, but I have no such intentions, she coldly rejected, dismissing the fleeting pang of sorrow that surged within her heart. Lu Xiaoran's eyes dimmed momentarily before he flashed a smile. You will. The fervor in his tone ignited an involuntary tremor in her heart. Perhaps it was the enchanting moonlight of the evening. Or perhaps he sensed that if he did not seize this moment, the chance for them to be alone together would be fleeting. Stop thinking about it. Su Xiaoxiao buried her head deep within the confines of her blanket, yearning to forget the recent events and swiftly drift into slumber. Ha ha ha, you've transformed into a panda. Gao Li laughed heartily, having never encountered a girl with such pronounced dark circles under her eyes. Did you wander in your sleep last night? Chen couldn't fathom a plausible explanation, as they had gone to bed around the same time. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao was at a loss for how to express her emotions, particularly towards Bai Qingqing, as she inexplicably felt as though her boyfriend had been usurped. She immediately shook her head vigorously, as if attempting to dislodge her thoughts, her hands pressed against her forehead. What am I even thinking? Suddenly, Gao Li ceased her laughter abruptly and turned sharply towards the entrance. They followed her gaze and discovered an elderly man accompanied by 5 children, who stood hand in hand, with a little girl clutching a loaf of bread in her pocket. Gao Li regarded them with caution. You have arrived. Finally. Something could extricate Su Xiaoxiao from her previous state. She greeted them with a smile and turned to Gao Li and the others, saying, This isn't the right place. Let us discuss it in our vehicle. Although Gao Li and the others were puzzled by the unexpected appearance of the elderly man and the children, Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Xiaoran showed no objections, and they proceeded to the location where they had concealed their vehicle. Due to the elderly man and the children's limited mobility, Gao Li took the initiative to forge ahead. While they instinctively positioned themselves around the elderly man and the children, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. As they passed by the supermarket, they unconsciously quickened their pace, relieved that nothing untoward occurred. Once they departed, the door suddenly cracked open, revealing a disheveled woman who fixed her gaze intently on their retreating figures, murmuring, Little Zong. Her lips and teeth were stained with blood, remnants of flesh clinging to the corners of her mouth. As they disappeared from sight, the woman turned her attention toward the chaos within the supermarket, grinning foolishly at the disarray, her voice echoing, There's more delicious meat. I must collect it for little Dong. Let us go. Lu Xiaoran spoke with a sense of urgency. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although her demeanor remained composed, her mind was rife with complaints. Is this your approach to pursuing someone? Why are you still as cold as before? You hardly seem like a worthy suitor. A poor review indeed. There were too many of them. A single vehicle could not accommodate such a number. Fortunately, the children were not too large. Ultimately, Gao Li, the elderly man, and the pair of twins settled into the back, with Gao Li cradling the chubby child in her arms. Su Xiaoxiao was once again pushed into the passenger seat. Chun Ming and Bai Qingqing each held onto Xiao Dong and the little girl. But Xiao Dong was unwilling and randomly found something to prop himself up in the cramped space between them. Chun Ming gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Well done. There are not many clever boys like you left. Inside the car, Su Xiaoxiao recounted the events of the previous night in meticulous detail. So that is how it was. Elder, you're truly remarkable. Galley had not anticipated that such an incident would transpire after he had fallen asleep the night before. Chapter 90. Xiao Dong. He gazed at the elder with admiration, feeling as if he radiated golden light. Xiaoxiao wore an expression that conveyed, "If you don't explain properly, I won't let you off the hook." The crowd was too large, and the noise overwhelming. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoran spoke up, interrupting the conversation. Qinming's expression immediately turned dramatic, her beautiful eyes darting between Xiaoxiao and Lu Xiaoran, finally settling on Xiaoxiao. "You two definitely have something going on." Xiaoxiao feigned ignorance, tilting her head to gaze at the scenery outside. "Sister, what are you laughing at?" The little girl, nestled in the embrace of her gentle older sister, couldn't help but notice the smile that lingered on her lips. "Is it that obvious?" Bai Qingqing suppressed her laughter, her tone betraying a sweetness akin to that of a child. "Seeing my adorable sister brings me joy." She bent down to gently bump her forehead against the little girl's. "Which base are you heading to?" The elder expressed his thoughts, mentioning the Mingguang base. The name sounded somewhat familiar, and Xiaoxiao retrieved information about it from her memory. She recalled that it was associated with the Mingliang base, with which they were currently collaborating. The Mingliang base had been established by two brothers, but after some disagreements, the younger brother departed with his followers to create the Mingguang base. "Do you know where they are?" The elder mentioned he had stumbled upon this information while listening to a nearly broken radio, lacking a precise address, but believed it lay to the north, coinciding partially with their route. "We have a mission and cannot escort you to the Mingguang base. However, we will ensure you find a safe place," Galley declared, thumping his chest to assert his commitment. The elder felt a pang of anxiety. At over 70 years old, he feared little for himself, but what of the children? "Rest assured, we will find you a good place. You need not worry," Galley reassured him. He had already devised a plan, en route to Albby Mountain. Cheng Liang had suggested they stop at a small base to replenish their resources. This small base was operated by their own people, who were reliable in every endeavor, and Galley deemed it an excellent choice. Xiaoxiao retrieved several bags of snacks and bottles of water from her backpack and handed them to the children, urging them to have breakfast first. They had all risen without having eaten. The children gazed hungrily at the food in her hands, particularly the chubby boy, whose eyes sparkled with desire as he swallowed repeatedly, yearning for the treats, yet he remained silent. He frequently glanced at the boy in the center, and the other children mirrored his longing, though none dared to speak up. "We have plenty. Please, enjoy," Xiaoxiao reiterated. Qinming took the food from her hands and distributed it to everyone, her tone firm. "Eat up, no waste allowed. If anyone fails to finish, then..." She glanced at the small children, pursing her lips. "The next meal, that person won't eat." The children, still lost in the joy of the moment, were struck by her words and promptly tore open the packaging to devour the contents. Xiao Dong observed them with irritation, his brows furrowing. Suddenly, a pair of hands swiftly reached over to smooth his furrowed brow. Why frown at such a young age? What is there to ponder? Xiaoxiao turned to Qinming, who was speaking about Xiao Dong, and replied, "If the sky falls, we adults will hold it up." Xiao Dong stared blankly at them. No one had ever uttered such words to him in his memory, not once. "What are you dawdling for? Eat." Without waiting for his response, Qinming delivered a playful slap to the back of his head, nearly causing him to lurch forward. The impact was remarkably effective. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Dong lowered the barriers he had held within and began to devour the bread thrust into his hands. The elder noticed this transformation in Xiao Dong, realizing that the child was finally releasing his FODDER of strength. Gratefully, he cast a glance at Qinming and Xiaoxiao, silently offering his blessings for them. With the atmosphere now tranquil, Xiaoxiao retrieved 2 bags of bread and 2 bottles of mineral water from her backpack, handing one portion to Lu Xiaoran, who was driving. "Want to eat?" she asked, her words tumbling out rapidly, as if something were pursuing her. Lu Xiaoran understood the reason for her haste and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed she was not as indifferent as she claimed. One hand on the steering wheel, he accepted the bread from Xiaoxiao, biting into it and tearing open the bag with his teeth. Xiaoxiao was still contemplating whether to tear open his bag when Lu Xiaoran unexpectedly accomplished it with his mouth. The path ahead was smooth, devoid of any zombies, allowing them to relish a tranquil and delightful breakfast. During this time, Lu Xiaoran also received the answers he sought, alleviating his previously anxious heart and fortifying his resolve. After their meal, Gao sat at the back, engaging in casual conversation with the elderly man, gradually lowering his voice upon noticing the elder struggling to keep his eyes open until the old man succumbed to slumber. The children, having satisfied their hunger, were soon overtaken by drowsiness, each one succumbing to sleep with a gentle tilt of their heads. In contrast, Xiao Dong sat in the middle, his eyes betraying no hint of fatigue. Chun Meng and Su Xiaoxiao busied themselves dispatching the approaching low-level zombies, vines and water continuously flowing from their bodies. Xiao Dong observed this spectacle with astonishment. "This is the supernatural ability. You must have seen it before," Bai Qingqing explained to him. Xiao Dong shook his head honestly, indicating he had not. Bai Qingqing was taken aback. Had they truly never encountered such powers? "We have always been there, not venturing elsewhere. Occasionally, we would see a few people, but they would leave shortly after. So you have endured until now?" Bai Qingqing pondered how difficult it must have been for an elderly man to survive with 5 children in this apocalyptic world, devoid of any powers. "During the day, we scavenge. If we fail to find anything, we go hungry." Xiao Dong succinctly summarized their experiences since the onset of the apocalypse. "You are truly brave." Bai Qingqing praised them from the depths of her heart. "Will I have powers too?" He suddenly interjected. "What? Supernatural abilities. Will I also possess them? With powers, I could slay zombies and protect my younger siblings and grandfather." He yearned for such abilities. "You will, but you're still very young. You need to eat well and grow strong," Bai Qianwei reassured him, not wanting to dampen his spirits. "Yes," he replied, his gaze fervently fixed on the girls wielding their powers. He was determined to eat well. Chapter 91. The meeting they arrived. Lu Xiaoran parked the vehicle by the roadside, where a mound of sandbags lay ahead, and 50 meters beyond that stood a 3-meter-high wall. At the base of the wall was a 2-meter-high, 3-meter-wide gate, flanked by 2 small windows that were closed. In front of the sandbags and the gate, a row of tree stumps was placed. The material of the gate was indiscernible, but sunlight glinted off its surface. 2 watchtowers, one on each side, protruded from the top of the wall, each manned by a guard. Just then, a voice echoed from above, demanding, "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" "Wait there." They saw one person rush down, while another kept watch, gun in hand. Moments later, the gate of the base swung open, and several individuals emerged with remarkable speed, swiftly approaching them. They possessed thick brows and large eyes, exuding an air of honesty and sincerity. At that moment, they expressed their apologies, saying, "My apologies for the earlier rudeness. Please, do come inside. It is not safe outside." Another individual extended an invitation for them to enter the base. They alighted from the vehicle, with Gao assisting the elderly man, while Su Xiaoxiao and the others guided the children, following their directions into the base. As they passed through the main entrance, Su Xiaoxiao noticed a camera overhead emitting a red glow. "This is merely a surveillance device. There is no need for concern," one of the individuals explained kindly. Having observed her reaction, some people experience a lengthy incubation period for the virus, thus they may not show full symptoms immediately. To alleviate concerns about individuals entering the base, we have placed detection machines at the entrance, which can help mitigate risks to a certain extent. Su Xiaoxiao nodded, acknowledging the undeniable intelligence of humanity. In such a brief span, they had already devised countermeasures. A figure clad in combat attire approached, whispering to the leader of their group before standing aside. Cheng Liang mentioned that there were 5 individuals in total. The man halted mid-sentence, awaiting their clarification. It was revealed that they had discovered discrepancies in the number of survivors while verifying the information on the road. "These are the survivors we rescued along the way. We seek a place for them to find refuge," Gao stated. "No problem. We can accommodate them here." They responded gratefully, as the children's faces blossomed with joy. Even Xiao Dong's furrowed brow relaxed, revealing the countenance of a carefree 10-year-old boy. Upon surveying the interior, they noted that most of the structures resembled those at the Dawn base, albeit on a smaller scale. After replenishing their supplies, they bid farewell to the base personnel and continued their journey. Xiao Dong gazed at their retreating figures, a new concern weighing on his youthful heart. What were they embarking on? Meanwhile, the base leaders watched as the group departed, when a child's voice broke the silence. Looking down, he discovered it was the little one they had brought along. He bent down, lifting the child to gaze in the direction of Lu Xiaoran and the others. They are off to save the world. Upon reaching the Albby mountain range on the 5th day, after enduring several zombie attacks, they fought their way through together. You are rather slow, aren't you? A young man lounged on a large rock, lazily chewing on a blade of grass while observing their weary forms. A vehicle was parked nearby, with 2 men and a woman standing beside it. The men were handsome, and the woman strikingly beautiful. The 2 groups combined totaled 9 individuals, standing together as though preparing for a beauty pageant, each one exceptionally attractive. If you don't hurry, we'll be heading in without you, he remarked, discarding the grass in his mouth and pulling another from an unknown source. The sun hasn't set yet. What's the rush? Gauli raturta. Feeling the oppressive heat of the day. Oh my, your team has so many beautiful women. The man teased as he watched them alight from their vehicle. I fear your eyes might be too captivated. Chunmeng shot back with a fiery glare. Alas, fair maiden, do not be angry. It was not my intention. He quickly protested, leaning backward in an attempt to defuse the tension. Apologies, ladies. He is not in his right mind. Do not take offense, the suave gentleman interjected, offering an apology. Chunmeng turned away, dismissing them entirely. Now that we are united, let us proceed. Lu Xiaoran cast a frigid glance at them, his icy tone catching the others off guard. What a bore! A true iceberg, the man scoffed, rolling his eyes. We hail from the Bright Base. I am Jasmine, a member of the Holy Sky Squad. This is our team leader, Li Yin. This is Su Min, and this is Chun Gang. Jasmine stepped forward to introduce her squad to the opposing team. So, he is indeed the leader. How amusing. Chunmeng's impression of this individual had already plummeted to negative territory based on his words. She remarked with a cold irony. Su Xiaoxiao tugged at Chunmeng's sleeve, urging her to calm down. Gali also introduced their team. Once the introductions were complete, they proceeded without hesitation into the depths of Albby Mountain. Each party maintained their distance, clearly delineated. Neither wished to encroach upon the other's territory. What exactly are we searching for? Chung Liang inquired. Are we to continue walking like this indefinitely? Suyoyo visperto Chunmeng. Chunmeng, equally perplexed, replied that she was uncertain and suggested inquiring with Gao Li or Lu Xiaoran, as they would undoubtedly possess the answers. Su Xiaoxiao discreetly cast a glance at Lu Xiaoran, who was walking ahead, and then turned to Gao Li, inquiring once more. I am uncertain as well. Chung Liang merely instructed us to come here and stated that we would naturally understand upon encountering it. Gao Li's voice was not particularly hushed, allowing those nearby to overhear. It seems that old man on your side is rather unreliable too. Li Yin chuckled softly, a blade of grass clutched in his mouth. Really? What? Ching Ching interjected. Indeed, our elder simply uttered a phrase about going to Albby Mountain and then vanished, hastily urging us to leave. He gritted his teeth, the stalk of grass nearly snapping between his jaws. It appeared they were equally in the dark about what they were supposed to find. Su Xiaoxiao mused inwardly. A sense of guilt washed over her. Had she not appeared, Lu Xiaoran would likely be sweetly entwined with Bai Qingqing by now, rather than entangled in the situation. The mere thought of it made her head spin. Chapter 92. Surrounded by zombies after half a day of searching, she could not recall the plot of this place. I sense a surge of energy. You must hurry. The ethereal spirit within the space suddenly asserted its presence. Now, I cannot possibly leave, Su Xiaoxiao remarked, noticing the individuals around her. Even a single absence would be conspicuous, and she dared not depart the group lightly. The spirit sensed an exceptionally pure energy, even more potent than what it had encountered in the factory, and detected a formidable energy source approaching nearby. It couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. If we delay any longer, it will be lost. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao found herself in a state of indecision, torn between the voices of her inner self urging her to go and those cautioning her to refrain. To venture forth would mean acquiring energy and advancing her abilities, while staying put would mean remaining stagnant. Fortunately, Their next course aligned with the direction indicated by the celestial spirit, allowing her to exhale a quiet sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to them, they believed they were navigating the periphery, yet under the influence of an unseen force, they had unwittingly ventured straight into the heart of Albby Mountain. Surrounding them were dense woods, with towering trees exceeding 3 meters in height, and the vegetation was lush and thriving. "Do you sense something amiss?" Gao Li's boisterous voice shattered the silence. Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of fear as she drew closer to them. Indeed, she had noticed earlier that since their arrival, not a single animal had been seen, not even the common insects or the mosquitoes essential for summer. The surroundings were enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any sound apart from the echo of their footsteps. Each one of them remained on high alert, their bodies taut and ready to react at a moment's notice. "Everyone be cautious," Lu Xiaoran advised, casting a glance at Xiaoxiao, who was hidden behind Chunming. Seeing her unharmed eased the tension in his brow slightly. In contrast, Chunyin appeared less anxious and, observing Lu Xiaoran's demeanor, quipped, "Oh, so you two are a couple. How enviable." His tone dripped with sarcasm, a playful smirk adorning his face, which left both parties astonished. The members of Team 7 exchanged glances, a hint of speculation brewing within them. Most notably, Chunming felt a surge of irritation towards the opposing captain. Just as she prepared to admonish him, Lu Xiaoran interjected. "I suggest you tend to your own affairs first," he retorted, his gaze piercing into Chunyin, shifting towards what lay behind him. Anticipating the threat, Chunyin swiftly evaded his original position, transforming the grass he had been chewing into a formidable blade that swiftly dispatched the approaching zombie. In the blink of an eye, the creature's head was severed from its body. "Ah, fortunate I heard it. Almost met my end," he remarked with a grin. It was then that Team 7 realized the grass in Chunyin's mouth was his ability capable of morphing into a deadly weapon, truly remarkable. As the onslaught of zombies commenced, the others activated their powers, swiftly forming a defensive circle. The earlier levity dissipated, replaced by a heavy gravity. They found themselves besieged by the undead. The once tranquil forest erupted into chaos, filled with the relentless roars of zombies, each cry more jarring than the last. They had encountered zombie attacks before, but never on this scale, and they had always been equipped with vehicles. "Oh dear, this is quite thrilling," Chunyin's grin widened, instilling a sense of dread in Xiaoxiao. "Don't be afraid. The captain tends to become a bit loquacious and eccentric when using his abilities. You'll get used to it," said Jasmine, who had somehow appeared beside Xiaoxiao. She held a favorable impression of the long-haired woman, despite having exchanged only a few words with her. However, it seemed they were conversing now. Xiaoxiao tilted her head to observe her more closely. Earlier, she had merely cast a fleeting glance, but now, in this proximity, she took in the details. She had short hair akin to Dong Xian's and was clad in a camouflage combat uniform, appearing to stand at around 7 meters tall, a head taller than Xiaoxiao. She exuded an air of cleanliness and decisiveness. With her palms facing downward, mounds of earth began to emerge around them, toppling several zombies. At that moment, everyone was unleashing their unique abilities, save for Bai Qingqing. Why was she standing there motionless? Chun Gang, struggling in the fray, turned to see a solitary figure remaining still within the chaos, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. Bai Qingqing stood firm, her demeanor suggesting that she was contemplating her own significance in this moment. He clenched his jaw, deciding to inquire further after the battle. The onslaught of zombies seemed relentless, with more rising to replace those that fell. It felt as though the horde was inexhaustible. "This cannot continue. We need to find an opportunity to withdraw," Lu Xiaoran declared. Coincidentally, the ethereal beings within the space were urging them on, even more insistently than during their previous encounter at the factory. To the left, to the left. Move left." Xiaoxiao set her hand down and walked to the left. Lu Xiaoran cast an unexpected glance at her, astonished that she would take the initiative to make a decision. Upon hearing her words, the others directed their fire towards the left, swiftly carving out a path. "Stay close," someone exclaimed, and as the way opened, they dashed towards the left. As they ran, they eliminated the zombies approaching them, while Lu Xiaoran's storm clouds of lightning followed closely behind, striking down any zombies they missed. After half an hour of running, they finally distanced themselves from the horde. Are we investigating whether there are zombies here like those outside? Chunming gasped for breath. Taking a swig from a bottle of water, Bai Qingqing pulled out a piece of paper to wipe the sweat from her brow, equally fatigued. The sudden appearance of zombies seemed suspicious. It was still daytime, and they shouldn't be congregating in such numbers. Su Min panted as she spoke. Her reasoning was sound. Zombies typically did not gather without cause. They were likely preparing to ambush them. Unless, a thought flickered through Su Xiaoxiao's mind. Among them were zombies of intermediate level or higher. The others were taken aback by Su Xiaoxiao's words, and Chunyin narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "Are you certain?" Feeling the weight of their gazes upon her, Su Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of anxiety, but steeled herself to respond, "Absolutely." Furthermore, if this group of low-level zombies is being controlled by a single entity, then it must be at least of an advanced level. If there are two. Chapter 93, a heartfelt thank you to those few readers. Love you all. The atmosphere among those present grew somber, for they understood the implications behind Su Xiaoxiao's unfinished statement. We must act swiftly and conduct a thorough search of the vicinity. If you sense anything amiss, do not venture out alone. Your safety is paramount. Su Min's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, leaving no detail overlooked. Oh dear, if any of you are feeling fearful, simply stay close behind me, Chunyin remarked, offering a reassuring smile. Upon observing the lack of response from her team members, Su Xiaoxiao discerned that this was their established mode of interaction. They took a brief respite, and, considering the time lost dealing with the horde of zombies, it was evident that dusk was approaching, with the sun having descended halfway. It was prudent to seek shelter and conserve their energy as nightfall was imminent. "Let's find a higher vantage point with fewer obstacles around," suggested Meow, recalling that their team had employed a similar strategy during prior excursions into the wilderness. Everyone agreed, and they began to scout for a suitable location, ensuring they did not stray too far from one another. "This spot seems ideal," Chungang exclaimed, extending his muscular arm to beckon them over. They hastily joined him, arriving at the designated site. Meow utilized her abilities to construct a rudimentary shelter for protection against the rain, reinforcing vulnerable areas with her powers. "That should suffice," she declared, dusting off her hands. In the wilderness, an open flame was essential during the night. The temperatures in the forest dropped significantly, and failing to maintain body warmth could prove perilous. Moreover, a fire would deter mosquitoes and ward off larger predators. However, it also posed its own risks, so they decided to kindle the flame in a clear area. It was determined that Gao Li and Bai Qingqing would keep watch during the first half of the night, while the members of the Shangtian team, Su Min and Chungang, would take over for the latter half. The remaining members would alternate shifts if they were still unable to locate a safe haven by the following day. Su Xiaoxiao chose a somewhat secluded spot. "Hurry up," the fairy urged incessantly. "Hurry for what? Do you not find this quite familiar? Last time, we were in a similar situation, and then we were discovered by Lu Xiaoran." Su Xiaoxiao wore a distressed expression. The last time she had sneaked out, she had been caught, leaving her with a psychological scar. "What are you thinking?" Lu Xiaoran's voice suddenly emerged beside her. Su Xiaoxiao, startled, leaned back and stammered, "And no, it's nothing." With such a timid disposition, how could she even contemplate escaping? Lu Xiaoran astutely unveiled the secret that Su Xiaoxiao sought to conceal. "How do you know?" she exclaimed, abruptly covering her mouth with her hand. "What is it that you desire?" Lu Xiaoran's piercing gaze, sharp as a sword, bore into her. Like a spellbound creature, Su Xiaoxiao found herself revealing her intentions. "I need." "Need what?" Lu Xiaoran's voice, gentle as a whispering stream, contrasted starkly with his earlier demeanor. He coaxed her to articulate her wants. "I want. I cannot say." The voice of the celestial spirit emerged abruptly, jolting Su Xiaoxiao back to reality. "And no, you misheard," she stammered, her heart racing, nearly betraying her thoughts. "If there is something you desire, do share it with me," Lu Xiaoran promised. "I will exert every effort to help you attain it." He had transformed into a devoted acolyte, eager to present the finest offerings to his deity, striving to resolve all dilemmas. solely seeking a mere glance of favor. Su Xiaoxiao felt a sense of trepidation. Ever since Lu Xiaoran had openly expressed his feelings, his demeanor had instilled a certain fear within her. Why was this the case? Was it due to her inexperience in matters of the heart? Surely not. No, it's unnecessary. Thank you, she replied with a tone that was decidedly aloof. During their conversation, the others took notice. Bai Qingqing, observing Lu Xiaoran's initiative in approaching Su Xiaoxiao, speculated that he must be confessing his affection to her. From her understanding of Lu Xiaoran, once he had clarity of purpose, he would act decisively. Gao Li, with his robust physique, had already discerned Lu Xiaoran's fondness for Su Xiaoxiao, which was impressive in itself. Thus, he assumed that their interaction was merely casual, aimed at fostering goodwill. In contrast to Bai Qingqing and Gao Li's reactions, Chen Meng's expression was inscrutable. She bore a semblance of a smile that could easily be misconstrued as anger, making her true emotions difficult to decipher. Her penetrating gaze fixated upon Su Xiaoxiao, scanning her hair, skin, and entire being. The sight of Su Xiaoxiao and Lu Xiaoran together appeared strikingly harmonious, a pairing that would elicit admiration from any observer as a classic case of beauty and talent complementing one another. After Lu Xiaoran departed, Su Xiaoxiao met Chen Meng's eyes, feeling a flutter of anxiety. Previously, Chen Meng would be in a foul mood upon seeing her with Lu Xiaoran, and now the same situation was unfolding again. She watched as Chen Meng approached her deliberately. "May I have a word with you?" she inquired. "Of course," Su Xiaoxiao replied. Like Su Xiaoxiao, Chen Meng settled on the ground, leaning against the wall, gazing at the trees outside. "Do you have feelings for Lu Xiaoran?" "Huh?" Why bring this up as anticipated? The inquiry was direct. Noticing Su Xiaoxiao's hesitance, Chen Meng swiftly shifted the topic. "Is she doing well?" "Who?" Su Xiaoxiao was left perplexed. Chen Meng opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, caught in silence. A wave of fear washed over Su Xiaoxiao. Had Chen Meng uncovered her true identity? The thought grew increasingly unsettling, and her expression betrayed her discomfort. She hoped Chen Meng would elaborate further, to see if her suspicions were correct. "It's nothing. I merely meant to caution you against being swayed by insincere men. They are utterly unreliable." Chen Meng's voice suddenly rose, drawing the attention of others. She placed her hands on her hips, adopting a confrontational stance. "What are you staring at? Did I say something wrong?" A palpable tension hung in the air, prompting everyone to remain silent, opting for a moment of respite. "What this young lady has said bears considerable truth," Chun Yin interjected, regardless of the surrounding atmosphere. Others feigned ignorance, some resuming their tasks while others took a break. "You should rest well. I'll go over there for a bit and practice my abilities," she said, patting Su Xiaoxiao on the shoulder before turning to leave. In a secluded spot, she crouched down, opening her palm to reveal a 1-inch photograph. She held it delicately, as if it were a cherished treasure, bringing it closer to her eyes. Above stands a woman with long hair, adorned in a black top. Her face is partially obscured by the strands cascading over her forehead. Yet from the contours and the remaining features, it is evident that she bears a resemblance to the current Su Xiaoxiao. A soft sigh escapes. "I have recognized her." Chapter 94. The next step in the stillness of midnight, Su Xiaoxiao lifted her eyelids and discovered Gao Li and Bai Qingqing seated on either side, silently surveying their surroundings for any imminent danger. Seizing the moment when their gazes were averted, she stealthily slipped away. "Su Xiaoxiao?" A voice filled with urgency pierced the silence. It was Bai Qingqing who had noticed her. "What are you doing?" Su Xiaoxiao turned her head slowly, frantically conjuring excuses with Xianling. "I." Her gaze flickered uncertainly, and suddenly an idea struck her. "My stomach hurts, and I need to use the restroom." Su Xiaoxiao clutched her abdomen, her face contorted with anguish. The two teams, hers and the holy sky, seemed as distant as if separated by a river, each party maintaining a considerable distance from the other. Gao Li and Bai Qingqing were positioned on opposite sides, allowing her conversation with Bai Qingqing to go unheard by Gao Li. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiaoxiao contemplated slipping away. Yet in the enveloping darkness of the forest, a flicker of regret washed over her. With only a flashlight in hand, she hesitated to illuminate her path. fearing that the beam might draw unwanted attention and expose her presence to prying eyes. After all the effort to sneak out, are you truly going to give up? But I am genuinely terrified. Xiaoxiao now resembled a startled bird, trembling at the slightest rustle of the wind. Ultimately, she summoned her resolve. Following the guidance of the ethereal spirit, navigating through several twists and turns, traversing a narrow passageway, and arriving at an outwardly extending platform. Below lay a valley not far beneath her, where traces of animal activity could be discerned. Furthermore, Xiaoxiao focused her gaze and was astonished to discover that the conical structures formed by the grass below were, in fact, grass huts. Could it be that humans had once inhabited this place? Primitive beings, perhaps? The surrounding area was enveloped in an eerie silence. Even the wind had ceased. As if isolated from the outside world, each grass hut was accompanied by cultivated fields, further supporting Xiaoxiao's conjecture that traces of human habitation were present here. After all, based on her education, she could not discern any animals capable of utilizing or creating tools in the manner of humans. Descend into this realm below. Xiaoxiao gazed down from the platform, and after a moment's contemplation, she uttered, "If you wish for my demise, you could simply state it outright, instead of being so indirect." The celestial spirit was perplexed as to how her descent could be associated with any desire for her demise. She protested, "What's the matter? Can you not fly down? When I was your size, It was a rare moment of hesitation for the spirit. It finally realized that Xiaoxiao was unlike it. She did not possess wings. "Look around. Is there a path for you to descend?" Xiaoxiao glanced to her sides, finding nothing. She reached out and tugged at the vine, discovering it to be quite sturdy and not easily breakable. Looking further down, she observed that the vine was indeed lengthy, extending directly into the depths of the canyon. Chapter 95. The Bottom of the Valley. The vine was thick, and Xiaoxiao nearly struggled to grasp it. Taking a deep breath, she tilted her head to peer below, mustering her strength to seize the vine with both hands. Since becoming an abilities possessor, her physical constitution had improved. Had it been in the past, she would have quickly succumbed to fatigue. However, even now, she felt a strain from the accelerating descent. As her skin made contact with the vine, she noted that it was not smooth, alleviating her concern about losing her grip. Nevertheless, this friction had already caused her palms to become reddened. Xiaoxiao's brow was tightly furrowed, and seizing the remaining strength in her hands, she suppressed her fear and quickened her pace once more. A faint sound echoed as she successfully reached the valley floor. Cautiously, she surveyed the surroundings. The view from above had not prepared her for the profound sensation of being in the valley itself. Upon descending, she realized the vastness of the valley. Her landing spot was slightly off, elevated compared to the surrounding areas, granting her a panoramic view of the landscape. She noticed a small stream flowing from the opposite side where she had descended, bisecting the valley, with rustic grass huts built on either side. The stream was narrow, which explained why she had failed to see its winding course from her vantage point above. Right ahead, the spirit urged Xiaoxiao to hasten her movements. Yet, she recalled the spirit's earlier warning that time was of the essence. As she scrutinized her surroundings, she found nothing amiss. Not even a whisper of wind stirred the grass. Were there others present when you mentioned it before? She inquired cautiously, acutely aware of the gravity of life and death. The spirit also found it peculiar. Previously, it had sensed a powerful energy moving in this direction, but now, upon reevaluation, the energy seemed to have vanished without a trace. What should we do? The formidable blood entity had gone unnoticed by the spirit. Now, at this considerable distance, it was detected. If they were to cross paths, would it not be a futile sacrifice? Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, biting her lip. Just as the silence enveloped her, a voice pierced through the stillness. Subsequently, a flock of crows cawed loudly as they took flight from their concealed refuge in the woods, swirling gracefully in the air. Xiaoxiao's countenance changed in shock. Her heart filled with trepidation. She had not anticipated the presence of so many crows lurking within. Just moments ago, there had been not a whisper of sound. Moreover, what was that peculiar noise she had heard initially? Energy has been relocated. The celestial spirit anxiously urged Xiaoxiao to follow its guidance. The clamor in her mind from the celestial spirit temporarily alleviated her fears, prompting her to comply swiftly with its directions. As she traversed through the clusters of thatched cottages, she noticed that every door she passed was tightly shut, not a sliver of light escaping from the cracks. However, delving into these mysteries was not her immediate concern. She set aside her curiosity for the moment, resolving to investigate later when time permitted. The atmosphere around her had instilled a profound sense of dread since her descent. A lingering fear nestled deep within her. There was something here that unnerved her. Thus, she contemplated luring the group to this location for a collective observation, seeking to unravel the enigma. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Chapter 96, Discovery. Her mind was filled with the celestial spirit's urgent entreaties as she approached the mountainside, alongside a gently flowing stream. After rounding a bend, she was startled to find a 2-meter-high cave entrance. The moon was obscured by clouds, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Xiaoxiao was intensely focused, carefully surveying her surroundings. Once her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she could discern faint outlines of objects. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and retrieved a flashlight from her pocket. Fortunately, she had thought to carry one when she made her hurried escape. How much longer? If they don't notice my absence during the shift change, I'll be in serious trouble. After being out for so long, she suddenly recalled the necessity of the shift change, realizing that if the night watch happened to glance inside, they would discover Xiaoxiao's absence. Moreover, if the retreat was not executed timely, there could be life-threatening consequences. After some inner turmoil, she remembered the last time and decided it was best to inform Xiaoxiao about the situation. I have always harbored a question. Is this something I must obtain? So much had transpired that she had begun to forget. My intuition insists that we must acquire this. Xianling, too, was perplexed, uncertain of when the pursuit of such an energy entity had begun. The initial 2 encounters had relied on crystal cores, and it was only after sensing the energy entity at the factory that they had come to this current one. It's not strictly necessary to have this. Yet if we miss this opportunity, it may be a long time before we encounter another. Xianling perched atop the little snow wolf's head. After a moment of silence, Xiaoxiao switched on the flashlight and cautiously approached the cave entrance. Observing this, Xianling realized Xiaoxiao had acquiesced and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Brimming with enthusiasm, she exclaimed, "Let us set off. The objective lies just ahead." The little snow wolf, infected by the excitement, joyfully howled a few times. Xiaoxiao seemed to perceive their actions, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth, infused with a sense of helplessness. The entrance to the cave appeared deceptively narrow, standing nearly 2 meters high. Yet upon stepping inside, she discovered protruding stones along the walls. A moment of inattention could lead to painful bumps, and even with a flashlight in hand, she occasionally found herself stumbling. As she ventured deeper, a sensation enveloped her reminiscent of a passage from a Chinese literature lesson she had studied long ago. Initially exceedingly narrow, it eventually opens to the vastness of humanity. After walking several dozen paces, it suddenly broadens. However, unlike the subsequent description of expansive land, orderly houses, and fertile fields, what lay before her sent chills down her spine, presenting an utterly foreign scene. Upon exiting the cave, the moonlight re-emerged, allowing her to discern her surroundings with greater clarity. Cautiously, she turned off her flashlight, aware that such illumination could easily attract the attention of other creatures. After securing her light, she glanced up and noticed, not far ahead, a ragged man kneeling with his back to her, holding a glowing circular object aloft towards the moon. In her peripheral vision, she spotted several figures standing a few meters away from the kneeling man. Their skin tone revealed that they were not human, but rather zombies. Chapter 97. Energy Entity. She quickly stifled her breath and concealed herself among the nearby grass, observing their movements through a narrow gap. Gradually, however, she felt a tightening in her chest, as if the air were being drawn from her lungs. Breathe. The ethereal being sensed Xiaoxiao's discomfort and, upon closer inspection, realized that she had forgotten to breathe altogether. Who could endure such a plight? Xiaoxiao let out a soft sigh, her expression remaining unchanged while a hint of embarrassment flickered within her. However, she could not afford to dwell on such feelings now. The situation ahead appeared to be shifting. The three figures standing beside her stirred slightly, yet remained motionless, as if held in thrall by an unseen force. Suddenly, a chilling roar erupted from one of the zombies, shattering the silence of the valley and startling numerous unknown birds resting on the trees. Xiaoxiao was startled by the sound, her instincts warning her that these zombies were decidedly different from those she had encountered previously. Reckless action would be ill-advised. The zombie kneeling on the ground slightly tilted its head, then gradually lowered its hands and slowly rose to its feet, turning to face the group of zombies. In the moonlight, as Xiaoxiao discerned the features of the zombie, her pupils widened in shock. Was this truly a zombie? Its skin suggested otherwise. Was it human? Its face indicated so. The visage of this being was entirely unlike that of the other zombies. Aside from its pallor, one might easily mistake it for a frail, illnächtlichen Mann. As the zombie stood upright, the three others nearby assumed an aggressive stance. Their appearance was a peculiar blend, straddling the line between zombie and human. It was evident they were zombies, yet with a touch of embellishment, they could easily be mistaken for something else entirely. A sudden shock coursed through Xiaoxiao's heart. Had the zombies evolved to such an extent? The zombie toyed with the energy orb in its hand, casting a disdainful glance at the three powerless zombies before it. A smirk emerging on its pale visage. "Huh, you still dare to challenge me?" Utterly deluded, its voice was raspy, as if it had not spoken in ages. The three zombies, oppressed by its superior rank, displayed expressions of fury, particularly the one that had just roared, glaring at it with fiery eyes. "Vile creature, you are gravely mistaken. I am not the weak and selfish human you presume. I stand with you," it paused, proclaiming with a tone filled with pride. "We are all magnificent zombies." It spread its arms wide, bathing in the moonlight's embrace, a look of ecstasy gracing its features. Seizing the moment, the other two zombies exchanged glances and subtly nodded in agreement. One suddenly let out a roar to draw its attention, while the other seized the opportunity to break through the level restriction and swiftly charged forward, snatching the energy orb from its grasp. Realizing it had fallen into their trap, fury ignited within it as it stared at the zombie that had taken its energy orb. "You wretched scum, do you think being of the same rank can defeat me?" It erupted into an uncontrollable laughter, tilting its head back, its voice resonating so loudly that even Xiaoxiao had to cover her ears. Despite its diminutive stature, it emitted a laugh of surprising strength. Utterly foolish, it scoffed. The weight of rank oppression descended once more, causing the two lower-ranked zombies to collapse to the ground, their faces twisted in terror, writhing uncontrollably. "Ha ha, this is the essence of rank." It shifted its gaze to the standing zombie, its eyes brimming with contempt. "And you, do not think that just because you have barely broken through the rank, you could defeat me. Look at your current state." The standing zombie trembled, having been of a lower rank previously, and though it had forcibly broken through, it could barely withstand the pressure now, its entire being quivering, struggling to hold onto the stolen energy orb. "Come, give it to me." As consciousness began to fade, it raised its hand in a halting manner, palm open. The energy orb, having absorbed the moonlight, radiated an extraordinary brilliance, emitting a deep blue glow. The zombie chuckled triumphantly. This group of zombies was utterly unworthy to be considered its kin. It strode forward, deeming the prior actions a mere waste of its time. Once it devoured the energy orb and ascended to become the zombie king, it would lead them to dominate the world. With this thought, a grin broke through its restraint, eagerly reaching out to grasp the energy orb. Yet, its hand met nothing but emptiness. Chapter 98. The struggle for supremacy. Xiaoxiao felt as though she were on the brink of flight. Just moments ago, while they were engaged in conversation, she deftly maneuvered around them, executing a clever ploy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow bird lurking behind. However, she noticed that during the commotion, the zombie that had breached its level observed her with a glimmer of surprise in its murky eyes, subsequently diverting the attention of the other zombie towards her. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, You are but a human. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head slightly, and the enraged zombie pursued her relentlessly. Observing her demeanor and sensing her aura, it immediately discerned her identity. You lot, instead of residing peacefully in the city, now dare to venture here. This is utterly intolerable. The zombie raised its hand, conjuring a mound of earth directly in front of Su Xiaoxiao. A mutated zombie? How advanced? Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback to discover that this zombie was, in fact, a high-level one. She swiftly turned around, evading the earthen wall, and chose an alternate route to flee. The zombie relentlessly pursued her, growing increasingly furious at her actions. Quickly return the energy entity to me, you despicable human. Thief, how do you prove that this energy entity belongs to you? Did you write your name on it or carve your initials? Even if you purchased it, where's the receipt? Whoever possesses it is its rightful owner. As Su Xiaoxiao uttered those words, she quickened her pace, the scenery around her rapidly receding. She was oblivious to where she was heading, but she knew she could not allow the zombie pursuing her to catch up, or her fate would be sealed. The zombie, upon hearing her exclamation, let out a deafening roar that sent shivers through the creatures hidden within the forest, both the uninfected and the infected alike, all sensing the fury contained within. The three zombies that had previously vied for the energy core were not exempt from this tension. What shall we do now, big brother? That woman is surely no match for us, and that fellow is about to level up, Wei Cheng exclaimed urgently, standing before the zombie that had just reached a new threshold. If Run-E obtained the energy core, it would spell trouble for them. They would no longer be able to contend with him. Another zombie, Qinyu, stepped forward, his brow furrowed with concern over the matter. They had not anticipated that there would still be someone lurking here, seizing the energy core while Run-E was caught up in his own triumph, aligning with their own intentions. However, they were powerless to assist, crushed under Run-Yi's superior level. Wang Ming, frowning, struggled to assess the situation. Finally, he spoke. We must first retreat with our zombies. This forest has become perilous. That woman is formidable and is not so easily dispatched. Moreover, her pursuit of the energy core seems purposeful. She appears to know something. If we survive this ordeal, we may seek her out again. If we do not, departing this world may not be such a misfortune. Wang Ming gazed up at the moon. This world had long been riddled with scars. Time was of the essence. They needed to act swiftly and leave this place. A premonition gripped him. He sensed they would cross paths once more. Is this how we simply walk away? Well, the energy core. Wei Cheng pondered, recalling their unclaimed prize. Wang Ming replied, the outcome of her acquiring the energy core and that of a human obtaining it would be remarkably similar. Both would have to survive under another's dominion. Ren-E seeks to establish a zombie kingdom, and they must accept his vision to endure, while humans aspire to restore order. What then becomes of those of us who have become zombies? Those not of our kin must be eradicated, regardless of the distance. Chapter 99. The Message, damn it. This advanced zombie was pursuing her too closely. Su Xiaoxiao turned her head to see the distance between them diminishing, and the zombie was gathering something in its grasp, emanating a white light, something undoubtedly malevolent. The celestial spirit urged her to absorb the energy core directly, or she would perish here. Su Xiaoxiao found it difficult to catch her breath, let alone maintain her composure and focus on absorbing the energy body. She could only absorb it bit by bit, slowly. Su Xiaoxiao sensed the stirring of the snow wolf within and wished to prevent its emergence. It seemed as though the celestial spirit discerned her intentions and encouraged the wolf to come forth to assist. You can ride upon its back. It will carry you swiftly. Su Xiaoxiao remained silent, casting a glance behind her. Without further hesitation, she promptly summoned the snow wolf from her spatial realm. With a resounding howl, the snow wolf swiftly acclimated to the present circumstances, allowing Su Xiaoxiao to perch upon its back. Like an arrow released from a bow, they surged forward, creating a significant distance between themselves and their pursuers. Ren-E, seething with rage, muttered curses under his breath. Damn beast. You shall all pay for this. He raised his hand, directing the beam of light towards the moving figure of Su Xiaoxiao, and with a sudden impact, it struck. Su Xiaoxiao cast a glance at the spot where she had just been. The ground was marred by a large crater, and the trees nearby were strewn haphazardly. A shiver ran down her spine as she gently stroked Xiaoxiao, relieved that the wolf had managed to flee quickly. Otherwise, she might have met her untimely end. With the distance widened, Xiaoxiao finally had the opportunity to survey her surroundings. Observing the distant sky glowing with a pale light, she realized dawn was fast approaching. "Xiaoxiao, let us find a place to rest," she murmured, lowering herself onto the back of the snow wolf, wrapping her arms around its sturdy frame. The recent exertion of her powers had drained her energy rapidly, and she found herself nearing exhaustion. Had circumstances been different, she would not have wished to burden Xiaoxiao with her plight. A howl escaped Xiaoxiao, signaling its understanding. Despite its fatigue, the wolf remained alert to its surroundings. The snow wolf, having undergone mutations, exhibited remarkable stamina and speed, surpassing that of an ordinary snow wolf by nearly double. The wind carried a sound. On the other side, Lu Xiaoran and his team realized Xiaoxiao had vanished and hastily organized themselves to search for her. The expressions of the members from the bright base reflected their reluctance. The recent roar of that zombie had startled the entire forest, including them. They understood the significant danger posed by the creature and aimed to avoid it, conserving their strength while seeking a means of retreat. However, upon discovering Xiaoxiao's absence, they only began their search after being scolded by Li Yan. "Thank you." Lu Xiaoran expressed his gratitude as he led the team. Li Yan waved his hand dismissively. "We have yet to locate her. Remember, you owe me a favor." He sensed that Xiaoxiao possessed strength beyond his own, particularly in her demeanor. It is worth mentioning that before the apocalypse, Li Yan had been an avid reader of novels, a true homebody. Exhausted from the burdens of being a savior, he chose to follow behind. The group moved towards the source of the earlier noise. Arriving at the location where Xiaoxiao had gathered energy, the surrounding battlefield clear before them. "We must hasten our pace," Lu Xiaoran stated solemnly, his eyes glinting with determination as they focused on a particular area. "Follow me." He had noticed a patch of grass and foliage crushed by an unknown force. 2 months later, a figure cloaked in a scarf, obscured in layers of clothing that concealed any indication of gender, approached the dawn base. Just before reaching the entrance, they were halted. "Do not move," 2 armed sentinels commanded, their guns trained on the stranger below. As the figure came to a standstill, the guards exchanged glances, exhaling in relief, yet remaining vigilant. "State your identity and purpose for being here," one of them demanded. A female voice responded from below. "I come to deliver a message to the dawn base. Sent by the bright base for Chongliang." The guards exchanged skeptical looks, delivering a message. Alone? In these past 2 months, the situation had escalated. The zombies had grown increasingly formidable, showing less fear of sunlight. Fortunately, human bases had also strengthened, with the weaker bases either aligning with their neighbors or forging connections with others. Overall, they too were making progress. Considering certain circumstances, they instructed the man to place the letter on the ground and then retreat 50 meters. The man extracted a letter from his garments and gradually stepped back, not halting until he had distanced himself by 50 meters. Once out of sight from the 2 individuals, Xiaoxiao smiled with delight, having finally delivered the letter. Chapter 100, The End. The celestial spirit floated beside her, proclaiming that this world was on the brink of conclusion. "I regret that I cannot unveil the entirety of the situation to you. You will only comprehend it in the end." The celestial spirit seemed transformed, speaking with a newfound humility unlike its previous haughty demeanor. Xiaoxiao gently shook her head, her tone soothing. "It is of no consequence, as long as we can save this world. After all, the people in this realm are striving valiantly to survive. I shall await your return." Upon concluding her words, the fairy spirit's form dissolved into fragments, vanishing into the ether. Xiaoxiao rested quietly, contemplating. That evening, she reclined on her bed, staring at the ceiling, reflecting on the events that had transpired since her journey into this new realm. 2 months prior, she and Xiaoxiao had narrowly escaped from a horde of zombies, during which Xiaoxiao sustained grave injuries. After utilizing her powers to heal Xiaoxiao, she brought her to the bright base, where she encountered Li Yan. He regarded her with astonishment. for she was a person who should have perished, and thus they exchanged insights about their respective circumstances. After listening, Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment before deciding to entrust Xiaoxiao to the Mingliang base, instructing Li Yin not to reveal that she was still alive. Observing Xiaoxiao's expression, Li Yin nodded in agreement, assuring her of his discretion. Over the past 2 months, Xiaoxiao had gleaned some understanding from the celestial spirit regarding the reasons behind her transmigration, or rather, why it was she who was chosen, and what secrets she harbored. While her knowledge remained vague, one thing was unequivocal. Upon her demise, the world would revert to its original state, the zombies would vanish, and life would flourish anew. As for the rationale, the celestial spirit had stated that she would come to understand it upon her death. This revelation left Xiaoxiao in a daze for several days, as she could scarcely believe that the one destined to save this world would be someone so fearful of death as herself. She found a place to settle, venturing out each day and occasionally encountering other survivors, offering assistance when she could. It took her a month to process this information fully, during which she witnessed firsthand the fervent desire of those around her to survive, their indomitable will to live deeply moving her. If sacrificing herself could grant millions the chance to continue living, she would willingly do so. With the celestial spirit's aid, she began to absorb the energy from the zombies she defeated, gradually enhancing her abilities. At long last, she was on the verge of success, and she sent a letter to everyone in the base, urging them to prepare for the imminent end of the apocalypse and to unite all beings in building a future together. The night was exquisitely beautiful, with stars twinkling in the rare, clear sky. She closed her eyes, a sweet smile gracing her lips, her chest no longer rising and falling. Is it raining? Gally peered out the window, observing the gentle drizzle. Inside, Lu Xiaoran was engrossed in handling official duties, reviewing research materials submitted by various bases. Would you like to take a look at the rain? It's quite rare, Gally suggested, not truly expecting Lu Xiaoran to join him. Suddenly sensing an unfamiliar presence beside him, he turned to discover Lu Xiaoran had indeed come over. Lu Xiaoran gazed solemnly at the falling rain, illuminated in warm hues by the distant lights provided by the base. Unconsciously, he extended his hand to catch the droplets, which flowed through his fingers. For reasons unknown, a sharp pain seized Lu Xiaoran's heart, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. Hey, what is wrong? Gally quickly inquired, alarmed by the sudden turn of events. The rain continued for 3 days and nights. Perhaps due to this rainfall, people felt that the temperature the following day was not as extreme as before, and the air seemed considerably improved. Those within the base heard the broadcast come to life, the voice of the base leader resonating with excitement. Struggling to suppress his tears as he proclaimed, "Comrades, the apocalypse has come to an end." People halted in their tracks, utterly astonished. How could it be possible that the apocalypse had vanished? Surely, they were not being deceived, were they? Was this some kind of trick? Was it meant to be uplifting? The crowd buzzed with speculation, but at the heart of it all was a reluctance to accept the end of the world had come to a close. The announcement offered no clarification. Instead, it opted to allow the soldiers guarding the city gates to open them. Had they lost their minds? Was humanity on the brink of extinction? Panic ensued as people fled, some hiding in the shadows to steal a glance. Yet a minute passed, then 2, 5, 10, and half an hour went by without a single zombie breaching the walls, not even an animal. Suddenly, a sound echoed. It was the exploration team, armed and unblemished by blood, each face adorned with smiles. There were no longer any zombies. In the void, Xiaoxiao observed the world below, witnessing the jubilant cheers of the people, and felt a genuine sense of joy. Xianling was by her side. They had succeeded. This was the moment they had been waiting for. Should she convey a message to Lu Xiaoran? Xianling inquired, capable of channeling a fragment of celestial energy to facilitate communication between Lu Xiaoran and Xiaoxiao. No need. He will understand, she replied. Though her memories were fabricated, Xiaoxiao had faith that Lu Xiaoran would grasp the essence of it all. Even if he did not, it mattered little. She could no longer remain in this world. Their future would blossom, and Xiaoxiao was ready to depart. The end.